On April 18th, a date marked by double happiness, signifying auspicious occasions for marriage, they became a newlywed couple. He, handsome and composed; she, graceful and demure. Their union was spontaneous, having met just a year prior and marrying shortly after in April. Neither of them had met the other's friends, nor were they particularly familiar with one another. Yet, the wedding was vibrant and joyful, as both families had eagerly anticipated this day. His friends treated her with courtesy, and their wedding night was only a brief and playful affair before they returned to their own home. Their marital abode was a 140-square-meter apartment in Building 5 of the Platten Garden. The atmosphere was dense with silence as they entered late at night, the car having parked in the underground garage where the chauffeur took his leave. As they ascended the stairs, Song Jimin suddenly stumbled. Ji Yoonja instinctively reached out to steady him, and he exhaled softly, managing to stand upright and signaling that he could walk on his own. Feeling a bit awkward, Ji Yoonja quickly withdrew her hand and hurriedly entered the elevator, pressing the button for the 9th floor. The doors opened with a soft chime, revealing a large happiness character emblazoned on the door. Upon entering, the apartment was well lit, adorned in vibrant red hues with happiness characters of various sizes plastered across the walls. They paused momentarily at the threshold, a sense of finality settling over them. Loosening his tie and unbuttoning his collar, Song Jimin broke the silence and going to the guest bathroom. "All right," Ji Yoonja replied softly. They proceeded into the master bedroom, where a bright red marriage bed was arranged with auspicious foods such as red dates, peanuts, and longan. Ji Yoonja picked up the tray from the bedside table and said, "Let me tidy up, you go wash." Having risen early and indulged in quite a bit of drink, Song Jimin was too exhausted to argue. He took clothes from the wardrobe and went to the guest bathroom to shower. The moment the door to the master bedroom closed, Ji Yoonja's shoulders relaxed, and she quietly began to clean up the items on the bed. In the wardrobe hung her frequently worn clothes, and her cosmetics were arranged neatly on the vanity. From this day forward, this place would be her home. Though Song Jimin was indeed a handsome man hailing from a respectable family, making her the fortunate one in this arrangement, she couldn't help but feel a wave of tears building within her at this seemingly joyous conclusion. After a long shower, Ji Yoonja finally let out the emotions she had suppressed for so long. He married his ideal. She married into a family that was socially compatible, severing her last ties to dreams of what could have been. Regret turned out to be the norm of life. She took quite some time in the shower, long enough that Song Jimin, exhausted, nearly dozed off on their wedding bed. When he finally opened his eyes, he saw Ji Yoonja, devoid of makeup but still beautiful, with reddened eyes that clearly indicated she had cried. Was marrying him such a hardship? Song Jimin, already feeling a weight in his heart, rubbed his throbbing temples and closed his eyes, muttering, "We've had a long day. Let's just sleep." He then turned over, facing away from her. Ji Yoonja, tense from the evening's earlier events, managed to relax slightly. She carefully slid into bed, mindful of the limited space as the blanket was not large enough to keep her warm, waking several times from the chill. Eventually, as dawn broke, she rose early to prepare breakfast. When Song Jimin awoke, it was with the expectation that she would not be there. Noticing how she had slept close to the edge of the bed, he felt a surge of irritation, choosing to ignore her. After dressing, he exited to find Ji Yoonja already at the dining table, setting out the breakfast. "Morning," she chimed, a little startled when he appeared. "Morning," he replied curtly, glancing at the breakfast spread. They fell into a brief silence, as the reality of their relationship still rather unfamiliar hung between them. To alleviate the awkwardness, Ji Yoonja suggested, "Let's wash up and eat." Nodding, Song Jimin pushed open the door to the guest bathroom, his mind wandering. Splashing cold water on his face, he felt the unfamiliarity of the ring on his fourth finger, the symbol of their marriage, scratching against his skin as he glanced at it, lost in thought. He sighed, feeling the weight of what lay ahead. Emerging quickly, he noticed Ji Yoonja had poured porridge and was sitting across from him. "I made a small dish with steamed buns. Would you like to try it?" She ventured. "Sure," he replied, and she offered him a spoonful of the dish. As he took a bite, he found it mediocre. Ji Yoonja, glancing at his expression, couldn't decipher whether he liked it. She served herself a portion, quietly eating her meal as they sat in silence. "Are you heading back to your mom's today?" Ji Yoonja asked after wiping her mouth. "By mom, I mean the in-laws, since the visit is tomorrow." Song Jimin paused, contemplating before answering, "No need. I have business to attend to today. You can manage on your own." Ji Yoonja, naturally reluctant to visit her in-laws, nodded, responding, "All right." After he left, she began gathering the dishes, washing the bowls and cups, wiping the condensation from the bathroom glass, and sorting the laundry in preparation for their shared life together. On the second day of their marriage, what kind of business could Song Jimin have? Perhaps he simply wasn't inclined to spend the day at home, aimlessly driving around the city. The roads on a North April day were brisk with wind, yet bright under a clear blue sky. A black SUV sped down the highway, veering left without a distinct destination in mind. In contrast, Ji Yoonjia, feeling equally unmotivated to remain at home, surrounded by the festive decor, tidied up the apartment before venturing out. Given the sensitiveness of the second day, post-wedding, she wasn't daring enough to invite Gu Qing. After wandering through shops and finding it dull, she purchased a ticket for a martial arts film. When she emerged from the cinema, dusk had descended, checking her phone and realizing it was nearly 6 o'clock. Thinking about stopping for a meal at a hot pot restaurant, she suddenly remembered to message Song Jimin, tapping his avatar on WeChat. "Are you coming back for dinner tonight?" Double-checking for typos, she sent the message. In a dimly lit bar, Song Jimin, sipping his drink, glanced at his phone as a notification popped up. After reading her message, he replied, "Not coming back tonight." "All right," Ji Yoonjia responded quickly. After several years since his graduation, this was his first return to that very bar, which had undergone renovations, leaving it unrecognizable from his memories. Only the school remained. Yet time had transformed everything. Swirling his drink in contemplation, he noticed the glimmer of his wedding band through the glass, a reminder of the woman waiting for him. He typed another message, "He'll be back tomorrow morning." When he finally got home, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Ji Yoonjia was already dressed, waiting on the couch. "He'll change first," he said, heading towards the master bedroom. Opening the wardrobe, the first item he saw was the white shirt he wore during the wedding, freshly washed and ironed. He pulled open the drawer, spotting the bright red underwear neatly placed on top. The sight of such personal items felt awkward, causing him to hesitate before opting for something less conspicuous. After quickly changing, he returned to find Ji Yoonjia had laid out a pair of black leather shoes for him. Having known each other for quite some time, his attire typically consisted of shirts and slacks. "This pair has been polished for you," she commented. "Thanks," he replied, taking her bag. "Let's go." The gifts for the return visit had been prepared since the wedding day and had remained in the car. Their parents lived not far away. It was only a 30-minute drive. Upon arriving at Jis family home, just as Ji Yoonjia was about to knock, her parents, Ji Yuanhai and Yang Yueli, opened the door. Before even entering, Song Jimin cheerfully greeted, "Dad, Mom," while bringing in the gifts he was carrying. "Komin, Komin." Yang Yueli beamed, welcoming them enthusiastically as any adoring mother would, her eyes sparkling as they fell on her son-in-law. As they exchanged polite greetings, Yang Yueli quickly said, "You two must be tired. Hurry and sit on the couch and rest." "What have you cooked, Mom?" "It smells wonderful." Ji Yoonjia fretted about her mother potentially probing them on the sofa and creating awkwardness, and swiftly directed her attention elsewhere. "Oh, I made some pork bone soup. You two sit first, eat some fruit, and I'll check on the kitchen," her mother replied. Immediately, Ji Yoonjia linked her arm through her mother's and turned to Song Jimin with a smile. "Jimin, you keep Dad company. You'll see if I can help with anything in the kitchen." "Absolutely," Song Jimin answered with a gentle tone, willing to comply. Her mother adhered to traditional values and did not pry into her relationship with Song Jimin, so it was manageable. Their conversation merely revolved around mundane matters, such as not sleeping in and keeping up with household chores, which Ji Yoonjia navigated with agreeable nods. This was Song Jimin's third visit to her home, and the atmosphere was always jovial. However, the reality remained that they were still not very familiar with each other. They had barely met privately and had yet to be introduced to one another's friends. Yet Song Jimin excelled at navigating these familial gatherings, effortlessly engaging in polite small talk. The fact that they had married only 4 months after meeting had remained unaddressed. It was simply a union fueled by the desires of both families. Thus, under the expectations of their parents, they had chosen each other and tied the knot. After the meal, Song Jimin voluntarily offered to wash the dishes, to which Yang Yueli immediately objected. "How could I let my new son-in-law do the dishes?" "Mom, you've worked hard, take a rest." "Ji Yoonjia, and I can handle this," he insisted, reaching for the plates. Seeing his genuine insistence and lack of pretense pleased Yang Yueli, and she smiled, saying, "All right, I'll leave this to you too. Your dad and I will use this opportunity to take care of some matters." Once her parents had left, Ji Yoonjia's cheerful demeanor dulled as she focused on cleaning the table. "You should take a break, you'll finish up." Song Jimin raised an eyebrow at her, continuing his task of clearing up. "Do you think I'm just putting on an act? Wasn't he?" Ji Yoonjia thought, choosing to remain silent as he continued washing. "Your cooking could use some improvement compared to your mom's," he commented with a light chuckle, nearly critique disguised as jest. Ji Yoonjia paused, feeling the implication of his words that her cooking was subpar. Previously, she had basked in the joy of sleeping in and had meals prepared for her, without the need to hand-wash anyone's undergarments. Feeling a flash of indignation, she shot him a glare, thinking, did he really think he could push her around? Darlong, it's time for your medicine. With that, she picked up the plate and headed into the kitchen, leaving Song Jimming to catch the hint of her frustration. Being the only child of a deputy director likely came with its own set of expectations. He could imagine her being treated like a princess. With a gentle laugh, he followed her into the kitchen. Hold on, I still want to spend time with you. They had gotten married due to family pressures, societal expectations, and compatibility. Countless reasons had led to this union. For parents, marriage was a culmination, a moment to witness their children stepping into a blissful conclusion. But for the youths themselves, it was merely the formal beginning of a life filled with both certainty and uncertainty ahead. Relishing the benefits that family life provided, they also felt the restrictive binds it imposed. Their only choice was to bravely forge ahead, striving to live their lives to the fullest. Once everything was tidied up, they settled down on the sofa. With her parents absent, the man across from her seemed bereft of his earlier energy. Glancing at the bloodshot in his eyes, Ji Yunjia kindly suggested, "Why don't you lie down in my room for a while?" She didn't inquire where he had been or what he had done. The dust on his shoes told her he had walked quite a bit. All right, he consented without resistance. "Call me when Mom and Dad get back." "Okay." She picked up her phone from the coffee table, preparing to browse. As Song Jimming took a few steps out, he turned and called her name. "Yunjia." She lifted her gaze to meet him. "I visited the university campus yesterday. It's been many years since I last went back." He explained about his time away. Ji Yunjia knew he graduated from a prestigious institution, stirring admiration within her heart, stemming from the awe she once held during her own academic days. "What did you score in math on the college entrance exam?" She asked impulsively, then added, just curious. A smile spread across his face, and he looked at her with interest. 148 points. "How about you?" In that moment, Ji Yunjia felt overwhelmed by memories that resurfaced. Math had always been her Achilles heel, and it felt like a reminder that she had struggled harder than others. Noting his expression, she felt an acute inferiority beneath the gaze of a high achiever, shyly responding, "I forget." He seemed skeptical, knowing she could certainly remember her scores. Noticing his disbelief, Ji Yunjia relented. "Just over 100 specifics are hazy." She had scored 121, it was the best she had achieved. "Not bought a score like that is commendable for a girl," Song Jimming reassured her with a soft smile. Did he not find it embarrassing for her to score so low? Ji Yunjia was taken aback by his unexpected affirmation, knowing his character as someone who would have likely ridiculed her during their time at her in-laws' home. "I'm going to take a nap. Don't forget to call me," he reminded her. Ji Yunjia nodded, okay. His consideration was unexpected to her. After returning from Jia's family home, it was nearly 9 in the evening. As she opened the elevator door, the prominent happiness character greeted her once more, deepening her sense of dread. Given that Song Jimming hadn't been drinking and had taken the afternoon to rest, she could think of no reason why he would not fulfill his marital obligations. Yet, despite Song Jimming's striking appearance and physique, to her he remained merely a stranger with connections. Reluctantly dragging herself to finish her shower and clean up the bathroom, she emerged to find him already settled onto the bed. Noticing her presence, he set down his phone, dimming the bedside lamp, then turned to ask, "Aren't you going to sleep?" "Sure," Ji Yunjia answered stiffly as she shuffled to the edge of the bed and slipped under the covers. Seeing her uneasy disposition, Song Jimming felt a flicker of annoyance. He wrapped his arm around her waist and moved her toward the center of the bed. Startled by the touch, she instinctively pushed against his chest. "Not interested?" he asked, brow furrowed. Ji Yunjia understood that he hadn't married her just for appearances, but her body struggled to accept this unfamiliar intimacy. She fell silent, knowing she couldn't express her reluctance, yet her hands remained firmly against him. Though Song Jimming was not particularly driven by desire, he saw the sheen of vulnerability in her eyes, softened by the circumstances binding them both. "Don't cry, I'll sleep in the guest room," he said, sitting up and reaching for a pillow. "Don't!" Ji Yunjia exclaimed, feeling contrition wash over her. "He'll sleep in the guest room instead. We have the same mattress, it makes a little difference." Song Jimming slid on his shoes. "You grab me a blanket." Ji Yunjia regarded his neutral expression, complied silently, and fetched him a blanket. "Tomorrow, please move my clothes into this wardrobe," he instructed as he settled down under the blankets. Ji Yunjia nodded, remaining uncharacteristically silent, aware that something felt amiss. However, she started to form a different impression of Song Jimming, had principles, and wasn't driven solely by desire. She realized that his family had chosen to marry her for reasons beyond just her family background or beauty also played a significant role. Chapter 2. She had envisioned countless scenarios of reunion. Ji Yoonja had 2 days left of her vacation, while Song Jiming had already returned to work at the company. Feeling bored at home, she arranged to have lunch with Gu Qing. They had not planned a honeymoon trip. Neither of them was particularly inclined to go. Song Jiming had told his family that they would wait until school was out for the summer before taking a longer trip. Ji Yoonja strolled through the streets, eventually driving to Jinmao Building. Coincidentally, Gu Qing's company and Song Jiming's were located in the same building, one on the 7th floor and the other on the 17th. Song Jiming, engaged in business, rented an office on the 17th floor. From what he had conveyed, the scale of his operations was not large, though Ji Yoonja did not inquire further, as it was not of primary concern. Despite his impressive demeanor and exceptional talents, if his father were not the esteemed Secretary Song, her parents would not have given their approval. Reflecting on this, Ji Yoonja felt a wave of unease wash over her. She promptly exited the car and sought out the restaurant to divert her attention. She and Gu Qing had agreed to meet at a Chinese restaurant within the corporate district. After a brief wait, Gu Qing arrived, looking somewhat melancholic as she took a seat across from Ji Yoonja, glancing at the neatly arranged tableware and raising an eyebrow to ask, "Are we having air for lunch today?" Ji Yoonja suppressed a smile, unfazed, and replied playfully, "What has got you all worked up today? Is it that rotund fellow again?" Gu Qing huffed in irritation. That insufferable bureaucrat insisted on some ridiculous report at midnight. "So I didn't finish until dawn and my eyes are practically blind," she continued, venting her frustrations about how those in positions of power often acted like tyrants, expecting results while one was still awake. "I warned my father and brother to steer clear of this nonsense. It's a family curse to endure endless inquiries from others." Gu Qing's outburst left the waiter momentarily taken aback. Unable to reconcile such words from a woman of her elegance, Ji Yoonja passed her some rice, having heard Gu Qing criticize him countless times before. Today's remarks were mild in comparison. The fellow in question, known by Gu Qing as that rotund bureaucrat, was not his actual name, but rather a nickname bestowed upon him by Gu Qing. In summary, her assessment of him was that he was short, overweight, excessively meddlesome, and particularly lascivious. Ji Qing accepted the rice, momentarily pausing her tirade, and with a puzzled expression inquired, "Are you planning to eat an entire bowl today?" "Why not? I intend to enjoy every bite," Ji Yoonja said, taking a spoonful for herself. Observing Gu Qing's conflicted desire to eat, Ji Yoonja smiled gently. "You can transform your indignation into strength. Is this the superiority of a married woman speaking?" They had known each other since their sophomore year. And while Gu Qing could only wish her well regarding Ji Yoonja's impulsive marriage, everyone faced their unique struggles. Who knew that taking a step back could lead to broader horizons? Yes, this married woman is indeed going to finish an entire bowl of rice. Ji Yoonja emphasized the words married woman, still feeling somewhat unaccustomed to this new identity. Ji Qing, seemingly realizing something, leaned closer and whispered with a teasing tone, "Are you two harmonious?" Ji Yoonja anticipated her mischievous remarks, her cheeks flushing slightly. "It's going all right." She refrained from mentioning their lack of intimacy, not wanting to worry Gu Qing. Ji Qing raised an eyebrow. Smirking, "That waist of his is just all right." Ji Yoonja playfully swatted her. "Have some decency." Gu Qing gestured toward the floor-to-ceiling window. "Look at that waist." A man in his 30s approached them, not particularly short or overweight. Dressed in a white shirt and dark trousers. However, his waist appeared almost as straight as his upper body, lacking any visible curve. In no comparison, no harm, Gu Qing concluded. Is the disparity really that great? Ji Yoonja had never paid attention to Song Jiming's waist, only noting that he dressed well, believing it was primarily due to his handsome face. Speaking of Ji Yoonja's husband, Gu Qing found it amusing. It was only when the groom arrived to collect her that she realized it was Mr. Song, with whom she had a few brief encounters. This Mr. Song from the 17th floor of Jinmao Building was quite the sensation at their company, thanks to the enthusiastic promotion by the receptionist, who had ensured that everyone knew about the dashing Mr. Song dedicated to his career. Upon recognizing him, Gu Qing considered the possibility that this might be a fortuitous match. Your Mr. Song could be said to have single-handedly boosted the entire Huayan GDP. Huh? Ji Yoonja was bewildered. Thanks to our receptionist's enthusiastic promotion, even I know about the hard-working Mr. Song on the 17th floor. Now, All the single ladies are eager to encounter him while working overtime. Ji Yunjia chuckled lightly, not impervious to the allure of handsomeness, as she could differentiate between attractive and unattractive. However, since her first stirrings of affection, her gaze had consistently been fixed on Gao Yuan. She had witnessed his transformation from youth to adulthood, particularly after he enlisted in the military during his sophomore year, adopting a buzz cut. While not conventionally handsome, he possessed a rugged charm that subtly altered Ji Yunjia's aesthetic preferences. She found herself drawn to men with a more rugged appearance, slightly darker skin tones, making her feelings for Song Jiming's polished looks far less pronounced. As they exited the restaurant, Gu Qing felt a twinge of regret, wishing she had restrained herself from finishing her bowl of rice. Just then, she reached out to pinch Ji Yunjia's waist, exclaiming, "Why is your waist so slender and soft?" Ji Yunjia giggled, playfully swatting her hand away. "Don't touch, it tickles." Gu Qing attempted to pinch her again when Ji Yunjia called out, "Gu Qing?" "Present," Gu Qing replied. Turning her head, Gu Qing followed Ji Yunjia's gaze. "What's up?" Gu Qing froze in place, staring at the man approaching them, whom she hadn't seen in years. Was it 7 or 8? She had imagined countless reunions. Yet in this sprawling city, they had never crossed paths. The man wore a black shirt, his hair neatly styled, a far cry from the boy in a white t-shirt she remembered. He was on the phone, oblivious to their presence, continuing to walk forward. Ji Yunjia noticed Gu Qing's eyes glistening with unshed tears and immediately called out to the man. "Su Shixiang." He halted, unsure whether his phone call had been interrupted or if it was his footsteps that had faltered, furrowing his brow as he regarded the two of them. "Hello." Ji Yunjia took hold of Gu Qing's arm and moved closer. Smiling calmly, "Hello, Su Shixiang. I graduated from T University as well." Ji Yuqing managed to compose herself, offering a faint smile. "Hello, Shixiang." Su Qingchuan recalled who they were after a moment and looked closely at Gu Qing, noticing her newly cropped hair. When Gu Qing fell silent, Ji Yunjia added, "I wonder if Shixiang could spare a business card. We would love to treat you to a meal sometime, at this juncture." Su Qingchuan produced a business card and handed it to Ji Yunjia. "I came here today for business. Perhaps another time, I can treat both of you." With polite nods, he excused himself. "I have other matters to attend to. I must be on my way." Once Su Qingchuan departed, Ji Yunjia led the dazed Gu Qing to sit under a nearby sunshade, and for a long while, they sat in silence. The unfamiliar look in Su Qingchuan's eyes indicated that he had completely forgotten Gu Qing. His offer to treat them to dinner was merely a formality, as they had not exchanged contact information. Eventually, Gu Qing regained her composure, releasing a deep sigh, forcing a smile as she lamented the years she had yearned for this moment, only to find it a mere jest. Yunjia felt a pang of sorrow. Taking Gu Qing's bag and placing Su Qingchuan's business card inside it had been a one-sided longing all along. Gu Qing chuckled self-deprecatingly, reflecting on the countless scenarios she had envisioned. Yet never once had she considered that he might forget her entirely. Was she truly so insignificant that she did not even merit a memory? Ji Yunjia was at a loss for words to comfort her. No amount of reassurance could alleviate the weight of 8 years of waiting. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Gu Qing, allowing her to lean on her shoulder, silently sharing in her sorrow. April in the north is the finest time of the year, with blossoms in full bloom, gentle breezes caressing the skin, and a warm embrace of sunlight. Today's weather was splendid. The previous night's downpour having washed the sky clean, revealing vast expanses of blue with clouds forming various ethereal shapes, resembling misty mountains or celestial gates. The two of them gazed up at the sky, sitting quietly together. Sometimes, a gentle breeze may soothe the heart, Gu Qing mused, her gaze fixed on the heavens. Ji Yunjia tenderly wiped away Gu Qing's fallen tears, softly calling her name. "Gu Ai Qing?" "Hmm," Gu Qing responded. "You must have unearthed his family's ancestral grave in your past life." Hearing her deliver such a deadpan joke, Gu Qing finally broke into laughter. "I'll go dig it up again tonight." Ji Yunjia added, "He is not even that good-looking. He pales in comparison to your beauty. Indeed, blind to both heart and sight, I feel as though I've encountered him before. You must have seen him several times during university." "Can T quite place it? He reminds me of someone." They continued their light-hearted banter until Ji Yunjia spotted someone. "Isn't that your former supervisor?" she asked. Ji Yuqing looked up and recognized the familiar figure approaching. It was indeed that rotund bureaucrat. Gu Qing quickly patted her cheeks to compose herself, preparing to stand. But before she could, the rotund man called out, "Gu supervisor?" With a sigh, Gu Qing bid farewell to Ji Yunjia and hurried over, intercepting him before he could approach. The rotund man nodded at Ji Yunjia from a distance before departing with Gu Qing. Ji Yunjia watched Gu Qing's retreating figure, her heart swelling with concern. What kind of ending would be worthy of her years of waiting? Meanwhile, Song Jiming sat at a table on the second floor, awaiting someone. He overheard one of his companions remark, "Look down there." Another replied, seemingly searching, "Ah, quite the beauty." Song Jiming turned his head upon hearing the sound, revealing a long-haired girl with tresses cascading down to her waist and another with hair that fell to her shoulders. The short-haired girl was nestled against the shoulder of the long-haired one, their figures graceful and their posture intimate, creating a remarkably picturesque scene. "What are they looking at?" Su Chengchuan, who had just ascended the stairs, also glanced down through the glass window. "Is it beautiful?" Song Jiming asked with a smile. Su Chengchuan cast a fleeting glance at the wedding ring adorning Song Jiming's finger, his gaze filled with suspicion. Assuming he had witnessed their conversation below, he replied, "Those two down there are my junior classmates from university. I'm not familiar with them, just a chance encounter." Song Jiming regarded Su Chengchuan, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, and said, "The long-haired one is my wife, and the short-haired one is her bridesmaid." Upon hearing this, the individuals behind them fell silent at once. Su Chengchuan was momentarily taken aback. What a coincidence. He had been stuck on the road for 3 days and had missed his wedding, expecting to face a scolding upon returning home that evening. As he spoke, he poured a cup of tea for Song Jiming, a toast with tea instead of wine. "Congratulations." Song Jiming lightly clinked his cup against Su Chengchuan's, to shared encouragement. After work, Gu Qing finally allowed herself to weep uncontrollably in the car. She clutched the business card tightly against her chest, all her grievances surging forth. Her heart ached, the pain of unrequited love reminiscent of years past, threatening to consume her and leaving her nearly breathless. How could he have forgotten her, like those classmates from university with whom she had little familiarity? Their names lost over the years, he could still choose not to love her, but how could he forget her entirely? She had embraced him, kissed him. How could he so easily cast her aside? The most profound hurt was not that one did not love her, but that she was deemed utterly insignificant in his life, unworthy of remembrance. It was ultimately a farcical one-sided affection. Exhausted from tears, Gu Qing pushed open the car door. The night lacked a moon, a pity given the splendid weather of the day. Lu Yu noticed her daughter entering the house with reddened eyes and a despondent demeanor. Immediately tearing off her facial mask and anxiously inquiring, "What happened?" Qing, Gu Qing, having cried her heart out, appeared listless, her voice devoid of energy. "Mom, I'm fine. I just watched a movie." It was quite tear-jerking. Lu Yu, well aware that this was merely a pretense, understood that her daughter had not dated or engaged in matchmaking over the years, indicating that someone must occupy her heart. Seeing her in such distress might even be a blessing in disguise. Lu Yu took her daughter's hand and led her to the bedroom, softly saying, "Stop watching such dreadful films. You've ruined your makeup. Your brother is coming back this week. I'll have him take you shopping for a bag to lift your spirits. Mom will run a bath for you. A soak will make you feel better." Hearing her mother's gentle chiding, Gu Qing pouted, a fresh wave of tears bubbling up. Lu Yu, noticing her daughter's impending tears, sighed, "Your father will be home soon. If he finds out, he might go and break that lad's legs." Gu Qing nodded, understanding her mother all too well. Indeed, her mother was aware of everything. The holiday swiftly passed, and everything returned to its usual rhythm. Ji Yunjia also resumed her work. Due to the morning's tight schedule and Song Jiming's prior comment on her culinary skills, she comfortably dismissed the idea of making breakfast. Song Jiming showed no signs of dissatisfaction, recognizing that both of them had jobs and that mornings were precious to everyone. As a budding entrepreneur, Song Jiming was heavily involved in his work, often either working late or drinking, with hardly any days off. Consequently, dinner was rarely prepared, and they returned to their respective homes to eat. Ji Yunjia worked as a music teacher at a middle school, with a fixed schedule of 8 to 5, and spent almost every evening dining at her parents' home, often enduring her mother's endless nagging, who sometimes insisted she learn to cook. In contrast, Song Jiming's mother would prepare meals for him. If he drank too much, he would sleep at Yayu Garden. Ji Yunjia, finishing work early, would tidy up the room and wash any items needing hand washing before Song Jiming returned. To avoid the awkwardness of hanging clothes on the balcony, she would dry them and put them directly into the cabinet. As for their cohabitation, Song Jiming was entirely focused on his career, busy to the point of not having his feet on the ground. They had tacitly agreed to sleep in separate rooms, creating a harmonious atmosphere where life was tranquil. Chapter 3. He deserves to shine brightly. Gu Qing did not reach out to Su Qingchuan, continuing her daily work as usual, yet her eyes lacked vitality, resembling a marionette. Ji Yunjia observed this with a heavy heart but felt powerless to intervene. During university, she and Su Qingchuan had hardly spoken, akin to strangers. Thus, she made it a point to call Gu Qing whenever she had free time, hoping to prevent her from spiraling into overthinking. They talked on the phone daily. At first, Song Jiming thought little of it, but as time passed, he found it puzzling how two women could have so much to discuss. Even after a full day of shopping, they would still engage in lengthy conversations at night. On this particular Sunday, upon awakening, Song Jiming found Ji Yunjia already dressed. He asked, "Are you going out?" "Yes," she replied, changing her shoes. "That I'm meeting Gu Qing." Again, Gu Qing. Last night, his mother had advised him to work less and spend more time with Ji Yunjia to nurture their relationship. Now that he had a day off, she was going out again. And what was this nonsense about nurturing feelings? Song Jiming felt a twinge of dissatisfaction but concealed it, advising, "Drive safely." Afterward, he transferred some money to her. Upon hearing the notification sound, Ji Yunjia paused before the door. "You transferred money?" she asked. "Yes," he replied, "that I have money to use." The amount was roughly equivalent to her monthly salary. She hardly spent anything as the household expenses weren't her responsibility. "Keep it. I'll send you the same amount at the beginning of each month. If it's not enough, let me know." Having married her, he naturally intended to provide for her. Ji Yunjia felt undeserving. "Really? It's unnecessary. My funds suffice." But Song Jiming insisted, and Ji Yunjia reluctantly accepted. "Is there anything you want to buy?" she inquired. "No," he answered curtly. "The weather is getting warm. Should I buy you a couple of t-shirts?" Ji Yunjia suggested tentatively, actually wanting to say, "Aren't those shirts in the cabinet hot? I need to meet clients." "Shirts are more convenient," he replied, then reconsidered. "Buy 2 white t-shirts. Size 180 will do." In truth, he had already purchased some and had them in the trunk of the car, yet hadn't had the chance to wear them. Yunjia arrived at the mall at the agreed time. For women, happiness often came from shopping. Ji Yuqing continuously tried on clothes. "This is so unfriendly to my wallet. Everything looks good. What should I do?" Gu Qing often put on a facade of nonchalance to spare her worries. Ji Yunjia snatched 3 skirts from her hands. "You're going for a team-building event, remember? Team building isn't a vacation. There will be physical activities and various group competitions." As she spoke, she picked out a t-shirt and shorts nearby. "We're here to buy this." Gu Qing held up a pair of white shorts, seemingly satisfied. "Well, my legs are long and fair." Ji Yunjia then selected a loose-fitting t-shirt. "This is good too. It prevents anyone from getting the wrong idea." "Do you think someone would get the wrong idea about me?" Gu Qing scoffed. "Anyone I can hit would kneel and call me father." Duh. Ji Yunjia chuckled, playfully hitting her. "Got it, heroine. Having beauty can lead to trouble, but it's not something to say lightly." Ji Yuqing remained unfazed. She had never been one to fear such things. Ji Yunjia picked up a plain t-shirt, holding it up against herself, the length just right to cover her thighs. "Isn't this a men's style? Who's wearing it, you or him?" Gu Qing asked. "Of course, it's for him." Hearing this, Gu Qing smirked. "You could wear it for him too, exposing those long, fair legs. Innocent yet alluring." "I don't want to." Ji Yunjia immediately refused, believing that their current state was ideal. Though she had no intention of committing to anyone for life, a period of acceptance was necessary. "Look at how handsome Song Jiming is. Wearing it once wouldn't hurt," Gu Qing exclaimed, glancing at Ji Yunjia's chest. "Let's buy 2 pieces of Victoria's Secret sleepwear. It'll definitely cure his overtime syndrome." Ji Yunjia was left speechless. "He's quite serious. He doesn't have as many frivolous thoughts as you." Even at home, Song Jiming would emerge from the bathroom looking impeccably dressed, showing no interest in her beauty whatsoever. Ji Yuqing pouted, indignantly stating, "It's all your Mr. Song's fault. I've been dragged into working overtime for several days, and I'm exhausted all over," Yunjia retorted. "You're really good at blaming others without reason." Yu Qing wrapped her arms around Ji Yunjia's waist, playfully saying, "John Yo, I want to soak in some soup. In this weather?" Yes. Gu Qing nodded. I need a massage. After a light lunch, the two went to soak in the soup, not emerging until after 5 in the afternoon. Rejuvenated after their soak, Gu Qing dragged Ji Yunjia to stroll along the pedestrian street. I'll eat out. Ji Yunjia texted Song Jiming. Their conversations were often limited to such exchanges. Okay, Song Jiming replied as customary. Coming from a wealthy family engaged in business, Gu Qing was financially independent and spent money freely, often impulsively buying anything she fancied. Before long, both of their hands were full of shopping bags. Ji Yunjia, lacking Gu Qing's stamina, stopped to watch her. Gu Ai Qing. My hands are about to break. I command you to take these back to the car. Yes, Your Highness, I shall return promptly. Gu Qing laughed as she took the bags from Ji Yunjia. Thus, the remedy for worries was simply shopping. Ji Yunjia hadn't walked far when she spotted Song Jiming sitting outside a bar. The entrance of the bar featured an American-style awning, its walls adorned with blooming wild roses. The heavy wicker tables and chairs contrasted starkly with the vibrant flowers, creating a scene that seemed like a painting. Needing no composition to be a masterpiece, he donned a pristine white t-shirt, leisurely reclining in a rattan chair, listening to the words of the person across from him. His hair, unkempt, cascaded down, obscuring his brows and eyes, while a gentle breeze tousled the soft strands. His gaze sparkled with clarity. Perhaps it was the day's sunset, so extraordinarily beautiful. Perhaps the evening wind caressing his face was too gentle. Or perhaps the fragrance of roses in the air was overwhelming. He smiled, a bright and charming expression that radiated warmth. Ji Yunjia mused that he truly embodied the essence of youth and vitality. Turning to leave, she did not wish to intrude upon his time with his friend. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the figure across from Song Jiming was Su Chengchuan. Had she approached him then, she would have had a chance to inquire about Su Chengchuan, and her current feelings of helplessness and frustration might have been avoided. Before she knew it, the May Day holiday arrived. Gu Qing went on a team-building trip, while Ji Yunjia found solace in the comfort of her home. Recently, she had been subjected to her mother's incessant nagging, leading her to forego meals there and instead remain indoors all day. That evening, Ji Yunjia received a call from her mother-in-law, conveying that Song Jiming had drunk too much and requested her to fetch him home. In truth, she wished to say that he could simply stay there. But as a gentle and obedient daughter-in-law, she readily agreed. Chapter 4. Bringing the drunkard home with a heavy heart, Ji Yunjia hastily removed the facial mask she had just applied, quickly tidying her face before changing her clothes and heading downstairs. She applied a light touch of makeup in the taxi. She refrained from driving to avoid the inconvenience of Song Jiming needing to retrieve his car from Yayuan the following morning. As she entered the house, Ji Yunjia immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. Upon seeing her, Ji Yanqing managed a faint smile. Yunjia is here. Song Jianjun lowered the newspaper he had been reading and turned his gaze to Ji Yunjia. Yunjia. Thank you for running this errand. It's late, so you two should head back early to rest. All right, Ji Yunjia nodded obediently. I will go call him. Approaching the door, she lightly knocked twice before pushing it open, revealing Song Jiming reclining in a black and white gaming chair, his arms draped over the armrests, eyes closed. Ji Yunjia gently shut the door behind her and walked over, noticing a hint of irritation on his face. Remembering her mother-in-law's stern expression, she wondered if they had quarreled. Let us go home. Hand me the car keys. Song Jiming feigned ignorance, not even lifting his eyelids. Ji Yunjia sat at the edge of the bed, puzzled. When out in public, Song Jiming appeared mature and dignified, yet at home, he transformed into a different person, slothful and temperamentally capricious. Seeing his indifference, Ji Yunjia continued in a soft tone, Your parents are waiting for us to leave. Are you going to keep sulking here? Frustration boiled within Song Jiming. Just a month into their marriage, his mother had begun pressuring him to have children. He understood the weight of responsibility, yet he was a person with emotions. How could he disregard the gravity of procreation? It was irresponsible for him, for her, and for the child. How long have we known each other? How many times have we met? Fine, you proposed marriage, and I agreed. But it's only been a few days. Why the rush? He glared at his mother. Isn't getting married all about having children? Why are you making such a fuss? Ji Yanqing retorted angrily. And that's why you and Dad fought for so many years. Song Jiming, intoxicated, would normally never dare to speak so defiantly to his mother. Song Jiming. Song Jianjun's voice boomed, causing him to fall silent. However, the remark seemed to strike a fragile nerve in Ji Yanqing, and compounded with the resentment over Song Jiming's past decisions, especially regarding that woman. Her anger erupted, hurling insults at him. With his father present, Song Jiming dared not retort, enduring his mother's tirade before storming back to his room in a huff. He sighed silently, not wishing to trouble Ji Yunjia as he sat up. His gaze caught her suppressed smile at the corner of her mouth. "What's so funny?" He furrowed his brow, questioning her. Having just argued with her mother-in-law? Ji Yunjia dared not laugh. She merely found his irritable demeanor unexpectedly endearing. Song Jiming pinched the bridge of his nose. "If you knew why we were fighting, you wouldn't be smiling." "Huh?" Ji Yunjia looked perplexed. Song Jiming shot her a sidelong glance and said mischievously, "Mom wants us to hurry up and have a baby." He withheld the truth. The pressure to conceive was merely a trigger, while years of pent-up grievances were the real cause. "What?" Ji Yunjia exclaimed in surprise. "How did it end?" "We had a quarrel." Song Jiming stumbled as he stood, and Ji Yunjia rushed to steady him, noting her mother-in-law's expression. Even if he hadn't won, at least he hadn't conceded, and she silently applauded him. Seeing her son emerge, Ji Yanqing offered no warmth. Song Jianjun cleared his throat and instructed Ji Yunjia, "Drive carefully on your way back and call us when you arrive home." Ignoring this, Song Jiming remained unresponsive, while Ji Yunjia quickly replied, "All right, Dad." She turned to Ji Yanqing, saying, "Mom, we're leaving. You and Dad should get some rest." Ji Yanqing adjusted her glasses and bid her farewell. "Thank you for your efforts, Yunjia." Supporting the swaying Song Jiming, Ji Yunjia admired his resilience. Despite his state, his fighting spirit remained intact. Her mother-in-law, a formidable figure in the realm of discipline, clearly did not hold back her displeasure, insisting Ji Yunjia bring Song Jiming home in the dead of night. The ride was silent. With his hair obscuring his brows and eyes, Ji Yunjia could not discern if he was awake or asleep. Fearing he might be sick, so she drove cautiously. "Song Jiming," she called softly, "we're home." When he did not respond, she was about to call again when she noticed him fumbling with the seatbelt clasp with his left hand. Ji Yunjia quickly circled the car to assist him. Thankfully, Song Jiming was well-mannered even in his inebriated state, quietly removing his shoes and heading straight to the guest room to sleep. Ji Yunjia poured a glass of warm water and placed it on the bedside table. As she observed him lying on the bed, her gaze inadvertently lingered on his waist, cinched with a black leather belt, his white shirt neatly tucked into tailored trousers, showcasing broad shoulders and a tapered waist. Indeed, he was quite appealing. Seeing him motionless, she inquired, "Do you need help undressing?" She was no Na'vi girl. She could perform the duties of a wife without hesitation. With effort, Song Jiming turned to sit up, eyes still closed, one hand propping himself up while the other fumbled with the collar buttons. "I can manage. You should go to sleep. There's warm water by the bed. Call me if you need anything." Ji Yunjia turned on the bedside lamp, switched off the main light, and closed the door behind her. The following day, Ji Yunjia awoke naturally, the house as tranquil as ever. Planning to boil a couple of eggs for breakfast, she was surprised to see Song Jiming emerge from his room, wearing a short-sleeved loungewear, unsure if he had changed yesterday or this morning. "Taking the day off today?" Ji Yunjia asked, genuinely astonished. Since their marriage, regardless of how much he drank the night before, he always reported to work punctually without fail. Noticing her surprise, Song Jiming realized he might have overworked himself. Their time together was scarce, and although they had quarreled the previous day, the matter of having children was unavoidable. "Yes, I'm off today." Receiving his affirmative response, Ji Yunjia smiled slightly. "Then I'll prepare breakfast. Noodles or instant noodles?" Though he rarely dined at home, Song Jiming was well aware of her culinary skills, which hardly matched her beauty. "Instant noodles. You should wash up. The noodles will be ready soon." As Ji Yunjia turned to head into the kitchen, she suddenly remembered something and poked her head out to ask, "Should I scramble the eggs or make fried eggs?" He caught a glimpse of the fleeting dimple at the corner of her mouth, finding it rather endearing. Song Jiming thought perhaps he had indeed indulged too much last night. Still needing cold water to clear his head, scrambled. After he replied, he entered the bathroom. The instant noodles were soon ready, and they sat down across from each other. "Not bad. Today was a success," Ji Yunjia remarked as she handed him chopsticks. Song Jiming lowered his head to begin eating, noticing her unusually good mood, and contemplated whether to suggest a shopping trip. "What are your plans for today?" "I'm picking up Guqing at noon. Her team-building event ends today." Upon hearing Guqing's name, Song Jiming's mood soured. He responded with a nonchalant Initially indifferent to Guqing, He now found her name irksome. Though they were supposed to be family, Gu Qing monopolized Ji Yunjia's time and energy, leaving him feeling like a mere accessory. Does Gu Qing have a boyfriend? Song Jiming asked, lowering his eyelids, feigning casualness. Ji Yunjia was somewhat taken aback by his inquiry. He typically did not pry into her affairs, just as she did not inquire into his. What is it to you? She replied, reluctant to answer. Nothing, just that I have a few single friends, your groomsmen? Yes, Song Jiming responded casually. They're not bad. Ji Yunjia, unwilling to delve into Gu Qing's personal matters, replied, Gu Qing isn't interested. Song Jiming squinted, noting that both Lu Jing and Xiao Chan were handsome, yet none had caught her eye. My cousin from my aunt's side is around my age. You didn't see him during the wedding. You could meet him sometime. Over the years, Gu Qing had been set up on numerous blind dates, encountering both attractive and less appealing suitors, but her heart had always belonged to Su Chengchuan, making it irrelevant whether others were suitable. Ji Yunjia interjected, no need. With such a close relationship, it would be awkward if things didn't work out. Song Jiming observed her expression with an inscrutable demeanor and continued, one day, I shall arrange a gathering for everyone to share a meal and become acquainted. This. Ji Yunjia furrowed her brow and replied dismissively, let's talk about it later. Song Jiming chose not to press further and lowered his head to eat his noodles. In this world, no man is oblivious to his own allure, and many have harbored desires for his female clients. Yet, Ji Yunjia remained unaffected by him, her gaze consistently calm and unperturbed. He dared not entertain troubling thoughts, yet the seeds of doubt began to sprout within him. Chapter 5. The subtle rules. Ji Yunjia picked up Gu Qing from a team-building event and listened as she rambled on about how, under her leadership, they had successfully pinned Lu Mingjing against the wall of shame. Ji Yunjia laughed along, aware that while Gu Qing could be quite domineering, she was not one to wield her beauty as a weapon. She was genuinely formidable, albeit with a delicate appearance. How is your promotion coming along? Ji Yunjia inquired. It's just a matter of a few days post-holiday. The process is nearly complete, Gu Qing responded, her lips curling into a smile that couldn't hide her pride. Finally, I will be able to hold my head high. Seeing Gu Qing's triumphant demeanor brought Ji Yunjia both joy and amusement. Had you gone to your brother's place back then, who would have dared to cross you? Gu Qing immediately feigned innocence. I simply couldn't bear to part with you. Despite her father's and brother's persuasion, she had steadfastly refused to leave. She yearned to remain in this city, for Ji Yunjia and also for Su Chengchuan. She knew he resided locally and thought that as long as she stayed, they would inevitably cross paths. Understanding her sentiments, Ji Yunjia refrained from further comments until she recalled Song Jiming's words from the morning. Jesting, this morning, Song Jiming seemed to be playing matchmaker, asking if any of his groomsmen caught your fancy. Ji Yuqing burst into laughter. That is the legendary Mr. Song. It's indeed quite hard to imagine. Noticing her reluctance to engage, Ji Yunjia added, he mentioned that his aunt has a cousin around his age, which seems rather suitable. Oh, really? Who is his cousin? Gu Qing casually replied, if I were to marry his cousin, would you have to call me cousin-in-law? Ji Yunjia, anticipating her nonchalant attitude, responded, I haven't met him. I was stuck in traffic for 3 days during the wedding, and we never crossed paths afterward. Let's put it aside for now. I am quite busy with my promotion. Ji Yunjia nodded in agreement. I conveyed a similar sentiment to him. The following day, after work, Gu Qing received an instruction from Tu Feiyuan to deliver a document. Reluctant to go, she ultimately had no choice but to set aside the menu and told Ji Yunjia, you order first. I need to deliver this. Ji Yunjia cautioned, no rush, drive carefully and be safe. Ji Yuqing first returned to Huayuan to collect the document before proceeding to the address provided by Tu Feiyuan. The location was an apartment building over 30 stories high, with narrow internal roads making parking quite a challenge. Ji Yuqing, already irate, felt her mood worsen. However, before Tu Feiyuan opened the door, she took a deep breath and donned a professional smile. Manager Wang, here are the materials. Tu Feiyuan, dressed in his usual shirt and slacks, noticed Gu Qing at the door and said, come in, I'll hand it directly to you. I have a bit of. Tu Feiyuan turned and walked inside. Change your shoes. Ji Yuqing rolled her eyes inwardly at his back but complied and changed her shoes before entering. The room was small, around 30 square meters, with average DCOR, and she could see the entirety of it at a glance. She noticed him seated on the sofa and gently placed the documents on the coffee table before he could speak. Tu Feiyuan then commanded, go fetch me 2 cups of water. Certainly, Gu Qing replied. turning to fetch the cups and pouring water. "Please, have a seat," Tu Feiyuan said. "The client will arrive tomorrow afternoon. We need to discuss this project." Ji Yuqing was irritated. Clients do not simply appear without prior notice. Surely there is a schedule. Why could they not discuss this during work hours? Did the world end tomorrow morning? She simply wanted to run home for dinner, and the thought of confronting him was infuriating. "Let us start with your thoughts," he urged. As time ticked by and night fell, Guqing noticed he showed no signs of stopping. "Finally," she said, "it's getting late. I won't disturb your rest any longer. Please, drink some water." Tu Feiyuan glanced at the untouched cup in front of her. "Let me discuss your promotion again." Having spoken for so long, Guqing felt parched and replied, "Go ahead." She took a sip from her cup. Observing her drink half the water, Tu Feiyuan leaned back against the sofa, his tone softening. "The promotion paperwork will be finalized in the next couple of days. You should prepare for the handover." Tu Feiyuan continued to ramble on, and Guqing politely responded to each point. "You know, I have faced considerable pressure regarding your promotion, especially with Lu Mingjing's capabilities." As he spoke, he accidentally knocked over an untouched cup of water beside him. Guqing quickly grabbed a tissue from the coffee table to clean it up, but to her surprise, Tu Feiyuan's hand brushed against hers. "In terms of seniority, Lu Mingjing ranks ahead of you." Startled, Guqing instantly withdrew her hand, while Tu Feiyuan wore an expression of feigned innocence, as if the touch had been accidental. Unable to leave immediately since her promotion paperwork was incomplete, she replied, "Please, don't move. Let me clean it up." Seeing her compliance, Tu Feiyuan's small, beady eyes gleamed with satisfaction. He believed that with enough leverage, no woman could escape his grasp. Ji Yuqing, with her alluring figure and natural charm, had long captured his attention. The cup of water had been tampered with. He merely needed to bide his time, and soon enough, she would be ensnared. Once the deed was done, what could she do? Who would believe it was not consensual? Would she dare to speak out? Guqing recognized that Tu Feiyuan's earlier contact had been deliberate. He was testing her boundaries. It seemed the document delivery was but a ruse, and his true intentions were far more sinister. After tidying up the coffee table, she declared, "You should rest. I will take my leave now." Upon hearing this, Tu Feiyuan feigned a glance at his watch and said, "Why don't you have dinner before heading back? I can order something." "That won't be necessary," Guqing replied, rising to leave. "Please, stay put." Noticing her determination to depart, Tu Feiyuan said nothing further and accompanied her to the door. Just as Guqing reached for the handle, the man suddenly lunged at her from behind, one hand gripping her waist while the other seized her breast. Seeing the woman in his embrace offer no resistance, Tu Feiyuan smirked internally, believing her to be a chaste maiden. How naive! After all his scheming, he would relish this moment. "Don't touch me," Guqing shouted in fury. The pain in her chest jolted her into clarity. She had never endured such humiliation. How could anyone dare to treat her this way? In school, if anyone dared to make a move on her, her brother would have rushed to teach them a lesson. "Let go of me!" Guqing screamed, her fury unabated. Perhaps the rising and falling of her chest only urged Tu Feiyuan on, as he attempted to slide his hand further beneath her clothing. He felt no fear. If he could just have his way with her, he was certain she would not dare to raise an outcry. Eventually, she'd cry and submit. How could she dare to expose him? Chapter 6. Brought to his knees, Guqing seized his wrist, preventing him from advancing further, while her other hand twisted his fingers back painfully. Tu Feiyuan recoiled, grasping for her hand, and in that moment of struggle, they were separated. Tu Feiyuan, nursing his pain, glared at her with indignation. "I am doing you a favor by offering you this opportunity. Don't be ungrateful." At this, Guqing lost all semblance of rationality. "To hell with your promotion." In 2 swift strides, she delivered a powerful shoulder throw. Though Tu Feiyuan was shorter, he was stocky, and his weight crashed to the floor with a dull thud, leaving him momentarily stunned. Guqing followed up with a flurry of strikes. In her rage, she failed to notice the fear in his eyes, nor did she heed his pleas for mercy. Only the sound of her fists landing could quell her fury. Eventually, exhausted from the onslaught, she gripped his hair and lifted his face. "Didn't you want to sleep with me? Cat got your tongue." Just as he attempted to respond, she delivered a resounding slap. "Silence!" Dragging his hair, Guqing forced him backward, and he had no choice but to follow her lead, his legs straining against the ground in an effort to alleviate the pain in his scalp until he was kneeling. Removing one of her high-heeled shoes, she brandished the sharp heel, sending a tremor of fear through Tu Feiyuan. With a swift motion, she tapped the sole against his reddened face, commanding, "Call me Grandma." Surprised by this elegant woman's unexpected ferocity, Tu Feiyuan realized he had underestimated her resolve. He had truly fallen into his own trap. Glancing at the heel, he resigned himself to his fate. As the saying goes, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Gu Qing struck him with the shoe again. "Shut up!" she yelled. Tu Feiyuan's face trembled from the blow, silencing him instantly. Yet Gu Qing seemed to have lost her senses. Relentlessly striking him with the heel, "I said, shut up." Tu Feiyuan, drained of energy and lacking the stamina to resist, could do nothing but plead for mercy. Yet Gu Qing, in her current state, struck whether he spoke or remained silent. Whether he resisted or submitted, it was only when he uttered the words "call the police" that she finally regained her composure. Jiu Qing tossed the shoe onto the coffee table, declaring, "Call." If Tu Feiyuan could, he would have relished. Should he choose to report the incident, he could claim it was a violent conflict sparked by a disagreement. However, what if the women he had taken advantage of decided to come forward and testify against him? Although it is highly likely they would refrain from doing so for the sake of their reputations, there remains a lingering fear of the unforeseen. Furthermore, Gu Qing holds a supervisory position. If this matter were to escalate to headquarters, it could adversely affect his future prospects. Should this situation spiral out of control, Dai Bin would undoubtedly be the first to make him pay. To avoid jeopardizing the broader plan, it would be prudent to keep the peace for now. Tu Feiyuan swiftly weighed the pros and cons and resolved to swallow this grievance for the time being. But he firmly concluded that Gu Qing could not be allowed to remain. She must be dealt with expeditiously. "Get out!" Tu Feiyuan shouted, pointing toward the door, fearing Gu Qing might retaliate. It wasn't until they exited the apartment that Gu Qing dared to let her tears flow. How could she have been so foolish? Tu Feiyuan, driving a vehicle worth 700,000 or 800,000, living in such a low-end apartment. He must have long desired to owe her something. Yunjia, upon seeing her state, exclaimed in surprise, "What happened to you?" Her eyes were red, hair disheveled. Upon seeing Yunjia, Gu Qing's tears gushed forth, yet she restrained the impulse to sob uncontrollably, stammering, "Jia, I want to have a drink." Don't cry, don't cry." Yunjia immediately embraced her shoulders. "Let's go upstairs." Yunjia reserved a small private room, and once the server left, Gu Qing finally allowed herself to cry freely. Tu Feiyuan touched my chest. "He still wants to sleep with me. My career is ruined. I want to call my brother to beat him up." Jiu Qing recounted the events that had just transpired in fragmented phrases, and only after hearing the entirety did Ji Yunjia feel relieved, gently patting her back and continuously comforting her. Although Gu Qing was formidable, she was still a young woman, and such an ordeal was inevitably disorienting and frightening for her. Once Gu Qing finished her lament, she became more composed. "Let's not tell my brother. If he finds out, I would have to resign. If Tu Feiyuan were to be beaten, he certainly would not let it go easily." Ji Yunjia pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Tomorrow is Saturday. You should rest for a couple of days and reassess the situation." Jiu Qing rubbed her temples. Her blood pressure had been high, causing her head to spin. The thought of facing Tu Feiyuan on Monday made her feel even more dizzy, and she grabbed a bottle of beer, taking a large gulp. "I don't want to think about it. Tomorrow's matters can wait, and it's too bothersome." Song Jiming resolved to return home earlier in the future. While this was partly due to his mother's nagging, he himself understood that this marriage was likely to last a lifetime. Simply greeting one another and retreating to their respective rooms to sleep was not a sustainable approach. More time should be devoted to nurturing their relationship. Unfortunately, upon opening the door, he was met with a dark living room, illuminated only by a small night light. The house was eerily quiet, and the pink slippers were neatly arranged at the entrance. "She hasn't returned yet." Song Jiming took out his phone, finding no new messages from Ji Yunjia. "Is she staying at her mother's tonight?" He quickly typed out a message to Ji Yunjia. After pouring himself a glass of water in the kitchen, he noted Ji Yunjia had not replied. He tried calling 3 times, but no one answered. He considered reaching out to Gu Qing but realized their only interaction had been on their wedding day, and he had no contact information for her. Thus, he waited another half an hour. Noticing it was nearly 10 o'clock, Song Jiming reluctantly dialed his mother-in-law's number, subtly inquiring, only to discover Ji Yunjia was not there. Growing increasingly anxious, He continued to call Ji Yunjia's phone. Fortunately, on the fourth attempt, a server answered, informing him that the two ladies were at a KTV private room, intoxicated. As he descended the stairs and called for a ride, he surmised that one of the women must be Gu Qing. He then called Su Chengchuan, who resided nearby, asking for assistance. Song Jiming arrived first, settling the bill at the bar before heading upstairs. As he pushed open the door, he kicked a bottle, which rolled several times before coming to a stop. A glance around revealed the floor littered with bottles. Ji Yunjia had her arms wrapped around Gu Qing's neck, nestled against her, whispering something softly. The seed of suspicion in Song Jiming's heart sprouted instantly, and a surge of anger flooded his mind. She was indifferent to him, unwilling to share a bed. He could wait, he could endure the passage of time until their mutual resentment faded, allowing life to carry on. Yet now, the thought of the possible ignited a sense of humiliation that scorched his heart. Chapter 7. If I hadn't been drugged last night, Song Jiming furrowed his brow and pulled Gu Qing's arm, guiding her to lean against the sofa. Ji Yunjia, sensing the movement beside her, slowly lifted her head, her intoxicated eyes gazing at him dreamily, a silly smile gracing her lips. You look so handsome. Hearing the commotion, Gu Qing swayed to her feet but faltered, collapsing back against Ji Yunjia, struggling to look up at the standing man and slurred, You look like your husband. After which, she hiccuped and fell limp against Ji Yunjia. Motionless, Yu Chengchuan entered to find Song Jiming sitting in a corner of the coffee table, his expression a mask of displeasure. What is going on? His tone remained gentle. I want to know too. Song Jiming cursed, rising in anger and roughly pulling Gu Qing away from Ji Yunjia, letting her slump to the other side. Although the room was dimly lit, Su Chengchuan immediately recognized the woman as Gu Qing. Noticing his furious demeanor, he remarked, Is it really necessary to be this angry over a few drinks? Song Jiming could not voice his suspicions. Suppressing his rage, he said, Help me get her home. He rummaged through Gu Qing's bag, pulled out her ID, and handed it to Su Chengchuan. This is the address. After which, he hoisted Ji Yunjia into his arms. Hand me her shoes and bag. Once Song Jiming departed, Su Chengchuan intended to help Gu Qing put on her shoes and assist her out. However, the woman on the sofa was completely unconscious, so he had no choice but to carry her to a taxi. The driver frequently glanced at the rearview mirror. Had Su Chengchuan not appeared somewhat respectable, he might have been taken to the police station. The car navigated through traffic, stopping and starting. Su Chengchuan held Gu Qing against his shoulder to prevent any jolting. Her body felt soft, and her wavy shoulder-length hair did little to conceal her delicate collarbone. Lowering his head slightly, he could glimpse the snowy expanse of her chest. The scent of her femininity mingled with the alcohol in his system, igniting a feeling of yearning within him. He suddenly recalled a night long ago when the moon shone brightly. She had pinned him against the wall of the classroom building, her strength overwhelming, yet her lips were soft, kissing him without rhyme or reason. Just like her present form, both soft and fragrant. After years apart, she had shed the exuberance of youth, transforming from a girl into an elegant woman. She had always been stunning, but now she was enchanting. Su Chengchuan felt the urge to sneak another glance at the snowy expanse beneath her clothing. Yet he restrained himself, unwilling to take advantage of her in such a state. He straightened his posture, staring ahead. The driver parked at the entrance of the residential complex. Though not new, the complex remained highly regarded due to its proximity to a reputable school district. Su Chengchuan carried Gu Qing along the winding paths of the complex. The area was lush with greenery, dark and tranquil. Some trees had grown over the years to obscure the building numbers. Given the late hour, few people were around, making it challenging for Su Chengchuan to find someone to inquire about Gu Qing's home. He attempted to rouse Gu Qing once more, but upon leaning down, he saw her head drooping like a broken doll, her bright red lips slightly parted. With a handbag slung over his shoulder and high heels in hand, he appeared rather peculiar at this hour. Any lingering fantasies he had harbored in the taxi dissipated in the midst of Gu Qing's intermittent retching. The following morning, Ji Yunjia woke, rubbing her eyes and realizing she hadn't removed her mascara. After pulling back the covers, she found herself still clad in the dress from the previous day. Instantly, memories of last night's drunken escapades flooded back, and she felt a wave of regret wash over her. She had worn makeup all night. Her pores had been clogged for hours, and her eyes were still adorned with remnants of makeup. After drinking the previous night, her face seemed slightly swollen. Goodness, What a travesty. Resigned, Ji Yunjia removed her makeup and took a shower. Once she had dried her hair and ventured out, she found Song Jiming seated at the dining table, looking as impeccable as ever in his shirt and slacks. His hair meticulously styled. "Aren't you going to work?" she asked, casting a furtive glance at Song Jiming's expression. Despite the current era promoting gender equality and freedom, her late-night drinking and absence from home was undeniably inappropriate. Song Jiming did not lift his gaze, continuing to eat the porridge in his bowl. "Is he angry?" Ji Yunjia sat down awkwardly, searching for conversation. "Is this porridge good?" She reached for a box of porridge. He ignored her. Noting his continued silence, Ji Yunjia thought to herself, "He is sitting there dressed like that, clearly waiting to reprimand me. Yet he has gotten drunk more often than I have." She concluded that if she submitted now, he would only become more overbearing in the future. Therefore, she would have to muster her courage and play the blame game. "Song Jiming, when you got drunk, I did my utmost to take care of you. Why didn't he reciprocate by helping me remove my makeup? Do you know how damaging this is to a woman's skin? I woke up this morning and found mascara in my eyes." Just then, Song Jiming lifted his gaze, his expression cutting her off as he said, trying to suppress his voice, "I called you 7 times. Even if you went out drinking, you should have informed me in advance so I could pick you up." Ji Yunjia froze, quickly checking her phone and discovering a failed message. She immediately explained, "I sent you a message at 9 o'clock. After sending it, I waited for you to come pick me up." She then held her phone out to show him the message, which contained the details of where to meet her. "I had no intention of drinking so much, but it was only upon seeing you that I felt emboldened to sleep." Realizing her guilt, Ji Yunjia offered a few quiet explanations, recalling how she had been so intoxicated the previous night that she couldn't recognize anyone. Song Jiming's tone turned even colder. "You called me big brother last night, huh?" Ji Yunjia's face flushed with embarrassment, yet she stubbornly denied it. "Impossible. Why did you drink so much?" Song Jiming speculated that, given her temperament, there must be a reason. Judging by his expression, Ji Yunjia knew she had better provide a justification that could surpass even the most formidable of excuses, or else she would be doomed. She dared not mention that Gu Qing had been molested, as it would tarnish her reputation. She understood how unforgiving society could be towards women in such matters. After all, it takes 2 to tango. And a fly does not land on an egg without cracks. Last night, Gu Qing realized her promotion had fallen through, which left her feeling distressed. The mere mention of Gu Qing's name made Song Jiming explode. "Don't mention Gu Qing to me." After saying this, he grabbed his car keys and added curtly, "I'm going to work," before storming out without a backward glance. What could have triggered such a sudden outburst? Although he was somewhat displeased with her drinking, he had seemed fine just moments before. "Did you throw up on him last night?" Ji Yunjia asked Gu Qing. "I don't know." Gu Qing replied as she pulled back the curtains. "I blacked out." "What about you?" Ji Yunjia inquired. Ji Qing had returned to her usual fearless demeanor as she lazily remarked, "What else could happen? It's impossible for me to resign with my tail between my legs." This was in line with Gu Qing's character. Ji Yunjia knew that advising her was futile, so she simply asked, "Shall we have lunch together?" "Let's do it in the afternoon. I have a headache." Gu Qing replied. Okay, that if Gu Qing hadn't been drugged the previous night, she would have been aware that it was Su Chengchuan who had escorted her upstairs, not Song Jiming as she had presumed. Chapter 8. He was already discussing marriage on the 7th floor of Jinmao Building. During the Monday morning meeting, Gu Qing immediately received a rebuttal from the plump and petty manager. Her promotion application had been denied. This was entirely within Gu Qing's expectations. However, Lu Mingjing's promotion process progressed rapidly. Within a few days, she formally assumed the role of project department director. The rivalry between Gu Qing and Lu Mingjing had not been a fleeting affair. 2 tigers could not coexist on the same mountain. With Lu Mingjing's ascension, her first action was to suppress her arch-rival, Gu Qing. It was evident to any astute observer that Lu Mingjing was determined to eliminate Gu Qing. Having a formidable opponent among her subordinates was intolerable for anyone. Following this, the usual office politics ensued. Sides were chosen, credit was stolen, and petty sabotage became the order of the day. Perhaps it was due to Gu Qing's beauty and her remarkable career trajectory. Since entering the workforce, she had always enjoyed favorable winds and timely rains. This time, however, she had taken a substantial fall. Ji Yunjia urged her to consider changing companies, but Gu Qing was stubborn and fiercely competitive, refusing to back down without a fight. Watching her visibly lose weight day by day, Ji Yunjia could only feel anxious, desperately trying to find ways to cheer her up. She was clueless about workplace matters and had long contemplated seeking advice from Song Jiming. However, since that day, their relationship had taken on a peculiar dynamic, as if a force was at play, pitting them against each other. Although Song Jiming said nothing, he appeared to carry on with their daily life as usual. Ji Yoonja sensed that he was angry every single day. Unexplained, irrational anger. Even if her drunken antics were her fault, it had been quite some time since then. Was it really necessary to hold on to the grudge? Given their current state, Ji Yoonja found it difficult to broach the subject. Finally, one day, she was compelled to break the ice when she found herself without sanitary pads. While bathing that evening, she discovered her period had arrived and realized there were no supplies at home. Just as she contemplated whether to summon a delivery rider, she heard the sound of the door. Song Jiming had returned. Ji Yoonja sighed. This was far more awkward than calling for a rider. Song Jiming, Ji Yoonja called a few times from the master bedroom's bathroom, only to find that the person outside could not hear her through the two doors. She wrapped herself in a towel and opened the bathroom door crack. Calling out towards the master bedroom, Song Jiming, Song Jiming. Song Jiming barged into the master bedroom, flustered. What's wrong? Upon hearing the door creak, Ji Yoonja quickly shut the bathroom door. Come here for a moment. You startled me, he said, frowning as he approached. Ji Yoonja licked her lips, mustering her courage to say, my period just started. Could you please help me buy some sanitary pads? Cotton or net? What length? The moment those words left her mouth, both individuals were taken aback, falling into silence for a moment. Cotton, 340, night use. Okay. Song Jiming acknowledged and left. Inside the bathroom, Ji Yoonja felt a mix of emotions. It wasn't quite jealousy, but her unhappiness was undeniable. He must have had a girl he adored deeply, someone he spoiled without bounds. How could she ever let go of someone like him? Indeed, she had once been cherished, yet he had still chosen to let her go. Once he returned with the purchase, Ji Yoonja tidied herself and went to the living room to thank him. Song Jiming responded. Ji Yoonja had no time to dwell on his past. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of Guqing. She sat down across from him and asked, what should I do if I'm at odds with my boss at work and constantly facing sabotage? Song Jiming glanced at her and replied nonchalantly, just submit to that plump manager. Having been in constant communication with Guqing, Song Jiming could surmise that Guqing was likely entangled in some compromising situation and was being targeted for refusing to comply. Ji Yoonja felt a surge of frustration as her carefully adjusted mood shattered in an instant. Be a decent person, she exclaimed before storming back to her room, deciding to return to her parents' house the next day. Upon her return, Yang Yueli pressed her, didn't you say you weren't going to argue with Jiming? Ji Yoonja had already concocted an excuse, explaining that Song Jiming had been particularly busy, staying at his mother-in-law's house, and she felt lonely being at home alone, hence her return for a few days. Yang Yueli had only one daughter, and now that she was married, the house felt cold and empty. So she didn't press further. In the summer heat of northern China, stepping outside resulted in a sweaty mess, and Ji Yoonja felt the need to change clothes twice a day. Left with no choice, Song Jiming sought reconciliation at Yayuan, pretending to be nonchalant as he left his clothes there. The once mighty Song Jiming now found himself in a position where he couldn't retort, even as his mother. Ji Yanqing constantly found fault with him and took every opportunity to lecture him, often bringing up the latest family news. During the day, he had to manage clients, and at night, he had to handle his mother. His situation was nothing short of miserable. After enduring for half a month, he finally caught a break point one day. While overhearing his mother on the phone with his aunt, he quickly interjected, Su Chengchuan has a new girlfriend. As people of a certain age often take a keen interest in the romantic affairs of the younger generation. A family gathering was quickly arranged. He then called Ji Yoonja, informing her that they were scheduled to have dinner with his aunt's family the following evening, and attendance was mandatory. The venue was set at a private room in a Chinese restaurant. The Song family arrived first, and Ji Yanqing began by discreetly inquiring about Ji Yoonja's health before launching into a relentless barrage of pressure regarding childbirth. Ji Yoonja, the gentle and virtuous daughter-in-law, found herself defenseless against the onslaught. Song Jiming remained silent, watching her plight unfold, allowing her to experience the hardships he had endured in recent days. Finally, someone opened the door, rescuing the two from their torment. The first to enter was Su Jinji and Ji Yanhui, whom Ji Yoonja recognized and promptly greeted. Aunt, uncle. To her astonishment, The next person to enter was Su Chengchuan. He was indeed the son of her aunt? The very same cousin Song Jiming had mentioned he wanted to introduce to Gu Qing. At that moment, she finally understood the source of his familiarity. He bore a striking resemblance to her uncle. Su Chengchuan cheerfully greeted everyone and then introduced the young woman beside him. This is my girlfriend, Jiang Xining. This is my aunt, uncle, my cousin Song Jiming, and his wife, Ji Yunjia. The girl was poised and graceful, greeting everyone in turn. Ji Yunjia was momentarily taken aback, forcing a smile as a whirlwind of emotions swirled within her. Upon seeing her, Su Chengchuan displayed no signs of surprise. He surely knew her identity. Yet he hadn't reached out to her through Song Jiming, indicating his disinterest in Gu Qing. Jiang Xining possessed a gentle appearance, her bangs neatly styled, tied back, and exuding a demeanor that would undoubtedly endear her to the elders. The conversation lacked novelty, revolving around the usual inquiries about family backgrounds, followed by Ji Yanqing lamenting how Su Chengchuan, being slightly older than Song Jiming, was still not married at a leisurely pace. The topic often shifted to the subtle pressures from family members to have children sooner rather than later. After dining, in an effort to escape the endless chatter of their elders, Song Jiming promptly called for 2 cars, ushering everyone into them, finally restoring a semblance of peace. Chapter 9. Introducing my girlfriend to the family after bidding farewell to their relatives, Su Chengchuan inquired, "Shall we continue the evening?" Song Jiming had little interest and replied, "No thanks. After being lectured all night, my head feels like it's going to explode. I want to go sing." Ji Yunjia chimed in, expressing her desire to observe how Su Chengchuan interacted with her in the absence of their elders. With a smile, she invited Jiang Xining, "Miss Jiang, would you like to join us?" Song Jiming looked at Ji Yunjia, bewildered. "I know a place. The sound quality and decor are quite good," Ji Yunjia assured. Jiang Xining turned to Su Chengchuan. Smiling slightly, "What do you think, Chengchuan?" Su Chengchuan discreetly glanced at Ji Yunjia and replied, "Let's go out." Ji Yunjia, wary of returning to the same KTV as last time, found a newly opened venue not far away. As they drove, Song Jiming cast a sidelong glance at her phone, curious about her intentions. Ji Yunjia set the navigation, with Su Chengchuan following closely behind, and soon they arrived at the KTV. Upon arrival, Song Jiming ordered a round of drinks, and the three engaged in light conversation, interspersed with laughter and banter. Jiang Xining sat beside him, serenading the crowd with popular hits, while Ji Yunjia occupied a nearby karaoke station. Observing their interactions with a keen yet casual gaze, in the absence of elders, they refrained from engaging in tender gestures such as hand-holding or waist embraces, and even when singing romantic duets. There was a distinct lack of lingering glances filled with affection. However, this alone could not serve as conclusive evidence. Some individuals simply prefer not to display intimacy in front of others. Ji Yunjia picked up the microphone and softly declared, "Allow me to sing an old song." As the prelude played, Su Chengchuan recognized the melody, recalling a bold girl who had once sung it for him. "What can be held tightly, do not let go. What can be embraced, do not pull away. Time is a thief that catches one off guard, bringing sunny winds and rainy shadows, unable to compete with the passage of day and night, while reminiscing about the past. Stealing away youthful hair yet leaving behind one you. Time resembles a journey with no return. Both the good and bad are mere scenery. Oh, not blame my greed, for I simply refuse to awaken. As I wish only for you to join me in gazing at the clouds and the gentle breeze." Ji Yunjia, perched on a high stool in the shadows, sang this song with a gradual grace. Having a musical background, her voice resonated more profoundly than Gu Qing's. This song had been sung by Gu Qing during her freshman year at the department radio station as a confession to Su Chengchuan. Subsequently, it became common knowledge that the new beauty of the department had pursued the senior, Su Chengchuan. Su Chengchuan, holding a beer bottle, silently gazed at the large screen ahead, beginning to reminisce about those days. The confession had stirred quite a commotion, eventually reaching the ears of his girlfriend outside the school, leading to a considerable uproar before it faded away. His memories of Gu Qing were scant. At that time, he was deeply in love with his girlfriend and had little regard for her. The most vivid impression he retained was of her high ponytail, striking beauty, and bold demeanor. Yet, he was not enamored with such an exuberant girl. He preferred those who were gentle and obedient. After graduating, he moved to the south with his girlfriend for several years, never encountering Gu Qing again, and thus, she faded from his memory. So, when they met again that day, with her newly cropped hair, He failed to recognize her. Ji Yunjia's performance was intended solely for him, subtly conveying that Gu Qing was still single. Perhaps she was still waiting. Yet, he remained fond of quiet and compliant girls. Once she finished singing, Su Chengchuan downed his beer in one gulp, rose, and extended his hand to Jiang Xining, speaking gently, "Let us go. I'll see you home." They called for a designated driver and bid farewell outside the KTV. Song Jiming climbed into the car, glancing at the person beside him. "At this late hour, let's head back to Bua Mansion." His implication was that returning home at this hour was rather inappropriate. Ji Yunjia, preoccupied with thoughts of Su Chengchuan, paid little attention to his words. Why didn't Su Chengchuan come to the wedding? Didn't I mention? He was stuck on the highway for 3 days due to a business trip and couldn't make it. Ji Yunjia pondered for a moment and inquired, since they've already brought him to meet the relatives, are they discussing marriage? He had no idea. Su Chengchuan had merely been dragged into the situation today. As Song Jiming contemplated this, he noticed Ji Yunjia lost in thought, furrowing his brow. "Weren't you two just acquaintances from school? What's the matter? He's 30 now. It's about time he settled down. Are you suggesting that the cousin you want to introduce to Gu Qing is him?" Song Jiming was rendered speechless. He had only been testing her, not genuinely offering to introduce Gu Qing to a partner. "Well, since you didn't make it clear, I didn't inquire about whether he has a girlfriend. I shouldn't be for long, either." Was this a sign of fated misalignment? Ji Yunjia sighed inwardly, contemplating what could possibly come of a reunion. If Su Chengchuan had any interest in Gu Qing, he would have reached out through Song Jiming long ago. But how could she convey such a harsh reality to Gu Qing? The designated driver parked at the entrance of the community, and Su Chengchuan walked Jiang Xining to the ground floor. "I'll see you upstairs," he offered. Jiang Xining hesitated for a moment before expressing her thoughts. "It's too late to head back now. Why don't you stay here? I can manage on my own." This was also the reason she had agreed to sing. At their age, both genders had likely been in a few relationships. And if everything aligned, they were heading towards marriage. To encounter someone of his caliber at her age was a stroke of fortune, and she wished not to miss out. Su Chengchuan regarded the woman before him. She met his preferences, and there was no harm in going upstairs with her. Indeed, he should solidify this relationship and progress to the next step, ultimately leading to marriage. Had it not been for the song time thief tonight, he might have gone upstairs to AT30. Men in his position found it increasingly challenging to be captivated by anyone, much less fall in love without reservation. What remained were considerations of value and compatibility. For him, this woman was suitable for daily life, and his parents would likely approve. She possessed a pleasant demeanor and was quite beautiful, which nearly sufficed for his marriage criteria. Yet, the moment he recalled Time Thief, an indescribable emotion surged within him, preventing him from accompanying her upstairs. Perhaps it was simply a matter of not being in love. No, I need to pack a few clothes for my business trip in the morning. Su Chengchuan politely declined. Jiang Xining felt a twinge of disappointment. Did this imply he was dissatisfied with her? Yet, her expression remained unchanged, and she continued to smile warmly, saying, "All right, take care on your way." Upon Ji Yunjia's return, she noticed Song Jiming's relentless schedule, and thus, she decided not to return to her family home. Song Jiming left each day looking half awake, and upon returning, he yawned incessantly. During her summer break, Ji Yunjia, with plenty of time on her hands, found it inappropriate to linger in bed, so she prepared simple breakfasts for him and took on the responsibility of caring for his daily needs. Often, Song Jiming was so busy he barely had time to eat, leaving him with no energy to dwell on Gu Qing's matters. Although Ji Yunjia's cooking was rather unpalatable, it was still preferable to enduring the lectures at Yayan. They had no substantial conflicts, and life seemed to return to its usual tranquility. Chapter 10. Truly, I am born at the wrong time. One day, Song Jiming returned a bit earlier, and Ji Yunjia quickly handed him a shopping bag. The clothes had been purchased several days prior, and if not tried on soon, they couldn't be exchanged. "I bought you 2 short-sleeved shirts. Try them on, and if they don't fit, I'll exchange them." Song Jiming took the bag, intending to head to his room to try them on, but suddenly paused, placing the bag beside the dressing mirror. He then began to unbutton his shirt from top to bottom. Seeing he had no intention of going to his room to change, Ji Yunjia felt it inappropriate to linger and said, "You can try them on. I'll go clean the bathroom first." She had just finished showering and hadn't yet cleaned the bathroom. "Aren't you going to look?" Song Jiming didn't turn around, raising an eyebrow to glance at her through the mirror. "Look at what?" Ji Yunjia felt his words held double meaning, seeming to imply whether she was looking at the fit of the clothes or if she should gaze at his physique. At that moment, Song Jiming had already removed his white shirt, revealing a broad, strong back. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Gu Qing withdrew her smile, inquiring, "About me?" Ji Yunjia hesitated for quite some time before resolutely stating, Yu Ching Chuan has a girlfriend. I saw them a few days ago. He is the son of Song Jiming's aunt." Ji Yuqing, taken aback by this revelation, stared blankly for a while, her eyes wide open as she struggled to hold back the tears welling up. Her voice trembling slightly as she asked, "You even saw her? Is he getting married?" "No," Ji Yunjia replied, unable to bear her distress. "They have only been together for a short while." Gu Qing exhaled deeply, forcing a bitter smile. "It seems I truly am born at the wrong time." With that, she lowered her head, stirring the rice in her bowl, large tears cascading down into it. When they first met, he was in the throes of romance, and upon their reunion, he was discussing marriage. Ji Yunjia was at a loss for how to console her and could only say, "It doesn't necessarily mean it will lead to a successful outcome." Gu Qing sighed softly, "I have no desire to be the malicious third party." After saying this, she lifted her head, using her middle finger to gently wipe away the tears beneath her eyes. Determined not to ruin her makeup, curse that matchmaker. "I won't burn any more money for him this year." "Isn't your money meant for your ancestors?" "Ah, it's always them. Year after year, they make requests, yet they never take care of anything." Gu Qing stood up to grab her bag. A change of scenery would be nice. Looking at this crowd is irritating. Ever since their last encounter at this place, she found herself unconsciously returning. Hopeful yet fearful. She once believed he could not find her, that the business card she held was the only means of contact. It turned out he knew who she was, and she was merely an inconsequential stranger. Ji Yunjia recognized that Gu Qing was putting on a brave face, but it was of no help. Watching her lonely silhouette, she thought, if only Gu Qing had never met Su Chengchuan in her lifetime, she would have experienced a passionate romance in her prime, not for any worldly reason, but simply out of pure affection. Even if it ended in vain, it would still have been genuine love. After stepping into society, she would have cultivated a mature perspective, found a suitable partner, and embarked on the journey of marriage. Instead, at the age of 27, she remained unable to settle for someone else, let alone waste the best 8 years of her life on unrequited love. Due to Gu Qing's passive resignation, she soon received materials regarding a new project. Upon seeing the name of the company, Gu Qing was taken aback. She had scrutinized that business card 1,000 times. Was this a stroke of divine favor? Her heart raced throughout the afternoon, and as soon as she finished work, she immediately called Ji Yunjia. Ji Yunjia was equally astonished. "What a coincidence. Are you going?" At that moment, Gu Qing felt a mix of joy and conflict. She thought to herself, how worthless she must be. Just a slight chance to be near him could cause her to forget all her sorrow. "Why not go?" Ji Yunjia remarked. "Neither of you are married." If she chose not to go, Gu Qing would likely resign. After enduring so much torment at work, she would not concede defeat. Leaving now would undoubtedly leave regrets in both her career and love life. She trusted Gu Qing's character, having learned of Su Chengchuan's girlfriend during their university days. She never pursued him again. If they were destined to be apart in this lifetime, it would be better to sever ties sooner rather than endure prolonged suffering. If he finds out how miserable I am at work, I'd rather not live. Gu Darren, you lost your sense of shame 8 years ago. Ji Yunjia chuckled. Go ahead. The worst that could happen is this. If there's no hope of turning things around, resigned. If Su Chengchuan remains oblivious, then good riddance. Ji Yuqing clutched her phone, defiantly asserting, I'm going there to work. I understand that I want to keep you. It seems Song Jiming has returned. Ji Yunjia heard the sound of the door opening. Gu Qing glanced at the time on her phone. It was nearly 11. Your Mr. Song is quite industrious. He does this every day. Otherwise, how would he boost your company's GDP? As Ji Yunjia spoke, she got out of bed and slipped on her slippers. Don't forget to buy clothes for tomorrow. Gu Qing hastily reminded her to I'll hang up now. Chapter 11. Assigned to his company as Ji Yunjia emerged from her bedroom, she found Song Jiming leaning against the security door, one hand resting on the nearby shoe cabinet, eyes closed as he removed his shoes. Ji Yunjia quickly approached to support him, exclaiming, How did you drink so much? Song Jiming half opened his eyes, appearing weary. Today was quite troublesome. Attempting to place the car keys on the shoe cabinet, he misjudged the distance, causing the keys to clatter to the floor. As he bent down to retrieve them, Ji Yunjia hurriedly said, "Leave it. I'll get it. Do you feel nauseous?" Song Jiming slightly shook his head, mumbling, going to the room. "Do sleep." Once he collapsed onto the bed, he remained still. "Song Jiming?" Ji Yunjia called out, hoping to rouse him to remove his clothes. But after several attempts, he did not respond, leaving her uncertain whether he was drunk or merely exhausted. Seeing him asleep, she went to the bathroom to fetch warm water, undressed him, and wiped his body down. It wasn't tea until she had finished, tucked him in, and turned off the light that Song Jiming stirred. This man, possessing such a privileged background, should have followed a predictable path, enjoying a life free of worries. Yet, he stepped outside the comfort arranged by his parents to pursue his own path. Enduring such hardships, in the adult world, nothing comes easy. Every piece of glamour spoken of by friends and family is backed by countless sacrifices. He is a man so exceptional it makes one ache for him. Ji Yunjia placed a glass of water on his bedside table, turned on the small night light, and quietly exited, closing the door behind her. The next day, upon awakening, Song Jiming noticed the water on the bedside table and the glowing nightlight. His clothing had also been changed into loungewear, warming his heart. Rising from bed, he drew open the blackout curtains, flooding the room with light. The sun streamed through the window, the sky a brilliant blue, devoid of clouds. It was yet another splendid day. Ji Yunjia returned with breakfast and found Song Jiming dressed in a shirt. "Ready to head out. Do you have to work today?" Song Jiming picked up his car keys and, noticing the breakfast in Ji Yunjia's hands, explained, "I don't have time. I can't eat." Ji Yunjia handed him a bowl of fresh meat wontons, saying, "Heat it in the microwave at the office." Song Jiming accepted the wontons, nodding, "I'm off." "Song Jiming," Ji Yunjia called out to him as he stepped outside, "accompany me to my family's home tomorrow. It's been a while since you visited, and my mom has been asking." Song Jiming pondered for a moment before replying, "All right, I'll come to pick you up before 11 in the shopping mall." Gu Qing stood before the mirror, adjusting her appearance in an off-shoulder dress. Although she stood at a height of 168 centimeters, her small frame and rounded shoulders allowed the dark lace trim to accentuate her pale, translucent complexion. Ji Yunjia sighed internally. "Allow me to remind you, you have always possessed this allure." "Oh, indeed," Gu Qing replied. The entire day, Gu Qing remained in this state. Typically, she would have swept through a myriad of outfits by now. After changing her clothes, she declared, "Let us go. Let us browse elsewhere." Ji Yuqing understood well that if a man truly liked you, even a burlap sack would look appealing. Conversely, no matter how exquisite the attire, it would be futile if he did not. Ji Yunjia handed her another outfit, insisting, "Get your act together. You're going to lead a team that is his girlfriend attractive." Faced with Gu Qing's frivolity, Ji Yunjia shot her an exasperated glance and retorted, "I am the most beautiful woman in the world." Gu Qing burst into laughter, her previous gloom vanishing completely. This was her favorite catchphrase, and she teased, "I must commend your discernment. Go pay for it. I want to be able to accompany you tomorrow. I'll be spending the day at my family's." She needed to persuade Song Jiming to take a break. "Also, you should dress slightly more elegantly for Monday. Do not fall into infatuation. He has encountered countless beauties over the years. You must exhibit professionalism, ensuring he holds a modicum of respect for you in the workplace. Should news of your unfortunate dismissal reach him, he would lament your fate as a victim of office politics rather than as a fool who brought it upon herself. Otherwise, you need not worry. The rumors that reach him will undoubtedly portray you as someone who attempted to use charm to gain favor." Ji Yunjia went on, reiterating these points, which she did not need to articulate, as she was not well versed in corporate rivalries. However, Gu Qing's clouded mindset genuinely worried her. After listening, Gu Qing quietly bowed her head in gratitude. "I, the humble servant, have learned much." As dawn broke the next day, Song Jiming headed to the office, making sure to return by 11 to pick up Ji Yunjia. Upon arriving at her family home, they were just in time for lunch. Yang Yueli had prepared an elaborate feast. Song Jiming, being courteous, immediately expressed his gratitude, presenting a set of skincare products and a package of tea. Ji Yunjia was unfamiliar with the tea brand, but she recognized the skincare line, which likely cost her entire month's salary. Ji Lianhai and Yang Yueli were naturally pleased, growing increasingly fond of their son-in-law, and the family enjoyed a harmonious meal together. Ji Yunjia observed the gathering, unsure of her feelings. She knew that even if Song Jiming had brought nothing, his mere presence would have been enough to satisfy them. After the meal, Song Jiming eagerly offered to wash the dishes. But Ji Yunjia insisted he had been working tirelessly for days without rest. Yang Yueli firmly refused to let him clean up, urging him to go rest in the bedroom. Unable to decline, Song Jiming retreated to the bedroom. When Ji Yunjia finished washing the dishes and entered, she found him already asleep. She gently drew the curtains closed and quietly closed the door behind her, then joined her mother in the living room to watch television and scroll through her phone. As Song Jiming awoke, he found the room enveloped in dim light. He glanced at his phone, realizing it was nearly 7 in the evening. He allowed himself a few more minutes of drowsiness before rising from bed, drawing back the curtains, turning on the lights, and neatly folding the quilt. Upon entering the living room, he repeatedly expressed his apologies. Yang Liyue, seeing him emerge, immediately smiled and said, "You woke up just in time. The dumplings are also just readied. Go wash your hands and let's eat." She then brought out the dumplings from the kitchen, presenting 3 varieties, 1 steamed and 2 boiled. "Try them all and see which one you prefer. I'll make more for you next time," she added. After sampling each type, Song Jiming exclaimed how delicious they all were, though he noted that the 3 flavor dumplings contained particularly generous fillings. Following the meal, Yang Liyue insisted that the couple not tidy up, reminding them that it was Monday and urged them to rest early. On Monday morning, Gu Qing and her party of 4 arrived at Nuayuan, unable to suppress their astonishment at the stark differences in scale between branches. They were welcomed by Zhao Yu, the head of the marketing department, who briefly acquainted them with the surroundings before directing them to the reception room for a short rest. Subsequently, they proceeded to the conference room to prepare for the meeting, which was scheduled to commence at 10 o'clock, presided over by Zhao Yu, with the design department director, administrative supervisor, and their subordinates in attendance. As Su Chengchuan entered the meeting room, his gaze collided with Gu Qing's. He was momentarily taken aback before offering a polite nod. Ji Yuqing maintained her composure and returned the gesture. Chapter 12. In the same conference room, once everyone was seated, the meeting commenced. The host introduced himself before systematically presenting the leaders of each department. Ji Yuqing responded with polite nods and then stood to introduce herself. "I am Gu Qing from Huayuan, serving as the project manager. I am currently responsible for this project and will be working alongside all of you for the next 3 months. I hope we can unite our efforts to complete the project promptly." Applause resonated in the conference room as she spoke, her beauty accentuated by a beige, knee-length dress cinched at the waist with a delicate golden belt, gracefully outlining her figure. Ji Yuqing had long grown accustomed to the myriad of glances that swept across the room. After the introductions, the discussion shifted to specific project matters. The 3 individuals beside her posed various questions and topics for discussion, while Gu Qing primarily listened, reviewing materials and seldom interjecting. Since she had not participated in the project's initial stages, it felt utterly chaotic, and even with Su Chengchuan seated diagonally across from her, she dared not allow her mind to wander. Post-meeting, the administrative department had prepared a small conference room for Huayuan's temporary office. Gu Qing expressed her gratitude, and the administrative supervisor graciously replied, "If you need anything, just reach me via the internal line." Once the others had departed, Qiu Tengyu smiled at Gu Qing, saying, "Still as beautiful as ever." "Supervisor Gu, the people at Nuayuan seem remarkably friendly." Wang Qi and Wu Jiang both looked up at Qiu Tengyu upon hearing her words, and Gu Qing shot her a glance, remaining nonchalant. "Let's tidy up." Qiu Tengyu's background was known to Gu Qing, but she needed her assistance. A couple of knocks on the door announced Zhao Yu's entrance. "Supervisor Gu, how about lunch together? It will give you a chance to familiarize yourselves with the area." "Sounds good," Gu Qing replied, smiling as she stood at "I'll treat." "You lead the way." In the design department director's office, Su Chengchuan stood by the window, conversing on the phone, occasionally responding with a non-committal As Gu Qing and her group exited the building. Zhao Yu guided them towards a restaurant. "Not tonight. I have to work overtime. Let's reschedule," Su Chengchuan said, hanging up on Jiang Xining and watching Gu Qing walk away. She appeared noticeably thinner compared to their last encounter. Although Gu Qing's beauty afforded her some advantages at Nuayuan, they were limited. Her last-minute transfer to this project group meant she had no prior interactions with any departments, making her current tasks exceedingly challenging. Originally intended for 5 team members, the project had only been assigned 3, with one being a spy from Lu Mingjing, forcing Gu Qing to work overtime to adapt to the pace, often returning home around 10 at night. That evening, Ji Yunjia called Gu Qing while lying in bed. Guai Qing. Have you cast me into the cold palace? Not even a WeChat message. Forgive me, Your Majesty. Hearing her voice sounded lackluster, Ji Yunjia inquired. How's the new project going? Gu Qing activated the speakerphone, lazily applying makeup remover to her face. Every day feels like a struggle. Are you infatuated? Ha, I hardly see him. Where would I catch feelings? Gu Qing gently massaged the makeup remover into her skin. The marketing department is our liaison. The design department's contributions are overseen by his subordinates, so he is not directly involved. Actually, you could invite him for a meal. After all, you're working on a project with him. Ji Yunjia suggested, believing it to be a sound piece of advice. Forget it. He has a girlfriend, and I do have some standards. Ji Yuqing sighed. Besides, I hardly have time. This project requires at least 5 people. But that insufferable Lu Feiyuan only assigned me 3, including a spy from Lu Mingjing. Ji Yuqing was indeed busy, but she was also disheartened. Regardless of her hectic schedule, lunch could still be managed together. Yet, Su Chengchuan had not reached out to her even once. Even if he were merely a senior, such indifference was hard to comprehend. Perhaps he feared she might cling to him again. The thought left Gu Qing feeling a pang of sadness. Though she dared not share this with Ji Yunjia, simply stating, I'm swamped every day. I don't have that luxury. After a brief chat, Ji Yunjia concluded, take care. Understanding her friend was exhausted, she chose not to prolong the conversation. She needed to arrange a gathering with Song Jiming, regardless of the outcome, as it would be beneficial for him to look after Gu Qing. As soon as Ji Yunjia hung up, she heard the sound of the door as Song Jiming returned. Back? Song Jiming raised his hand to loosen his tie. Have you seen Su Chengchuan recently? Song Jiming paused in his actions, responding, not at all. Then see if you can find a day when you're free to invite him to dinner. Turning to glance at her, Song Jiming noticed her pursed lips. Was there something she hesitated to say? What is up? He asked. Ji Yuqing's company has a collaboration, and she is currently working there. I thought it might be nice for you to look out for her. Unaware of Song Jiming's aversion to Gu Qing, Ji Yunjia pondered whether it was his unusual taste that made him feel this way about someone so beautiful. While Song Jiming was indeed disinclined to engage with Gu Qing, he could not ignore her awkward expression and replied, Su Chengchuan is still away on a business trip, but Lu Jing is inviting us to hang out this weekend. Ji Yunjia fell silent, unsure who Lu Jing was. He's a friend of mine, my best man. The one who helped me fend off the most drinks, Song Jiming explained. Ji Yunjia recalled who he was, the one with a roguish charm who ran a guest house in Sailing City. Is Miss Jiang also going? Ji Yunjia asked, eager to know. Not sure. Remembering Lu Jing's request, Song Jiming added, you could ask Gu Qing. If she is free, she can join too. He had intended to invite Ji Yunjia along to foster their relationship. Oh. While it was rare for Song Jiming to invite Gu Qing, Ji Yunjia felt a blend of joy and concern. How could she let Gu Qing witness Su Chengchuan and Jiang Xining's affectionate interactions? Was this not adding to her misery? Did she need to see it with her own eyes? Let her know we're leaving Saturday morning and returning Sunday afternoon. If she wants to swim, she can bring her swimsuit. I'll check with her on her availability, Ji Yunjia replied, leaving the conversation open-ended. After Song Jiming returned to his room, he called Su Chengchuan. When are you coming back? Su Chengchuan, reclining against the headboard of his hotel bed, replied, Friday afternoon. All right, I'll bring Ji Yunjia along Saturday. Would you like to invite your girlfriend? Let us discuss it later. Lu Jing asked me to bring Gu Qing. I'll be driving the day after tomorrow. If everyone goes, 5 of us can squeeze in together. Su Chengchuan acknowledged with a nod and continued discussing company matters. After concluding the call with Song Jiming, he opened WeChat to message Jiang Xining. I have plans on the 6th, on Saturday morning. Adhering to the principle of convenience, Mr. Song Jiming picked up Su Chengchuan along the way. Seeing only Su Chengchuan made Ji Yunjia's heart finally relax. She had mentioned to Gu Qing that Jiang Xining might join, but Gu Qing was unwilling to miss any opportunity to see him. After picking up Su Chengchuan, they proceeded to collect Gu Qing. Ji Yunjia did not forget to send Gu Qing a message along the way, reminding her to keep her composure around Su Chengchuan. Chapter 13. So many superficial girls when they arrived. Gu Qing was already waiting by the roadside, wearing a straw hat and a light floral dress. The summer sun at 8 o'clock bathed her in a gentle glow, with a slight breeze lifting the hem of her dress, revealing her fair calves, a scene of grace and beauty. Song Jiming parked beside her. Good morning, Gu Qing greeted both Song Jiming and the passenger, Su Chengchuan, with a smile. Morning, Song Jiming replied with a slight grin. While Su Chengchuan returned her greeting with a nod and a smile, Ji Yunjia opened the back door of the car, saying, "Here," as she moved aside to make room. They exchanged knowing glances and shared a subtle smile. As the car sped onto the highway, the 5-hour journey unfolded under a clear blue sky, the atmosphere remaining congenial. Ji Yuqing stole furtive glances at Su Chengchuan, her mind wandering with the fanciful thought of how wonderful it would be if they were all together. Ji Yunjia was surprised to discover how close Lu Jing's guest house was to the beach. Just past the asphalt road lay the sands, a low fence adorned with climbing roses flanked either side. With lush sycamore trees providing shade, a row of beige villas topped with red roofs nestled against a gentle hill, all under the expanse of blue skies and white clouds, creating a picturesque scene reminiscent of a comic book. Upon encountering Lu Jing once more, Ji Yunjia and Gu Qing exchanged a knowing glance and shared a silent smile. With his slicked-back hair and sunglasses, accompanied by 2 stunning women, he exuded the persona of a charming Casanova. If it weren't for his striking looks, one might deem his attire excessively ostentatious. Lu Jing dashed over from the beach, greeting them warmly. They were all familiar with one another, so introductions were unnecessary. "Gu Qing, it is truly an honor to have you here." Lu Jing beamed radiantly. Su Chengchuan discreetly cast a glance at Lu Jing. As Gu Qing responded with a smile, "You're too kind, Boss Lu. We should be thanking you for your hospitality." Ji Yuqing undoubtedly embodied the essence of beauty, and her smile made Lu Jing feel as though flowers were blossoming all around him as he cheerfully remarked, "We are all friends here. Simply call me Lu Jing Tio," which Gu Qing replied with a smile, "Then I shall not stand on ceremony." Just as Lu Jing was about to say more, someone called out, "Boss!" The group turned to see a young and beautiful waitress hastily approaching, her face aglow with a smile. "Ah, our guests have arrived. It's quite warm outside. Let us get you all settled inside." Lu Jing tossed the beach ball he held to the waitress, named Shasha, and bent down to retrieve Gu Qing's luggage, ushering them into Villa No. 1. The villa complex consisted of 12 houses, and Villa No. 1 was Lu Jing's personal residence, not open to the public. He arranged for them to stay on the 2nd floor, in 3 rooms facing the sea, where the cool sea breeze kept the heat at bay. The men prepared swiftly, seemingly only needing to change into shorts and flip-flops. Noticing Su Chengchuan lingering in the courtyard, Ji Yunjia suggested to Song Jiming, "You all go ahead. It's too sunny now. We'll join you later when the sun has lowered." Song Jiming nodded in agreement. "All right, we'll be at the beach across the way." As time progressed, Ji Yunjia and Gu Qing changed into their swimsuits, donning sheer cover-ups over them. Upon reaching the beach, they soon realized their attire was rather conservative. The young women on the beach were all clad in bikinis, and the sands were filled with youthful revelers. Devoid of any of the rumored older gentlemen, Ji Yunjia quickly spotted 3 individuals beneath a sun umbrella, each holding a beer bottle, lounging back and seemingly engrossed in lively conversation. Should they approach? Gu Qing yearned to join them, cherishing every moment spent with Su Chengchuan. "Song Jiming," Ji Yunjia called out loudly, thinking if they wished for her to join, they would beckon her. Hearing her, the trio turned their heads in unison, their faces adorned with unrestrained smiles that radiated authenticity and charm, a sight unlike any they had previously witnessed. Like a celestial body eclipsing the vast universe, Lu Jing waved them over, signaling for them to come closer. Just as Ji Yunjia was about to step forward, she watched 2 girls in light attire settle beside Song Jiming, beer bottles in hand. Feeling slighted that Song Jiming hadn't called for her, Ji Yunjia's heart sank, and she decided against approaching, instead pointing towards a less crowded area. Seeing her in a swimsuit, Song Jiming naturally assumed she wished to swim and waved her off. As Ji Yunjia opted not to join, Gu Qing refrained from going as well, looping her arm through Ji Yunjia's and teasingly saying, "It's understandable for me to be a little infatuated. But you, seeing him day in and day out, haven't you had your fill?" Ji Yunjia huffed lightly, "There are plenty of superficial girls out there. I won't be missed." Although Ji Yunjia recognized Song Jiming's allure and his ability to attract admirers, witnessing it firsthand stirred some discontent within her. Despite their relationship lacking deep emotional ties, he was still her husband, and it felt as though someone were coveting her possessions, igniting her ire. Ji Yuqing wrapped her arm around Ji Yunjia's waist. "Jesting? You're simply being jealous. Handsome men naturally draw attention. I'm the one who keeps his clothes, socks, and underwear tidy," allowing him to appear charming in front of the young ladies, she added with a playful pinch to Ji Yunjia's waist. The soft sand caused Ji Yunjia to stumble slightly, almost landing on the beach. Realizing her misstep, Gu Qing quickly darted away, evading Ji Yunjia's outstretched hands. Ji Yunjia regained her balance, stomping her foot in frustration. Gu Qing, you're finished. Lu Jing diverted his gaze, remarking, Gu Qing truly is stunning. Song Jiming took a sip from his beer bottle. You can certainly pursue her, he quipped, casting a glance at Ji Yunjia's figure. Lu Jing smirked. I shall take your words to heart. He clinked his bottle with Song Jiming's and camaraderie. Xu Qingchuan averted his gaze, silently taking a sip of his drink. Nearby, one of the girls feigned annoyance. Boss Lu, they've already run off. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, the seaside ambience became increasingly pleasant. The once boisterous crowd had dissipated, leaving only scattered couples sitting, reclining, or taking pictures. Upon awakening, Ji Yunjia noticed Gu Qing still asleep on the adjacent lounge chair and chose not to rouse her. Instead, she rested her hands behind her head, gazing serenely at the distant sea. The sky was ablaze with fiery clouds, casting a warm orange glow upon the water as returning birds circled above. The cool evening breeze swept over her, transporting her back to years gone by. After the college entrance examination, she and Gao Yuan had taken a train to this city. It was late when they arrived, and the June sea was cool. Gao Yuan had carried her as they waded through the water. That day, too, there were fiery clouds and numerous birds in the air, with her long hair cascading down as she leaned against his back from dusk until nightfall. His broad shoulders felt reliable, leading her to believe that it would last a lifetime. They met in their first year of high school, when Gao Yuan transferred and became her deskmate. Their unspoken bond endured for 3 years, during which they experienced the best years of their youth. Despite the passage of time, recalling those moments remained a source of joy. Her first love was devoid of misunderstandings, betrayal, or the pains often associated with youth. With parents in the military, Gao Yuan was mature beyond his years, and his affection for her was always respectful. He brought positivity into her life, and his academic prowess motivated her to strive for excellence throughout their high school years, making Ji Yunjia often feel incredibly fortunate to have met him. Though she recognized his admirable qualities at the time, she too exhibited the typical faults of a first love, occasionally taking his affection for granted and throwing minor tantrums, which he always indulged, delighting in her happiness. During those years, they were free from genuine worries, unaware of the helplessness and constraints of adulthood. She naively believed that a princess would always marry her prince, and that love would invariably culminate in happiness. Years later, as she shed her youthful innocence and returned to being the understanding and sensible Ji Yunjia, she comprehended that a princess marries a prince not solely for love, but because they are equally matched. In reality, unfulfilled desires are the norm, making those fleeting moments of beauty all the more deserving of remembrance. Looking back now, the genuine passion and unwavering belief in the beauty of life are what she cherishes most deeply. For during that time, she truly believed. Chapter 14. No beauty can overcome his blindness. The ringtone of her phone jolted Ji Yunjia back to reality. It was Song Jiming, her husband, calling her back for dinner. Adjusting the curve of her lips, she softly replied, "All right, I'll be right there." Go spend the rest of her life with someone she is not in love with, yet who is of equal standing, is her anticipated fate. The phone's ringing also stirred Gu Qing from her slumber. After a refreshing nap, Gu Qing seemed revitalized, pulling Ji Yunjia along, eager to reunite with Xu Qingchuan. As they returned, the courtyard's fence was adorned with colorful lights, bustling with animated chatter. Seafood, beer, and barbecue were in abundance, with waitstaff constantly moving in and out, accompanied by laughter and the clinking of glasses, creating a lively atmosphere. Ji Yunjia quickly spotted Song Jiming at a table filled with youthful revelers. He held a beer bottle, conversing with 2 girls beside him. The first to notice their arrival was Lu Jing, who waved them over. "This way." Several tables turned to look, seeing 2 women in bohemian dresses standing at the entrance. Their exposed shoulders shimmered under the lights, and their stunning faces elicited a chorus of whistles. Song Jiming rose, gesturing for Ji Yunjia to come over. As she approached, his gaze naturally fell upon her bare shoulders. "So fair. Why are you so late?" he inquired. "I napped for a bit," Ji Yunjia replied softly. Song Jiming nodded, gently wrapping his arm around her waist, turning to smile at the 2 girls beside him. "This is my wife." They occasionally embraced, playfully showcasing their affection. so the sudden intimacy didn't seem awkward. Song Jimin possessed an alluring face, attracting attention effortlessly. Ji Yunjia understood his intentions. The girls sitting with Lu Jing were undoubtedly high-value clients. Not wishing to offend his clients and feeling disinclined to deal with them, Song Jimin deliberately introduced her. Ji Yunjia discreetly glanced at the two girls, who appeared slightly embarrassed, quickly rising to exchange pleasantries before moving to another table. Gu Qing intended to join Ji Yunjia but was called by Lu Jing. Gu Qing, come sit here. With Lu Jing calling her, Gu Qing could not refuse and settled down beside a girl who sat between her and Su Chengchuan. Seizing the opportunity, she stole a glance at Su Chengchuan, who seemed to be half listening to the girl beside him while sipping his beer. Once everyone was gathered, Lu Jing turned to the waitress and called out, "Sha Sha, bring out the dishes." The waitress, Sha Sha, responded with a cheerful, "All right, boss." Her voice was sweet and lively. Ji Yuqing, sitting nearby, glanced over. It was indeed the same waitress who had greeted them earlier. Though petite, she was charming and youthful, likely still in college. The dishes were soon served, with Lu Jing eagerly introducing each dish, sharing jokes, and shielding Gu Qing from alcohol, making it evident that he was keen on winning her over. Upon reflection, Su Chengchuan appeared utterly indifferent, occasionally locking eyes with Gu Qing, merely offering a smile in response, devoid of any verbal exchange. He was already taken, and thus showed no concern. Ji Yuqing felt a pang of bitterness in her heart and took several more sips of beer. Ji Yunjia had long sought an opportunity for the two of them to be alone, but if Su Chengchuan truly wished to converse privately with Gu Qing, he would surely find a way. With a sigh, she noted that it was nearly 11 o'clock and feigned fatigue. "Sha Sha," Lu Jing called her over, instructing, "You and Yaya go make arrangements." He then leaned in to quietly ask Gu Qing, "Can you manage on your own?" Although the others at the table could not discern their conversation, Gu Qing's exposed shoulders rendered the posture overtly suggestive, prompting suppressed laughter from curious onlookers. Su Chengchuan's gaze also shifted to the two, and he couldn't help but lick his back teeth. Sha Sha approached Gu Qing with a beaming smile. "Miss Gu, may I assist you upstairs?" Gu Qing stood, thanked her, and declined the offer, lifting her skirt as she ascended the stairs alongside Ji Yunjia. Shortly thereafter, a server named Yaya brought fresh towels to replace the old ones in the bathroom. Ji Yunjia, standing by the window, glanced downstairs at the revelry and asked, "Do you all carry on this way every night?" Yaya replied, "Pretty much. This entire row of ghost houses belongs to the same owner. And the dining standards are uniform, so everyone can enjoy themselves together." That moment, Sha Sha lightly knocked on the door, placing the tea set and drinks on the coffee table with a smile. "The owner is quite handsome and enjoys himself. Many young ladies often bring friends here, spending their money joyfully." She then looked at Gu Qing. "Miss Gu, I have set aside your portion." Ji Yuqing smiled faintly. "Thank you." Once the two had departed, Gu Qing turned to Ji Yunjia and remarked, "At her age, we were still naive and innocent." Shasha's comment about enjoying oneself was likely meant to convey that Lu Jing treats everyone that way. She shouldn't take it too seriously. Standing by the window, they observed as the previously vacant table filled once more with lively patrons, exchanging toasts and laughter. Ji Yuqing scoffed lightly, sighing, "Young girls are always enamored with the fantasy of being the unique drop in a boundless ocean, while men in their 30s are acutely aware of the stakes involved, calculating every gain and loss. How can they genuinely fall for anyone amidst such considerations?" This sardonic remark seemed to target Sha Sha but also reflected her own sentiments. Ji Yunjia, unaware of Gu Qing's profound clarity, pondered whether she and Song Jimin were not similarly entangled. Perhaps finding a partner who merely appeared agreeable was the norm, Ji Yunjia concluded. But are there exceptions? Gu Qing mused, gazing at the youthful faces below, chuckling softly, with their faces so filled with collagen. Who wouldn't be drawn to them? "I certainly am." Ji Yunjia shot her a look. "Stop underestimating yourself. You possess a beauty that could topple nations, distinguishing you greatly. Moreover, his girlfriend is hardly a mere youthful visage." Ji Yuqing sighed. "No matter how beautiful, it cannot compensate for his lack of interest. I might as well be one of those girls downstairs. He simply doesn't like me. It's futile to dwell on it. Besides, he is already committed, and I should never have come." With a yawn, Gu Qing made her way outside. The world keeps turning without anyone's presence. At my age, I cannot compete with the young ones. I shall return to sleep. Once inside her room, however, her smile faltered. After a day filled with nothing more than perfunctory exchanges of pleasantries, she felt the futility of it all. Even if they were to meet again, what difference would it make? He remained indifferent to her. Dislike was dislike, unchanged by the passage of years. The delusions of devotion she had harbored over the years now felt both absurd and despairing. In the script of his life, she was merely an inconsequential character. Chapter 15. Boss, I advise you not to humiliate yourself. Ji Yuqing concealed her sorrow, which Ji Yunjia recognized, yet the harsh realities of life remained unchanged. Ji Yunjia took her clothes to the bathroom, and once she was done, she peered out the window to find Song Jiming seated beside two young women. She promptly opened the window and called down, "Song Jiming." The people in the courtyard turned their heads in unison, and Ji Yunjia shouted again, "Come back and sleep." "All right." Song Jiming stood, finishing off the wine in his bottle. "Everyone, I'm heading out." This was followed by a chorus of cheers. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Hurry up, Boss Lu is all set. There's plenty left in the drawer. Once Song Jiming had departed, Lu Jing clinked his bottle with Su Qingchuan's. "Quite nice." Su Qingchuan nodded in agreement, and Lu Jing drained his bottle, calling out loudly towards Gu Qing's room, "Gu Qing, Gu Qing." In truth, Gu Qing had been standing cautiously behind the curtain, secretly watching Su Qingchuan below. Unabashedly enamored, cherishing even the sight of him, regardless of her status as a mere bystander. Ji Yuqing jumped in surprise, taking a moment before pulling back the curtain to look at their table. Upon seeing her, Lu Jing shouted, "Don't wear a skirt tomorrow. I'll take you off-roading." Hearing this, Gu Qing swiftly closed the curtain and turned off the light. The group erupted in laughter at her reaction. Lu Jing, unfazed, grabbed another bottle of beer, grinning playfully, "Let us go." Su Qingchuan clinked his bottle with Lu Jing's, casting one last glance at the darkened curtain. The faint light revealed her silhouette, which lingered there for a considerable time. Just as Ji Yunjia finished drawing the curtain, a knock echoed at the door. She turned to Song Jiming, saying, "Take care of yourself. You already socialize enough. Why continue drinking until the early hours for leisure?" They were not a deeply affectionate couple, so she refrained from delving deeper. "I haven't overindulged." Song Jiming looked at her, a smile playing on his lips. "I thought you might be bothered by those two girls." Ji Yunjia shot him a glance, noticing that he was in high spirits today, even joking with her. She chose not to engage, placing his clean clothes on the cabinet. "It's late. Hurry and wash up for bed." "I really haven't drunk much." After washing up and getting ready, Song Jiming emerged to find Ji Yunjia lying on her side, her face hidden, appearing to be asleep. He turned off the light and slipped under the covers. Ji Yunjia kept her eyes tightly closed, motionless, listening to the sounds behind her. Soon, she could hear his steady breathing. Ji Yunjia gently turned her body, peering through the dim light filtering through the curtain. She saw Song Jiming with his arm draped over his forehead, fast asleep. Her anxious heart finally settled. They were both mature adults, and if they were not inclined to take things further, they should avoid any ambiguous situations. Had it not been for Gu Qing, she would not have come. But now, with Song Jiming soundly asleep, Ji Yunjia found herself engulfed in doubt. Was she genuinely beautiful, or merely appealing to the tastes of women and elders? Her marriage had been orchestrated by a chance encounter when she delivered medicine to her father, which caught the attention of Song Jianjun, leading to this union. The next morning, upon waking, Ji Yunjia found Song Jiming absent, which spared her from much awkwardness. After she and Gu Qing tidied up, they discovered both Song Jiming and Su Qingchuan were nowhere to be found. The two grabbed breakfast and found a table to eat. Shasha approached them, smiling. "The boss left ahead. After you finish, call me, and I'll drive you over." Ji Yunjia nodded. "All right, I'll get busy now." With a smile, Shasha turned and left. The drive took 20 minutes, and Shasha brought them to a spacious beach, arranging for them to wait under a pavilion. Before long, a dozen four-wheel drive beach buggies raced towards them, filled with both men and women, sand flying and laughter ringing out. Yu Qing rested her chin on her hand, gazing ahead as the vehicle sped by, their faces obscured. "Oh, you think there are any girls sitting behind Song Jiming?" Most wore sunglasses, making it hard for Ji Yunjia to identify him, and she mused softly. "Are we supposed to pay for the girls?" Gu Qing silently gave a thumbs up. Perfect score. The first to arrive was Lu Jing, still embodying his charming rogue persona, with a stunning girl draped around his waist, laughing exuberantly and urging him for another round. Soon, the other buggies followed suit, but Song Jiming, citing his marital status, declined to carry anyone, exiting alone. Ji Yuqing's gaze quickly found Su Chengchuan, who was accompanied by a girl with long black hair. Her appearance innocent and charming. Her oversized t-shirt barely concealed her fair thighs, and her slender arms released Su Chengchuan's waist as she stepped down, smiling and exchanging words with those still in the vehicle. Su Chengchuan wore sunglasses, obscuring his expression, but a smile lingered at the corner of his lips. It seemed his smiles and flirtations could be bestowed upon any passerby, just not upon her. Feeling a sting in her nose, Gu Qing turned away, no longer wanting to watch At that moment. Song Jiming approached, removing his sunglasses to address Ji Yunjia. Later, we'll take this car up the mountain to raise the flag. You should join. Ji Yunjia initially hesitated, considering the summer attire she wore, thin and clinging, the rocky mountain path too intimate. The alluring sight of Song Jiming would surely attract many girls wanting to ride in his car. However, seeing his earnest demeanor and refusal to allow anyone in the back seat ignited her vanity and competitive spirit, prompting her to agree. All right. Finally free, Lu Jing dashed over to Gu Qing. Let us go. I'll take you up the mountain. Gu Qing smiled. I wish you success in your endeavors. Let us all go together. It'll be quite fun. Lu Jing urged Gu Qing enthusiastically. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Qing replied, Boss Lu, I prefer to drive myself up. The mountain road is quite treacherous. At this moment, Su Chengchuan drove over, handing the keys to Gu Qing. Why don't you take my car up? I need to reply to an email. Lu Jing immediately expressed his displeasure, saying, Can you actually manage? It's a Sunday. Arrange a car for me to return. Su Chengchuan responded. Are you coming or not, Lu Ge? A voice from afar urged them on. Lu Jing, feeling helpless, turned to Sha and instructed, Go make arrangements. Ji Yuqing, however, was unwilling to sit in the back seat with Lu Jing. Gripping the keys, she swung her leg over the car and flashed a smile at Lu Jing before accelerating away into the distance. As they boarded, Song Jiming extended his hand to help Ji Yunjia into the back seat. Once everyone had departed, Sha sighed softly behind Lu Jing, saying, Boss, don't waste your efforts. I doubt Miss Gu has any feelings for you. How do you know? Lu Jing took a sip of mineral water. Not every young lady will fancy you, Sha replied, taking the bottle from him. I advise you against humiliating yourself. Chapter 16. Boss, why be infatuated with a single flower? Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Song Jiming deliberately slammed on the brakes, causing Ji Yunjia, who was gripping the car frame, to collide with his back. A swift acceleration had Ji Yunjia instinctively wrapping her arms around his waist. The thin fabric of his t-shirt brought them intimately close, flushing Ji Yunjia's cheeks crimson. Hold on tight, Song Jiming smirked, amused by the audience watching them. You need to be cautious if you hold on tight. I'll take care of the rest, he assured her. Once everyone was assembled, a signal was given, and the convoy surged forward like unbridled wild horses, rumbling up the mountain. The incline was not steep, but the dense vegetation and poor road conditions left Ji Yunjia feeling dizzy, unable to appreciate the scenery, clinging tightly to Song Jiming's waist. Unbeknownst to him, Song Jiming was oblivious to her discomfort as he sped along, ultimately losing to the seasoned Lu Jing by a hair's breadth. Although it was Gu Qing's first time driving this car, she performed admirably, earning praise from Lu Jing. On the descent, Ji Yunjia disregarded Song Jiming and directly took a seat in the back of Gu Qing's car. Following her down the mountain, watching Ji Yunjia's retreating figure, Song Jiming's throat tightened. She was incredibly delicate. Meanwhile, Su Chengchuan opted not to return to his room to work but headed straight to the beach. Though the summer was sweltering, the sea breeze offered a refreshing reprieve, and he lounged under a sunshade, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Noticing him in sunglasses, exuding an aura of do not disturb, Sha could surmise his intentions. She turned back to the kitchen to fetch beer and cold drinks, placing them gently on his table. With a smile, she greeted him, saying, Su Gu, you carry on. I have things to attend to. Su Chengchuan acknowledged her. Thinking to himself that she was quite perceptive, in truth, he had no urgent emails to respond to. He merely wished to prevent Gu Qing from being taken advantage of by Lu Jing. If one were to label it as affection, it was not quite that. It was simply a matter of not wanting to see her exploited. After lunch, following a few rounds of cards, Lu Jing reluctantly escorted the four back to their vehicle. Sha observed him gazing longingly at the car's rear, pondering why, at his age, he remained so playful. Boss, it's time to head back. I don't want to. Boss, are you reluctant to part with Miss Gu? Is that a problem? Boss, it's obvious to anyone with eyes that Miss Gu has feelings for Su Gu. What do you know, you little brat? But Miss Gu seems far more suited to Su Gu. You're blind, in truth. Su Gu had not gone to reply to emails, solely to prevent Lu Jing from making any advances. Shut up, they appear to be a better match. Don't play the villain. Do you even know who your boss is? Boss, why be infatuated with a single flower? Keep talking, and I'll dock your pay, boss. I'm speaking from the heart. Deducting 100. Boss. Wise words are hard to hear. Deducting 200. Upon arriving at her residential complex, Gu Qing placed her suitcase in the car. Lacking any exceptional talents, she would not shirk her responsibilities, hastily driving back to the office to catch up on the progress she had fallen behind on over the past few days. Ever since she took over this project, she had not taken a day off, driven not only by a fear of disappointing Su Chengchuan but also by her inherent desire to excel in whatever she undertook. At the Su residence, Ji Yanhui, while taking Su Chengchuan's discarded clothes, noticed a lipstick stain on the back of one of his t-shirts. Mistaking it for a mark from Jiang Xining, she inquired if he had gone out with his girlfriend and suggested bringing her home for dinner someday. When Su Chengchuan noticed it while changing, he remained non-committal, saying, maybe later. I've been quite busy. Jiang Xining, unaware of any missteps, had not seen Su Chengchuan since their meeting with her parents. Occasionally, when she called to arrange a meeting, he was always too busy. Jiang Xining wondered if his parents disapproved of her. Today, while auditing accounts near his office, she found herself downstairs and asked, "Can I come up to see you?" She had timed her visit to coincide with the end of his workday. "I'll be down," Su Chengchuan replied. Hanging up as he entered the elevator, he crossed paths with Gu Qing, who politely remarked, "Director Su, off work?" He replied, stepping into the elevator. They were truly like strangers. Gu Qing smiled bitterly to herself as she turned to the pantry to pour some water. Leaning against the window and gently blowing on the brim of her cup, allowing herself a moment of sorrow. Through the large glass window of the pantry, a woman in a tax bureau uniform caught her attention. The woman's long hair flowed freely. Had the tax bureau relaxed its grooming standards? As Su Chengchuan appeared, the woman looped her arm through his, revealing that her disheveled hair was a deliberate choice to impress someone she admired. Until they departed, Gu Qing did not catch a glimpse of the woman's face. Her curiosity piqued as she wondered what kind of girl could elicit such attention from him. After dinner, Su Chengchuan parked outside Jiang Xining's complex. Noticing he did not exit the car, she inquired, "Do you have something to say to me?" A man who does not contact you and is perpetually unavailable conveys a clear message. And she understood. Su Chengchuan's expression revealed nothing, merely responding, seeing him remain silent, Jiang Xining dug her nails into her palms, forcing herself to ask, "Is it over?" Was his only reply. This was simply how Su Chengchuan operated. Even in a breakup, he maintained her dignity. Jiang Xining attempted to keep her voice steady, forcing a smile as she asked, "Have you fallen for someone else?" "No," he replied. Their relationship, spanning 3.5 months, had included a single kiss, and while their feelings were not particularly deep, her pride forbade her from crying, yet tears flowed uncontrollably. Indeed, the first to fall in love is the one who loses. She realized she was not destined to marry into the Su family. Su Chengchuan handed her 2 tissues, his tone still gentle. "Don't cry. It's not worth it." Jiang Xining wiped her tears, took a deep breath to calm herself, and forced a smile, saying, "I'll bring you your gift later." It was her birthday, and Su Chengchuan had given her a bag, not extravagant but not cheap either. "No need," he replied, turning to her. "Be careful on your way home." After Jiang Xining left, Su Chengchuan lit a cigarette, realizing that he simply did not feel anything for her anymore and could easily let go. Perhaps it was due to Gu Qing, or perhaps not. His heart had begun to waver, and the feelings of reluctance and unwillingness grew within him. The monotony of the latter half of his life made him hesitate, retreat, and yearn for escape. He could no longer guarantee that he could continue on this path with her as before, eventually marrying her. She, at her age, could not afford to wait. Prolonging it would only cause her greater harm. He could not hold her back, so he chose to end the relationship immediately. Chapter 17. There is no fairness in this world, nor does he possess it. On the weekend at the Su residence, Ji Yanhui began her morning by chiding Su Chengchuan for not inviting Jiang Xining over for a meal. What is a grown man doing at home on a weekend? If she doesn't want to come over, she could at least be out on a date. You should take a lesson from Jimming. He's younger than you and is already married. Finally, After pushing Su Chengchuan to the brink, he blurted out that they had broken up. Her anger flared. It was infuriating to have finally agreed to let him date someone only to have it end without any closure. Come on, tell me what was wrong with her. She is good-looking. Has a lovely personality. What is the reason for the split? Her parents are employed and she works at the tax bureau. She didn't mind that you weren't in a formal job. You re an adult. Why can't you discern right from wrong? Su Chengchuan felt as though his head might explode. Mom, he interrupted her incessant chatter. Unlike Song Jiming, who would have confronted their aunt directly, he had always been the obedient child, excelling in both academics and conduct, the ideal child in the eyes of adults. I'm going to work overtime. I want to be home for dinner. You can't hide from the truth forever. The sound of the door slamming abruptly halted Ji Yanhui's tirade. Su Chengchuan had spent the afternoon playing basketball, changed into new clothes, had a meal, and watched a movie, but ultimately found himself driving toward the office. He understood that if he did not like someone, he should not pursue them. Yet, he felt he owed a duty to his fellow alumni. As the elevator doors opened, he caught a glimpse of light emanating from the small meeting room. Su Chengchuan scanned his fingerprint and pushed open the door, heading straight for the innermost small meeting room. Peering through the glass panel in the door, he saw it was empty. A twinge of disappointment coursed through him as he considered stepping inside to turn off the lights. Director Su? Came Gu Qing's curious voice from behind him. What brings you here? Su Chengchuan casually concocted an excuse. He had come to retrieve a document, mistakenly believing that the lights had been left on in this area. Gu Qing observed his empty hands and remarked, Please, carry on with your tasks. Her politeness reached the level of formal address, leaving Su Chengchuan with a peculiar sense of discomfort. The cup in Gu Qing's hand was rather hot, prompting her to push open the door and place the cup on the conference table. Su Chengchuan's gaze fell upon the takeout boxes on the table. This project involved the design department, yet Gu Qing's team was inadequately staffed. Nevertheless, the progress had remained remarkably steady, indicating to him that she had indeed been working overtime. Are you the only one working late? Su Chengchuan inquired. Not necessarily, Director Su. I still have plenty of work left undone, so I won't keep you any longer, she replied. She was undeniably busy, unwilling to waste even a moment in her pursuit of progress. Su Chengchuan remained noncommittal and turned to exit the conference room. His departure left Gu Qing with a tinge of disappointment. She lifted her gaze to the heavy workload before her and sighed, forcing herself to refrain from thoughts of him. She simply had no time for melancholy. She needed to gather her spirits and immerse herself fully in her work. Su Chengchuan re-entered, this time with a laptop in hand. Gu Qing looked up at him, her expression one of surprise. Between them, there was little in the way of personal rapport. Su Chengchuan took the document from her hands and seated himself opposite her, stating, After all, I am your senior. Upon hearing this, all of Gu Qing's grievances, discontent, and sorrow surged forth, and her eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears. So he was aware. Su Chengchuan opened his laptop and asked, Have you been wronged over there? In Gu Qing's heart, the injustices at Huayuan paled in comparison. It was simply a matter of her not being as capable as others. All her grievances stemmed from his indifference. She was filled with fervor, while he remained a stranger. Gu Qing lowered her head to compose herself and replied coolly, No, I just prefer not to be overlooked. Su Chengchuan fell silent, opening the document to commence his work. He believed that the world was inherently devoid of fairness, and he was no exception. A pragmatic individual, Su Chengchuan was highly efficient. To avoid any misinterpretations, he would always call her in the evenings before arriving. And if she stated she was busy, it meant she was working late at the office. Thus, this had become a little secret between them. Gu Qing was simultaneously elated yet riddled with guilt, feeling as though she was both opportunistic and inappropriate. That evening, Ji Yanhui noticed her son preparing to go out again and asked, What business does a single fellow like you have running around at night? With narrowed eyes, she scrutinized his reaction. Su Chengchuan, recognizing his mother's demeanor, replied helplessly, I'm just going to put in some overtime. Upon arriving at Noyuan, Gu Qing was as busy as ever at her desk, to the point that she didn't even notice his entrance. Su Chengchuan set his laptop down across from her. Ji Qing, hand me the materials. Ji Qing passed him a folder, courteously saying, Thank you for your hard work, Senior. Their exchanges remained consistently polite. It seemed he was merely extending a helping hand out of camaraderie from their shared alma mater. Ji Qing found great pleasure in collaborating with Su Chengchuan. not solely due to her admiration for him, but because she consistently learned new insights from him. He possessed a clarity of perspective and understanding that fostered her growth. Occasionally, he would compliment her intelligence, akin to a teacher. Despite their 3-year age difference, the disparity in their maturity was striking. Ji Yuqing mused that if she could have such a leader guiding her, her career would undoubtedly flourish further and steadier. As the end of the workday approached, Su Chengchuan closed his laptop and unplugged it. Ji Yuqing, send me your WeChat. Ji Yuqing was taken aback, her emotions swirling within her, yet her principles held her back. Her feelings for him were her own affair, unrelated to him. Accepting his assistance so freely was not something she should do. She smiled faintly. Senior, I don't usually use WeChat. Let us stick to calls. Su Chengchuan discerned her gentle refusal, suspecting she thought he might be straddling two boats. In truth, his mother had been keeping a close watch on him lately and might overhear his phone calls. He shrugged off any irritation, responding with a subdued, "All right, then." They made their way to the underground parking lot, each heading to their respective vehicles before departing. Once inside her car, Gu Qing's thoughts became a chaotic blend of regret, shame, and longing. Unable to resist, she called Ji Yunjia. Having just finished her shower, Ji Yunjia quickly dried her hands and answered, "Gu Qing, have you been thinking of me?" "Jia, what's wrong?" Gu Qing sensed urgency in her tone. "He mentioned adding me on WeChat today, but I didn't give him my contact." Ji Yunjia was already aware of Su Chengchuan's assistance with Gu Qing's overtime. So? Are you regretting it? She probed. "I don't know how to articulate it," Gu Qing sighed. "Are you regretting not giving it to him, or regretting accepting his help?" Ji Yunjia inquired. Ji Yuqing exhaled deeply, "A bit of both. The way things stand, it's no different if his girlfriend finds out," Ji Yunjia said, offering a candid observation. Chapter 18. His troubling relationships. Ji Yunjia's words were poignant. A man who was already taken shouldn't be unconditionally helping a woman, especially late at night when they were alone at work. I know, but he is truly exceptional, not merely because of my fondness for him. "So what?" Ji Yunjia pressed. The last time they had gone to the beach, she had noticed Su Chengchuan's lack of romantic interest in Gu Qing, and she was determined to advise her not to torment herself needlessly in light of Su Chengchuan's assistance. Ji Yunjia felt it inappropriate to comment further, recognizing that they were adults capable of their own judgments. The silence on the other end of the line indicated to Ji Yunjia just how precious this interaction was for Gu Qing. If Su Chengchuan genuinely had feelings for her, he would navigate the situation adeptly. However, if Gu Qing were mistaken in her understanding, it would only lead to further heartache, considering it was merely a matter of exchanging WeChat contacts. "Does your company have surveillance?" Ji Yunjia asked. "Yes, be cautious. What if someone decides to investigate one day? It's a risky game. You might end up losing more than you gained." Ji Yuqing was instantly amused. Chiding, what kind of metaphor is that? Reputation, after all, mattered equally for both of them. While Ji Yunjia was unconcerned about Su Chengchuan's reputation, she was preoccupied with Gu Qing's, having become entangled with the design director of another company, who also happened to have a girlfriend. The gossip that would circulate back at the office would be unbearable. After a night of restless tossing and turning, Gu Qing ultimately resolved to do what she believed was right. The following days passed without any contact with him, and Su Chengchuan understood that Gu Qing was attempting to distance herself from him. What did she perceive him as? A man who was easily swayed by appearances, or one who sought to play both sides? Admittedly, he was somewhat tempted by her. Since Gu Qing no longer required his help, Su Chengchuan refrained from visiting the office in the evenings. He could only hastily complete his work during the day, finding his evenings increasingly difficult to endure. With Song Jiming's upcoming wedding, his mother grew increasingly insistent about his own marriage. Whether he went out or stayed in, she would inquire, and the more she scrutinized him, the less she seemed to appreciate him. This led Su Chengchuan to spend his evenings wandering aimlessly or working at Song Jiming's side point. One time, while in the cinema lobby, he encountered Jiang Xining, who was accompanied by a gentleman. Jiang Xining greeted him first. "Catching a movie?" he replied. "Yes." "All alone?" "Yes." An awkward silence ensued. That evening, at Buiwei Mansion, Song Jiming took a sip of egg drop soup and couldn't help but grimace, realizing he might need a second bowl of rice. "Yunjia, where's the salt? You can start by adding a little less, taste it, and if it's insufficient, you can add more." Having been married for 6 months, their daily interactions had become less formal. "I already tasted it. It just reduced after cooking," he sighed. A few days had been manageable, but Ji Yunjia had a knack for coming up with new annoyances, making him dread returning home for dinner. Why don't we eat at my mom's place instead? Since experiencing his mother's relentless pressure for grandchildren, she had been hesitant to visit her in-laws. Then I'll go to my mom's for dinner, she stated, displaying no interest in cooking, having already done her part. Song Jiming, thinking of his own mother, felt a headache coming on. Fine, I'll go to my mom's too. Ji Yunjia, blissfully unaware, believed that Song Jiming was dining at his mother's house, when in reality, he had been subsisting on takeout at the office. Are you taking time off for the holiday? Ji Yunjia inquired. No, what about you? Any plans? Song Jiming asked. Our school is organizing a hike up T Mountain for a few days, and then we'll explore nearby cities. All right, he nodded, asking, where will we meet? I'll come see you off. No need, there are plenty of people going. A bus will pick us up from the school. Okay, just let me know if you need anything, Song Jiming said, pulling out his phone to transfer some money to her. A notification pinged on Ji Yunjia's phone. I have money to spend. After being married for this long, Ji Yunjia still struggled to accept Song Jiming's financial support. Unbothered, Song Jiming replied, by whatever you fancy. He slipped on his shoes and headed out. Be safe on the road. Yes, he replied, stepping out the door. Ji Yunjia closed the door, a faint smile gracing her lips. After 6 months together, she was quite content with her marriage. Song Jiming was stable in temperament, of good character, pragmatic, ambitious, and capable. Aside from not quite appreciating her beauty, there seemed to be little to criticize. As for Gu Qing's planned trip, she expressed her discontent, stating that her entire holiday would be consumed by Noyuan, and she didn't want anyone to feel sorry for her. Since the night he had requested her WeChat, Gu Qing had rarely encountered Su Chengchuan. Even when they crossed paths at the office, their interactions were limited to mere greetings. They had reverted to their previous dynamic, one marked by a certain unfamiliarity. Ji Yuqing, having not received his proactive approach once more, realized in her heart that Su Chengchuan was utterly disinterested. It was merely a WeChat message. The weight of her demanding work compelled Gu Qing to press on, forcing her to consume cup after cup of coffee. She dared not fall ill, dared not pause, dared not rest. This relentless busyness left her with no time to lament the love she could not grasp in the tea room of New Yuan. Gu Qing gently blew on the steam rising from her coffee cup. This was the most joyous moment of her day, the only time that belonged solely to her, allowing her a brief respite. Manager Gu is here, a distant yet polite voice interrupted her moment of tranquility. The speaker was Zhao Bingyan, Su Chengchuan's assistant. Ji Yuqing, unwilling to engage, offered only a faint smile. Zhao Bingyan had noticed several times that Su Chengchuan's computer had been used late at night, coinciding with a marked acceleration in Gu Qing's work progress. A careful examination of the computer's traces would reveal that Su Chengchuan had been assisting Gu Qing, and that too after hours. Although the computer had not been used recently, her concern for Gu Qing appeared to grow each day. Gu Qing's beauty was indeed enviable. Manager Gu has been quite busy lately, Zhao Bingyan remarked, her tone devoid of any discernible emotion, yet one could sense her disfavor. Yu Qing surmised that Zhao Bingyan was undoubtedly aware of Su Chengchuan's assistance and was quite perturbed by it. Nevertheless, as Su Chengchuan's assistant, such discoveries were hardly a challenge. Ji Yuqing blew again on the steam rising from her cup, responding mildly, it's just work. Noticing Gu Qing's lack of engagement, Zhao Bingyan busied herself brewing a cup of red tea. Director Su simply loves red tea. He never seems to take a liking to coffee. Ji Yuqing neither agreed nor disagreed, casually replying, is that so? Being Su Chengchuan's assistant, she found it unwise to confront her directly. Our department will be going out for team building for a few days. I suppose Manager Gu will be left to work overtime? Zhao Bingyan remarked. Ah, Su Chengchuan and his troublesome romantic entanglements. Gu Qing lifted her gaze to meet Zhao Bingyan's eyes, her red lips curving slightly. Then I wish you all a delightful time. With that, she carried her coffee and left the tea room. As Zhao Bingyan observed Gu Qing's retreating figure, with her slender waist and shapely form. She walked with an alluring grace, prompting Zhao Bingyan to suppress the smile that had flickered at her lips. Indeed, Gu Qing was quite captivating. Little did Zhao Bingyan know that Gu Qing was not only exceptionally beautiful, but also someone who harbored a vengeful spirit. Chapter 19. He is actually married on the eve of the holiday. Su Chengchuan received a call from Gu Qing, which took him by surprise. They had not been in contact for some time. As he had been uncertain, hesitant to casually pursue her, If he were to seek his own pleasure at her expense, that would be truly despicable. Hello? Su Qingchuan's deep, magnetic voice resonated through the phone, and upon hearing him, Gu Qing's heart raced once more. Senior, could you come help with some overtime? Su Qingchuan glanced at the wall clock. It was 8 o'clock. Heading out again? Ji Yanhui watched her son change his shoes at the entrance. Having feared he would not go out again, I'm just covering a shift. Tomorrow is the holiday. After all, Su Qingchuan carried his laptop to the small conference room, where Gu Qing had already prepared the documents. He looked at the large stack of materials and then at Gu Qing, who was smiling brightly, her eyes sparkling with mischief and cunning, appearing genuinely endearing and far from her usual courteous demeanor. Let us begin, Su Qingchuan said, taking a seat, opening his laptop, and starting to work. Gu Qing stepped out for a moment and returned with a cup of coffee, standing beside him. Senior, I don't drink tea. You might as well have coffee. Su Qingchuan glanced at her without revealing his thoughts. She usually only poured him plain water. Gu Qing sat down and resumed her interrupted work as time passed. Every time Gu Qing brewed coffee, she would prepare a cup for Su Qingchuan as well. By 11 o'clock, Gu Qing took out her phone. Senior, I'll order takeout. Is there anything you'd like? Su Qingchuan looked up to see her lips slightly curved in a smile, her expression earnest. Anything is fine, he replied. All right. Gu Qing ordered 2 low-fat meals. Afterward, the takeout arrived, and they continued their work. Su Qingchuan thought he could leave by 2. But to his surprise, Gu Qing showed no intention of going home, remaining until the first light of dawn broke the horizon. Gu Qing, you should go home and rest, Su Qingchuan said after finishing the last sip of coffee. Senior, what time are you leaving? She asked, clearly waiting for him. He could guess who had provoked her. Su Qingchuan chose not to reveal it, instead saying, if you don't leave now, you'll miss your chance. Gu Qing smiled. Have fun. Just before stepping out, Su Qingchuan couldn't help but glance back at her, taking in her triumphant expression, which softened his gaze. She truly was stunning. Su Qingchuan hurried home, quickly packed a couple of clothes, and rushed to the meeting point. Upon seeing Su Qingchuan approach, Zhao Bingyan stepped forward, attempting to take the luggage from his hands. No need, he replied, continuing onward. Is everyone here? Yes, Zhao Bingyan confirmed. Let us go. 3 business vehicles sped down the highway. A group of unmarried men and women brimming with energy, chatting endlessly and singing joyfully along the way. Boss, sing one? Yes, the boss sings beautifully. The intercom crackled with encouragement from the other 2 vehicles. Zhao Bingyan picked up the intercom, glancing back. Su Qingchuan had nestled into the back seat, eyes closed in rest. The boss is resting, Zhao Bingyan remarked. This only fueled the uproar. Where did the boss go last night? Boss, did you not sleep? Boss, your stamina is impressive. Zhao Bingyan maintained her composure, though her grip on the intercom tightened, instantly surmising what he had been up to the previous night. Suppressing her rising irritation, she declared, all right, I'll sing one. Zhao Bingyan had her colleague in the passenger seat play White Moonlight and Vermilion Beauty, and the car filled with the song's accompaniment. Zhao Bingyan sang earnestly, but Su Qingchuan remained unresponsive. His arms crossed over his chest, eyes firmly shut. At 5:30 in the morning, the alarm rang, and Ji Yunjia sleepily emerged from her bedroom. Song Jiming was already in the kitchen, lights on, preparing fruit for her to eat on the way. Noticing her disheveled appearance, he urged, hurry and wash your face and put on some makeup. Otherwise, you'll have to go bare-faced. I'm already having second thoughts, she admitted, having never truly wanted to go. Song Jiming glanced at her groggy state, a stark contrast to her usual composed demeanor, and couldn't he help but chuckle. It's not too late to back out, it's too late. The leaders are all going. If I don't go, they think I'm trying to act special, Ji Yunjia replied, turning back to her room to apply makeup. Song Jiming ensured Ji Yunjia arrived at school on time. The bus was filled with people waiting, many older female teachers draped in shawls and sporting sunglasses, chatting animatedly. Song Jiming assessed that the older teachers constituted at least half of the group, which likely explained Ji Yunjia's reluctance to attend. As he retrieved her bag from the backseat and placed it in the bus's luggage compartment, he shared a few reminders before preparing to leave. Only to spot the principal stepping out of a black sedan. I'll go say hello, Song Jiming whispered to Ji Yunjia. You rest on the bus for a bit. Obediently, Ji Yunjia nodded and sleepily boarded the bus. Inside, the new female teacher was captivated by a young man outside the window, putting down her phone to inquire softly, Su Director? Who is that man? The teacher, Lu Qingqing, had just graduated from normal university and secured her position here. Though young, she was quite adept at navigating office dynamics, having quickly seated herself next to the office director. SU director, in his 50s, despite his age, exuded an exceptional charisma. She glanced outside again, adjusted her glasses that glinted in the light, and casually remarked, "That is the son of Secretary Song." Lu Qingqing's gaze lingered outside, and she unconsciously tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. He is rather handsome. Understanding the implications of eating from a public plate, she was aware of who Secretary Song referred to. SU director observed Lu Qingqing's youthful expression but chose not to respond. "Why haven't I seen him before? Is he a teacher at our school?" Lu Qingqing inquired, unable to resist stealing glances out the window. SU director, noticing her eagerness, replied directly, "He is G teacher's husband." At this revelation, Lu Qingqing's smile faltered instantly. "He is married. Such a splendid man is already married?" Just as her infatuation began, he was off the market. Su director chose to ignore her, thinking that young girls were often too impulsive. Chapter 20. His first love. Ji Yunjia boarded the bus, seeking a seat towards the back. "Teacher Ji, please come sit here." Su director kindly beckoned her over. Lu Qingqing, overhearing, quickly turned her head back. It was evident that Su director was eager to greet Ji Yunjia, the so-called teacher Ji. The moment Ji Yunjia entered, her appearance, demeanor, and grace far surpassed Lu Qingqing's in every aspect. This realization struck her profoundly. They appeared so well-matched, drawing countless admiring glances as they strolled down the street. Ji Yunjia felt a twinge of astonishment within. Apart from attending the wedding to offer her congratulations, she had had little interaction with teacher Ai. In fact, she hadn't even been invited to the wedding. As only a few teachers from the office were extended invitations, yet many uninvited guests showed up, including those whose names she could not recall. Perhaps they were there due to her father's reputation or her father-in-law's connections. With a smile, Ji Yunjia approached and took a seat beside her. "Teacher Ji, I brought some motion sickness patches. It's a long journey. If you feel unwell, please don't hesitate to ask me for one." "Thank you, Teacher Su," Ji Yunjia replied with a smile. She had never been particularly close to Teacher Su and found this sudden kindness bewildering. Seated by the window, she donned her headphones and selected her favorite music, only to see Song Jiming board the vehicle, scanning for her seat. Acknowledging the glances directed at him, Song Jiming politely nodded in greeting. "What's the matter?" Ji Yunjia inquired softly. He handed her a tote bag. "I forgot this. Inside are the fruits I cut this morning. Oh, all right. Please be careful on the way. In this setting, Ji Yunjia felt it was inappropriate to say much more. "I'll be heading back now." After Song Jiming departed, those seated nearby teased her. "Teacher Ji, your husband is quite handsome. Indeed. You two are a perfect match. How did you meet? Please share your experience." Ji Yunjia smiled faintly at their remarks and replied, "Through an arranged meeting." After her words, laughter erupted among the group, and Ji Yunjia joined in, hinting at her ability to match Song Jiming's status, which made her worthy of marrying into the Song family. Where there are people, there exists a society. She was employed at a prestigious secondary school, where academic performance reigned supreme. As a music teacher, her contributions were often overlooked. Lu Qingqing observed the man entering her vehicle, her heart brimming with resentment. Was this the essence of social class? She could hardly fathom the existence of such an exemplary man. Her parents held stable jobs, and she considered her family to be well off. Yet compared to the Song family, hers paled in comparison. Perhaps this teacher Ji could be her bridge. What she desired, she would surely attain. After Song Jiming saw Ji Yunjia off to her vehicle, he drove straight back to Jinmao building to work overtime. Just as he pressed the elevator button, he heard someone shout, "Wait, wait." Song Jiming swiftly prevented the elevator doors from closing. A young girl with a ponytail rushed over, exclaiming, "Thank you, thank you." "Which floor?" Song Jiming asked. "The 7th floor." It was then that the girl recognized him, momentarily taken aback, her voice tinged with shyness. "Thank you, Mr. Song. I'm Jiang Yihuan, the receptionist on the 7th floor." Today was indeed a stroke of luck for her. She had returned to retrieve an item and unexpectedly encountered Mr. Song from the 17th floor. Song Jiming paused. "What's your name?" The girl seemed surprised by his inquiry and shyly repeated, "I am Jiang Yihuan. On that tree-lined avenue years ago, a girl had blocked his path. Song Jiming, I am Jiang Yihuan, and after the passing of time, there will still be joy." Her smile was charming and radiant. akin to a ray of sunshine filtering through the gaps of the trees, illuminating Song Jiming's heart. The youth beneath those trees gazed at her, his heart racing. That year, as a sophomore, he could not comprehend why Su Chengchuan had neglected his studies for early romance. Before that, he had either been drenched in sweat on the playground or buried in books at the library, with his greatest indulgence being an all-night gaming session. It was only upon meeting Jiang Yihuan that he realized. Despite being human, a girl's hand could be so delicate, her lips so rosy, and holding her felt exquisitely soft. That summer, he finally understood. He held her hand, accompanied her for meals, strolled through markets, fetched water, and did laundry for her. He carried her up the sturdy steps of the Great Wall, walked through the falling crimson leaves of fragrant hills, and navigated the most intricate slopes of the snowy slopes. Savoring their finest years together, Jiang Yihuan came from a privileged background, gifting him AJ shoes and equipment, while Song Jiming reciprocated with gifts of equal value. As living expenses surged dramatically, Ji Yanqing began to inquire whether he was dating someone, prompting Song Jiming to admit it outright. Upon learning of this, Song Jianjun advised him that a man must bear responsibility, consider the consequences of his actions, and avoid irreparable mistakes. Song Jianjun's words were veiled, but Song Jiming understood the implication. He must ensure his girlfriend did not become pregnant in their junior year. They moved out and rented an apartment near the school. Jiang Yihuan was entirely unfamiliar with household chores. Before meeting Song Jiming, she had relied on a maid at home, and afterward, it was Song Jiming who took care of everything. He began learning to cook and manage the house, mastering everything from assembling furniture to buying sanitary products. Finding joy in the process in their senior year, just before the semester began, Song Jiming brought Jiang Yihuan home for a few days. Ji Yanqing was somewhat courteous to her, but after Song Jiming returned from seeing Jiang Yihuan off, Ji Yanqing, who usually exuded an air of superiority, ordered him to break up with her. She's not want to settle down. Can't you see that? I raised my son for over 20 years just for him to cook and clean for her? Let us not even mention whether she is a suitable match for our family. You'll need to return to work after graduation. Song Jianjun did not voice an opinion, yet he too harbored disapproval. Song Jiming's return was intended for civil service examinations, a plan they had collectively established. I want to give you money to live a tranquil life. Let us see if you can survive on love alone. Following a heated argument with his mother, Song Jiming hastily returned to school. Ji Yanqing was resolute in her stance, promptly cutting off his allowance, providing just enough for his basic needs. Song Jiming dared not speak of his family's attitude to Jiang Yihuan and took on 2 part-time jobs to cover rent and household expenses. When Jiang Yihuan inquired, he explained that as a senior, gaining some experience would be beneficial. However, even with 2 part-time jobs, he struggled to meet his family's financial demands, and life became increasingly strained. Song Jiming also took on additional roles as a delivery person and chauffeur during fragmented hours. The autumn rains soaked his clothes, and the winter winds bit through him mercilessly, showing no leniency simply because he was a third-generation official. Reality harshly brought him back to his roots. Observing his plight, Jiang Yihuan chose not to confront him but refrained from buying him gifts and avoided purchasing expensive items for her family. Chapter 21. The youth beneath the green shade no longer experiences spring and autumn. Ji Yanqing was aware of the hardships endured by Song Jiming but remained resolute in her indifference, believing that if she faltered at this juncture, it would jeopardize his entire future. During a family gathering after the new year, Song Jiming's hands, rough and red from toil, caught the attention of several close relatives. Yet no one dared to comment. Children grow up and naturally become rebellious. It's the same in every family. Outside the hotel, Su Chengchuan assessed him, noting he was clad in last year's down jacket. Not bad, Song Jiming replied, casting a glance at the chauffeur waiting in the biting cold. Su Chengchuan handed him an envelope. Take this. It's from my internship, not from home. In truth, Su Chengchuan had sent him money on numerous occasions, all of which Song Jiming had promptly returned. There's no need, Song Jiming interjected. I can't accept it. You don't have to. I appreciate the gesture. Song Jiming interrupted him once more. As the gathering concluded and people began to leave, Ji Yanhui discreetly grasped Song Jiming's arm and swiftly slipped a large stack of money into his backpack. Auntie, please don't say anything. Upon seeing Song Jiming reach for the money, Ji Yanhui seized his hand tightly, feeling pain at the sight of his injured palm. Are you trying to take our lives? Witnessing the tears welling in his aunt's eyes, Song Jiming ceased to resist. Understood, Auntie. That it seemed that everyone shared a similar sentiment. Cheng Chuan's girlfriend insisted on returning to her hometown, and Cheng Chuan was reluctant to part with her, so let them be exasperated. That year, Song Jiming returned to their rented apartment early to resume work, while Jiang Yihuan returned home just before the school year began. He handed her the money he had earned during this period. Jiang Yihuan declined, saying, "You should keep it for rent." She sensed something amiss and smiled, playfully pushing his hand back. "I received a lot of red envelopes during the new year. Why not buy some clothes?" Song Jiming retracted his money. "We can discuss it later." Jiang Yihuan gazed at him, feigning annoyance. "Why so glum? Come here and let me hug you." Song Jiming wrapped his arms around her, burying his head in her neck. After so many days apart, he missed her dearly. As graduation approached, Ji Yanqing's words proved prophetic. Song Jiming had never felt so beleaguered in his life. On a summer night, clad in a chauffeur's vest and holding a takeout box, he waited in the parking lot of a high-end club. A slightly overweight man, who appeared to be in his late 30s, sat down on a stone stool opposite him after lighting a cigarette. "What do you do during the day?" the man asked. Song Jiming took a bite of his meal and replied nonchalantly, "I'm in school. School is great." The man took another drag of his cigarette. "Which school?" "B University. I came from a 985 institution. I work in IT." Song Jiming looked up at him, noting the man's thinning hair as he spoke, the smoke curling upwards, obscuring his heavy glasses and rendering his gaze unreadable. The man sighed. "I'm still paying off the mortgage. My wife just gave birth, and money is always tight." Song Jiming remained silent, hastily finishing his meal. "How about you? Earning a living?" "Yes." Song Jiming pulled out a tissue from his pocket to wipe his mouth, secured the lid on his takeout box, and prepared to toss it into a nearby trash bin. That moment, a group of 5 or 6 young men and women approached. Each individual was impeccably dressed. Yet among them, one man appeared to be quite inebriated, stumbling as he walked and requiring the support of a girl's shoulder for stability. The girl, possessing a charming countenance, had long hair cascading over her shoulders, and her slender, fair arms encircled his waist, laughing with abandon. "Jiang Yihuan." Song Jiming called out to her, his expression cold and piercing. Several heads turned in response to his voice, and Jiang Yihuan's smile froze upon her lips. The man glanced at the girl beside him and asked, "Your friend?" He then turned his gaze towards Song Jiming, who stood not far off, holding a takeout bag and wearing a ride-hailing vest. With a sneer, he tossed a set of car keys from his pocket and shouted, "Go drive. Don't make a scene. Stop it." Jiang Yihuan shot a glare at the man and hurried over to pick up the keys from the ground, which turned out to be for a Maserati. Her expression had regained its composure as she avoided looking at him, saying, "You should go back. I'll come find you tomorrow." With that, she rushed back, pulling a few people along as they left. 3 cars sped away, and the bespectacled man clapped a hand on the frozen Song Jiming's shoulder. "Focus on your studies. Nothing else matters." Song Jiming clenched his jaw, ripping off the vest and throwing it violently to the ground. The next morning, when Jiang Yihuan opened her door, she found Song Jiming sitting on the couch, still in the same t-shirt from the previous day, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he stared vacantly, puffing intermittently. Jiang Yihuan placed the keys on the coffee table, the sound piercing the silence of the small living room. Taking a deep breath, she softly said, "I'm sorry, Jiming." Without lifting his eyelids, Song Jiming reached for another cigarette, placing it between his lips, and lit it with the end of the one he had been smoking, extinguishing the latter in the cup as saucer. "Did you sleep with him?" he asked, his voice low and toneless, as if inquiring of her or perhaps talking to himself. The porcelain saucer was already filled with cigarette butts. Jiang Yihuan had never seen this side of Song Jiming. The Song Jiming she knew was the carefree youth sweating on the basketball court, the one with long, elegant fingers flipping through books at the library, the boy whose hair danced in the spring breeze beneath the green shade, whose eyes blazed with passion when he loved her, none of which resembled the dullness that now enveloped him. Regret washed over her. She shouldn't have toyed with such a good Song Jiming. For him, it was the first time, but for her, it had merely been a fleeting whim. "I'm sorry." The weight of her apology bore heavily upon Song Jiming, leaving him motionless, allowing the cigarette but to burn his fingers. "Can you not leave?" he asked, still not looking up, his voice gravelly and low. Jiang Yihuan extinguished the cigarette, but with her fingers, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Song Jiming was the best for her, without question. "Don't do this. If I leave, you won't have to suffer so much. Can you not leave? He repeated, his gaze finally meeting hers. His eyes were red-rimmed, reflecting an indescribable despondence, a sorrow born from the knowledge of impending loss and helplessness. Jiang Yihuan's tears fell freely. This was Song Jiming's dignity. I don't want to be cautious when buying bags or clothes, worrying if you'll overthink things. I just want to live recklessly. That's how I grew up. I can't go to your city. Just forget me. Jiang Yihuan walked away. It turned out his parents had seen through everything long ago. What could a penniless man offer in love? Once removed from his parents' protection, he was nothing. Consequently, Song Jiming never pursued a career but chose entrepreneurship instead. From then on, the boy beneath the green shade would no longer experience the joys of spring. On that day, Song Jiming sat in his office, accomplishing nothing but sitting there all day. Chapter 22. Who told your assistant to be so talkative? As the car exited the highway, the bumpy ride forced Su Chengchuan to sit upright. Zhao Bingyan timely handed him a bottle of water, which he accepted, taking a few sips while glancing out the window. Where are we at? He inquired. We started ascending the mountain. It should take about 40 minutes to reach the summit. Our first stop is the canyon rafting, she replied. Yu Chengchuan yawned and nodded. Observing his demeanor, Zhao Bingyan was certain he hadn't slept all night. Even during late-night work, he wouldn't appear like this. So, he had not only worked overtime for Gu Qing but had done so all night. That Gu Qing was quite intentional. Zhao Bingyan inwardly cursed Gu Qing, calling her a vixen. The car parked in the mountaintop lot. This place wasn't a hot tourist spot, so even during the National Day holiday, it wasn't overly crowded. However, it offered many suitable activities for team building, making it a popular choice for companies. The water truck had arrived at the summit, waiting for everyone to gather for ticket inspection before boarding the rafting boats. Su Chengchuan, feeling sluggish, said, "You all go ahead and queue. I'll wait for you downstream." "Boss, aren't you going down? Come on, let us go together." "Enough. Just go." Su Chengchuan replied. It was probably for the best that he didn't go. Who would dare to spray him with a water gun otherwise? Zhao Bingyan considered persuading him once more, but saw Su Chengchuan raise his fist to his mouth and yawn, ultimately deciding against it. For the rest of the afternoon's activities, Su Chengchuan remained unenthusiastic, returning to his room early after dinner to rest. The group, seeing their boss leave early, played even more enthusiastically, with beer bottles strewn everywhere. 89 that evening, Gu Qing was still diligently working in a small conference room. Her fingers paused over the keyboard, her gaze drifting to 2 coffee cups on the table, lost in thought. What was he doing at this hour? Drinking? Was he intoxicated? Gu Qing convinced herself she merely wanted to verify the outcome. Her wavering fingers finally succumbed to pressing Su Chengchuan's name. Once, twice, thrice. Each ring echoed in Gu Qing's heart. Su Chengchuan half opened his eyes, vaguely recognizing the name Gu Qing as he answered. "Hello." Was he sleeping? The voice on the other end was low and indistinct, causing Gu Qing's heart to skip a beat. "Senior, are you asleep? Are you satisfied now?" Su Chengchuan's voice came through, mellow and deep. "Who told your assistant to be so talkative?" Gu Qing quickly reined in her words, realizing they weren't close enough to casually comment on his assistant. "Why did you stop?" Su Chengchuan asked, his eyes still closed. "It's nothing. I have to work overtime." "Still at the company?" "Just the usual routine for a worker." There was a knock at the door. "Hold on, I'll open it." Su Chengchuan turned on the light, approached the door, adjusted his clothes, and cleared his throat before opening it. Zhao Bingyan stood at the entrance with a tray, saying, "Boss, this bone soup noodle is particularly good. I noticed you didn't eat much tonight, so I brought you a bowl." She attempted to enter but paused as Su Chengchuan blocked the doorway. "I'll take it, Ian." Su Chengchuan glanced at her and reached for a glass of watermelon juice, saying blandly, "This is fine, Dado. Okay." Zhao Bingyan felt a twinge of disappointment but quickly added, "Also, I need to run through tomorrow's itinerary with you." Su Chengchuan replied nonchalantly, not moving an inch. Seeing he had no intention of letting her in, Zhao Bingyan recounted the itinerary from outside. "Got it. You can go back now." After closing the door, Su Chengchuan picked up his phone from the bed. "Hello." Ji Yuqing listened intently, confirming her suspicions. Unfortunately, he had a legitimate girlfriend. After all, they were merely supporting characters in his life. "Senior, have fun. I'm hanging up." Had they been closer, she would have made a sarcastic remark or two. The school bus arrived at the foot of T Mountain after lunch. After a brief rest and meeting the local guide, they began their ascent. Everyone was excited and high-spirited, snapping photos and marveling at the autumn beauty of T Mountain. Ji Yunjia, however, had no desire to take pictures. She didn't want to be there. Firstly, she despised climbing mountains. Secondly, she had come with Gao Yuan during her sophomore year. Due to the National Day holiday, the mountain paths were teeming with people. And Ji Yunjia sighed in resignation, following the lively crowd upwards. After 2 hours of strenuous hiking, when the group finally reached Zhongtian Gate, some who had never been before realized that vehicles could drive up. They exchanged a few remarks with the guide. The local guide chuckled, insisting that climbing the entire route was what mattered. The leaders, unwilling to show their age, insisted on completing the climb. The conversation shifted, with everyone eagerly expressing their desire to ascend and fulfill their life's meaning. Ji Yunjia glanced at the distant cable car, where the queue resembled a long dragon, and sighed inwardly. It would take at least 2 hours to board. As the group continued, the number of people taking photos noticeably dwindled. Even the teachers, typically fond of buying souvenirs, seemed to lose interest, merely leaning on their walking sticks and slowly climbing. As they approached the 18 steps, the group had splintered into smaller clusters, the stairs too steep and the crowd too dense, making even a moment's rest on the steps a risky endeavor. The guide called for a gathering at Nantiang Gate. Accompanying the leaders onward, after climbing the 1,633 steps and reaching Nantiang Gate, a few individuals occasionally praised T Mountain's beauty or complimented the leaders on their stamina, but most were too exhausted to utter a word. Once everyone had gathered, the tour guide enthusiastically rallied their spirits, proclaiming that beyond Tianjia lay the summit, urging everyone to muster their strength. In truth, their group was not climbing quickly, largely due to the older age of the leaders and the fact that half the members were middle-aged or older. Upon reaching the summit, the teachers, invigorated after a long afternoon of effort, donned their sunglasses, took out scarves, struck poses, and snapped various photos. The phrase 5 mountains stand supreme in unusual script was, of course, indispensable. 2 tour guides organized a grand group photograph. And after various stops for selfies, the sky darkened. The local guide began to arrange for accommodations. The hotel was rather mediocre, and the group guide repeatedly explained to the leaders that due to transportation conditions at the mountain peak, they would have to make do. The guide collected the identification cards and commenced the check-in process. Lu Qingqing, through subtle means, managed to share a room with Ji Yunjia. "Teacher Ji, you choose a bed," said Lu Qingqing, placing her backpack on the table and smilingly urging Ji Yunjia to select first. "Anyone will do." Faced with Lu Qingqing's persistent friendliness, Ji Yunjia could only accept it passively. While some thrive in lively environments, Ji Yunjia belonged to the latter category. Lu Qingqing's familiarity felt like a burden Ji Yunjia had to bear. "Then you can sleep in the inner bed for some quiet." "I shan't be polite then." They tidied up briefly when a knock at the door signaled that dinner was ready. Chapter 23. Revisiting the old haunt, Ji Yunjia and Lu Qingqing descended the stairs together and randomly selected a table to sit at. At that moment, the academic affairs director approached and requested Ji Yunjia to join another table. Upon turning to look, she noticed that most of the individuals at that table were school leaders. "Director Zhang, I'd prefer to stay here. You see, I don't drink," Ji Yunjia politely declined. Director Zhang smiled kindly. "When traveling, we have prepared juice for your teacher." Seeing that Director Zhang was insistent, Ji Yunjia could only nod to Lu Qingqing and move to the other table. Seeking a spot by the wall at that point, Teacher Su called her over to sit next to her, and Ji Yunjia, unable to refuse, sat beside her, feeling the position was quite unsuitable, however, as it was a request from Teacher Su. No one raised any objections. The higher-ups were the last to arrive. The group meal was not particularly lavish, yet the atmosphere was lively. After dinner, Ji Yunjia lingered for a while until the leaders departed. Allowing her to return to her room. "Your back, Teacher Ji," greeted Lu Qingqing with a smile. "Yes, I'll wash up first," Ji Yunjia replied, taking out her toiletries, removing her makeup, and quickly showering before hastily climbing into bed. Her legs exhausted. Seeing her reclined on the bed, Lu Qingqing put down her phone and playfully asked, "Teacher Ji, aren't you going to inform your husband about the itinerary?" "I already did." Song Jiming had not messaged her all day. She assumed he must have been busy. Lu Qingqing was about to say something more when Ji Yunjia interrupted, "Let us sleep. We have to rise at 3. Noticing Ji Yunjia's disinterest in conversation, Lu Qingqing pouted inwardly, thinking, "What's so great about it? If it weren't for your husband, would I even bother with you?" After turning off the light, Ji Yunjia found it difficult to fall asleep, as this place was filled with memories of Gao Yuan. After graduating high school, Gao Yuan went south while she remained in the north, officially beginning their long-distance relationship. Initially, it was manageable. She would take the high-speed train to see him whenever she had the chance. However, after he enlisted in the army during his sophomore year, their opportunities to meet dwindled. This trip to Mount Tai was 6 months after Gao Yuan had joined the service. Because of his military training, Gao Yuan always walked with a straight back, carrying her effortlessly. He was reserved, often speaking little, but doing much. He would, at unexpected moments, reveal his tenderness, carrying her up the mountain without regard for others' gazes, indulging her little vanity, and massaging her sore calves when they sat down. He would crouch to take beautiful pictures of her and, as dawn approached, ask if she wanted to kiss him. Gao Yuan was warmth itself, warming her entire youth. Now, returning to this familiar place, everything had changed. She was married, unable to return to the past. Those feelings of reluctance, sorrow, unwillingness, and helplessness engulfed her like a flood. Why couldn't they have a good ending? Why must it always be so difficult? He had liked her so much. Ji Yunjia's tears flowed uncontrollably as she thought of him, desperately longing for him, biting her lip to stifle her cries. At around 2 in the morning, voices and footsteps echoed in the corridor as people began preparing to watch the sunrise. "Teacher Ji, are you awake?" In the dark, Lu Qingqing whispered. Ji Yunjia, a light sleeper, softly replied, Then I'll turn on the light." Lu Qingqing flicked on the light, and Ji Yunjia glanced at the time. It was around 2:30. "Oh dear." As Lu Qingqing got out of bed, she exclaimed, "Teacher Ji, do your legs hurt?" Ji Yunjia was well aware of this discomfort, this isn't pain. You'll know what pain is when you descend. My goodness, I've never climbed such a high mountain. It's killing me. The leaders are so old, and they didn't think to arrange a cable car for us to take advantage of. Facing her complaints, Ji Yunjia smiled. "You wash up first. I'll go after." Then she tucked herself under the covers and continued to sleep. Seeing her disinterested demeanor, Lu Qingqing could only moan and shuffle into the bathroom. The tour guide had arranged for the rental of coats, advising everyone not to rush while climbing and to pay attention to their footing, assuring them that there was plenty of time. Upon reaching the observation deck, many people were already gathered, mostly young men and women, mingling in groups, some walking side by side, some shouting with glee, and others whispering sweet nothings, all reveling in the exuberance of their youth. As dawn broke, the layers of clouds became distinct, and beams of light pierced through the gaps. Bright and breathtaking. The sunrise was still beautiful, unchanged by the passage of time or the vicissitudes of life. It appeared to be a fine day. After taking photos and having breakfast, the guide arranged for their descent. The pain of going down the mountain was even more pronounced than the ascent. For those not accustomed to exercise, each stretch of the leg felt torturous, while the young teachers seemed to sprint down effortlessly. Song Jiming did not awaken until the sun was high in the sky the next day. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in his room at Yayuan, reflecting on how he had returned the previous night when he heard his mother push the door open. "Are you awake? Get up," Ji Yanqing said, pulling the curtains wide open. Song Jiming, suffering from a severe hangover, couldn't help but rub his temples. "Mom, how did I get home yesterday?" "You still have the nerve to ask. At your age, shouldn't you have some sense? You drank so much that they had to call to get you." Ji Yanqing tossed the clothes she was holding onto the bed. "Come out for breakfast." With that, she slammed the door in a huff. Glancing at the clock, Song Jiming saw it was 10:30. He pinched his throbbing temples, threw off the covers, got dressed, and washed up. Seated at the dining table, he stared at the empty surface, calling out, "Mom, where's the food?" Ji Yanqing emerged from the kitchen, shooting him a glare as she brought out a bowl of millet porridge and a few small dishes. After taking a sip of porridge, Song Jiming looked at his mother discontentedly. "Can't you cook something delicious?" Ji Yanqing shot him a look. "After you vomited like that, you still have an appetite?" Feeling irritable due to his headache, Song Jiming retorted, "I didn't even eat lunch yesterday. How could I not have an appetite? You think skipping lunch is justifiable? You're already in your 30s. Seeing his mother had no intention of making him anything better, he couldn't be bothered to argue back. "Where's Dad?" "He's been busy lately, hardly home." Ji Yanqing tied on her apron. "Mom, where are you going?" "To buy groceries. Stay put." After finishing his porridge, Song Jiming returned to his room to lie down again. Was the sunrise beautiful? He texted Ji Yunjia via WeChat, AT that moment. Ji Yunjia was hurriedly descending the mountain, panting and too fatigued to retrieve her phone. Teacher Ji, I'll carry that for you, Lu Qingqing offered, pulling open Ji Yunjia's backpack. The phone screen lit up with a notification of a new WeChat message from Song Jiming. So, his name is Song Jiming. Ji Yunjia took the phone and replied, it was okay, but I'm freezing. What's the next itinerary? Confucius Temple, don't send anymore. I have no pockets and no hands. Lu Qingqing helped her zip up the backpack and asked with a smile, is that your husband? Yes, P.S. asking if the sunrise was beautiful. Actually, we could organize a trip ourselves sometime. It's never as enjoyable with the leaders around. Ji Yunjia casually replied. The long-awaited bus pulled up steadily at the Zongshaman parking lot, and the young teachers could no longer care for the stragglers behind them, hurrying forward. Chapter 24. Gu Qing's blind date. The bus driver opened the door, allowing everyone to board. Although it was October, the midday heat was still intense at that moment. A male teacher, drenched in sweat and flushed, exclaimed, "Ah, air conditioning is truly a marvelous invention. Whoever invented it, I thank his ancestors for 8 generations." Teacher you should be thanking the bus driver. Lu Qingqing replied with a laugh. Little Lu, which grade are you in? Lu Qingqing's eyes widened in surprise. Blinking rapidly, I want to tell you. Don't you dare bully me for being younger. Teacher you was momentarily taken aback. I'll have you switch to my group when I get the chance. Teacher you, I acknowledge my mistake. Please don't actually transfer me. Laughter filled the bus. Awakening refreshed, Su Chengchuan realized he had rushed out without bringing a change of socks, so he slipped on his sneakers, grateful they were comfortable. Let us head out, he said as he walked outside. After boarding the business vehicle, they sped off, quickly arriving at the summit. There were 2 attractions at the top, a glass walkway and an aerial ropeway. They were both part of the same department and, as there were not many people, no competitive events were scheduled. Everyone donned shoe covers and entered the glass walkway. People tend to feel safer walking along the mountainside rather than in the center of the suspended glass. A few girls walked close to the mountain's edge, and soon several male employees began to inch toward the side as well. Su Chengchuan called out to them, "You lot, come back. If you keep moving to the edge, you'll be the first to go on the ropeway." Those nearby echoed, "Come back. Are you even men? The men have utterly shamed you. Ladies, come to our side. We shall protect you." Yang Xian, who had been trailing behind Su Chengchuan, noticed that everyone remained still. With a glint of mischief in his eye, he called out to the female colleagues, "Come on over. The boss will hold your hands." "Boss, will you really hold our hands?" The group of female employees clamored, "Boss, say something." Su Chengchuan chuckled and waved, instantly eliciting a chorus of squeals. "Boss, let's flee. They're charging towards us." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Chengchuan led everyone forward at a brisk pace. The girls dared not move too swiftly, instead clutching each other's hands, trembling as they pursued from behind. In the midst of the walkway was a circular open area, reminiscent of an eye in the sky. The few who caught up were hesitant to approach Su Chengchuan directly. Zhao Bingyin organized everyone to pose for several group photos. The aerial cableway attraction was generally avoided by the girls, who stood aside, watching. Su Chengchuan, undaunted, donned his gear and boldly ascended the cableway. "Come on, ladies, follow the boss," Yang Xian urged the female colleagues. "Why aren't you going?" A female colleague retorted, "I'm just here to support you from the back." Su Chengchuan halted, turning to shout, "Useless! Hurry up!" Yang Xian sighed and mimicked Su Chengchuan's tone, "Useless. What a splendid opportunity." Then, with a glum face, he cried out, "Boss, I'm on my way." Zhao Bingyin yearned to follow Su Chengchuan, but, glancing at the swaying cableway and the sheer cliffs below, her legs weakened, and she simply could not muster the courage to ascend. Meanwhile, Su Chengchuan executed his moves with the agility of a tiger. Reaching the opposite side in mere moments, the male employees, keen to maintain their composure in front of the ladies, restrained their exclamations unless absolutely compelled. "Hey, hey, hey, don't sway." "I'm not swaying." "No, it's not me." "Goodness, it's the boss." Su Chengchuan was seen engaging in activities that instilled fear in them. "Hurry up," Su Chengchuan called from the other side. "Boss, have mercy." The team-building event for the Nua Yuan design department spanned 4 days. With Su Chengchuan navigating between days with and without socks, as evening fell, Gu Qing closed the conference room computer, attentively listening to her mother's admonitions over the phone. "Do not be late, dress appropriately. Do not drive, allow someone to take you home, and refrain from causing any trouble. Ji Yuqing nodded repeatedly, assuring her mother she would heed the advice. Yet, it was impossible for her to avoid causing trouble. This was not Gu Qing's first blind date, nor would it be her last. To avoid entanglements, she kept an array of attire in her trunk. Ji Yuqing donned an outdated dress, applied heavy makeup, and, as Ji Yunjiao remarked, even a potato with this thick foundation wouldn't reveal its true form. She styled her short hair into a bun atop her head, donned a bright red sequined short-sleeve shirt tucked into a black bodycon skirt, and slipped on leopard print platform sandals. With bold eye makeup and striking red lips, she embodied an unmistakably non-mainstream aesthetic. After a final glance in the mirror, she thought, this time, I seem more like a streetwalker. Regardless, she embraced the notion of presenting herself as authentically as possible, far removed from the image of a professional woman. Arriving punctually at a Chinese restaurant, Gu Qing spotted a man with his back turned, his silhouette suggesting he was quite handsome. She boldly sat across from him and greeted, "Hello? Sorry to keep you waiting." The man raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback, before adjusting his rimless glasses, cautiously inquiring, "Miss Gu?" Gu Qing was momentarily stunned. "Xiao Chen? Song Jiming's best man?" Xiao Chen nodded, assessing Gu Qing's attire and makeup. She had once been a breathtaking sight at the wedding, yet now, she seemed an entirely different. Caliber. Xiao Chen passed the menu, smiling. "Forced into this, were you?" Gu Qing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, forcing a nervous laugh. What a coincidence. She never anticipated her blind date would be Xiao Chen. Had she known, she would have paid more attention to her mother's introduction. Xiao Chen chuckled. "You must be quite frequently pursued." Ji Yuqing awkwardly chuckled again. "Ever since I mastered this secret, I seem to be overlooked." Xiao Chen stole another glance at her regrettable makeup and swiftly changed the subject. "Let us order." "Waiter!" Gu Qing called out, instantly drawing the attention of other diners. A well-dressed, refined gentleman sat opposite a rather unfortunate-looking lady. Gu Qing sheepishly withdrew her hand. "Oh, I'm sorry. This makeup tends to trigger a reflex." Xiao Chen cleared his throat, recalling Gu Qing's appearance at the wedding in a stunning white gown, beautiful beyond compare. Yet, seeing her now, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Had she truly made men feel this way in the past? There had been far worse than this. Did she wish to experience that? This was merely the beginning. Previous blind date candidates had been affluent and influential, and she had feared they might be attracted to her family background, merely tolerating her tastes. Thus, she had ordered cola, rice bowls, and ramen at upscale restaurants, leaving the staff astounded, ensuring those suitors understood that to court her would be a most arduous endeavor. "Stop, please." Xiao Chen quickly interjected. "It's another large table in the restaurant. Those who had returned from the team-building event and hadn't gone home were dining with Su Chengchuan." "Isn't that Manager Gu?" Zhao Bingyan remarked. "Surely not. Manager Gu is so graceful," a male colleague immediately countered. "Wait, it really seems to be her. What is the story here? Is that her boyfriend across the table? Decent taste." Silence. Su Chengchuan glanced at Gu Qing, who was laughing heartily, unable to see who was seated across from her. "Finish up quickly and head back to rest," Su Chengchuan instructed, prompting the others to cease gossiping. "Understood, boss." Most of the team refrained from drinking during dinner due to driving obligations, leading to a swift conclusion. "You all take care of the transportation," Su Chengchuan directed the gentleman at the table. "Boss, aren't you leaving?" Zhao Bingyan inquired, immediately surmising it was due to Gu Qing's presence. "I have a few matters to attend to. You all go ahead." Without waiting for Zhao Bingyan to respond, he strode towards the front desk to settle the bill. Zhao Bingyan glanced back at Gu Qing, who was still dining, and then at Su Chengchuan's receding form, gripping her bag tightly as she exited. After settling the bill, Su Chengchuan deliberately passed by Gu Qing's table, only to discover that the gentleman across from her was none other than Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen," Su Chengchuan called out with a smile. "Chengchuan?" Xiao Chen stood, his face still adorned with an unrestrained smile. "Have you eaten?" "I have already dined," Su Chengchuan replied. Noticing that Su Chengchuan showed no signs of leaving, Xiao Chen introduced, "Allow me to introduce you. This is Miss Gu, the bridesmaid of Jiming." "You didn't attend," Yu Chengchuan regarded the woman, who dared not lift her gaze, with a slight smile. "Gu Qing." Gu Qing felt a wave of discomfort, akin to a fishbone lodged in her throat, acutely aware of the scrutiny upon her. What a mess she had made. Biting her lip, she finally mustered the courage to look up. She couldn't smile. Her lips were painted a bold red, and she feared that any smile would reveal her as a bloodthirsty creature. Instead, she offered a tight-lipped smile. "Good evening, Director Su." Xiao Qian, perplexed, asked, "Do you know each other?" Su Chengchuan observed her makeup, his lips curving involuntarily. "The two companies have collaborated. You two carry on. I must take my leave." Ji Yuqing felt an urgent need to escape, grabbing her bag and hurrying towards the exit without daring to look back. "I'll see you out," Xiao Qian offered. "No need goodbye," she exclaimed, fleeing the scene in haste. "Shall we find another place?" Xiao Qian inquired. "Not going anywhere. Just returned from team building, feeling exhausted." At that moment, Gu Qing reached the entrance of the mall when Su Chengchuan called her name. And she indeed did not head towards the parking lot. Su Chengchuan approached, glancing down at her outdated thick-soled red leopard print sandals, thinking how such an extremely outmoded style must be quite difficult to find nowadays. "You didn't drive, did you?" he asked, his tone assured. Ji Yuqing, feeling embarrassed, dared not turn her head. It's very convenient to hail a cab here. Why was he still pursuing her? She had her dignity too. "I'll drive you. No need." Ji Yuqing interrupted him sharply. She had imagined a day when she could walk shoulder to shoulder with Su Chengchuan, but it could never be under these circumstances. Su Chengchuan smiled. "If I'm not embarrassed, why should you be?" He moved closer, stating, "Let us go. My car is parked to the east." At this juncture, to refuse again would be overly pedantic, since he was unashamed. What was there for her to fear? As they walked eastward, passers-by occasionally glanced at them, perhaps due to Su Chengchuan's striking looks or her appearance resembling that of a newcomer to the city. Their contrasting aesthetics turned heads wherever they went. "What a coincidence," Jiang Xining remarked upon seeing the pair out shopping. Su Chengchuan nodded slightly, replying, "Yes." Jiang Xining then scrutinized the woman beside Su Chengchuan, noticing her tightly clenched handbag, and quickly covered the conspicuous metallic logo with her other hand. Suddenly, Jiang Xining appeared delighted, glancing at Su Chengchuan with a smile, and wrapped her arm around the gentleman beside her. "We'll take our leave now." Su Chengchuan acknowledged the man, recognizing him as the same gentleman he had encountered at the cinema, before continuing on with Gu Qing. Later, when Gu Qing inquired about Su Chengchuan's ex-girlfriend's beauty, he chuckled, "The one you met during the blind date with Xiao Qian that evening." Ji Yuqing suddenly recalled that enigmatic smile, which had been mocking him for his ignorance, leaving her so furious that she couldn't even eat, and she remained troubled for several days. The two of them got into the car and fastened their seatbelts, heading to the company. Su Chengchuan spoke in a declarative tone. How do you know?" Gu Qing asked, her face a picture of confusion. Su Chengchuan glanced at her and said, "Without makeup, how could you dare to go home?" "Oh, are you going on a blind date with Xiao Qian?" Su Chengchuan inquired. "At my age, it's perfectly normal to go on blind dates," Gu Qing retorted. "Is it appropriate to look like this for a blind date?" As soon as the words left her mouth, silence enveloped them. Ji Yuqing harbored feelings for him, and he was aware of it. He could easily kiss Jiang Xining and break up with her without a second thought. However, with Gu Qing, he dared not act so casually. He felt as though he owed her a youthful chapter of his life, and he feared that he might end up owing her a lifetime. Ji Yuqing would turn 28 after the new year, an age where one could scarcely afford to lose. If only they could have reunited a bit earlier, even just 2 years sooner, he would have certainly thrown caution to the wind and been with her. Gu Qing managed to smile and shifted the topic. "How has your brother been these days?" Su Chengchuan observed her forced smile, and coupled with her makeup, it was truly a sight to behold. He smirked slightly and let out a hum. "What does that mean?" "It means I was so flustered that I forgot to bring socks." Gu Qing couldn't help but burst into laughter, covering her mouth, her mirth uncontrollable and utterly unrefined. Seeing her laugh, Su Chengchuan exhaled in relief. "It's still thanks to you." Ji Yuqing, her eyes sparkling, replied, "Who told your assistant to be so annoying? His work capability is quite commendable." Not daring to continue disparaging Zhao Bingyin, Gu Qing nodded and flattered. "A strong general has no weak soldiers, right? You are truly formidable, visionary, and a pillar of strength, adept in strategy." Su Chengchuan shot her a sidelong glance. "Do the leaders in your place enjoy hearing this?" "Our leaders require more than just such trivial flattery," she retorted. "They must be praised for their looks, their rotund figure, their leadership skills, and even the smoke from their ancestors' graves." all while ensuring that the compliments never repeat. Su Chengchuan chuckled softly, remaining silent. Ji Yuqing knew he didn't believe her and added, though there may be exaggeration, it essentially reflects the actual situation. Are you aiming for that position? Su Chengchuan speculated, considering that with Gu Qing's qualifications, she would likely encounter management types who are neither here nor there, prone to self-inflation. Indeed, I am resolute in my ambitions. Chapter 26. If only we had met 2 years earlier. Su Chengchuan eyed her skeptically. Given her nature, she would retaliate even against Zhao Bingyan's teasing. So how could she let it slide this easily? It was merely a light-hearted slap or a kick. Ji Yuqing delicately described her actions. Not wanting Su Chengchuan to know of her roughness, as she always presented herself with grace, Su Chengchuan found her euphemistic description amusing yet inappropriate, so he kept his mouth shut. Who is your leader? Su Chengchuan asked, knowing that Gu Qing would eventually return. The plump one, she replied as Su Chengchuan paused, taken aback by her response, and Gu Qing couldn't help but laugh. I now refer to him as Gue Tianyalong. What does your name tag say? Wang Ergo, she exclaimed. Bursting into laughter, Su Chengchuan finally succumbed to a low chuckle, and once their laughter subsided, he took a deep breath and asked, so what is it actually called? Wang Yuan, ha 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 ha. The car resonated with laughter. Su Chengchuan stealthily inhaled, realizing that if he continued to laugh, tears might follow. Yet, he couldn't help but glance at Gu Qing, whose laughter was so vibrant it overshadowed her less-than-ideal makeup. Her smile as radiant as blooming flowers, softening the amusement in his eyes. Ji Yuqing opened the small mirror in the passenger seat to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes, only to be startled by her own reflection. In her merriment, she had forgotten about the dark, smoky makeup. Upon witnessing her reaction, Su Chengchuan chuckled softly. Are you afraid of your own handiwork? Gu Qing adjusted her long, thick false eyelashes and replied, business has been slow lately, so I've become a bit rusty. Thanks to her appearance and a few tricks, after 10 blind dates, none had been successful, and now no one was eager to set her up. Su Chengchuan's eyes sparkled with lingering amusement, thinking how wonderful it would have been if they had met 2 years earlier. The car came to a halt at the nearest elevator in the company parking lot. Gu Qing picked up her bag and bid farewell, brother. See you later. Su Chengchuan's mind urged him to say, sure, see you. He believed his role ended here, but as he opened the car door and extended his leg outside, he asked, aren't you working overtime today? Gu Qing suddenly recalled the extra work. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. I haven't even turned off my computer. Go on up. Su Chengchuan first went to his office to retrieve his computer, while Gu Qing took a document that wasn't too heavy. Are you tired? Su Chengchuan inquired. Yes, she thought to herself, you are the one who is tired. She picked up her prepared makeup bag and a paper bag containing clothes. I'm off to wash my face. I in the restroom. Gu Qing gazed at her reflection in the mirror and sighed, resignedly applying makeup remover to her face. Truly, there is no embarrassment worse than this. The ugliest version of herself had been seen by Su Chengchuan. After removing her makeup, Gu Qing dared not reapply it, for she was merely working late and would be heading home to sleep. Overdoing it would only make her appear insincere. She lightly filled in her eyebrows and applied a subtle shade of lipstick. When loosening her hair tie, she found her medium-length hair sticking up, so she grabbed a rubber band to tie it back again. With the company on holiday, she dressed casually, changing into a simple white dress with a round neckline and mid-length sleeves. Upon entering, she began tidying up the meeting table's shoes and props while asking, brother, would you like water or coffee? Su Chengchuan looked up at the sound of her voice. Gu Qing, with her hair tied back, devoid of makeup and wearing a white dress, still bore a youthful countenance, dazzlingly beautiful. Su Chengchuan lowered his gaze. Water. All right, I'll get it, Gu Qing replied, packing away the unused clothes and grabbing a cup to head to the pantry for Su Chengchuan's water. Your bag? Su Chengchuan pointed to the glimmering LV bag next to her. Gu Qing glanced and realized she had indeed forgotten to pack it, exclaiming, I almost forgot this. I mustn't lose it. Su Chengchuan eyed the LV's metallic logo. Quite shiny. Gu Qing beamed. Of course. It cost 15,008. How could it not shine? Su Chengchuan's expression darkened. He realized that in daily life, Gu Qing was quite clever yet had a penchant for exaggeration. Are you sure it wasn't $15.80? Gu Qing, noticing his lack of knowledge, insisted, 25. $15 can't buy this quality. Did you drive your little BMW to buy it? Yes, at the night market by the AG&C. 31 in total and I bargained down to 52. Jia and I each bought one. That sounds like a real bargain. Su Chengchuan was left speechless by her antics. At least this bag had some utility. Whereas Ji Yunjia would never be able to carry it. The mysterious thought processes of women. Ji Yuqing stored the bag away and pulled out another one she had carried during the day. Su Chengchuan recognized it as one he had gifted to Jiang Xining. Brother, let us head back soon. Su Chengchuan raised an eyebrow. You haven't done any work yet. I said soon. Gu Qing realized her tone had risen too high and softly added. Once I finish tidying up, I will. All right, prepare some documents for me to take home. You can rest at home tomorrow. Ji Yuqing had removed her makeup, and Su Chengchuan could immediately see the fatigue in her eyes. Gu Qing hesitated. She knew she should maintain her distance from Su Chengchuan and not let him assist her, yet these tasks had to be done. After several tiring days, she felt exhausted. Just this once, she would indulge herself. The school trip finally embarked on its return journey on the afternoon of the 5th day. The weary teachers, who had endured the trip, collapsed onto the bus, and soon faint sounds of snoring could be heard. Ji Yunjia leaned back in her seat, ready to close her eyes when a WeChat notification chimed. You have a message, Lu Qingqing whispered. Ji Yunjia pulled out her phone to unlock it. It was from Song Jiming. What time will you arrive? 5:20 at the school. Ji Yunjia thought that Song Jiming would arrive early and inevitably exchange pleasantries with the principal, so she added an extra 20 minutes. I'll come to pick you up. Just wait. Lu Qingqing, sitting beside her, saw their messages and was about to say they would arrive by 5, but thought better of it and decided to keep quiet. Closing her eyes to rest, she could seize this opportunity to get to know him. After all, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and here was her chance. The bus arrived at the school at the expected time, and many teachers' families were already waiting at the school gate. The eager older teachers, ignoring their sore legs, swiftly moved their large bags of souvenirs onto the bus, creating a lively scene. In contrast, the younger teachers were in no hurry, waiting until the older teachers had finished with their luggage before gradually disembarking to gather their belongings. Chapter 27. Su Chengchuan's first love when it was their turn to retrieve their luggage. Lu Qingqing immediately rushed to help Ji Yunjia with her bags. Seeing her eagerness, Ji Yunjia could only smile and say thank you. Teacher Ji, how are you getting home? My car is at school. Let me give you a ride, Lu Qingqing proposed. Ji Yunjia smiled and replied, There's no need to trouble yourself. My husband is coming to pick me up. Oh, all right, Lu Qingqing responded. Ji Yunjia had few belongings, just a luggage bag and some souvenirs. Thank you, you can leave them by the roadside. My husband will arrive shortly, she said politely. Lu Qingqing appeared quite enthusiastic. It's no trouble, I'll wait with you. I have nothing to do at home. Song Jiming arrived promptly, smoothly parking his car beside them. You must be tired, he observed, noticing she seemed a bit sun-kissed. I'm fine, Yunjia replied, and he nodded in greeting to Lu Qingqing. Hello, I'm Lu Qingqing, the new English teacher. Everyone calls me Teacher Lu. She introduced herself with a radiant smile. Hello, Song Jiming replied courteously, then lifted the luggage into the trunk. This is also for Teacher Ji, Lu Qingqing said, cheerfully handing him a gift. Thank you, he replied, closing the trunk and opening the passenger door. Addressing Ji Yunjia, please, get in. Noting that Ji Yunjia nodded without any intention of offering Lu Qingqing a ride, Song Jiming still inquired, Teacher Lu, would you like to join us? No need, my car is right here. All right, we'll be on our way then. Okay, goodbye, Lu Qingqing waved to Ji Yunjia. Make sure to rest well. Ji Yunjia smiled back, you too. Finally closing the car door, Ji Yunjia exhaled a sigh of relief. To be honest, such familiarity could be rather awkward. Lu Qingqing watched the departing car, pondering how such a refined individual could already be married. It seemed to confirm the saying that good men are scarce. After all, who would let go of such a prized catch? Inside the car, Song Jiming noticed her slow movements as she got in and asked, Does your leg hurt? It does. I practically ran down. Ji Yunjia admitted, instinctively rubbing her leg. I understand. I went during my sophomore year, and it gets better in a few days. Sophomore year? Ji Yunjia exclaimed, incredulous. Yes, what's wrong? Song Jiming looked at her quizzically, suddenly realizing that he was older and not in the same class year. She chuckled. I just remembered we're not in the same year. I went during my sophomore year too. We went before the semester began, along with Lu Jing and Xiao Chun. You all attended the same school? Ji Yunjia found it hard to believe, considering he graduated from a prestigious institution. Yes, the three of us shared a dorm, and Xiao Chun is my childhood friend. Ji Yunjia was taken aback. It seemed that all the academically gifted were surrounded by their peers. Xiao Chun appeared refined, Yet Lu Jing's carefree demeanor seemed entirely at odds with his studious image. Remembering Xiao Qian, Ji Yunjiao recalled Gu Qing's blind date yesterday and remarked, "What a small world." Gu Qing was on a blind date with Xiao Qian just yesterday. Song Jiming looked at her quizzically. "Isn't your friend fond of Su Chengchuan? How do you know that?" Ji Yunjiao was once again astonished. As Song Jiming made a turn onto the main road, he replied, "Isn't it obvious? Why hasn't Lu Jing pursued her anymore?" Ji Yunjiao fell silent. They all seemed to notice, so how could Su Chengchuan remain oblivious? He must be fully aware. With a sigh, Ji Yunjiao said, "It's a pity Su Chengchuan has a girlfriend." Not necessarily. Since he started dating, he has had 4 or 5 relationships, and in the past 2 years, he hasn't shown genuine interest in anyone. Acknowledging Gu Qing's feelings for Su Chengchuan, Song Jiming felt less irked by her. He knew Ji Yunjiao shared a close bond with her, and thought that if something could develop between Gu Qing and Su Chengchuan, that wouldn't be so bad. Ji Yunjiao straightened in her seat, fixating on Song Jiming as she asked earnestly, "What about Miss Jiang? He doesn't mention her at all, nor does he take her out. So it's nothing special." Upon hearing this, Ji Yunjiao felt her spirits lift immensely and immediately began inquiring about Su Chengchuan. Was his first love from college? Song Jiming smiled. "You're quite eager." "No, he had a girlfriend in high school. Was she particularly beautiful?" Noticing her indifferent reaction to early romance, Song Jiming couldn't help but glance at her, wondering if she had experienced something similar. She was all right. She was the school belle, so they attended the same high school. She must know Su Chengchuan's past well. Was she exceptionally attractive? Ji Yunjiao pressed, noting that while Miss Jiang was indeed pretty, she paled in comparison to Gu Qing. Song Jiming struggled to recollect, merely stating, "She was considered good-looking. Good-looking is good-looking." What do you mean by considered? He had been too engrossed in his studies to appreciate beauty back then, and now he had long forgotten his impressions of that person. "On my first day of high school, my father told me to study hard for the rejuvenation of our nation. How could I have time to care about this?" "Really? Your dad said that?" Ji Yunjiao was taken aback. He had received such an education since childhood. At last, she understood how Song Jiming's multifaceted personality had developed. His integrity and sense of responsibility were evident in how he approached issues and respected marriage. As for the rebellious streak, that likely stemmed from his inherent character. Indeed, every family has its unique educational philosophy. Her upbringing mostly emphasized being sensible, courteous, and obedient. As she grew up, her choice of university and major were all planned out by her parents. Even her marriage was predetermined. The most rebellious thing she had ever done was secretly dating Gao Yuan. Song Jiming acknowledged, bringing Ji Yunjiao back to the present, and continued, "Besides, I didn't even know who the school belle was. I only realized after bumping into them a few times that his girlfriend was the belle, and I didn't want to stare." Upon hearing this, Ji Yunjiao understood why Su Chengchuan had not been captivated by Gu Qing. It turned out he had always dated beautiful girls. She had seen his college girlfriend, who was quiet and lovely. However, Ji Yunjiao was curious as to why their first loves hadn't lasted until college. "How did that first relationship end?" she asked. He didn't focus on his studies while dating, which eventually escalated to the principal getting involved, and both families were called in. When my aunt found out, she scolded him, and he was forced to break up, ending up at T University. Song Jiming recounted honestly, "IST University not good. It's close to home. Moreover, not all early romances disrupt studies. If it weren't for Gao Yuan, given her grades, she would have barely made it to a normal teacher training university." The 3 of them attended the city's top high school. He entered with a top 10 score, while both she and Xiao Chun went to be university. And only he ended up at T University, city number 1 high school. What does it mean to be in the top 10? If there are no mishaps, one can usually secure a recommendation, Ji Yunjiao mused. No wonder Su Chengchuan stood out at T University. He had always been an academic achiever. She couldn't help but sneak a glance at his handsome profile, thinking how many girls must have cherished their youth around the oblivious Song Jiming. As if recalling something, Song Jiming, who had been waiting at a red light, lightly pressed the brake and turned to Ji Yunjiao, asking incredulously, "Did you date in high school?" Seeing his expression, Ji Yunjiao shot him a glare. How could he be so clueless about the school belle? "You're just late to mature, all right?" It was indeed surprising for him to think Ji Yunjiao would have had early romances. He could imagine her being pure and well-behaved back then. Prompting him to tease, "Was the school belle you? Do you have a problem with that?" Ji Yunjiao glared at him. Seeing her fierce expression, which was unlike her usual graceful demeanor, Song Jiming found her lively and charming. Chuckling, I wouldn't dare. Actually, it only lasted a year. Once Gu Qing arrived, I was no longer the belle. She felt unworthy of the title. Were there many suitors in high school? Not many. By graduation, only a few. Ji Yunjia admitted candidly that in retrospect, it might have been her aloof demeanor that deterred most from taking action. However, many had pursued Gu Qing, but after her brother taught a few a lesson, no one dared to disturb her, leading to unspoken crushes instead. Ever since Gu Qing transferred to their class, their desks had been surrounded by curious onlookers, all sneaking glances at her. Those youthful days were filled with shy, secret affections. Pure and delightful, Song Jiming caught a glimpse of her smiling lips, wondering if she was reminiscing about her first love. Suddenly, he found himself quite ridiculous for pondering such things. After all, she was 27, and he was still analyzing her early romances. As the light turned green, he released the brake, asking, Are we going to Yeyuan? Yes, I need to deliver some local specialties. She was always considerate in this regard, which was likely one reason her parents appreciated her. As Song Jiming signaled for a right turn, Ji Yunjia seemed to recall something and said, If my mom brings up having children again, you handle it. I'll say I'll listen to you. Then I'll say we should have children. Yunjia shot him another glance, contemplating that if it weren't for her father-in-law's presence, his towering figure of nearly 180 centimeters would surely have a rebellious spirit of 179. You must have endured your fair share of beatings as a child. Haven't you? Ji Yunjia inquired softly, aware that her formidable mother-in-law, who had dedicated her life to the discipline committee, was not one to show mercy. Song Jiming raised an eyebrow and regarded her silently. Noticing his lack of rebuttal, Ji Yunjia continued, And I suppose you've also taken the blame more than once. Su Qingchuan, Xiao Qian, and the three of them, having grown up together, surely had their share of childhood scrapes. Yet he was the one with a domineering temperament, making it unsurprising that he had faced his fair share of punishment. Indeed, he had often been on the receiving end of beatings and had borne the brunt of blame. But what of it? He was curious to see what rationale she could possibly conjure. You deserve it. Your mother was still too lenient, which is why you remain so insufferably cheeky now. After delivering her retort, Ji Yunjia mused that being disobedient was indeed enjoyable. At least it brought her a sense of inner satisfaction. Seeing a hint of pride on her face, Song Jiming remarked, You've grown quite capable. Ji Yunjia, as he reached over to pinch her cheek. Startled, Ji Yunjia exclaimed, Focus on driving. Song Jiming seemed equally taken aback by his own frivolous gesture, promptly straightening up and paying close attention to the road ahead. Though the sensation of her smooth skin lingered on his fingertips, Ji Yunjia's gaze fell upon his hand, where his distinctly knuckled thumb and index finger subtly rubbed against one another, an intimate atmosphere instantly enveloping the car, causing her cheeks to involuntarily flush. They were husband and wife, and the likelihood of their separation in this lifetime was slim. Witnessing her embarrassment kindled in Song Jiming a desire to forge a genuine marital bond with her. Although he knew the path ahead was fraught with challenges, finally, the car arrived at the foot of Yeyuan Building, and Ji Yunjia hastily exited the vehicle, while Song Jiming leisurely opened the trunk. Which of these do we need to take upstairs? Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, Ji Yunjia wondered if perhaps she had overreacted. All of them, she replied. What about your mother-in-law's gift? I didn't buy anything. I couldn't be bothered, as long as I show proper respect to your family. It's fine, why mother doesn't mind either way. All right, I'll order something online to send later. Ji Yunjia refrained from voicing any objections to his purchasing plans. If he wished to buy, so be it. She was considerate towards his family, and as for her own, she neither encouraged nor discouraged his intentions. Upon inspecting the gift boxes, Song Jiming noticed that one contained a box of Ganoderma lucidum. Ganoderma? Well, there was really nothing else to buy. I couldn't very well bring back 2 stacks of pancakes and 2 bundles of scallions. Ganoderma was available everywhere, but the true local specialties were pancakes and scallions, which he certainly could not buy. That makes sense. When it's time for dinner, I'll definitely help in the kitchen. If my mother says anything, you must come to my defense. Understood, Song Jiming replied. Upon noticing the young couple's arrival, Ji Yanking expressed mild surprise. Song Jiming brought the gifts inside, reminding his mother that they were carried back by Ji Yunjia. Ji Yanking accepted the gift box from Ji Yunjia, praising her for being thoughtful as dinner approached. Ji Yunjia obediently accompanied her mother-in-law to the kitchen, sneaking a glance back at Song Jimming as she rose. Unwilling to go, yet still feeling a sense of duty, Song Jimming lazily called out, "Mother, I'll help too." He got up and followed her into the kitchen. Once in the kitchen, Song Jimming did little to assist, instead sampling this and that. Whenever his mother broached the topic of having children, he would deftly divert the conversation with questions of his own, effectively interrupting her line of inquiry. Ji Yanqing soon realized that her son wasn't there to help, but rather to protect his wife. Feeling a sense of relief, she playfully shooed them both out. In truth, whether or not to have children was not her primary concern. She understood that her son still held onto the memories of his past love. After all these years without a partner, this marriage was entered into with reluctance, and she hoped that by having a child, he could settle down and live peacefully. Otherwise, Ji Yunjia's family background would hardly qualify her as an ideal daughter-in-law. Chapter 29. The boundaryless subordinate and the benevolent superior. When Song Jianjun initially spoke to her, she was somewhat skeptical, but upon meeting the person, she found her to be both obedient and understanding, devoid of any spoiled temperament, and, most importantly, quite beautiful. Her son was not blind. He would surely fall for her. With work and holiday breaks, the two of them conspired, leading to the culmination of this heartfelt endeavor. Due to Song Jianjun's late return, they waited a while before beginning the meal. "Dad, have you been busy lately?" Song Jimming asked, having not seen his father in several visits home. Song Jianjun replied, lowering his head to pick at his food. Upon seeing her about to leave, Zhao Bingyin immediately remarked, "The makeup of Supervisor Gu in the restaurant a couple of days ago was truly breathtaking." Gu Qing paused in her tracks, wondering if she had dined with Su Chengchuan that day. Although she had learned from Ji Yunjia that Su Chengchuan's feelings for Miss Jiang were rather shallow, he was nonetheless someone with a girlfriend. Such a boundaryless subordinate, and such a broad-minded superior. A surge of indignation inexplicably welled up within Gu Qing, and her words became less than gracious. With a sardonic curl of her lips, she smiled sweetly at Zhao Bingyin, saying, "It turns out Assistant Zhao was also present that day. Had I known, I would have certainly prevented Director Su from escorting me home." Zhao Bingyin's expression remained unchanged, her smile unwavering. Director Su, being a designer at heart, possesses exceptional taste. Did he not compliment your makeup? Gu Qing, weary of engaging in such a meaningless verbal sparring match, thought it futile to argue over Su Chengchuan, who had a legitimate girlfriend. What did it matter if they, mere supporting characters, caused a ruckus over him? Chapter 30. It turns out he is not the only one. Gu Qing, ever unwilling to suffer losses, retorted, "Assistant Zhao, you are no longer a child. One would think you would be in a prime position." Yet alas, the prince is indifferent. Upon hearing this, Zhao Bingyin's countenance shifted, her smile beginning to falter as she glared at Gu Qing, her teeth clenched. "Aren't you the same?" Gu Qing was well aware of her own feelings for Su Chengchuan. To put it nicely, she was merely asking him for assistance. Who would believe that a man and woman alone at such an hour would only discuss work? This matter had long lodged itself in her throat like a fishbone, and she could no longer remain silent. With narrowed eyes and a darkening expression, she regarded Zhao Bingyin coldly. After all, she was the project supervisor at Huayin, not of the same standing as Zhao Bingyin. Who gave her the audacity to provoke her? Was Su Chengchuan so indulgent? "I am not like you," Gu Qing stated icily. "Su Chengchuan pursues me." Zhao Bingyin's heart suddenly felt as though it had been seared by a branding iron, an unbearable torment. She knew Gu Qing spoke the truth. Whenever his gaze inadvertently swept towards Gu Qing, she understood. Hence, the agony, the panic, the fear, and the uncertainty of how to halt this all consumed her. "You know your place. Once I have captured Su Chengchuan, the first thing I will do is send you packing." With that, Gu Qing disdainfully appraised Zhao Bingyin from head to toe, her lips curling in contempt as she exited the restroom. It was the scorn of a formidable rival, a display of a woman's utmost confidence in her beauty and figure. Zhao Bingyin's expression soured to an extreme, her clenched fists painfully digging into her long nails. To her, that look was a profound insult. Should one not be mocked simply for lacking beauty? Were men so shallow as to judge solely by appearances? Was Su Chengchuan's disinterest in her merely due to her inferior looks? Gu Qing was unconcerned. In her realm, there was no second chance. Watching Zhao Bingyin's distress brought her a sense of satisfaction. Moreover, she would return to Huayin next month, even if her true identity were eventually revealed. Could Zhao Bingyin really come to Huayin to flaunt her superiority? Upon returning to her office, Gu Qing gathered her belongings, ready to go out for lunch, and coincidentally encountered Su Chengchuan walking toward her. Gu Qing feigned a smile, calling out, "Hello, Director Su." Noticing her tone, Su Chengchuan narrowed his eyes, sensing Zhao Bingyin's displeasure. "I apologize for the inconvenience caused to Assistant Zhao." Ji Yuqing's voice remained melodious, though her expression was devoid of any warmth. Was she upset? Their mutual animosity was likely evident to him as well. Yuqing slung her bag over her shoulder and, disregarding Su Chengchuan's response, headed straight for the elevator. Yu Chengchuan turned to glance at her. A petite cream-colored bag hung at her side, undoubtedly a genuine L, quite adorable, causing a smile to unconsciously grace his lips. He then turned around to see Zhao Bingyin approaching. "Boss, is there something you need?" Su Chengchuan glanced at Zhao Bingyin, noting the redness around her eyes. Ji Yuqing was clearly a proud individual, unwilling to be bested, bringing her own discomfort upon herself. "Please retrieve my teacup from the large conference room." "Understood." Zhao Bingyin observed Su Chengchuan's retreating figure, a sudden lump forming in her throat as she turned towards the office. She knocked lightly on the door, preparing to bring the brewed black tea to him. Su Chengchuan gestured for her to place the tea on the desk, continuing to stand by the floor-to-ceiling window, listening to a call from Song Jiming. Zhao Bingyin understood the cue, setting the teacup down before exiting. The company was not on a high floor. From his vantage point, he could clearly see the faces of those below. A rugged man in his 30s stood outside the building, impeccably dressed, one hand casually tucked into his pants pocket, waiting for someone. "Let him go," Su Chengchuan stated. "I will send someone over in a few days." Such was the nature of small companies. They could not afford experienced individuals, and capable ones were hard to retain. Growth required time and effort, but no one was a saint, willing to squander their prime career years in aiding another's ascent. After hanging up the phone, he caught sight of Gu Qing appearing below, hurrying towards the man and taking his arm, speaking animatedly. The man, with a look of indulgence, affectionately ruffled Gu Qing's hair. Seemingly displeased by this, Gu Qing shot him a playful glare, her expression a blend of charm and reproach. How delightful her private smile was. The man appeared to apologize, prompting Gu Qing to return to her cheerful demeanor as they walked away together. Su Chengchuan's warm smile gradually faded. It seemed he was not the sole object of her affection after all. His previous confidence may have been nothing more than self-deception. Returning to his desk, Su Chengchuan opened a document but found it unreadable. He picked up the teacup on his desk for a sip, only to spray it across the pages, biting his tongue from the scald. He glanced at the soiled document with frustration, grabbing a couple of tissues to wipe it off, exhaling a sigh, and pressing the intercom. Zhao Bingyin entered at his call, and Su Chengchuan handed her a folder. "Please print a new copy of the stained pages." Zhao Bingyin opened the folder and gasped, "Boss, are you all right?" Su Chengchuan's expression remained calm. "I'm fine." "Where did you burn yourself, Assistant Zhao?" Su Chengchuan looked up at her. Zhao Bingyin was taken aback, feeling the distance in his gaze. Lowering his head, he returned to his paperwork. "You may go." His tone was as indifferent as ever, serving as a warning for her to refrain from overstepping. Zhao Bingyin's eyes reddened, and she sniffed, "Understood." She exited the design director's office. Throughout the afternoon, Su Chengchuan passed by the small conference room twice. Peering through the glass door, yet he saw no sign of Gu Qing. By the time he finished work, she had still not returned. Ji Yuqing did not belong to their company. She was her own team leader and had no obligation to report to anyone. Su Chengchuan rubbed his temples. Her project was nearing completion in a month. In the cafeteria, Gu Cheng had yet to return, first engaging Gu Qing in lengthy inquiries. Ji Yuqing had grown accustomed to this routine and answered all his questions. Then he proceeded to fill her plate with food, prompting Gu Qing to exclaim in exasperation, "Brother, we girls can't eat that much." Unfazed, Gu Cheng continued to heap food onto her plate. "Talking is futile. Just eat." Yu Qing pouted in protest. "All right." Yu Cheng extracted a portion of fish from her plate. "Fish won't make you gain weight." Yes, he placed the deboned fish onto her plate. Noticing Gu Qing's reluctance to eat, Gu Cheng made a concession. "This afternoon, I'll take you to pick out a bag." "All right." Gu Qing could no longer hold back, smiling as she began to eat from her plate while teasing. "Isn't it just a convenient excuse to buy something for sister-in-law and take me along?" "Don't be ridiculous," Gu Cheng corrected her. "Cut it out." Yu Qing shot him a discontented look. "I was forced into a blind date again the other day." While you just conveniently avoid it, mother's energy is all focused on me. You're welcome to come to my side anytime. Ji Yuqing dismissed him. No way. Has the issue with your store been resolved? Yeah? Nothing major. A new receptionist had been tricked into opening a room for the rightful spouse, leading to a scandalous scene that made headlines. But Gu Cheng preferred Gu Qing remain oblivious to such trivialities. Gu Qing did not press further. Business matters had never been her concern. Chapter 31. Those tender moments were only because he wanted to give on the afternoon of Ji Yunjia's last class. She took a leave of absence and followed Song Jiming back to her family home, bringing along some locally sourced goods purchased online. On the way, she received a voice message from Gu Qing, which she decided to listen to through the speakerphone. Ji Yuqing's voice came through. I've set my sights on a bag. Could you take a look for me? Ji Yunjia texted back. Aren't you at work? Gu Qing replied via voice. My brother has come. Although Ji Yunjia was not particularly familiar with Gu Cheng, she had long known him to be a doting brother. Even though they were both in university now and had yet to stay in dorms, they had resolutely chosen to live on campus. Ji Yucheng, having graduated and taken over the family business, would travel all the way back from B City to help Gu Qing settle into her new living arrangements. To ensure everyone looked after Gu Qing, he even treated the entire dormitory to a meal. Ji Yuqing's car after starting work was a gift from Gu Cheng, and the skincare products she currently used were also supplied by him, who made it a point to take her shopping every season. Such a brother filled Ji Yunjia with envy. When Ji Yunjia did not reply, Gu Qing video called her, and Ji Yunjia had no choice but to answer on speaker. Seeing her in the car, Gu Qing asked, Where are you off to? Returning home to deliver some things. Oh, there are so many styles here that align with my taste. It's simply overwhelming, Gu Qing exclaimed as she turned her phone camera towards the display case. Inquiring about 2 bags, which of these 2 do you think looks better? Ji Yunjia glanced over and remarked, It's black, isn't it? The weather has turned cooler, making it a perfect match. She had chosen a small black square bag, adorned with a geometric pattern embroidered on the wide shoulder strap, versatile enough to be carried or slung over her shoulder. While the classic black exuded vitality, the details were lost in the video. Surely, the actual item must be even more exquisite. If you like it, just buy one, Song Jiming suggested. Upon hearing the man's voice, Gu Qing inquired, Is Song Jiming with you? Yes, we're on our way back. You two enjoy your shopping. Ji Yunjia hurriedly wished to change the subject, feeling that if she expressed her fondness, Song Jiming would undoubtedly insist on buying it for her. However, such an expensive bag, how could she let him spend his money? Song Jiming glanced at Ji Yunjia's phone. It looks quite nice. Go ahead and get one. It's not that great. Ji Yunjia doubted whether he had truly seen the bag on screen. Ji Yuqing, please help me get one. Song Jiming raised his voice slightly. Boss Song is quite generous. Gu Qing waved to Gu Cheng, grinning as she pointed at the small square bag. Brother, I want to buy 2 of these. All right, the man on the other end of the line replied. All right, Jinyo, I'll hang up now. Let us chat on WeChat. Once Ji Yunjia ended the video call, she asked Song Jiming, Did you see the brand of that bag? I mentioned it. If you don't like it, I can take you to buy another later. Have you become so affluent? Ji Yunjia mused about his financial situation. A 30-year-old entrepreneur was always strapped for cash, tirelessly juggling multiple roles in his company, working 7 days a week. How could he be so wealthy? This was also why she felt guilty accepting his monthly allowance. He indeed hadn't seen the bag's details, but since it had been carefully selected by Gu Qing, it should be decent. He understood Ji Yunjia's reluctance to let him spend money, yet since their marriage, he had not bought her anything, which left him feeling somewhat guilty. He chuckled. Am I going to go bankrupt over a bag? Gu Qing's brother manages several hotels in Beijing and spends without a second thought. What's a few tens of thousands to him? Song Jiming chuckled lightly. With your reaction, I thought you bought an Hermes. Ji Yunjia, aware of his teasing, shot him a glare. Can someone who drives an entry-level BMW afford an Hermes? Song Jiming pretended to nod seriously. I strive for it. Who told you that? A bag equated to several months of her salary. Even if it were Song Jiming's money, she would still feel the pinch. Fine. If I earn money, who else would I spend it on but you? Ji Yunjia regarded his relaxed demeanor, unsure how sincere his words were. Song Jiming was a businessman, and she knew his words were not entirely trustworthy. Such flattering remarks might come as easily as eating or drinking to him. Yet, spoken from the lips of such an attractive man, they were undeniably delightful. Ji Yunjia found herself genuinely pleased, a pleasure that came from a married man, the kind that felt natural. Ji Yuqing said you've boosted their company's GDP. Song Jiming raised an eyebrow. Oh? How so? Ji Yunjia, concealing her smile, replied. She said all the unmarried women in her company enjoy working overtime, hoping to coincidentally encounter Mr. Song from the 17th floor after work. Song Jiming lifted his left hand, revealing the platinum wedding ring on his ring finger, smiling as he said, I am self-aware. He then withdrew his hand, adding, besides, they wouldn't recognize me anyway. Has your beautiful receptionist encountered you? Gu Qing mentioned that she was your personal promoter. Ji Yunjia had only spoken casually, not expecting the smile on Song Jiming's face to abruptly stiffen, only to quickly return to a mild grin. The sudden shift made Ji Yunjia question whether he had genuinely changed expressions. I don't know her, he said, smiling but no longer looking at Ji Yunjia. She quickly shifted the topic. My mom said she's making dumplings with 3 delicacies tonight. Silence enveloped the card. Ji Yunjia's gaze fell upon his hands gripping the steering wheel. Realizing he was no longer in the mood for conversation, and she refrained from forcing dialogue at that moment, she felt she was seeing the true Song Jiming. Cold, unyielding, and emotionally distant. The warmth and kindness she had perceived were merely a fade he allowed her to see. He could engage in light-hearted banter with her, yet also turn away in an instant, disregarding her presence. His private realm had never welcomed her. Reflecting on her earlier self-indulgence, Ji Yunjia felt her cheeks flush. Indeed, women can be laughably sentimental. The journey passed in silence. Upon reaching the Ji residence, Yang Yueli had already taken a leave of absence, diligently preparing dumplings in the kitchen. Upon seeing the two, she greeted them with a bright smile. You two are here. You must be tired. Hurry over to the sofa and rest a bit. The dumplings will be ready soon. Song Jiming, adept in social interactions, placed the gifts from the car in a corner. Adopting the demeanor of a good son-in-law, Mom, I brought some local specialties from Shandong for you and Dad. I've been meaning to deliver them but only found the time today. Also, I'm looking forward to enjoying your dumplings. Upon seeing the abundance of items, Yang Yueli immediately understood they were not purchased by her daughter, further appreciating her resourceful son-in-law. After a round of pleasantries, she ushered them into the living room to relax. When Ji Lianhai returned, dinner was served, and the atmosphere was harmonious and pleasant. Chapter 32. Only by living clearly can one avoid foolishness. Ji Yunjia had mentioned in advance that her period had started and her abdomen was uncomfortable. Consequently, her mother did not press them to stay longer. After dinner, the two bid farewell and headed home. Once again, the journey was silent. Upon arriving home, they exchanged no words, each retreating to their respective rooms to wash up and rest. After Song Jiming finished his routine, he collapsed into bed, knowing the day's faults lay solely with him, yet tonight, he lacked the mood to appease her. Ji Yunjia, however, lay in bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. The distant demeanor of Song Jiming jolted her awake. This was the true essence of him, a reality of their marriage, devoid of love yet united. The ease of their interactions was merely a performance, one she had mistakenly interpreted as divine favor. Perhaps it was for the best. Pain brings clarity. Only by living with awareness can one avoid foolish thoughts and the ensuing foolish actions, which would lead to regrettable circumstances. Leaving them to blame no one but themselves, upon awakening, Song Jiming had adjusted his emotions, rubbing his face as he prepared to apologize to Ji Yunjia. They may not be in love, but their interactions had remained pleasant. If they could continue in this orderly fashion, it would be ideal. Yet, the mere mention of that name would trigger an uncontrollable surge of emotions within him, a rising tide of irritation. That name and the memories associated with it had become a haunting reminder of his failures and inadequacies. The pain persisted, bleeding and scabbing, only to reopen repeatedly, an endless cycle of suffering. Thus, he had grown accustomed to, even found solace in, busyness. It simplified his life and fueled his ambitions. Yet, this was unfair to Ji Yunjia. Upon observing Ji Yunjia's expression, devoid of emotion, he mustered the courage to ask, "Why are you out so early?" Ji Yunjia did not meet his gaze, continuing to change her shoes. It rained this morning. I was worried about the roads. You should leave early too. Seeing her demeanor, Song Jiming's anxious heart settled. How much was that bag? I've already paid for it. Upon hearing this, Song Jiming's hand, which had been extended to retrieve his wallet, paused as he scrutinized her expression, which remained calm. How much? I'll transfer the money to you. No need. I have money. Ji Yunjia replied with a slight smile. I'm off to work now. Once outside, Ji Yunjia's smile faded, yet the sadness from the previous night had also dissipated. Song Jiming, having overreacted, recognized the inappropriateness of his actions and sought her out. His indifference toward her stemmed from his lack of affection, which ultimately rendered her feelings inconsequential. With this realization, Ji Yunjia felt somewhat liberated. To nurture a good marriage, both parties must share that desire and strive together. At present, it seemed unnecessary. Maintaining a respectful distance and mutual non-intrusiveness was perhaps the best approach. After Song Jiming finished his morning routine, he noticed a notification on his phone. Ji Yunjia had returned the 50,000 yuan he had transferred to her, along with a simple yellow smiley emoji. Song Jiming sighed and rolled his shoulders to ease the tension, deciding to address the matter later. After the regular meeting at Noyu & Company, a group of leaders exited the large conference room. Those walking in front seemed to instinctively glance at the narrow glass panel of the small conference room door. As Su Chengchuan passed by, he too cast a glance, noting that the central position at the conference table was empty. Gu Qing was absent, with only others busily attending to their tasks. Zhao Bingyan observed the men ahead of her, each stealing glances at Gu Qing's office, feeling a mix of jealousy and frustration. Ultimately, men were visual creatures, and Su Chengchuan was no exception. As she rationalized this behavior, Zhao Bingyan found herself more at ease. Upon entering his office, Su Chengchuan saw Zhao Bingyan promptly bringing in a cup of freshly brewed red tea. "Please bring me the latest progress report from Huayuan," he instructed. "Certainly," Zhao Bingyan replied before stepping out. The documents were soon placed on his desk, and Su Chengchuan carefully reviewed them. Although the design department was merely a collaborative entity, he had assisted Gu Qing with many tasks on this project and quickly identified a few issues. He pressed the intercom button. Could Supervisor Gu from Huayuan come over for a moment? Was he trying to find ways to see Gu Qing? Zhao Bingyan assumed a professional tone and inquired, "Boss, is there anything I can relay?" "Just ask Supervisor Gu to come over," Su Chengchuan reiterated. Although his tone revealed no discernible emotion, Zhao Bingyan sensed his growing displeasure. Ji Yuqing will return to Huayuan next month. Whether she can win over Su Chengchuan, as she boasts, remains uncertain, but she will still be able to follow him and see him every day. Very well. Zhao Bingyan set down the phone, took a moment to steady her breath, and dialed the conference room's number. "Hello, I am Zhao Bingyan, the assistant director of the design department." "Hello, may I ask what the matter is?" A woman answered on the other end. "Please have Supervisor Gu come to the director's office. There is a slight issue with the project. Kindly convey this to Supervisor Gu." "Understood." The person arrived swiftly. Upon seeing that it was Qiu Tongyu, Zhao Bingyan greeted her with a polite smile, not inquiring why Gu Qing was absent. She rose and lightly knocked twice on the director's office door before pushing it open. "Please?" Su Chengchuan looked up and noticed that the visitor was not Gu Qing, remaining silent. Qiu Tongyu quickly explained, "Hello, Director Su. I am Qiu Tongyu from Huayuan. Supervisor Gu is not here today. You can direct any inquiries to me." Please take a seat." Su Chengchuan's voice was deep and magnetic, causing Qiu Tongyu's heart to skip a beat. "Director Su, I prefer to stand," she replied, positioning herself beside him. Su Chengchuan opened a document and pointed out the issues within it. Standing beside him, Qiu Tongyu felt as though she could detect his faint, pleasant scent. His fingers were long and well-defined, indicating a designer's elegance as he pointed to a specific section of the document. His rich, low voice resonated in her ears, and Qiu Tongyu found herself utterly flustered, unable to comprehend what he was saying, merely responding with affirmations. Su Chengchuan closed the document, having never intended to engage her in extensive conversation. As she approached the desk opposite him, he stated, "Please return and inform Supervisor Gu." Qiu Tongyu bit her lip and boldly glanced at the man across from her. "All right, Director Su, I will take my leave now." Su Chengchuan nodded slightly, returning to his paperwork. Qiu Tongyu pushed the director's office door open and then turned to gently close it behind her, smiling at Zhao Bingyan beside her. "Assistant Zhao? I am heading back." Zhao Bingyan observed her slightly flushed cheeks and smirked. "Take care." By the time she returned to the office, her face still bore a rosy hue. Having been at the company for merely 2 months, she had only seen Su Chengchuan from a distance a few times. This was her first encounter so close to him. His hands were indeed beautiful, a testament to a designer's finesse, and his scent was delightful. His voice was also entirely captivating. She wondered if he had a girlfriend. Dating him would undoubtedly confer a sense of pride while strolling down the street. Chapter 33. A good mind is a valuable asset. Wu Jiang found Qiu Tongyu sitting quietly when she returned and inquired. Qiu Tongyu, is there something happening in the design department? Ah? Qiu Tongyu paused momentarily, then recollected herself. It's just. She hadn't listened to what Su Chengchuan had said. She had been too preoccupied with observing his hands. There's a slight issue with the project. Wang Qi also lifted his head. What kind of issue? Qiu Tongyu, unable to articulate her thoughts, exclaimed, Oh. Supervisor Gu is indeed busy, taking leave even. Wu Jiang frowned at her. Since joining Nuyuan, it has mostly been Supervisor Gu working late. Is it appropriate for you to say that? Wu Jiang was blunt. They were men, focused on their careers, striving for promotions and higher positions. Working alongside someone who merely flirted and played coy was inherently discontenting. Qiu Tongyu's expression stiffened. The two men had never liked her, and this time, they made it clear. The anger she had concealed within her erupted. Is it simply because Gu Qing is more attractive than me that you are so biased towards her? Wu Jiang scoffed. Is Supervisor Gu merely better looking than you? Are you aware of your own capabilities? A good mind is a valuable asset. It would do you well to read more. Though Wang Qi was reluctant to engage with Qiu Tongyu, being a man, he still advised, Enough. Let us all refrain from saying anything further and just focus on our work. Qiu Tongyu wished to retort, but Wang Qi immediately added, You know how Supervisor Gu is. What was said today stays here. Qiu Tongyu felt a pang of fear. She still had a month left at Nuyuan and regretted her indiscreet words. Gu Qing was notoriously domineering. Even when ostracized at the company, most people dared not provoke her, and she certainly wouldn't. She was a subordinate of Lu Mingjing, dispatched to keep an eye on her. But now they were at Nuyuan, not Huayuan, and Lu Mingjing could not shield her. Contemplating this, Qiu Tongyu pouted in an attempt to appease. All right, it's all my fault. Please don't be angry with me. Wu Jiang resumed his work, ignoring her, while Wang Qi returned to his tasks as well. Feeling disheartened, Qiu Tongyu realized that among the four in the office, she had offended three, leaving her little chance for a favorable outcome. Thus, she donned a smile once more, leaning on the desk opposite the two men, attempting to charm. I'm still young and may not know how to express myself. Please don't hold it against me. I'll treat you both to lunch as an apology. She looked at the two, clearly indicating that she wouldn't relent until they acquiesced. The two men lifted their gazes, catching sight of the alluring view within her neckline. Wang Qi hurriedly averted his eyes, muttering his agreement. Wu Jiang glanced at her. Fine, he replied, then returned to his work, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The Gu family, Yu Qing awoke after 8. Knowing without a doubt who had silenced her alarm, she opened her bedroom door, yawned, and brushed her shoulder-length hair. Mom, why didn't you wake me? Lu Yu served her a bowl of millet porridge. What do you think? It was I who told Mom not to call you. Yu Cheng spoke matter-of-factly. He had initially been too lenient in allowing her to work, leading her to be overwhelmed with obligations. If you continue to be this busy, just come stay with me. Isn't it just a month more? After that, it will ease up. Upon returning to Huayuan, she would be under Lu Mingjing's control, so how much work could she actually manage? Go wash up and eat, Lu Yu urged. Yu Qing lazily complied, quickly freshened up, and sat across from Gu Cheng. He handed her a couple of napkins to wipe her hands, then placed a spoon in her bowl and pushed a peeled egg onto her plate. Gu Qing took a small bite of the egg. Brother, please pass me my phone. I need to organize some work. Yu Cheng frowned. Let us talk after you finish eating. No, everyone is already at their posts. Hurry up. Seeing Gu Cheng rise to fetch her phone from the bedroom, Liu quietly said to her daughter, Later, tell your brother to bring Miss Zhang over tomorrow. We can all go to Beitang for seafood. I want to mention it. Gu Qing refused. Liu glared at her, prompting Gu Qing to relent. All right, I'll cooperate with you later. The legendary Miss Zhang had been discovered by her mother 2 years prior during a phone call between Gu Cheng and her. Gu Cheng had always claimed she was just a friend. Perhaps he was simply weary of being dragged back from the capital for blind dates, which is why he only recently admitted she was his girlfriend. Gu Cheng returned with her phone, first handing her a napkin to wipe her hands. Yu Qing quickly arranged some work in the group chat before clearing her throat and saying to her mother, Mom, I'll take a day off tomorrow. Let us go to Beitang for seafood. Sounds good, Gu Cheng. You should go pick up Miss Zhang to join us, Liu said enthusiastically, as if genuinely eager to enjoy seafood. Gu Cheng looked at his mother and sister and replied coolly, She is allergic to seafood. Then let us arrange for Chinese cuisine. We can eat whatever cuisine you like, Liu suggested patiently. We'll discuss it later. Noticing her son's evasiveness, Liu was about to admonish him when Gu Qing quickly interjected. Mom, my future sister-in-law is going anywhere? She'll be here. She then placed the fried egg onto her mother's bowl. Look at how lovely the bag my brother bought you yesterday is. Once he gets married, he won't even think of you. Gu Qing noticed that Gu Cheng didn't seem inclined to buy his girlfriend any gifts, indicating that he might not be particularly fond of her. Perhaps she was merely a means to appease their parents. Gu Cheng was unwilling to bring his girlfriend home, which dampened Liu Yu's enthusiasm for the seafood outing. After dinner, Gu Cheng drove back to Beijing. He oversaw the family business, which was in the service industry, so he naturally didn't have weekends off and left early. That night, after freshening up, Gu Qing reclined in bed and called Ji Yunjia at that moment. Ji Yunjia was in the home economics room ironing shirts for Song Jiming and had turned on the speaker. What are you up to, Jia? Ironing clothes, and you? I overslept today and didn't go to work. I'm just lying on the bed, Ji Yunjia exclaimed in surprise. Is that allowed? You're not busy? Busy? My brother is home these days. Ji Yunjia knew that Gu Cheng disliked seeing Gu Qing overworked and had always wanted her to take a less demanding job with him. I'll bring the bag over to you tomorrow. Okay. Gu Qing was idly twisting strands of her half-long hair and oh need. Just keep it for now. It's not urgent. How long is your brother staying this time? He already left. My mom wanted him to bring his girlfriend home. But he didn't want to, fearing my mom would pull some tricks, so he left in a hurry. Ji Yunjia chuckled. Your brother is afraid of that too? My brother fears my mom. You know how she is. Even my dad has been thoroughly subdued. How could my brother escape? Gu Qing had shared stories about her mother with Ji Yunjia in her youth. She had been a pampered young lady. And now in her 50s, she was still adept at throwing tantrums and using her charms. Ji Yu's dad was tall and successful in business, attracting many young and attractive women over the years. In Gu Qing's words, if my mom weren't so skilled, I suspect my stepmother would be younger than me. Chapter 34. Relentlessly following alongside, Gu Qing sighed. I have only inherited her beauty, but not the essence within. If I possessed my mother's skills, that unattainable flower would have long been within my grasp. What new developments do you have? Ji Yunjia pondered her words. What new developments could there possibly be? He is merely doing me a favor out of respect for our shared school affiliation. I am not so presumptuous. Besides, he has a girlfriend. Am I to intrude on their relationship? If he truly had feelings for me, he would naturally navigate his circumstances to pursue me, which he clearly does not. Ji Yunjia felt a sense of relief at her clarity, yet also a pang of sympathy for it. You should take it easy. Not everything that belongs to you is a crooked treat. Ji Yuqing smiled. I understand. What are your plans for tomorrow? Gu Qing inquired. Just then, the sound of a door closing announced the return of Song Jiming. Ji Yunjia continued to iron her clothes and replied, no plans that I had hoped to go to Beijing for seafood, but my brother bailed. How about we go together tomorrow? Sounds good. What time shall we set off? Gu Qing contemplated. It's rare to have a day off, so let's go a bit later. I'll pick you up at 10:30 and bring your bag along. All right. As Song Jiming approached, Ji Yunjia said, we'll discuss it tomorrow. Of course, I take my leave. Ji Yunjia removed the freshly ironed shirts and handed them to Song Jiming. Please hang these in the left cabinet. She then carried the neatly folded clothes into his room, sorting them methodically. Song Jiming glanced at her expression, which seemed no different from usual. He contemplated whether to mend things or explain the unpleasantness from the other day. Yet, every time he opened his mouth, she responded with an air of indifference. Explain what? His scarlet mole? His private matters that were not meant for public knowledge. He had no intention of divulging those. However, he acknowledged that he was indeed at fault that day and felt compelled to soothe the situation. Is it Saturday again tomorrow? He asked. Ji Yunjia did not look up, continuing to arrange his clothes with a murmured acknowledgement. Song Jiming closed the wardrobe door and hastily added, I'm not busy these days. I have the day off tomorrow too. With that single word, Ji Yunjia understood his implication, casually pushing the drawer of the dresser shut. Then you should rest well. Song Jiming was momentarily at a loss. What he meant was that he could join them for seafood in Beitang. He followed her to the service area, standing in the doorway as he watched her tidy up, attempting to strike up a conversation. What would you like to eat tomorrow? I can go by it. Anything's fine, Ji Yunjia replied. Hearing her response, Song Jiming suggested, how about the fresh pork soup dumplings near the second market? They re a bit far, about a 20-minute drive, but I know you like them. Sure, I'll go freshen up. Song Jiming stepped aside to let her pass. You should get some rest too, Ji Yunjia remarked before entering her main bedroom and closing the door. Was she still upset? Yet, she seemed not to be. But his intuition told him she was indeed angry. With a sigh, Song Ji-ming reached for his phone on the shoe cabinet and texted Su Chung-chuan, "Seafood in Beitang tomorrow." "Are you in?" In the dimly lit bar, Su Chung-chuan's phone lit up with the arrival of a message. "Who is it?" He replied, "Me and Ji Yunjia. You should invite Gu Qing." "What time?" "So straightforward?" "No wonder I haven't heard from Jiang Xianing lately," Song Ji-ming replied, 10:30 in the morning. "I'll drive and pick you both up." Su Chung-chuan glanced at his watch, noting it was 9:40, then downed the contents of his wide-mouthed glass before settling the bill. Outside, he found a quiet spot and called Gu Qing. When Gu Qing saw Su Chung-chuan's name pop up on her phone, she was momentarily taken aback. Aside from the time he assisted her during the team-building event, they had not communicated privately since. Clearing her throat, she said, "Hello, Director Su." On the other end, Su Chung-chuan chuckled softly. "Gu Qing." His voice was warm and deep, causing her heart to flutter, instantly melting away any lingering dissatisfaction she harbored towards Zhao Bingyan. "Are you employing people forward and neglecting those behind?" His voice was low, evoking the illusion of a lover's whisper in Gu Qing's ears. She chided herself for being so lacking in self-worth. As long as he glanced her way, she felt utterly powerless. "Is there something you need, senior? I've arranged to go to Beitang for seafood with Ji Yunjia tomorrow. Would you like to join us?" What is this all about? What is going on?" Su Chung-chuan inquired. "Ji Yunjia and I have already made plans to go to Beitang." In an instant, Su Chung-chuan grasped that he had fallen into Song Ji-ming's scheme. He surmised that there had been some discord between Song Ji-ming and Ji Yunjia. Su Chung-chuan responded vaguely, "Yes, Song Ji-ming will pick us up tomorrow, around 10:45. Okay, rest early. I'll hang up now. Goodbye, senior." After ending the call, Gu Qing's heart raced with excitement as she jumped out of bed to find a face mask to apply. She then rummaged through her wardrobe, uncertain of which outfit would be most appealing for the next day. Lu Yu, seeing her humming a tune while flitting back and forth in the wardrobe, asked, "Do you have a date?" "Mom, you're sneaking around like this. You startled me," Gu Qing replied, continuing her search. Lu Yu seemed to sense an opportunity and asked, "Are you going out to have fun? Is it with Xiao Chun?" Observing her mother's inquisitive demeanor, Gu Qing quickly pushed her out of the room. "I'm just going with Ji Yunjia and her partner." Lu Yu clearly did not believe her. "Are you going to be a third wheel?" "Yes, I'm just going to eat some dog food and get a taste of the stimulation." "Jiao Jia's husband seems quite impressive. Let him see if there's anyone suitable around, and I can introduce you." Ji Yuqing dared not mention that Xiao Chun was Song Ji-ming's best man. If her mother found out, she would surely try to matchmake them. "I know. I'll tell Jia Jia tomorrow. You should go to sleep now." In the end, Gu Qing settled on a vibrant sports outfit, paired with light-colored dad sneakers. The white rib joggers, complemented by light gray side stripes, made her legs appear long and straight. With a black LV mini bag slung across her body, the diamond-patterned woven strap accentuated her youthful exuberance, making her look radiant at her age, still brimming with the girl-next-door charm. The next day, as the car approached the entrance of the apartment complex, Song Ji-ming did not initially recognize that the person standing there was Gu Qing until Ji Yunjia rolled down the window and called out, "Gu Qing!" The two gentlemen in front then realized it was her. Ji Yuqing looked up from her phone. "I'm here." Ji Yunjia opened the door and shifted over to make room. As Gu Qing had anticipated, the back seat was occupied solely by Ji Yunjia. Once Gu Qing got in, she greeted the others up front and turned to Song Ji-ming, saying, "Hello, Boss Song. IVE brought your bag." Song Ji-ming stiffly thanked her. Chapter 35. Always aware yet ever humble, Ji Yunjia accepted the shopping bag Gu Qing handed her and placed it on the back seat. "Aren't you going to take a look?" Gu Qing asked. Ji Yunjia smiled. "It's the same as yours." She playfully fiddled with Gu Qing's little black bag. "It's quite lovely." Song Ji-ming took a coastal road. The northern autumn was particularly distinct, with vast skies and clouds, and seagulls continuously circling above. The men in front engaged in a casual discussion about current affairs. Ji Yunjia quietly asked Gu Qing, "Why are you dressed like this today?" Gu Qing whispered back, "Do I look good?" "You look wonderful." Ji Yuqing typically wore skirts year-round and rarely donned casual sportswear. "Do I still have a youthful vibe?" "Very much so." After that, Gu Qing inquired, "Weren't we supposed to go out for a meal together?" Ji Yunjia knew that Song Ji-ming had orchestrated this intentionally, but she could not divulge that to Gu Qing. So she merely murmured, Song Jiming told me this morning that Su Chengchuan had already arranged to meet him, and since everyone is free today, we decided to go together. Oh, I see. The soft murmurs in the back seat ceased, and the car fell silent. Song Jiming inquired from the front, "Do either of you have a preferred restaurant?" Noticing Ji Yunjia's silence, Gu Qing cheerfully interjected, "Any place is fine. How about the one we often go to, near the walking street? We can stroll around after the meal." As Song Jiming suggested this, he glanced at Su Chengchuan, who nodded slightly in agreement and then turned to the back seat. "Gu Qing, there was a small issue with the materials you submitted yesterday." "Really? What was the problem?" Gu Qing leaned forward slightly, intrigued. "I mentioned it to your female colleague. Just ask her when you're back at work." "Oh, all right." Realizing that her colleague had been absent these past few days, and that the oversight had landed on Su Chengchuan's desk, Gu Qing felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I'm sorry, Senior, for the trouble. No worries, just a minor issue," Su Chengchuan replied with a serious expression. Although they took a somewhat longer route, they managed to arrive at the restaurant before noon. The car parked in the restaurant's outdoor lot. The two men walked ahead, while Gu Qing linked arms with Ji Yunjia, trailing behind. The autumn breeze lifted Su Chengchuan's jacket, revealing the white shirt at his waist. He had broad shoulders and a straight back, and his dark suit exuded an air of restraint. It was only at moments like this, when he was unaware of her gaze, that Gu Qing dared to look at him unabashedly. Yunjia noticed Gu Qing admiring Su Chengchuan's figure and felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. She was always alert yet often humble, uncertain of what kind of conclusion would be worthy of the deep affections she had harbored for so many years. The four of them sat across from each other, and while waiting for their meal, Gu Qing engaged in light-hearted conversation with everyone, though she dared not linger her gaze on Su Chengchuan for even a moment. Ji Yunjia sighed internally, took a sip of the warm water in her cup, and casually inquired of Gu Qing, "Do you have any correspondence with Xiao Chun?" Gu Qing paused for a moment before responding, "Yes." They had indeed maintained private contact, and although it was not explicitly stated, both had tacitly agreed to resist the familial pressure of arranged marriage. Ji Yunjia turned her gaze towards Song Jiming, who sat opposite her, and said, "Aren't you both childhood friends? You should invite Xiao Chun to hang out sometime." "Sure," Song Jiming replied nonchalantly, fully aware of the situation between them. "Which department is he in?" Ji Yunjia asked. "The tax bureau," Song Jiming answered. "That's quite respectable," Ji Yunjia remarked, noticing that the two across from her did not engage in conversation. She then smiled at Gu Qing and added, "Xiao Chun also graduated from B University. His job is commendable. And given your shared history, his character is undoubtedly solid. It wouldn't hurt to give him a chance." As she poured some water, Gu Qing gritted her teeth and whispered to Ji Yunjia, "Are you playing matchmaker today?" Ji Yunjia understood that Gu Qing was cautioning her, but she simply wished to express her thoughts to Su Chengchuan. "Xiao Chun truly is a good match," she insisted, and just as she continued, Gu Qing pinched her waist sharply. However, Ji Yunjia's chiffon dress was too smooth for Gu Qing to grasp firmly. Instead, it only tickled her, causing her to reflexively swat Gu Qing's hand away and shift to the side. In the process, Gu Qing inadvertently fell onto Ji Yunjia, drawing the attention of several diners in the restaurant. The two women, both strikingly beautiful, caught the eyes of the men nearby, their smiles hinting at amusement. The unappealing would be deemed an interruption, while the appealing would be regarded as a picturesque sight. As the waiter began to serve the dishes, Ji Yunjia refrained from further mentioning Xiao Chun. Song Jiming attentively peeled various seafood shells for Ji Yunjia, while Gu Qing engaged in light conversation with Su Chengchuan, which mostly revolved around work-related matters. "When you speak to Supervisor Zhao later, ask him to arrange for someone to assist with the changes," Su Chengchuan suggested. "All right," Gu Qing replied. As their discussion veered towards the company, Ji Yunjia recalled the troublesome Qiu Tongyu and asked Gu Qing, "How's that mole in your group doing? She started causing some trouble, but nothing major yet. However, she's quite familiar with Supervisor Zhao from the project department." Ji Yuqing chose her words carefully, "Very familiar." Ji Yunjia responded with a knowing "oh," and inquired, "How much longer will you be at Nuayuan?" "Overall, it's going smoothly. We should definitely wrap up by mid-next month," Gu Qing replied, lifting her glass to toast Su Chengchuan, saying, "Thank you for your support." Senior Su Chengchuan clinked his glass with hers, saying, "No need for pleasantries." Ji Yunjia, who was oblivious to the company's intrigues, reminded Gu Qing, "Beware of treachery. It's wise to remain cautious to avoid any unforeseen complications." "I am well aware," Gu Qing said, taking a sip of her drink. Suddenly curious about how Su Chengchuan would handle such matters, she asked, "Senior, how should one deal with people like that? Anyone who has reached that position is unlikely to be a pure-hearted lamb." Su Chengchuan replied nonchalantly, "Treat her well," he added. Fu Qing pondered for a moment and then had an epiphany. There was a saying that suspicion breeds fear. At the very least, she needed to ensure Lu Mingjing believed that they shared a strong bond. Smiling, she raised her glass to him once more, saying, "Thank you." During her time at Nohua, she had witnessed his exceptional capabilities at work and had benefited immensely. Initially, she had admired him. Now, her feelings had deepened into both admiration and affection. Observing them converse about matters only they could comprehend, Ji Yunjia couldn't help but marvel at how well suited they were for each other. Song Jiming placed a whole shrimp in Ji Yunjia's dish and asked, "Shall we stroll around Golden Street after dinner?" Noticing Ji Yunjia hesitating, Gu Qing interjected, "Sure, let us go, Jejun. It's been 2 years since we last visited Golden Street, and I have to return to work tomorrow. I might not have time next week." Ji Qing thought that if they didn't go shopping, they would have to head home, and she was reluctant to part with Su Chengchuan. Yunjia hesitated because she didn't want to go with Song Jiming or let him spend money on her. But she found it difficult to communicate this to Gu Qing. Seeing Ji Yunjia's reluctance, Gu Qing continued, "There are several shops there that we love." Understanding Gu Qing's intentions, Ji Yunjia reluctantly agreed. Chapter 36. Not spending the night together. As the group arrived at Golden Street, it was Gu Qing who linked arms with Ji Yunjia, leading the way, while Song Jiming and Su Chengchuan followed behind. Once inside a shop, the two men stood outside, unable to join in the discussions about the items being chosen. Once Ji Yunjia made her selections, Song Jiming promptly approached the cashier to pay. Gu Qing had a tendency to buy whatever caught her eye, and after visiting several shops, they were burdened with numerous bags, which they had to drop off in the car before returning to continue shopping. After placing their items in the vehicle, Song Jiming, feeling the urge for a cigarette, stepped into the smoking area on the street, offering one to Su Chengchuan while taking one for himself. He lit it and took a deep drag, releasing the smoke in slow, deliberate rings. "What's going on with you two?" Su Chengchuan asked. "Bringing Gu Qing and Ji Yunjia out. Couldn't just be for seafood?" "Not much," Song Jiming replied, inhaling deeply. "A couple of days ago, she seemed a bit upset, as if she were angry." "Didn't you manage to smooth things over?" Su Chengchuan asked, flicking the ash from his cigarette as he scrutinized Song Jiming's expression. "Do you think she looks angry?" Song Jiming queried. "But I definitely sensed her displeasure." Su Chengchuan found it amusing. "Why are you asking me about your wife?" Remembering that Song Jiming had dated someone during university, he added, "If you want to make her feel better, just ensure she sleeps soundly tonight." Realizing Song Jiming had suddenly gone silent, Su Chengchuan frowned, looking at him incredulously. "You didn't sleep together?" he asked. Testing the waters, Song Jiming inhaled from his cigarette but did not refute the implication, tacitly confirming it. "What were you expecting?" Su Chengchuan raised his voice slightly. "Both families are eagerly anticipating you two to have a child to solidify the relationship. I am a human being." Song Jiming could not help but curse under his breath. In that moment, he finally understood that the emotional turmoil he had felt that day in the car, when Ji Yunjia had casually mentioned Jiang Yihuan, stemmed from his unwillingness to let her intrude upon his life. Su Chengchuan observed him, concern evident in his gaze, as this revelation exposed Song Jiming's true feelings about the marriage entangled with family expectations. "All right," Su Chengchuan said, patting his shoulder in a comforting manner, "you're already married, so you might as well make the best of it." The autumn breeze brought a sudden chill, and Song Jiming was acutely aware of Ji Yunjia's innocence in all this. He knew that the path he had chosen was fraught with difficulty, and he could only strive to make it worthwhile. "Take your time," he advised as he extinguished his cigarette. "What's going on with your girlfriend?" he asked Su Chengchuan. "We clarified things," Su Chengchuan replied evenly. "If he doesn't want to marry, he shouldn't waste her time." "Are you interested in Gu Qing?" Song Jiming inquired as Su Chengchuan considered it briefly and said, "Not necessarily. Who wouldn't be drawn to someone so beautiful? In truth, Gu Qing isn't bad. It's clear she genuinely cares for you." Su Chengchuan extinguished his cigarette, reflecting, "Winning her over is easy, but sustaining a relationship with her is quite challenging. I'll think about it." The bags Gu Qing frequently carried were approximately equal to his annual base salary. He also possessed a similar black credit card that she had used for payment, which he utilized for business trips. He was well aware of the significant expenses that accumulated annually. Thus, It was evident that she was not from an ordinary family, and with his current financial struggles, he could not afford her lifestyle. Song Jiming's reasons for abandoning his career path were all too clear to him. Being carefree by nature, he had no desire to bow down for anyone. Therefore, while he genuinely feared holding her back, he also wished to avoid following in Song Jiming's footsteps. At that moment, Su Chengchuan finally made a decision. Unbeknownst to Gu Qing, who was immersed in the joy of shopping, this afternoon's interactions had led Su Chengchuan to resolve to let her go. After dropping the two women off at home, the car fell silent once more. We have another day off tomorrow. How about we go to a hot spring? Song Jiming suggested eagerly. Ji Yunjia gazed ahead and replied coolly, tomorrow, I have to give guidance on piano to the daughter of the Wu Bureau. When will you go? He asked, knowing full well which Wu Bureau she referred to. Tomorrow morning. Oh, all right, I'll buy breakfast for tomorrow. On Monday morning, Lu Qingqing sat at her desk preparing the lesson plan for her first class. Upon seeing Ji Yunjia enter, she immediately greeted her with a smile. Good morning, Teacher Ji. Since returning from her trip, Lu Qingqing had been reassigned to this office. Good morning, little Lu, Ji Yunjia replied, habitually placing her bag against the wall and checking her phone for messages. Teacher Ji, your bag is so beautiful. Did your husband buy it for you? This bag likely cost as much as their quarterly salary combined. We're all family. What is there to discuss about gifts? Ji Yunjia replied noncommittally. That makes sense, Lu Qingqing said, leaning in with a smile. Which department does your husband work in? Can you introduce me to any talented young men? Ji Yunjia pulled out her schedule and, after a moment's thought, replied, he is an entrepreneur. He probably doesn't fit your criteria. Lu Qingqing, hearing this, became even more enthusiastic. You must ask him when you get home. Positions in the system pay too little. Lu Qingqing thought to herself that as long as Secretary Song remained in his position, it wouldn't matter whether he was in the government or business. Being in business would grant her greater financial freedom. And if she could successfully build a connection with someone from his company, where would she lack opportunities to approach him? Ji Yunjia found it difficult to contradict her, so she casually replied, all right, I'll ask him later. Ji Yunjia thought that by not bringing it up, the matter would simply pass, but to her surprise, 2 days later, Lu Qingqing asked her again. Ji Yunjia had no choice but to say, I asked, but he hasn't replied yet. Lu Qingqing laughed and said, I'll wait for your response. That evening, Song Jiming returned home late and, upon entering, saw Ji Yunjia still in the living room. Aren't you asleep yet? No, Ji Yunjia said, turning off the television. As Song Jiming changed his shoes, he asked, were you waiting for me? Yes, Ji Yunjia replied softly. There's something on your mind. Song Jiming observed the troubled expression on her face. Well, there's a bit of a matter. He adjusted his tie and promptly seated himself on the sofa opposite her, deftly unfastening 2 buttons of his shirt collar. Go on. I'm listening, Yunjia bit her lip, steeling herself as she spoke. It's about that Mr. Lu from our school. You've met him, right? He asked me to inquire if there's anyone suitable you could introduce to him. Song Jiming furrowed his brow and replied, in a company like ours, that might not be appropriate. Ji Yunjia quickly clarified, I mentioned the same thing a few days ago, but he brought it up again today. Noticing her discomfort, Song Jiming inquired, how old is he? Ji Yunjia responded immediately, he is a newly appointed teacher, probably around 23 or 24. All right, I'll think about it. After saying this, Song Jiming yawned and rubbed his forehead with one hand. Observing his fatigue, Ji Yunjia suggested, you should go wash up and rest up. Yunjia stood up. I'm off to bed. Don't fall asleep on the sofa. Understood. Song Jiming smiled at her. I'll just rest for a bit before washing up. Chapter 37. Not interested in her on Friday afternoon, Song Jiming sent a message to Ji Yunjia, asking if her colleague was free for dinner that evening. Sure. Ji Yunjia appreciated that Song Jiming took the time amidst his busy schedule to consider her affairs. Lu Qingqing was naturally delighted, while Ji Yunjia found it hard to understand the excitement surrounding such matchmaking. I'll get back to you with the time and address. Thank you so much. Teacher Ji. You're too kind. If it works out, I'll treat you to a meal. Ji Yunjia took out her phone and replied to Song Jiming, I'm free. Just send me the time and place. Shortly, he responded with the details, and Ji Yunjia saw it after class, forwarding the information to Lu Qingqing. Ding ding. Another notification pinged in. Song Jiming. Are you going home to change? No need, Ji Yunjia replied. I'll pick you up after work and take you to school tomorrow morning. All right. They conversed as usual. She was gentle, he was considerate. But he knew that since that day, she had ceased to open her heart to him. As if she was merely playing the role of a wife, in reality, they lived more like parallel lines, with her maintaining a polite distance, no longer allowing him to draw near. Song Jiming felt a twinge of regret. This was not the life he desired. He should have comforted her that day, rather than disregarding her feelings. The venue was a Chinese restaurant at a table by the window. When Song Jiming waved at the entrance, Ji Yunjia looked up to discover that the newcomer was Xiao Chen. Song Jiming quietly explained, "Our company's employees aren't suitable, and Xiao Chen is also unmarried, so I invited him." The notion that Mr. Liu would genuinely seek an introduction to a company employee seemed far-fetched. Ji Yunjia quickly realized this, her face flushing as she apologized. "I didn't consider this properly. It's fine." Song Jiming smiled. "Besides, Xiao Chen is just at home doing nothing." Ji Yunjia was aware that Xiao Chen was also on the lookout for a partner, but Song Jiming's comment suggested that he was merely making an appearance and would not genuinely consider Lu Qingqing. Otherwise, he would have mentioned that Xiao Chen was single, etc. As Xiao Chen approached, he greeted Ji Yunjia with a smile. "I hear Ji Ming is introducing me to a girlfriend." Although she was unfamiliar with Xiao Chen, she recalled that his last date was someone like Gu Qing, who, despite being in public service, undoubtedly came from a well-off background. It felt entirely inappropriate to casually introduce a colleague from school. Ji Yunjia quickly expressed her apologies. "She's just a colleague from my school. I didn't mean to trouble you." Xiao Chen smiled graciously. "No need to say that. A fresh graduate. I'm just afraid she might think I'm too old for her." This marked Ji Yunjia's first formal interaction with Xiao Chen. Their previous encounter had been chaotic and emotionally charged during the wedding, leaving her with little attention to his appearance. Xiao Chen wore rimless glasses, and his smile was as warm as a spring day in March. He had a youthful and refined demeanor, showing no signs of the weight of 30 years. Though his words were polite, Ji Yunjia felt compelled to clarify, "This colleague is also newly transferred to our office, so I don't know her very well." She wanted to establish her position to avoid putting Xiao Chen in an awkward situation. Xiao Chen chuckled in response, saying nothing further. At that moment, Lu Qingqing appeared at the restaurant entrance, and Ji Yunjia waved her over. With a smile, Ji Yunjia introduced, "This is my husband, Song Jiming, whom you've met." Song Jiming offered a slight smile. "Hello, Ms. Lu?" "Hello." Lu Qingqing smiled back, extending her hand. Song Jiming gently shook it. Xiao Chen reached out as well. "Hello, I'm Xiao Chen." Lu Qingqing cheerfully replied, "I'm Lu Qingqing, but you can call me Ms. Lu. Please, have a seat." Ji Yunjia invited Lu Qingqing to sit opposite Xiao Chen. The four of them politely ordered their meals, and Ji Yunjia was pleasantly surprised by Xiao Chen's considerate and refined demeanor, which helped create a comfortable atmosphere, devoid of any awkwardness typical among strangers. He paid attention to their conversations and interests, skillfully navigating topics they enjoyed discussing. Lu Qingqing's cheeks glowed with a faint blush throughout the meal. After dining, Song Jiming went to settle the bill, while Ji Yunjia and Lu Qingqing waited at the restaurant entrance. "Thank you." Song Jiming patted Xiao Chen on the back. "It was nothing." Xiao Chen replied casually. Xiao Chen was responsible for driving Lu Qingqing home, and the four exchanged farewells in the parking lot before parting ways. Song Jiming's vehicle, due to its business nature, was rather ostentatious, while Xiao Chen's car was understated, an unremarkable domestic model. Neither high-end nor well-known, contrasting sharply with Song Jiming's prominent brand. Ji Yunjia, being uninterested in cars, had only heard about Xiao Chen's vehicle from Gu Qing. Once inside the car, Ji Yunjia reiterated her apologies. "I am sorry for the trouble today. It's all trivial. We work in the same office and see each other regularly," Song Jiming reassured her. "Please thank Xiao Chen for me. You don't need to be so formal with me," Song Jiming said, looking at her. "You are my wife." Ji Yunjia remained silent for a few seconds before softly responding, "Understood." She felt grateful yet somewhat despondent. This marriage left her feeling powerless and resigned. The next morning, as Lu Qingqing parked her car, she happened to see Ji Yunjia getting out and immediately approached her, saying, "Thank you for yesterday, Teacher Ji." Ji Yunjia regretted agreeing to introduce her to someone, so she merely smiled and said nothing. What does Xiao Chen do for work? The more Ji Yunjia pondered, the more she felt something was amiss. They had talked for 2 hours, but while Xiao Chen said much, it felt as though he revealed nothing substantial. All she knew was that he was certainly not Song Jiming's subordinate. Ji Yunjia, wishing to distance herself from the situation, retorted, "You two chatted all night. Why are you asking me? How old is he?" He is so tight-lipped. Compared to Xiao Chen and Su Chengchuan, Lu Qingqing, a fresh graduate, felt somewhat out of her depth. Through this dinner, Ji Yunjia learned that Lu Qingqing had graduated from a local normal university. Her father working in the district's education department, her mother in the management committee, and as the only child in her family. 30, Ji Yunjia answered. Lu Qingqing exclaimed, he looks so young. He's a bit too old for you. Ji Yunjia's words were tactful. She believed she and Xiao Qian were not suitable, hoping Lu Qingqing would let the matter rest. Where does he work? Lu Qingqing was particularly curious about this, noting that while his car wasn't as impressive as Song Jiming's, their familiarity suggested they were of a similar standing. At that moment, Lu Qingqing only recognized the car brand, unaware that Xiao Qin's vehicle was an imported high-spec model. He works at the tax bureau. Ji Yunjia said, pushing open the office door. I have class first period. I need to prepare. The tax bureau is also a good place, Lu Qingqing remarked, satisfied, thinking that since Song Jiming was married, winning over the unmarried Xiao Chun seemed more plausible. There was another reason. She was quite taken by appearances. Chapter 38. The scandal of keeping a mistress, do you believe it too? Lu Qingqing had been refreshing her phone since morning, but Xiao Chun had yet to message her. His social media was limited to just 3 days of visibility, revealing nothing. Thus, her knowledge of Xiao Chun was limited to his age and job, leaving her virtually uninformed. After a few days, unable to hold back any longer, Lu Qingqing sent him a message. However, Xiao Qin's responses were delayed, making conversation nearly impossible. Days passed, and when Lu Qingqing finally suggested they meet for dinner, Xiao Qin replied that he was busy. It became clear to Lu Qingqing that Xiao Chun did not harbor feelings for her. She had always believed that a girl pursuing a boy was merely a thin veil, which had worked in her favor until now, but this time, she had met her match. Frustrated, she turned to Ji Yunjia, but Ji Yunjia was evasive and unwilling to assist. This only fueled Lu Qingqing's resentment, feeling that Ji Yunjia, having married well, was indifferent to other struggles. Though Ji Yunjia had introduced her to Xiao Qian, she showed no signs of hoping for their success. With that in mind, Lu Qingqing decided to shift her anger into motivation. Just wait until you're divorced. Let us see how high and mighty you can remain. Ji Yunjia was unaware of Lu Qingqing's brewing resentment, as she had merely taken a few days to regain her composure and was growing increasingly amiable towards her. Ji Yunjia perceived Xiao Qin's lack of communication as a polite rejection. Sparing everyone from embarrassment, she thought the matter had settled, only to be surprised by the subsequent unfolding of events. Since her confrontation with Zhao Bingyin in the restroom, Ji Yunjia had been hearing various rumors about her around every corner of Nuayuan. Particularly in recent days, after she had changed to a new handbag, the gossip had intensified. Most of the rumors revolve around her being kept, with not a single positive tale to be found. Gu Qing, in her own company, preferred to avoid drawing attention, opting for an entry-level car and seldom carrying those luxurious handbags to the office. However, at Nuayuan, she felt no such restraint. She could indulge in whichever bag she fancied. She deliberately crafted an air of superiority, ensuring that everyone treated her with utmost respect. Until her confrontation with Zhao Bingyin, everything had been proceeding smoothly. Because of her, the male employees and leaders, who previously knew little about handbags, had gained a newfound understanding. Their gazes towards her grew increasingly complicated. As for the rumors, Gu Qing merely smiled. As long as she remained silent, no one could decipher her true character. In the end, she would be returning in half a month, and she didn't wish to complicate matters for Su Chengchuan. As for what would happen upon her return, she needed to contemplate that carefully. Qiu Tongyu had observed Gu Qing for several days and, noticing her indifference to the rumors, perhaps she was feigning ignorance, seized a moment during work to inquire, what's going on at Nuayuan? Such a large company, yet no one seems to care about the gossip. Seeing Qiu Tongyu's righteous and indignant demeanor, Wu Jiang and Wang Qi exchanged glances but remained silent. Ji Yuqing, seemingly oblivious, continued typing away at her keyboard. The marketing department mentioned some documents that need revising. Please fetch them for me. When Gu Qing didn't respond, Qiu Tongyu pressed on, Supervisor Gu, don't you care at all? Gu Qing lifted her head, a smile gracing her lips as she regarded her, a glimmer of understanding in her eyes that made Qiu Tongyu feel a sudden unease. There are rumors that Supervisor Zhao's girlfriend has confronted several mistresses in this company's parking lot. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's true. After all, they are just rumors. She was unaware of whether Zhao Yu had a girlfriend. After 2 months of interaction, setting aside his professional capabilities, his character left much to be desired. Ji Qing mused that if she claimed Zhao Yu's girlfriend was involved in such matters, could Qiu Tongyu truly find others to corroborate? Even if she asked Zhao Yu, she wasn't naive enough to expect him to admit to anything. Furthermore, she didn't necessarily harbor genuine affection for Zhao Yu. She merely sought some advantages. Thus, it is said that spreading rumors is effortless, while dispelling them requires considerable effort. Upon hearing this, Qiu Tongyu's expression shifted dramatically, her face flushed with shame and indignation. Ji Yuqing then gently changed the subject. Go ahead and retrieve the documents. What the people at Nua Yuan say has nothing to do with us. Our priority is to complete this project successfully so we can return to Huayuan. Qiu Tongyu forced a laugh and replied, All right, Supervisor Gu, I'll go now. Little did she know that what she believed to be inconspicuous was well within Gu Qing's awareness. Wu Jiang and Wang Qi kept their heads down, their fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard. Initially, they had been reluctant to follow Gu Qing to Nua Yuan. Beyond the reduction in personnel, they were also distancing themselves from a defeated female leader, feeling their prospects dimmed. Unfortunately, their voices were too weak to influence the decision, rendering them mere cannon fodder. Yet, over time, they had come to appreciate Gu Qing's remarkable leadership and practical skills. In comparison, her beauty seemed trivial. Ji Yuqing generously imparted knowledge that others would not share. And for that, they were grateful. Amidst the swirling rumors surrounding Gu Qing, Su Chengchuan had inevitably heard them. Ever since their outing on Jean Street, he had come to the realization that he could not afford to support her and thus chose to withdraw, not wishing to give her false hope, and refrained from contacting her again. After all, the man downstairs appeared quite admirable. Nevertheless, seeing her endure humiliation stirred a desire within him to reach out. Have you returned? This marked their first contact since coming back from Baitong. Ji Yuqing was puzzled by what she had done to provoke Su Chengchuan's indifferent demeanor. Even when they crossed paths at work, they merely nodded at each other. If a man does not explicitly express his agreement, it signifies rejection. A truth Gu Qing understood well. No, not yet. It'll all be a while. She endeavored to keep her tone nonchalant. Su Chengchuan carefully chose his words and tentatively asked, How are you? Gu Qing immediately grasped the subject of his inquiry. Oh? You mean the rumors about me being kept? She stated candidly. It's somewhat inevitable. My income and expenses are indeed unbalanced. Though she suspected Zhao Bingyin was behind it, she was, after all, Su Chengchuan's assistant, and with only half a month left before her departure, she did not wish to disrupt Su Chengchuan's affairs. Thus choosing to absorb this slight herself, Zhao Bingyin's tactics were undoubtedly insidious. They not only obstructed her pursuit of Su Chengchuan but also tarnished her reputation, leading to potential repercussions even upon her return to Huayuan. Yet, she miscalculated one aspect. She and Su Chengchuan were already familiar with each other privately. Before Su Chengchuan could voice his thoughts, Gu Qing interrupted him, brushing off the matter nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. I'll be leaving in half a month anyway. You believe it too, don't you? Hearing her self-deprecation, Su Chengchuan felt a pang in his heart. Don't say such things. This was a matter of a young woman's reputation. How could she claim to be unconcerned? People tend to believe what they wish to believe. The gossip contained an element of truth. Those handbags were indeed not purchased by her. Ji Yuqing chuckled lightly. It was a fact that he did not harbor feelings for her, but she also possessed pride and did not wish to be an unprincipled sycophant. Chapter 39. The humility of being unloved. Su Chengchuan was at a loss as to how to articulate his feelings. It certainly wasn't a pleasant sensation. With her beauty, if she so desired, she would undoubtedly attract numerous admirable men. He sighed inwardly, conceding, very well. Starting tomorrow, please send me the documents. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can return. Gu Qing recognized his intention to assist her in departing from Nua Yuan, a place rife with controversy. Let it be. They're all watching me. She thought to herself. He would remain in the company. And if any trouble arose, it might lead to an embarrassing confrontation with his girlfriend. There was little work left to be done. She surmised that Zhao Bingyin, eager for her departure, would likely refrain from sabotaging the project. There were 3 reasons for this. First, only by successfully completing the project could she leave swiftly. Second, even if the project remained unfinished, the outcome would merely mean she needed to continue working on it, as they had set a safety deadline. Third, tampering with the project was far graver than spreading rumors. It could potentially obliterate her career, and she likely wouldn't dare to take such a risk. Hearing her resolve, Su Chengchuan chose not to press further. If you need anything, just let me know. All right, I'll get back to work now. Yu Qing hung up the phone, instantly shedding her facade of nonchalance. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears. As the sole daughter of the Gu family for 3 generations, She had been cherished and sheltered since childhood, seldom experiencing hardship. Even when faced with that plump adversary, she had fought back. Thus, nearly all the grievances she had suffered in her life were tied to Su Qingchuan. The slap she had received, the humiliation she endured, those were inflicted by his girlfriend during her freshman year. And now, her reputation was tarnished, her silence a result of his assistant's machinations. This must be what it felt like to be unlovable and humiliated. Jiu Qing inhaled deeply, raising her chin and exhaling slowly. Before burying herself in her work once more, Lu Qingqing had been trying to arrange a meal with Ji Yunjia for several days, and finally, Ji Yunjia could no longer resist, agreeing to Lu Qingqing's invitation to treat them. They decided to meet at a restaurant in a shopping mall, and after work, they headed straight there. With time to spare before meeting Song Jiming, they took a moment to browse the mall. In truth, their tastes differed. Lu Qingqing favored youthful and trendy styles, while Ji Yunjia preferred more intellectual attire. Nevertheless, they could still find common ground in certain items, such as accessories and home decor. Song Jiming arrived promptly, and upon receiving the message, the two returned to the restaurant. Lu Qingqing greeted him enthusiastically, "Brother Song. I hope you don't mind my calling you that." "Hello, little teacher Lu," Song Jiming replied politely, taking Ji Yunjia's bag and placing it on an adjacent empty seat. Ji Yunjia, noticing this, smiled and suggested, "Little teacher Lu, why don't you sit inside?" "Sure," Lu Qingqing responded with a grin, as Ji Yunjia took a seat opposite Song Jiming. Lu Qingqing opened the menu and handed it to Ji Yunjia, saying, "Ji teacher, take a look and see what you'd like to eat." Ji Yunjia pushed the menu aside. "I'm fine with anything. You order." "That one tea do. How about you order, Brother Song?" Lu Qingqing turned to Song Jiming. Song Jiming reached for the menu, asking, "Is there anything you can't eat, little teacher Lu?" Lu Qingqing tilted her head in thought before replying. "No." Song Jiming nodded, calling over the waiter to order 2 signature hot dishes. 2 cold dishes, a rib soup, and a jug of freshly squeezed juice. While waiting for their food, Lu Qingqing proactively poured warm water for both Ji Yunjia and Song Jiming. "I've been wanting to treat you to a meal for ages. Ji teacher always says Brother Song is too busy, and it's taken until now." Song Jiming chimed in, "Indeed, it has been quite hectic lately, why lifelong affair, Brother Song. You must think about it." Lu Qingqing looked at Song Jiming, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Song Jiming took a sip of warm water from the glass, responding nonchalantly, "With your conditions, it's unnecessary." "Of course it is necessary. Xiao Qin doesn't he fancy me? Please don't introduce me to someone of such high caliber." She pouted, displaying her displeasure. Ji Yunjia had grown accustomed to Lu Qingqing's little gestures, but Song Jiming discreetly furrowed his brow and turned to Ji Yunjia, saying, "Yunjia, your school must have quite a few unmarried male teachers, right?" "Yes," Ji Yunjia replied before turning to Lu Qingqing. "Actually, Teacher Ma, who teaches chemistry on the 3rd floor, is quite good. He graduated with a master's degree and arrived at the school around the same time as you." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing immediately pouted. "He is so chubby. I don't like him." Ji Yunjia was puzzled. "Not really. Teacher Ma is just slightly chubby. Besides, men tend to gain a bit of weight after 30. It's not a big deal." Her father and her father-in-law both possess a slight beer belly. Upon uttering this, Song Jiming felt a jolt within. "He was 30 this year. I don't fancy that either." Lu Qingqing retorted playfully, "I'm only 23. I refuse to become like that." Ji Yunjia couldn't help but chuckle at her words. "They're not that old, and they look clean and fair, hardly overweight. Regardless, I don't want that, Brother Song. I am why lifelong affairs are entrusted to you. Teacher Ji is always trying to introduce me to those portly gentlemen." With a smile on her face, Lu Qingqing silently scoffed. "You certainly have a way with words. You marry someone like Song Jiming, yet you want to introduce me to an ordinary chubby man. What I desire is your husband." Song Jiming firmly declined. "Our workplace has unpredictable overtime hours. Which wouldn't he suit you?" He then skillfully redirected the conversation. "Teacher Ji, doesn't your school have early admissions?" Upon hearing him address her this way, Ji Yunjia felt a chuckle rising within, and she pursed her lips, replying, "There are some." With a gentle gaze, Song Jiming looked at her and said, "Thank you for your trouble, Teacher Ji." Observing their interaction, Lu Qingqing felt a surge of displeasure within, though her expression remained one of playful reproach. "You both are just brushing me off, and truth, having both partners as teachers is quite advantageous. The annual winter and summer breaks are a rarity. And once work hours extend, one would come to realize this." At that moment, Lu Qingqing, with ulterior motives, was unable to absorb Ji Yunjia's words. Her mind was solely fixated on ascending the social ladder. If she could marry Song Jiming, wouldn't she be able to strut around the school? Even the principal would have to show her some respect. Who wouldn't greet her with deference? Calling her teacher Lu or director Lu? The arrival of the waiter with the dishes interrupted Lu Qingqing's daydreaming, and Song Jiming intentionally steered the conversation away, denying Lu Qingqing any further opportunity to pursue the topic. During the meal, Ji Yunjia noticed that Song Jiming wasn't eating much and glanced at Lu Qingqing before asking, "Is the food here unpalatable?" Having lived together for so long, she was well aware of his appetite. Lu Qingqing promptly set down her chopsticks. "I'm sorry, brother Song. I didn't know you disliked Hunan cuisine." Naturally, Song Jiming wouldn't disclose that he had just turned 30. However, Hunan cuisine tends to be spicy and salty, making it difficult to eat without rice, so he opted to drink more soup instead. Having eaten late at noon, he wasn't particularly hungry. Chapter 40. The end of the temporary assignment. Song Jiming had a rather irregular eating schedule, which Ji Yunjia was aware of, and thus she refrained from commenting further. Lu Qingqing insisted on ordering a bowl of cordyceps soup for Song Jiming. After the meal, when Lu Qingqing went to settle the bill, she was intercepted by Song Jiming. "It has already been taken care of, brother Song. How could you do this? I promised to treat you both," Lu Qingqing said, puffing up in indignation. "It's all the same. Let us go." Song Jiming stood up and picked up Ji Yunjia's bag. "No. I still want to treat you both again," Song Jiming, who was already reluctant to deal with Lu Qingqing, fearing that he would be compelled to dine with them again in a few days, replied, "Let us do it next month. I'm too busy this month." "Then it's settled. You can arrange it with Yunjia when the time comes." After Lu Qingqing left in her car, the two of them got into theirs. Song Jiming inquired, "Did you leave your car at the office?" "Yes," Ji Yunjia replied. "I'll take you tomorrow morning." "Yes, thank you for today. I truly couldn't decline." Song Jiming glanced at her. There was no smile on her face. The harmonious interactions they exhibited were merely for the sake of others. Their true state was one of mutual indifference. We really have to be this polite?" Song Jiming felt profoundly the sensation of being powerless. A silence enveloped the car. The following morning, Ji Yunjia had finished her makeup and emerged from the master bedroom just as Song Jiming returned from his jog. Clad in a long-sleeved, color-blocked sports outfit, the strands of hair at his forehead obscured his brows, presenting one of the rare occasions Ji Yunjia had seen him in attire other than a suit. He appeared vibrant and full of life. Song Jiming changed into slippers and placed breakfast on the dining table. "You eat first. I'll take a quick shower." "All right." Song Jiming hurriedly entered the bathroom for a shower. By the time he was ready, nearly all the time had passed. He quickly devoured a pancake and finished a cup of soy milk, nearly synchronizing with Ji Yunjia in reaching for a napkin to wipe their mouths. Ji Yunjia was somewhat surprised by his manner of eating. Song Jiming swiftly tidied the table. "Strange, isn't it? A bit. Go change your shoes. I'll handle this." Song Jiming moved with great speed, taking out the trash and pressing the elevator button before Ji Yunjia could the school gate. Lu Qingqing spotted Song Jiming's car from afar. Ji Yunjia stepped out and turned back to say something to him, though Lu Qingqing couldn't make out the words. Seeing Ji Yunjia enter the school, Lu Qingqing put on a smile and walked in that direction. "Teacher Ji, good morning, good morning. Brother Song doesn't he really like Hunan cuisine? Does he? I hope I didn't offend him yesterday," Lu Qingqing observed, unsure whether Song Jiming liked Hunan cuisine or not. "It's all right, I suppose. He generally isn't picky about food. He eats whatever I prepare." "Does he have any particular favorites?" Ji Yunjia pondered and concluded that seafood would qualify, though it was slightly pricey, and she thought better than to mention that to Lu Qingqing, simply stating, "hot pot." Perhaps a clear broth and spicy oil dual pot satisfies everyone. "All right, let us plan to go for hot pot next time. I'll look into which place is the best." Ji Yunjia did not agree, but instead asked, "How many classes do you have today?" Upon mentioning the class schedule, Lu Qingqing's expression fell. 7. What about you? 4. Lu Qingqing lamented dramatically. "Had I known it would be like this, I would have pursued music and art more diligently in my childhood." Sighing, she added, "The first class is mine. I'll go pump myself up." With that, Lu Qingqing dashed towards the office building. As the end of the month approached, Gu Qing had been navigating through her affairs relatively smoothly, despite being the subject of whispers behind her back. Observing Qiu Tongyu's demeanor, it seemed she hadn't dared to seek confirmation from Zhao Yu, instead becoming more diligent in her work. In the afternoon, Ji Yunjia sent a message, inviting her to dinner. During dinner, Ji Yunjia noticed that Gu Qing didn't appear to be in the best spirits and asked, "Are you reluctant to leave?" "Not at all. I'm actually hoping to return soon." Noticing her troubled expression, Ji Yunjia frowned. "What is really bothering you?" Gu Qing recounted the rumors about her being kept. "I'm the type of person who retaliates immediately against grievances. I am feeling a bit frustrated now." Upon hearing this, Ji Yunjia's expression darkened. "Is he truly just watching you be slandered and ridiculed? Are those rumors all mere fabrications? What can he do about it? Go around telling everyone that you haven't been kept?" Gu Qing sighed. "Since I returned from Beitang, he hasn't contacted me again. I suspect he never had any interest in me." In the past, she had eagerly awaited his communication, yet now that they were in the same company, what did it matter? Gu Qing laughed at herself. What I thought was affection was merely an annoyance to him. "Let it go." Ji Yunjia observed her serious demeanor. "Have you made up your mind? I do have my pride and dignity, you know." Gu Qing lifted her cup and took a sip of warm water. "I've reached an age where I should be avoiding sweets. Why cling to something pointless? Tomorrow, I'll seriously consider blind dating." Ji Yunjia felt a mix of emotions, both pity and regret for her. In truth, Xiao Chun seemed to be quite decent. "Please, don't." Gu Qing immediately refused. "We're in the same circle. It would be so awkward when he serves as a groomsman." Ji Yunjia was rendered speechless, laughing softly. "You're thinking quite far ahead. Finding a partner at this age essentially aimed at marriage." Gu Qing didn't want to dwell on that topic and instead asked, "What's been up with you lately? What's going on with Song Jiming?" "Oh, nothing much. He seems to have taken some sort of inspiration lately and is obsessively focused on fitness." Ji Yunjia didn't wish for Gu Qing to worry. She was already married. With no turning back, on Friday afternoon, Gu Qing's team successfully wrapped up their work at Noyuan, returning borrowed equipment such as the small conference room. After the customary farewells, Su Chengchuan followed Gu Qing back to the small office under the watchful eyes of the others. The other three were already present in the office, having packed up their things. With nothing to do but watch the two, Ji Yuqing inquired, puzzled. "Do you need something, Director Su? Are all your things packed?" Su Chengchuan's tone was always calm and unhurried. "Yes," Gu Qing replied with a slight smile, not intending to elaborate further. "Let me help you carry it down." Saying this, he moved towards her desk to lift Gu Qing's box. The three exchanged glances, and Wang Qi spoke first. "Supervisor Gu." "Director Su, our ride is here. We're heading downstairs." Ji Yuqing nodded. "All right, see you on Monday. One by one, they exited, leaving only the two of them in the office. At this sensitive moment, he shouldn't be here. It wasn't the right time for a conversation, and Gu Qing quickly said, "Senior brother, I can manage by myself. Just this one box?" "Yes, it's been ready to go for a while. I'll take you down." "No need, it's just a cardboard box. It's not heavy." Inside, there was merely a laptop, a stack of documents, and a cup along with other everyday essentials. "Let us go." Su Chengchuan picked up the box and stepped out. Gu Qing, resigned, had no choice but to follow. The two of them walked out of the small conference room together with ease, entered the elevator, and proceeded to the parking lot. Chapter 41. All that is fitting is deliberate. Open the trunk. Su Chengchuan instructed. Ji Yuqing took out her keys, unlocked it, and opened the trunk lid. Inside lay some items she had packed in advance, including an LV handbag, beneath which were neatly folded clothes. Su Chengchuan glanced at the topmost item. A fake bag worth 50, and reminisced about the days they had spent working late together, his expression softening unconsciously. Being with her made even overtime enjoyable. Su Chengchuan arranged the items and closed the trunk. Gu Qing politely bid farewell. "Thank you for your care all this time. You may return there. Should any matters arise, feel free to call me," Su Chengchuan remarked. "MHM," Gu Qing replied softly. She wouldn't call him while here. So why would she reach out after leaving? "Goodbye." Gu Qing waited for him to bid her farewell before she got into her car. Just then, Su Chengchuan added, "You've had a tough time during this period." Gu Qing smiled. "Director Su, are you representing New Yuan and expressing gratitude towards me? There's no need. We're merely colleagues. I shall take my leave now." And their final parting, she addressed him as Director Su. The emptiness of the parking lot held no others, and this title conveyed a significant meaning that Su Chengchuan understood. He had intentionally created distance between them, and Gu Qing, being astute, certainly grasped his intentions. Yet, this anticipated outcome pricked at Su Chengchuan's heart with a dull ache. He hastily retrieved a cigarette, intending to smoke as a means to distract himself. However, upon bringing it to his lips, he realized it was inappropriate in the underground parking lot, and he halted, regaining his composure. Gu Qing, puzzled by his hesitation, suddenly heard him say, "Don't move. There's something in your hair." Yu Chengchuan leaned forward, and Gu Qing instinctively stepped back. "Stay still." His tone remained gentle, yet his hand that held the cigarette gently guided her head to keep her still, while his other hand seemed to remove something from her hair. Yu Qing's face flushed instantly, her heart racing. In that position, it felt as if she were cradled in his embrace. It had been years since she had been this close to him, and she could distinctly smell his scent, neither sweet nor overpowering, but rather pleasant. This proximity disoriented her, instilling a fleeting notion that he might want to embrace her. Yu Chengchuan placed the cigarette back into its case. "Take care on your journey, Dam Hm." Yu Qing quickly suppressed the turmoil within her and lowered her head in acknowledgement. "Go back and work on the interdepartmental relationships. Those two male employees have considerable capabilities." Yu Qing understood what Su Chengchuan was implying, nodding in agreement as she opened the car door. "Yu Qing," Su Chengchuan called out, speaking slowly, "the coldness of the workplace lies in the absence of expectations for others' kindness." Gu Qing silently nodded again. "You may go," Su Chengchuan said. "Goodbye," Gu Qing replied. Little did she know that at that very moment, had she impulsively embraced the man before her, a new tale would have begun. Su Chengchuan, unable to see her car depart, finally withdrew his gaze, unconsciously licking his lips as his throat rolled slightly. She truly was enchanting. He had nearly succumbed to the urge to embrace her. Not long after the Huayuan team departed, as Nuayuan approached closing time, a photograph surfaced, without a source, spreading like wildfire across the internal network of Nuayuan. In the image, Su Chengchuan held an unlit cigarette, his hand resting on a woman's head, his face slightly tilted as if he were about to kiss her. The man's broad back stood tall and straight, although the identity of the woman was obscured. The red BMW parked nearby belonged to Gu Qing, who happened to be dressed in beige today. Many colleagues had witnessed Su Chengchuan escorting Gu Qing downstairs, rendering their romantic involvement nearly an undeniable fact. After 6 days of speculation on Monday morning, as soon as Su Chengchuan entered the elevator, other department leaders jested with him. "Old Su, you've kept this under wraps quite well." Young employees joined in the teasing. "Director Su, your taste is commendable, thanks to our boss. We've been given a chance to find love." "Director Su, our hearts are all aflutter." Su Chengchuan appeared to be overwhelmed by their banter before finally conceding. "Success has not yet been achieved. Further effort is required." This statement was nearly an acknowledgement, further corroborated by the tight-lipped security guard often assigned night shifts, who confirmed that Director Su frequently assisted Supervisor Gu during overtime. The notion of Su Chengchuan pursuing Huayuan's Gu Qing had become a reality. Consequently, the rumors regarding Gu Qing being kept by someone fell apart. Although Su Chengchuan wasn't excessively wealthy, he was still a high-ranking executive with a substantial annual salary, and affording a few luxury items was certainly within his means. The entire company buzzed with gossip about Su Chengchuan and Gu Qing. Yet one individual felt particularly distressed, Zhao Bingyan, as Su Chengchuan intended to transfer her. "I'm not leaving." Zhao Bingyan stood resolutely before Su Chengchuan's desk. The transfer request was already in motion, and preparations for handover were underway. Yu Chengchuan's tone was flat, as if he were merely assigning a routine task. He had already informed both the administrative and human resources departments, and the process would be completed within 3 days. "I will not accept the transfer," Zhao Bingyan repeated, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Su Chengchuan set down his pen and turned to face her. "If you don't wish to go to the administrative department, you may proceed to the logistics department." The administrative and logistics departments were not comparable concepts. And upon hearing this, Zhao Bingyan's voice softened immediately. "Boss, why must you transfer me? I don't want to leave. It would be beneficial for your career prospects. You should go." Tears only fell once Zhao Bingyan exited the director's office. Such was the nature of leadership, utterly devoid of sincerity. It was evident that her troubles with Gu Qing had led to this decision, yet he maintained a facade of high regard, granting her the utmost dignity, rendering resentment impossible. After all their time spent working together, those days and nights consumed by endless tasks, navigating challenges side by side, had culminated in this public acknowledgement. One could only wonder if he truly was callous or if he possessed a sense of loyalty. Despite her relentless efforts, what she desired had never been these tokens of recognition. Little did she know that had it not been for the sacrifices made in the past, Su Chengchuan would never have bestowed such public acknowledgement upon her. Su Chengchuan gazed at the original images sent by Yang Xian. Several depicted her clearly. She was truly beautiful. Thus, how could the world align so fortuitously? Just at the right moment, captured in a photograph, just as it was posted online. And coincidentally, the rumors surrounding Gu Qing were shattered. Therefore, all coincidences were indeed orchestrated. On Monday morning, Gu Qing set out early, her car facing the wall of the underground parking lot. She remained seated for quite some time without exiting. During her absence of a few months, any necessary adjustments or removal should have been addressed by Lu Mingjing. Reflecting on her situation, she realized her family didn't require the money, so why endure such suffering? Perhaps resigning would be the best course. However, if she resigned, Gu Chang would undoubtedly invite her to join his establishment, offering her a superfluous position for retirement. Lu Mingjing and the rotund individual would thus prevail. Continuing to revel in their power, Ji Yuqing sighed. Such was fate, yet she could not submit. Chapter 42. The Buddha chooses the virtuous to suffer. Gu Qing strode into the elevator, only to collide with Lu Mingjing inside. The atmosphere within the elevator became palpably tense. Everyone at Huayuan was aware of the animosity between the two. Lu Mingjing had persistently undermined Gu Qing, who was no pushover herself. Their rivalry had been ongoing for quite some time. "Ah, Director Lu, good morning," Gu Qing greeted with a smile. "Good morning, Supervisor Gu," Lu Mingjing replied, forcing a smile. Ji Yuqing feigned indifference, maintaining her cheerful demeanor while Lu Mingjing internally scoffed, hoping that she wouldn't be able to smile for long. As it was Monday, the department was scheduled for its regular meeting. While typically unremarkable, the assistant behind Lu Mingjing had been replaced by the previous receptionist, which piqued her curiosity. Upon closer inspection, the receptionist was indeed quite attractive. After the meeting, Gu Qing returned to her desk, only to find her workspace replaced with a potted plant at her level. She did not possess a private office. Her area was merely a designated section within her team's workspace. Surveying the room, Gu Qing noted that everyone else's desks remained intact, save for her own, and it was clear this was the doing of Lu Mingjing. The entire department, intentionally or not, cast glances towards Gu Qing. Wang Qi promptly stood, declaring, "Supervisor Gu, please take my seat. I will go find the administrative department." "That's unnecessary," Gu Qing replied, raising an eyebrow. "I will sit in Manager Wang's office." Upon hearing this, the others watched as she strode towards the manager's office. As Gu Qing approached, Jiang Yihuan hastily stood. "Gu, supervisored." Suddenly realizing she was no longer the receptionist, she cleared her throat and composed herself. "Supervisor Gu, how may I assist you?" Gu Qing observed her frantic attempt at composure and couldn't help but smile. This rotund individual had truly made a fool of herself by bringing in such an ornament. "I need to speak with Manager Wang about my workspace." "All right, please wait a moment while I inform him." Within moments, Jiang Yihuan emerged, offering a perfunctory apology. "I'm sorry, Supervisor Gu. Manager Wang is busy. Please come back later." Ji Yuqing felt a surge of frustration but refrained from directing it at Jiang Yihuan. Responding with a smile, "All right with that," she confidently pushed open the manager's office door. Jiang Yihuan called out, "Supervisor Gu," bang. The door slammed shut, cutting off Jiang Yihuan's urgent plea. Ji Yuqing gambled that she wouldn't dare follow her in. Upon seeing Gu Qing, Wang Yuan's expression soured instantly, the jovial demeanor he usually projected vanishing completely, replaced by a stern countenance. "Get out! Who allowed you to enter?" Gu Qing raised an eyebrow. "I was nearly assaulted by you." "Why are you so furious?" Wang Yuan seemed to recall that day, his face quivering with indignation. Ji Yuqing was acutely aware of the source of his anger. He had begged for mercy on his knees at the hotel. All his pretenses and dignity had been thoroughly trampled. Ji Yuqing approached his imposing desk, placing her hands firmly upon it, leaning in to stare him down. Wang Yuan instinctively recoiled, barking, "I told you to leave." Suddenly, Gu Qing slammed her hands down on the table, producing a resounding clap. "Restore my workspace now, or I shall pummel you right here, and then you can call the police. The choice is yours. When the authorities arrive, I will recount in detail your attempt to assault me. Oh, and your dramatic pleas for mercy." Upon finishing her words, Gu Qing raised her lips in a disdainful smile. "With your gluttonous, bloated visage and eye, a beauty that could topple kingdoms, who do you think the police would believe? Who would Dai Zong trust? Do you really consider yourself exceptional, irreplaceable? Would Dai Zong keep you, a lecher poised to explode at any moment?" Soon enough, you may find yourself trending online as the executive from Huayin who met a disastrous fate. For in this world, looks are justice, and perhaps I might just seize my chance to debut. Silence, Wang Yuanyuan retorted sharply, having struck a nerve. She pressed the intercom. What on earth is happening in the administrative department? Where has Supervisor Gu's desk gone? Restore it immediately. Zhang Yihuan was startled and rushed to the administrative department in a flurry. That's more like it, Gu Qing cooed, gracefully taking a seat. I've worn the small shoes too, and my work capability is commendable. Isn't it wonderful for me to continue serving you? You wish to pursue that receptionist? And she is willingly compliant. How delightful! Stop fixating on unattainable fruit. It only pricks the hand. Wang Yuanyuan's lips trembled in irritation. Have you finished? Now get out. Gu Qing retrieved her phone from her bag, unlocked it, and displayed her call history to him, which frequently featured Dai Bin. Then, in a hushed tone, she queried, Do you think Dai Zong might have intentions towards me? Dai Bin had never called her. Yet in the realm of workplace intrigue, rumors often blur the lines of truth and deception, leaving one unable to discern what is real. Did she truly dare to seek confirmation from Dai Bin? Gu Qing stood and began to leave, but then poked her head back through the door, softly saying, Wang Zong, don't forget to assign me work. Please refrain from giving me those unfinished projects, lest I disturb the higher-ups. Upon exiting the manager's office, Gu Qing exhaled a sigh. The world is inherently unjust, and I am no exception. She recalled the first time Su Chengchuan had helped her with overtime. His teachings were always subtly imparted, leading her to often wish she had encountered a leader like him upon graduation. If asked why, after all these years, she still harbored feelings for him, she would struggle to articulate it. Perhaps it was the flutter of youthful infatuation, the anticipation that time had steeped, the yearning to revisit their reunions, or the comfort and admiration that developed through their interactions. There were simply too many reasons. Gu Qing returned to her department, where the administrative and logistics teams were bustling about her workstation. She approached with a gentle smile. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Ever since Lu Mingjing's promotion, Gu Qing had grown increasingly assertive within the company, her quick wit and eloquence rendering her a formidable opponent to most. Colleagues speculated that her daily confrontations with Lu Mingjing stemmed from her unwillingness to continue, emboldening her to act so brazenly, perhaps in anticipation of the company dismissing her and providing severance. Thus, no one dared to provoke her. Leaning against a nearby low wall, arms crossed, she observed the flurry of activity with a subtle smile that seemed to convey, You shall return everything just as you took it. Zhang Yihuan approached Gu Qing, saying, Supervisor Gu, please hold on just a moment, it will be ready shortly. Ji Yuqing responded graciously with a nod. Zhang Yihuan felt a twinge of embarrassment and hurried to oversee the arrangement of Gu Qing's desk and chair. Assistant Zhang, you need not assist, just stand by. Assistant Zhang, I can handle it. Ji Yuqing found amusement in the deference the others showed Zhang Yihuan, recalling how she had once been referred to simply as Xiao Zhang. In truth, the administrative department was not under the purview of the rotund manager. He merely held the title of project manager, with Dai Zong above him. Yet, as the revenue of the entire company hinged upon the project department, it was only natural for some courtesy to be extended. Chapter 43. Do not expect kindness from others. The desk and all accompanying items were swiftly prepared, yet Lu Mingjing did not once emerge from her office. Wang Qi, yes. Wang Qi stood. Go to the parking lot and bring up the box containing my computer from the trunk. We'll be checking in at Weilon Sea tonight. Wu Jiang sprang to his feet at once. I'll go. Wang Qi chuckled, playfully nudging Wu Jiang, who swiftly made his way to fetch the keys from Gu Qing's hand. Having noticed Gu Qing's car arriving early without her going upstairs, he quickly located her vehicle and brought the items inside. Wu Jiang joked, Supervisor Gu, it's not a one-person meal. Let us take turns taking pictures with the three of us. How could that be? It's four of us taking turns, Gu Qing replied with utmost seriousness. Ah? Tongyu, please fetch me a cup of coffee, and I'll bring you along for the photos. Qiu Tongyu understood that Gu Qing was not genuinely inviting them for a photo op, she was merely treating them. With the conclusion of this project, they would all receive bonuses, and as the project supervisor, Gu Qing's share would undoubtedly be substantial. Having graduated just a year prior, with deductions for insurance and rent, she barely took home $3,000 a month, making it unlikely for her to frequent a restaurant where the average meal cost $1,000. Yet, which girl does not long for such establishments? Even an afternoon tea for a social media post would suffice. Qiu Tongyu carefully handed the coffee to Gu Qing, Supervisor Gu, be careful, it's hot. Today's workload is light. You should leave on time. I'll come to your neighborhood to pick you up later. All right, thank you, Supervisor Gu. Although she knew she shouldn't go, her curiosity was piqued. She rationalized that since it was not exclusively for her, but rather for their entire team, she felt half justified and half anxious about attending. At this point, Gu Qing's team consisted only of these 3 individuals, as most previous members had been reassigned, and 2 had left for other opportunities. Thus, she needed them. That evening, Gu Qing took her 3 companions to the Weilon Sea restaurant. All 4 were dressed in their work attire, with the exception of Qiu Tongyu, who had dressed up, clutching a stylish handbag. In contrast to her elegant appearance, Gu Qing's more modest 1,000 yuan bag exuded a sense of ease and confidence. As it turned out, only Qiu Tongyu took photos, while Wang Qi and Wu Jiang hesitated to do so, leaving Gu Qing to genuinely enjoy her meal. Wang Qi discreetly examined Gu Qing's bag, estimating its worth to be around 2,000 to 3,000. Even though he had clearly seen a more expensive LV bag in her car earlier that afternoon. Rumors of Gu Qing's wealth circulated, yet she drove an entry-level BMW. Conversely, her familiarity with such a restaurant suggested otherwise. Noting Wang Qi's interest in her bag, she playfully inquired, "Curious? A bit. I usually carry the one I bought for 20-5. Gu Qing spoke the truth. Occasionally, she would meet suitors from affluent families. While her makeup might not be overly extravagant, she certainly carried that 25 bag, aiming to appear as an ostentatious nouveau riche. Seeing their astonishment, she continued with a smile, "Don't worry about the bill. I can afford it." Wang Qi and Wu Jiang found Gu Qing's enigmatic behavior perplexing. With a smile, she refrained from explaining further and simply continued her meal. Yu Qingchuan had once advised her that as a leader, one should maintain a degree of distance and mystery. Knowing too much about you could make it easy for others to exploit your weaknesses. Not long after, Lu Mingjing assigned her a rather conventional project. Yu Qing speculated that the rotund manager perhaps did not fully trust Dai Zong. Nor did he entirely dismiss him. In truth, he had his doubts but feared that Gu Qing might act recklessly, leading to mutual destruction that could jeopardize his own standing. If he wished for her departure, there were countless ways to achieve it without exposing himself to danger. Yu Qing's first retaliation came from Lu Mingjing, who withheld personnel assignments from her, implying that she would be unable to complete the project within the designated time frame. This was anticipated by Gu Qing, making the 3 individuals under her particularly crucial. Her rivalry with Lu Mingjing had begun the moment Gu Qing was promoted to project supervisor, a conflict that had been ongoing for quite some time, with all of Huayan aware of it. Initially, Gu Qing's appointment seemed secure, and many believed she would ascend to replace Wang Yuan as the head of the project department. But Lu Mingjing suddenly turned the tables, becoming Gu Qing's superior and claiming victory in their struggle. Lu Mingjing's rise foreshadowed that Gu Qing's team would no longer be assigned prime projects, and the salary structure directly correlated with the quality of projects, effectively relegating her team to a dire situation. Su Chengchuan had told her that the coldness of the workplace lay in not expecting kindness from others, a lesson she had yet to fully grasp. Upon her return, she discovered that her dedicated team members, who had fought alongside her, had all been transferred to Lu Mingjing's original group, while those who had no ties to her were scattered across the 3rd and 4th groups, avoiding her presence as if she were a harbinger of doom. At that moment, Gu Qing comprehended the weight of Su Chengchuan's parting words. Previously, when she and Lu Mingjing were equals, the supervisors of the 3rd and 4th groups had known they were no match for her and had remained passive observers. Knowing the 5th group was a safety net, the 5th group supervisor was inept, leading to the most undesirable projects being assigned there. Eventually, the 5th group supervisor succumbed to the internal strife and resigned before completing any projects. After her fall from grace, Gu Qing was compelled to take on external assignments at Yuan, breaking the precarious balance. Wang Qi and Wu Jiang, being primary leaders of this project and lacking seniority or connections, were thus forced to join her in the external assignment. Now, Gu Qing's return seemed to rekindle hope for the 3rd and 4th groups. Yet, within days, Gu Qing secured a project that was not too shabby, indicating that the worst projects would still require the efforts of the 3rd and 4th groups. The reality remained that Lu Mingjing could not retain her. Thus, as soon as Gu Qing resigned, the 2nd group would welcome a new supervisor, making it easy for them to manipulate the situation. This notion united the 3rd and 4th groups against Gu Qing. As for Qiu Tongyu, she had originally contemplated returning from Novartis, and it was certain that Lu Mingjing would arrange for her to join a team. Little did she know that a single meal with Gu Qing yesterday had sown discord in Lu Mingjing's heart, leading her to refrain from discussing any transfers. She sensed this shift and regretted her decision to attend. In truth, she did not fully understand that while Lu Mingjing harbored both intentions and grievances towards her, it was primarily a matter of unloading the burden and killing the donkey, even though she still considered her usable enough to keep on good terms. Ji Yuqing, having calculated that Lu Mingjing would not transfer Qiu Tongyu, played along, suggesting that everything would be addressed once the personnel allocations were finalized. Ji Yuqing lamented that at least half of her energy was consumed by this endless internal strife. She was weary of such a work environment, but felt powerless to change it. She mused that if one day she ascended to a higher position, she would strive to be a commendable superior. Chapter 44. Helping her remove makeup upon returning home at night, Song Jiming found Ji Yunjia sprawled on the sofa, with a historical drama playing on the television. Glancing at his wristwatch, he noted it was midnight. After observing the woman on the sofa and confirming she was asleep, he removed his steel watch and gently placed it on the shoe cabinet. He changed into slippers and tiptoed towards her. Ji Yunjia was in deep slumber, her phone having slipped onto the beige carpet. Song Jiming picked it up and placed it on the coffee table. "Yunjia?" he called softly. When she did not stir, he lightly patted her arm, urging, "Go to your room and sleep." Ji Yunjia shifted slightly but did not open her eyes. Crouching down, Song Jiming slipped one arm under her back, intending to carry her to the master bedroom. At that moment, Ji Yunjia, feeling discomfort, slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Song Jiming, she groggily pushed him away and sat up. "Have you been drinking?" Song Jiming, having been close earlier, caught the scent of alcohol. Ji Yunjia took a few seconds to respond with a faint "I'll help you to your room," he offered, reaching out to assist her. Ji Yunjia raised her hand to interrupt him, saying, "I can walk by myself." Though she had indeed consumed alcohol, she was not at a point where she required assistance. She was merely exceedingly fatigued. Ji Yunjia steadied herself against the armrest of the sofa and drowsily made her way into the master bedroom. "You haven't removed your makeup yet," Song Jiming called, but his words were cut short as the bedroom door closed behind her. He hesitated, contemplating whether to push the door open, but thought better of it, considering the possibility that Ji Yunjia might be undressing to sleep. After waiting for over 10 minutes, he gently knocked twice on the door. When there was no response, he pushed it open. Inside, only a dim light filtered through the window. Song Jiming stepped in and turned on the bedside lamp. Under the warm glow, Ji Yunjia lay on her side, the blanket pulled to her chest, still clad in a white sweater. He went to the bathroom, retrieved a small basin, and filled it with warm water. Unsure of which makeup remover she used, he recognized the facial cleanser. Gently, he laid Ji Yunjia back down, brushing the stray hair from her face to reveal her delicate features. "I'll help you remove your makeup," he whispered, before wetting a cotton pad and applying it to her face. Feeling uncomfortable, Ji Yunjia instinctively turned away, prompting Song Jiming to swiftly support her head to prevent any foam from staining the pillow. After changing the water twice, he deemed her face clean and rose to search for skincare products on the vanity. With an array of bottles and jars, he struggled to determine the correct order of application, ultimately selecting a jar labeled night cream. He scooped a small amount with his fingertip and gently applied it to her face. Under the soft light, her skin appeared tender and smooth, the velvety texture causing a tremor in his fingertips as they inadvertently brushed against her damp lips. Soft and delicate. Song Jiming felt a stirring in his throat, his breath becoming unsteadied. It had been many years since he experienced such a familiar sensation, a stirring that blossomed from deep within towards a woman. He withdrew his hand, adjusted the blanket around her, and quietly exited the room. Had the light not been so dim, he would have noticed Ji Yunjia's trembling eyelashes. In truth, she had awakened while he was washing her face. The following day, Song Jiming, mindful of time, knocked on Ji Yunjia's door. "It's time. Get up." Ji Yunjia's hand emerged from the covers, fumbling for her phone but finding nothing. Groggily, she replied, "Got it." After a brief moment, she gathered herself, brushed her hair, and got out of bed to check the time. Song Jiming was at the dressing mirror, tying his tie. Upon seeing her, he said, "Go wash up. The takeaway will be here soon." Ji Yunjia nodded and returned to her room. When she emerged, she was dressed and made up. Song Jiming handed her a bowl of porridge. "Thank you." He offered her a spoon. "Who did you have dinner with yesterday?" Ji Yunjia took a spoonful of porridge and blew on it. It was a team dinner. Next time you go drinking, let me know, and I'll come pick you up. Originally, Lu Qingqing had organized the gathering for family members. But she did not wish to trouble him. I thought you wouldn't enjoy such gatherings, so I didn't invite you. Song Jiming indeed disliked such pointless banquets, yet he was her husband. Next time, tell me, I'll make time to come. Okay. Ji Yunjia acknowledged. Song Jiming was attentive and considerate, with good character. Their relationship, however, seemed forced, as if they were not meant to be together. After finishing his egg, Song Jiming wiped his mouth with a tissue. Noticing he had stopped eating, Ji Yunjia asked, "Is something wrong? I want to buy a treadmill to put in the house." Their home consisted of 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, all occupied by beds. Leaving only the living room or balcony for the treadmill. I'm planning to place it on the balcony, Song Jiming added. Ji Yunjia replied, "I've finished eating. Let us go." Song Jiming felt a sense of powerlessness as Ji Yunjia did not inquire why they were not returning to the original gym. Perhaps when one does not have expectations of another, they cease to invest thought and effort into them. Still, he desired to create a good life with her. Continuing down this path was not sustainable. Song Jiming explained, "I have limited time. Sometimes it's inconvenient to go to the gym." "You decide," Ji Yunjia said as she stood to find her phone. In mid-December in the north, the weather grew increasingly cold. After returning to Huayuan, Gu Qing found herself exceptionally busy, initially responding to messages with delays, eventually resorting to a consolidated reply before bedtime. Ji Yunjia had attempted to arrange outings several times, but to no avail. So she went shopping with Lu Qingqing, purchasing a few new winter outfits and replacing her cashmere coat with a down jacket. That night, the north wind howled, and even on the 7th floor, the sound of the fierce wind could be heard. Upon seeing Song Jiming return, Ji Yunjia noted he was still wearing a thin coat and could not help but ask, "Aren't you cold dressed like that?" "Let me freeze to death," Song Jiming replied without lifting his head as he continued to change his shoes. Taken aback by his response, Ji Yunjia noted that he only behaved so stubbornly at his mother's house. He never spoke to her or others in such a manner. What displeasure had caused him to take it out on her? Furrowing her brow, she remarked, "Don't you know to dress warmly in this weather? Do you see a down jacket in my wardrobe?" Seeing Song Jiming looking for trouble, Ji Yunjia retorted, "So you haven't dressed warmly since before our marriage?" Song Jiming removed his steel watch, glaring at her and emphasizing each word. "I am married now." Watching him act petulantly, Ji Yunjia struggled to contain her anger. "Are you really trying to argue now? You're an adult, a chew." Song Jiming hastily raised his hand to cover his face, then sniffled, creating an awkward moment. Ji Yunjia, seeing this, bent down to retrieve 2 tissues from the coffee table, handing them to him, and then caught the scent of alcohol. "How much have you drunk? You reek of it." Chapter 45. Don't act petulant with me. Ji Yunjia did not want to argue with him. Taking a moment to calm herself, "I'll assume you drank too much today. I'll buy you a down jacket tomorrow." With that, she turned and walked towards the master bedroom. Song Jiming quickly reached out and grasped her arm. "I'm sorry." He stepped closer to her. "I was wrong last time. It won't happen again." Ji Yunjia was well aware of what Song Jiming referred to, but their previous issues could not be resolved with a mere apology. She casually responded, "Are you fond of that receptionist?" "I am not." Song Jiming immediately denied it. "Fine, got it. Rest early," Ji Yunjia concluded, intending to return to her room. Seeing her dismissive attitude, Song Jiming felt a sense of defeat, as if he were hitting a wall of cotton. "You should take it easy." In disbelief, Ji Yunjia stared at him, realizing this was his true nature. All that politeness had merely been an illusion. Growing up pampered, she had never encountered such unreasonable behavior before. With anger flaring in her eyes, she shot back, "How dare you tell me to take it easy? You should be grateful that I am someone who values dignity and face. I don't care whom you like. Treating each other with respect is the greatest courtesy I can offer you. I told you I don't like her." Song Jiming raised his voice. "What you like or dislike has nothing to do with me. Don't act petulantly with me. I've only seen her once in the elevator." Ji Yunjia was not truly angry about that. Suppressing her frustration, she said, "I don't want to argue with you. We can discuss this when you sober up tomorrow." With that, she headed for the master bedroom. Once again, the outcome was the same. Devoid of sincerity and indifference, they could not even manage a proper argument. Song Jiming pushed her against the wall and pressed his body against hers. "Do you need me to prove it this way?" Leaning down closer to her, his warm breath brushed against her face. Although he had no intention of doing so, the woman in his arms was soft and fragrant, igniting a primal urge to kiss her. With broad shoulders, he enclosed her within his embrace, his unfamiliar yet pleasant scent intoxicating. Alluring. Ji Yunjia's cheeks flushed, and she turned her head, pushing him away. Get off me. The woman's fair complexion was tinged with a blush. She was exceptionally beautiful, a fact that had been evident to him since their first meeting. Song Jiming longed to nurture their relationship, and he sighed softly before explaining. I understand why you are upset. The receptionist on the 7th floor shares the same name as my ex-girlfriend, who left me. Just mentioning her feels like a stab to my spine. For years, he had refrained from voicing such thoughts, but now they spilled forth candidly. Yet, all he received in return was a furrowed brow from Ji Yunjia. Her disbelief palpable. You? Rejected by someone? She retorted, her fierce gaze locking onto him. Just leave me alone. Letting go of his hold on her, he observed her flushed, indignant demeanor, and a smile unwittingly crept onto his face. Are you no longer angry? He inquired, fully aware that she too harbored feelings for someone else, though she chose not to speak of it. When Song Jiming was serious, he exuded an air of aloofness befitting his prestigious background. But his smile only seemed to infuriate Ji Yunjia further. Have you vented enough? I've only said a few words, yet you're the one berating me. Enough already. I can't be bothered to argue with you, she declared, pushing the door to the bedroom and stepping inside. Song Jiming followed her, leaning against the bathroom door frame, watching her delicate profile as she washed her hands. Her forehead was full, her nose elegantly pointed, and her features were both petite and exquisite. He playfully bit his lip, continuing his playful banter. But you are my wife. Knowing I lack winter clothing, you refuse to buy me any and instead compel me to argue for it. Ji Yunjia was left speechless by his antics. If you channeled that silver tongue of yours towards clients, you would be wealthy by now. Without sparing him a glance, she applied makeup remover to her face. Mentioning clients reminded Song Jiming of the lipstick he had just purchased, and he chuckled. You have me well trained. Even if I freeze, I must venture out to buy you gifts. The mention of a gift. No woman could resist turning around. The allure of a present diminished her anger. He produced the lipstick. I took a long time choosing this shade. I believe it suits you. Ji Yunjia shot him a sidelong glance, momentarily surprised that he even knew about lipstick shades. Upon inspecting the color at the bottom of the box, she realized it was indeed her favorite. She contemplated trying it on but hesitated, feeling that letting Song Jiming see her lips would be too intimate, so she placed it in the drawer of her vanity instead. Aren't you going to try it? Don't you like it? Which shade do you prefer? I can buy it for you tomorrow. Ji Yunjia lifted her gaze. Do you think I can try it with this face? Her face was smeared with makeup remover, glistening with an oily sheen. The earlier tension had dissipated. She was gentle by nature and spoke in soft tones, her voice carrying a hint of playful reproach that struck Song Jiming as endearing. Then continue with your makeup removal. I shall take my leave. Of course, Song Jiming would not mention the true origin of the lipstick. It was a purchase made earlier that evening while dining with a female client. In the past, it had been easier with a larger group, but this time it was just the two of them. The client frequently flirted with him, feigning ignorance of his wedding ring, leading to an awkward conclusion. So, he had intentionally passed by the cosmetics store on his way down, allowing the female client to select a skincare set. He had explicitly stated it was a gift for his wife, providing details about her complexion, clothing preferences, and age. The salesgirl blushed and recommended 2 shades, while Song Jiming appeared to ponder seriously before choosing one, paying for it alongside the skincare set. The female client left, satisfied with her purchases. The next afternoon, the north wind howled relentlessly, the weather cold and dreary. Ji Yunjia considered how Song Jiming must have been freezing since leaving the company, and with no classes remaining, she decided to take a leave of absence to buy him a coat. She had already spotted one she liked. She just hadn't purchased it yet. Lu Qingqing noticed Ji Yunjia packing her things and immediately inquired, Are you heading home? Yes, I've taken a leave for a class. I have something to attend to, Ji Yunjia replied. Lu Qingqing pressed further, What are you off to do? With the weather getting colder, are you going to pick out a down jacket for my husband? It's freezing outside. How about I join you tomorrow after work? Ji Yunjia knew she could not mention that Song Jiming was still cold, so she simply said, I've already taken the leave. I must leave now. Lu Qingqing wished to say more, but she still had an English class to attend, thus wasting such a good opportunity. She assumed getting close to Song Jiming would be easy, yet the reality was they were not in the same social circles. Leaving her without a suitable reason to approach him, Ji Yunjia appeared gentle and accommodating but was quite astute, keenly aware of Song Jiming's reputation and keeping a close watch on him. She had organized several gatherings, always mentioning that spouses were welcome, yet she never brought Song Jiming along, leaving her feeling at a loss for how to proceed. At this rate, when would she ever succeed? Chapter 46. That's my wife. Do you have a problem? Ji Yunjia headed straight to the store she had in mind, hoping the jacket she had previously liked was still available. Song Jiming was of standard height and weight, standing at 180 cm, making most sizes suitable for him. Arriving in haste, she discovered that the black jacket was indeed sold out, but the sales assistant suggested a deep gray one, which Ji Yunjia found acceptable and proceeded to purchase. Upon exiting, she spotted a long, waist-cinched, light gray down jacket suitable for Gu Qing, and deciding she could not wait for Gu Qing to try it on, she bought it on the spot to deliver it later that day. Following the directions, Ji Yunjia parked in the underground garage and pressed the button for the 7th floor. As soon as she entered, the receptionist inquired, "Hello, who are you looking for?" Ji Yunjia recalled Song Jiming's ex-girlfriend sharing the same name and instinctively scrutinized the young woman before her, round-faced, fair-skinned, slightly plump, and reasonably attractive. "Hello, I'm looking for Gu Qing." At that moment, another girl approached, saying, "Please wait a moment. I'll call her for you." After that, she stepped behind the reception desk. "May I have your name?" "Ji." This girl was slender, exuding a somewhat delicate aura, and beneath her heavy makeup, she could be considered beautiful. Ji Yunjia was puzzled as to which of them shared a name with his ex-girlfriend. Unsure of Song Jiming's preferences, Ji Yuqing arrived promptly. "What brings you here? Is something the matter?" "Ignoring my calls and not replying on WeChat. Have you been taken hostage by this company?" Noticing only a pin in her hand, Gu Qing realized she had just come from a meeting, having left her phone behind. "Let's go to the reception area. No need. I'm just here to deliver a down jacket." Ji Yunjia handed over a pink tote bag to Gu Qing. "Given that I traveled so far, please wear it after work. Don't freeze just to look good." Yu Qing accepted the tote, but then eyed another larger black bag and squinted. "Why do I feel like I'm just an afterthought? Surely we can't let him risk getting sick while we look handsome." Gu Qing chuckled, her previously suppressed mood brightening. Having been friends for 11 years, Ji Yunjia's presence always brought Gu Qing comfort. Akin to the online descriptions of best friends, she can be herself, free of pretense. Ji Yuqing linked arms with Ji Yunjia as they walked inside. "I have 2 tickets for a premiere. I originally wanted to invite you, but it seems I'll have to offer them to Song Jiming instead. Take it easy. Don't overwork yourself. I know. I'll obey." Yu Qing extracted 2 tickets from her bag and handed them to Ji Yunjia. "One of the actors is someone I like." Ji Yunjia stowed the tickets away. "That actor will probably call you sister with those dark circles under your eyes." Ji Yuqing shrugged off the comment. "I am a sister by nature." With prying eyes often directed at them, Ji Yunjia decided to wrap up the conversation. "I'm heading upstairs now, Kay." Ji Yuqing had a myriad of tasks awaiting her. "I still have a 2-sided interview to attend. Let me escort you out." The two made their way to the elevator, and upon seeing the dark circles under Gu Qing's eyes, Ji Yunjia felt a pang of sympathy. "You should look into compensation for overworked." Ji Yuqing playfully pinched her. "My brother is coming in a few days. I'll take a break then." "All right, take care." "Yes." The elevator arrived at the 17th floor. This was Ji Yunjia's first visit to Song Jiming's company, and she didn't even know its name. The layout of the 17th floor differed from the 7th. Upon exiting the elevator, the 7th floor showcased the grand logo of Huayuan, while the 17th was divided into smaller offices. Ji Yuqing surveyed the surroundings, deducing that several companies likely occupied this level. After failing to reach Song Jiming despite 2 phone calls, she concluded that today might not be the best day to deliver warmth. Ji Yunjia moved along the corridor, at least aware that Song Jiming was in software development. Soon, she found a software company tucked away at the end of the hall. Pushing the door open, she was greeted by a striking receptionist. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Ji Yunjia smiled. "Hello, could you help me find Song Jiming? Mr. Song is right across. Just go straight ahead and turn right." Feeling somewhat awkward, Ji Yunjia thanked her and made her way to the opposite side, where she found the sign for Eason Technology. As she entered, the reception desk was elevated, obscuring her view of the person seated behind it. Furiously typing away, Ji Yunjia approached and tapped lightly on the desk. The individual inside abruptly looked up, revealing a young man. Noticing her beauty, Qin Ning stood up and courteously inquired, "Hello, how can I help you? Could you please call for Song Jiming? Please hold on." Qin Ning, having finished speaking, decisively pressed an internal line. Hello, could you please ask the boss to step out for a moment? Someone is looking for him. What? Oda, as she raised her head to inquire of Ji Yunjia, she asked, May I have your surname, please? Ji, came the reply from the young lady Ji. All right, I've hung up. Qin Ning concluded the call, saying, Please hold on a moment. Our general manager Song is currently in a meeting, but I've already conveyed your message. Ji Yunjia nodded in acknowledgement. Why don't you take a seat over there for a while? The front desk attendant seemed utterly captivated by whatever was on the computer screen, his demeanor suggesting he wished for her to vanish promptly so he could resume his interrupted task. Ji Yunjia nodded once more, preparing to wait, when she spotted Song Jiming striding toward her. Clad in a crisp white shirt paired with dark trousers, his hair meticulously styled, he looked pleasantly surprised as he regarded her. I heard it was you, and I can hardly believe it. Familiar with his casual demeanor, Ji Yunjia responded softly, I brought you some clothes to spare you the trouble of rummaging around at home. Let me give it a try. Song Jiming led Ji Yunjia into the adjacent reception room. Ji Yunjia placed her tote on the sofa, retrieved a down jacket from within, unzipped it, and handed it to him. Song Jiming accepted it and put it on, perfectly fitted. When you wear it, make sure to zip it up. I'll come by on the 6th to pick you another one, so you can alternate between them. I'll take back the coat you wore today and have it cleaned. Listening to Ji Yunjia's chatter, Song Jiming smiled gently, responding affirmatively. All right, then you get back to your work. I shall head home. Aren't you going to check in on things? The boss's wife? Is it necessary? The front desk is staffed entirely by men. After their conversation last night, Ji Yunjia felt much lighter, sensing his genuine desire to nurture their marriage, and thus chose not to dwell on past grievances. He had committed no fault. He was of good character and conducted himself with dignity. The only misstep being the circumstances of their forced marriage. Song Jiming chuckled softly. That's an engineer from the development department. I dare not employ another pretty young lady, so I had to make do with him. Ji Yunjia was not so self-absorbed, replying, I won't disturb you further. With that, she exited the conference room. Song Jiming quickly shed his jacket and followed her out, stuffing the garment into the tote as he walked. Are you really not going back in? Bring the clothes out. I need to leave. Song Jiming handed the tote to Qin Ning. Please fetch the gray coat from my office. Qin Ning, resigned, halted his tasks, took the tote, and swiftly returned with the coat. I'll see you down, Song Jiming offered. No need. I'm stopping by Gu Qing's place. The underground garage was chilly, and Ji Yunjia could not bear to see him suffer in just a shirt. Song Jiming accompanied her into the elevator. Upon returning, he heard Qin Ning's complaint. Boss, you truly are oblivious, leaving a room full of people to dote on your girlfriend. That is my wife. Do you have a problem with that? After saying this, Song Jiming strode further inside, glancing back to toss a remark over his shoulder. Qin Ning, you shall remain at the entrance for the month. Frustrated, Qin Ning raked his fingers through his hair, wondering how he was unaware of Song Jiming's marriage. Chapter 47. The more one cannot obtain, the more one desires. If both individuals are intentionally avoiding each other, the likelihood of their meeting is quite slim. Much like the situation between him and Gu Qing. Since their parting at the Nuahua parking lot, they had not crossed paths again. He had reached out to Song Jiming and met Ji Yunjia a few times. But Gu Qing had remained elusive. This realization left him feeling somewhat unsettled, and his thoughts of her became increasingly consuming. He longed for the unmasked Gu Qing. Playful, cunning, domineering yet humble, he relished witnessing her victories while simultaneously feeling a pang of sympathy for the guarded glances she concealed. Such is the human flaw, is it not? The more one cannot obtain, the more one desires. His rational mind continued to resist, yet deep down, he still harbored feelings for her. As he drained his cup of tea, he observed the towering office buildings outside, the hurried figures coming and going below. If only he were a little better, perhaps things would be different. Yu Chingchuan pulled out his phone and dialed Song Jiming's number. Are you busy? He inquired. Song Jiming swallowed a dumpling before replying, not particularly. What's on your mind? At that moment, Ji Yunjia's voice echoed from the other end. Is your wife there? Yes, Song Jiming confirmed. Dumplings made by my mother-in-law. Heading to Weilon High? I have plans tonight, so I'll deliver them to you now. After Ji Yunjia hung up, she softly informed Song Jiming, I need to find Gu Qing. I'm heading back now. Remember to bring the lunchbox home. Song Jiming nodded, setting down his chopsticks to accompany her, but Ji Yunjia quickly waved him off. Just eat quickly. With that, she grabbed her bag and left the office. Hearing the door close, Su Chengchuan tapped the rim of his cup twice, suggesting, "Shall we go out for dinner tonight?" "No," Song Jiming replied curtly. "Ji Yunjia and I have been in a cold war for quite some time. I just managed to appease her these past few days and need to return early." "Still about the same matter?" "Yes, my mother's birthday is approaching, and if I continue this awkwardness, it will surely be discovered. You know how my mother is, it could lead to more trouble. Our family has a lot on their plate, and you're busy too. She's handling everything alone, which is quite taxing. You should be more accommodating towards her." "I understand that I'm married now. What else can I do? What do you need from me? I have a friend I'm meeting tonight. I'd like to introduce you to see if there is a potential for collaboration." Song Jiming set down his chopsticks, his expression turning serious. "Have you arranged the venue? Whalon High Restaurant is it a woman?" They typically chose Western restaurants only when discussing female clients. However, had Ji Yunjia not just mentioned Whalon High? She had just been on the phone with Gu Qing. "Yes, she is a former client I collaborated with in the South, now quite influential in the company, coming here for a project. I'll go pick her up. I'll let you know when the time is right." Song Jiming chuckled lightly. "The entertainment expenses are exceeding." Su Chengchuan raised an eyebrow. "Then we'll recoup from her." After ending the call, Su Chengchuan lifted his red tea, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing outside, tapping rhythmically on the ceramic cup, a flicker of excitement blooming in his heart. It had been far too long since he last saw her. Su Chengchuan's car pulled into the airport terminal, stopping at a temporary parking spot. Yushan, wheeling a small suitcase, emerged from inside. Su Chengchuan promptly exited the vehicle, cheerfully calling out, "Yushan." He hurried over and took the suitcase from her. Yushan grasped the black Gucci bag perched atop the suitcase, smiling. "Thank you, Da." Su Chengchuan opened the passenger side door. "It's chilly. Let us get you in the car." Once Yushan settled in, Su Chengchuan closed the door before opening the trunk to stow the suitcase. "Is it cold?" Su Chengchuan increased the warmth in the car. Yushan replied with a smile. "Actually, it's not as cold as I imagined. It has been raining there all the time. Not warm at all." Su Chengchuan gazed at her with gentle eyes. "It's been nearly 2 years since we last met." Yushan seemed to reflect for a moment before responding. "It's been almost 4 years since our last collaboration. How have you been?" "Still in the design department, just relocated back here. Nothing else has changed. Would you consider helping me out?" This was not the first time Yushan had asked. "I'll think about it." Su Chengchuan had given this answer before. Yushan seemed to have anticipated his response and was not displeased, her smile unwavering. "Let me take you to the hotel first. During dinner, I'll introduce you to my cousin, who works in software development." Yushan shot him a sidelong glance, her tone slightly reproachful. "What cousin? You're arranging work for me right away." Su Chengchuan was aware of her slight dissatisfaction with this arrangement and replied, "My aunt's cousin. My uncle is quite influential here, and his father-in-law oversees the business bureau." Yushan studied him again, realizing this had been premeditated. Regardless of whom he would choose, she felt he owed her, yet he had taken the initiative. This was typical of his style, so she smiled and countered. "So I should thank you, then?" Su Chengchuan chuckled. "Feel free to express your gratitude. I'm easygoing." Observing his familiar smile, she felt a mix of nostalgia and rarity, reminiscent of the days they spent working together. Her ascent to this position was partly owed to him, Jiyu family. Lu Yu had just hung up the phone when she noticed her siblings walking in together. "What brings you both back at the same time?" "We ran into each other downstairs," Gu Cheng replied, although he had lingered in the car, hoping to avoid a scolding, only descending once Gu Qing arrived. Jiu Qing refrained from exposing him and asked, "Where's Dad?" "In the study, dealing with business matters," Lu Yu responded, then turned to her son, Gu Cheng. "Don't you have a classmate named Su?" Gu Qing instantly understood but feigned ignorance. "I have many classmates." "Which one are you referring to?" Gu Qing, observing the smile on her mother's face, frowned and asked, "Are you trying to set my brother up with someone?" "It's for you," Lu Yu replied cheerfully. "I just got in touch with Aunt Su. Her son is single-tooed, as expected." Gu Qing felt somewhat exasperated. "Which Aunt Su?" "The one in our hometown dealing with building materials. She was in high school with your brother. I've met her a few times. She's quite tall." Lu Yu continued, eyeing Gu Cheng. "Have you been in touch with her?" "Mom, I refuse to marry someone from the South," Gu Qing immediately protested, drawing her line in the sand. Lu Yu promptly grasped her daughter's hand, soothingly saying, "I wouldn't want you to go to the South either. This young Su has been doing business here for a year. It's perfectly fine to meet him." Gu Qing nodded slightly, refraining from any futile resistance. Lu Yu turned to her son and inquired, Have you two been in touch at all? Gu Cheng replied sullenly. Yes, I'll take care of it. Very well, this matter shall be entrusted to you. Lu Yu responded, her face instantly brightening with joy. Honestly, with a single classmate like that, you should have mentioned it without me asking. And one more thing, you must bring your girlfriend home this year. Otherwise, you'll have to continue with blind dates. Chapter 48. A deliberate encounter with her. No matter how exquisite a beauty may be, she is still a mother. The qualities possessed by others' mothers are equally embodied in their own. Gu Qing took the excuse of changing clothes to retreat into her room, leaving Gu Cheng outside to endure his mother's lengthy admonishments. Eventually, Gu Cheng could only escape to the car early to await Gu Qing's descent. Inside the car, he frowned at her exposed, smooth calves. Aren't you cold dressed like that? Have you heard of the wonders of wearing tights? Gu Qing had chosen a beige knitted cardigan paired with a brown plaid skirt. Her hair elegantly pulled up, revealing her delicate, fair neck and collarbone. It is indeed a bit chilly, but who would wear a heavy winter coat to a restaurant? Gu Cheng, unable to ascertain whether tights were indeed warm enough, turned up the car's heater and reprimanded. You ought to wear a coat. Yu Qing shrugged off his concerns, glancing at the small mirror on the passenger side. Brother, do I look 28? You're 20-7 in 2 months. It'll be the new year. Gu Cheng remained silent. Yes, soon it would be new year, and she would turn 28. It was time for her to marry. Those things he could not do should be undertaken by someone else. Gu Cheng slowly spoke. Su Nanzhou is quite a decent fellow. If you don't have someone you particularly fancy, I can introduce you. Yu Qing paused, managing a forced smile. I'll think about it. Due to a meeting with a client? Song Jiming donned a dark knee-length cashmere coat over a white shirt and dark trousers, checking the time as he waited at the restaurant entrance. Yu Qing Chuan arrived swiftly, and Song Jiming scrutinized the approaching figure. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, her long black hair neatly styled into a bun, exuding an air of competence. Hello, I am Song Jiming, he introduced, extending his hand. Yu Shan had not anticipated such striking looks from Song Jiming. Her previous displeasure dissipated as she politely replied, Hello, I am Yu Shan. After exchanging pleasantries, the trio entered the restaurant together. Yu Qing Chuan chose a table by the window in a corner, allowing for easy observation of the restaurant's comings and goings. Before long, he spotted Gu Qing descending from an expensive vehicle. The man driving stood by the passenger side, holding a coat for Gu Qing, who seemed reluctant but ultimately donned it before hurriedly entering the restaurant. In that exchange, Su Chengchuan caught a glimpse of the man's face. It was the same man from downstairs at the office. Su Chengchuan's heart sank as he discreetly averted his gaze. Returning to the conversation at the table, Ji Yuqing complained a bit before finally taking her seat. Ji Yucheng, unperturbed, picked out her favorite dishes from the menu. Don't order too much. It's not good to overeat late at night. Understood, she replied, recalling her mother's earlier admonition. Is that so-called girlfriend of yours still single? No, Gu Cheng answered nonchalantly. Is it that there's no girlfriend, or she hasn't broken up? No breakup. It was Mom who asked me to inquire. She wants you to bring your girlfriend home to see her soon. Got it. I'll take her home for the new year. Ji Yuqing observed his impassive face, surprised. Really? What do you think? Seeing his expression, she understood he was being pressured by their mother and sighed internally, contemplating how rare it was to find a mutually reciprocated relationship. I'll go wash my hands first. Su Chengchuan noticed Gu Qing rising to leave and excused himself. I'll step away for a moment. Please continue your conversation. Upon exiting the ladies' restroom, Gu Qing spotted the man washing his hands at the sink. His tall stature, with a black shirt tucked into his trousers, was impeccably neat. Could it be Su Chengchuan? As Gu Qing stood there in a daze, Su Chengchuan caught her reflection in the mirror. What a coincidence, he greeted first. Ji Yuqing regained her composure, suppressing her surprise and offering a polite smile. Hello, that a pang of bitterness struck Su Chengchuan. The Gu Qing of the past would not have greeted him so formally. After all this time apart, was she truly being so courteous? He remarked, it hasn't been that long. Must you be so formal? His gaze fell upon her fair, swan-like neck. Noting this was the second time he had seen her with her hair tied up. Her neck's graceful curve and seemingly flawless skin were enchanting. Gu Qing smiled. I must thank you for your support during my time at Noyuan. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. She had intentionally avoided him lately, striving not to disturb, contact, or entangle him. Her affection for him was her own affair, and she preferred to maintain her position, continuing on her own terms. Whether to persist or relinquish, it was none of his concern. Sounds good, Su Chengchuan readily agreed. I am available anytime. Is that so? She mused, realizing she was merely being polite. Then how about next Saturday? I'll confirm the specifics and reach out to you. Su Chengchuan nodded, sealing the arrangement. How have you been? Has Mr. Wang given you any trouble? Not really. Following your advice, he hasn't dared to be so overt, though he does allow others to challenge me. If you encounter issues, let me know, and I'll help you out. Okay, Gu Qing replied. For now, I can manage. Before Gu Qing could finish her sentence, someone called out to her, Chengchuan. Yushan approached gracefully. The woman was tall, clad in a cream silk blouse with wide sleeves, paired with deep brown wide-legged trousers, radiating both intellect and elegance. While her features were not classically beautiful, a small mole beneath her eye lent her an alluring charm. How delightful! He was never short of beautiful women by his side. Gu Qing forced a smile. Director Su, you carry on. I'll be heading back with that. She nodded at the woman and departed. Su Chengchuan watched her retreating figure, the title director Su striking him painfully. Indeed, no one wishes to wait indefinitely in vain, especially when the man appeared so exceptional. After Gu Qing left his line of sight, she exhaled deeply. What is there to be upset about? She questioned herself. He was well aware of her feelings for him, that she waited for him, yet he remained indifferent. What was there to hope for in such unreciprocated affection? He would date, he would marry. Was that not inevitable? Given her relationship with Ji Yunjia, she might even receive a wedding invitation. Noticing her change in demeanor, Gu Cheng inquired, Why are you gone so long? Oh, I ran into a friend, Gu Qing replied, contemplating whether it could still be deemed a friendship. Gu Cheng observed her distractedly picking at her food and glanced back, casually asking, Which one do you prefer? Which one? Gu Qing's eyes glimmered with sorrow. The one she favored had captured her heart since her youth. But it ultimately remained a one-sided affection. Chapter 49. Revealing a card to her, Gu Qing's spirit sagged as she murmured, It matters not. He already belongs to someone else. Is he in black or white? I have no interest in women. Ji Yuqing tilted her body, only to find Song Jiming seated inside. Her mood instantly brightened considerably. The one in white is Judge's husband. Ji Yuchang cast another glance at the man in the black shirt. Undeniably charming, don't mention this to Mom. He already has a girlfriend. Due to her lack of enthusiasm, Gu Qing hastily ate a little and then returned home with Gu Cheng. Su Chengchuan watched as the man affectionately helped Gu Qing into his coat. Unable to restrain a smirk, Yushan excused herself to the restroom. Once she was out of earshot, Song Jiming leaned back in his chair. She likes you, doesn't she? His statement was more of a declaration. Yes, Su Chengchuan replied candidly. She is quite capable, currently overseeing this project from inception to operation. Our situation here lacks the intricate web of interests found in the South. We're simply striving to secure it. Song Jiming smiled, teasing, So, will you be heading back tonight? Su Chengchuan discerned the intentional misinterpretation of his words. I've already sent your uncle and your father-in-law out as buffers in the adult world of work. It was never merely about romance. It was predominantly about the interplay of interest. He revealed a card to her. After parting with Song Jiming, Su Chengchuan offered to drive Yushan back to her hotel. Upon reaching the hotel lobby, Yushan smiled alluringly, shedding her usual aggressive demeanor, and ventured to ask the question lingering in her heart. Shall we go upstairs to chat for a bit? Su Chengchuan understood her implications and replied kindly. Uve had a long day. It's best to rest early. Yushan regarded him deeply, as if the previous proposition had merely been a discussion on work, and felt no embarrassment. All right, after seeing Yushan off. Su Chengchuan dialed Song Jiming's number. The moment she answered, she teased, Didn't he go upstairs? Su Chengchuan brushed off her sarcasm. There's always a time for that later. Turning the steering wheel, he directed the car onto the main road. Presumably, she would be staying here for at least 2 years. Thus, Song Jiming entered her home while still on the phone with Su Chengchuan. I'm back, Ji Yunjia said, setting down her book and sitting up on the sofa. Have you arrived? Su Chengchuan paused the conversation. Yes, continue. Song Jiming responded. Let's discuss it tomorrow. There's no rush at this moment. With that, he hung up the phone, casually placing his mobile device on the shoe cabinet. Removing his watch and untying his tie. French cuisine delicious? Ji Yunjia inquired, picking up a glass from the coffee table and pouring a cup of hot water for him. Song Jiming glanced at her, sensing that her question was not truly about the food. Would you like to eat? He asked as he moved to sit across from her. I was merely asking. It's quite chilly outside, and I have little desire to venture out. Ji Yunjia shifted the conversation, adding, your public relations expenses are rather significant. Song Jiming detected the underlying meaning in her words, lowering his gaze to blow on the steam rising from the cup. It's manageable. There are no additional projects with female clients. Noticing that he refrained from mentioning Gu Qing and Su Chengchuan, Ji Yunjia removed her slippers and reclined against the armrest of the sofa. Seemingly casually remarking, what other projects are there besides dining? It depends on the client's preferences, Song Jiming replied. Knowing he could not divulge specifics, he redirected the topic to her relationships. I saw Gu Qing today. Ji Yunjia did not respond directly, asking instead, was the restaurant chosen by the client? That's Su Chengchuan's client. I am not privy to the details, as he made the arrangements. Realizing he could not elaborate further, particularly since Yushan clearly had intentions towards Su Chengchuan, he stood up, stating, I'll fetch you a blanket. Never mind, Ji Yunjia replied as she stood. Having confirmed her suspicions, I'll go wash up. You should rest early. All right, I'll wash up later, Song Jiming replied. As New Year's approached, he became increasingly busy, and Ji Yunjia missed out on attending the premiere, ultimately giving the tickets away as a favor. It was rare for Gu Qing to have a day off at the end of the short holiday, and Ji Yunjia, remembering her mother-in-law's birthday, quickly arranged to go shopping with her. Amidst the spring collection on display, Gu Qing remarked, I haven't even finished buying winter wear, and now spring items are out. Have you been busy lately? She asked, holding up a light blue spring blouse to assess it against her figure. In a company like ours, there's never a lull. What about you? Are you about to take a break? Ji Yunjia nodded. Soon. Once the exams are over, it will be nearly done. Any plans for the holiday? I'll go to the suburbs to ski with the teachers from the office. When did you become so keen on group activities? Gu Qing asked, her expression one of confusion. A new teacher was assigned to our office this year. He enjoys organizing group activities, especially those involving family. Does Song Jiming have time for that? Gu Qing queried. I didn't mention it to him. I don't want him to know about his father's position. Gu Qing nodded. Is he a new male teacher? A fresh graduate? Ji Yunjia chuckled. Once someone is married, how young can they truly be? Aside from Song Jiming, the youngest is in their 30s. Have you met Song Jiming? I have. Perhaps it's for the best that you don't. Gu Qing then picked up a wide-sleeved white cotton dress, stating, I'm increasingly fond of clothes that make one appear younger. Am I aging? Ji Yunjia assessed her friend, noting her subtle makeup and the natural beauty of her features. You look stunning. Even draping a piece of cloth over yourself would be appealing. Then I'll take this one. I'll go try it on, Gu Qing declared, selecting her size. I have another blind date coming up. Ji Yunjia, surprised to see a lack of disdain on her face, wondered if she had come to terms with it. Who is the fortunate gentleman? My brother's high school classmate, Gu Qing replied nonchalantly, picking out another dress. Your brother's high school classmate? He wasn't from our area, was he? Ji Yunjia recalled that Gu Qing had only moved to the city during high school. My mother mentioned he moved from the south last year. Both she and his mother know each other. When will you meet? Whenever my brother arranges it. Having such a background is advantageous. Make sure to impress this time. Ji Yunjia refrained from mentioning Su Chengchuan, pondering whether taking a step back might lead to unforeseen opportunities. Of course, my brother will be there. I can't afford to misstep, Gu Qing replied. With your unparalleled beauty, as long as you don't make a blunder, how could anyone possibly overlook you? Noticing Gu Qing's reluctance to discuss Su Chengchuan, she remarked, I ran into Su Chengchuan at the restaurant the other day. Didn't Song Jiming mention it to you? What a coincidence, Ji Yunjia responded. Chapter 50. Skiing together. Ji Yunjia doubted such coincidences existed. Song Jiming had mentioned the Azure Sea to Gu Qing over the phone, and then Su Chengchuan just happened to meet a client there. However, such minor encounters and flirtations paled in comparison to Gu Qing's years of unrequited feelings. Until Su Chengchuan clarified his intentions, Ji Yunjia preferred not to influence Gu Qing's thoughts, choosing to remain silent. By the end of the holiday, Gu Qing still hadn't received a call from Su Chengchuan. He was testing Gu Qing's feelings. While also assessing his OWN, Gu Qing's silence surprised him. He didn't believe she could have forgotten their agreement, thus he understood her sentiments. This was also preferable. He had no desire to bow to anyone. Yet, the palpable sense of loss weighed heavily on him, and he hoped time would heal the wounds. Song Jiming's mother's birthday celebration was scheduled for the evening at a private room in a Chinese restaurant, with his aunt's family invited. However, Su Chengchuan could not attend due to work commitments, and a busy Song Jiming rushed over from the office. Ji Yunjia presented the gift she and Gu Qing had chosen together, a set of silk sleepwear. While it was less expensive than a bag, it was still quite costly for sleepwear, given the yearly tradition of gifting. During the meal, Ji Yanqing inquired about Su Chengchuan, asking, why wasn't Chengchuan's girlfriend invited? Mentioning his girlfriend caused Ji Yanhuai to sigh, responding, they broke up. Ji Yunjia's heart sank as she glanced at her aunt and mother-in-law. Ji Yanqing quickly reassured her sister, don't worry. Chengchuan knows how to conduct himself. Su Chengchuan had a stellar reputation within the family. He was humble, polite, and aware of boundaries. If this had happened to Song Jiming, he would have surely faced a scolding. Ji Yanhuai lamented. P.S. already turning 31. 31 isn't that old, Ji Yanqing remarked, casting her gaze toward the two individuals at the table. They shouldn't rush. Ji Yunjia found it difficult to respond. She and Song Jiming led separate lives and had no plans for children. So she swiftly changed the topic, asking the question that had been on her mind. Aunt, when is the wedding? Should we adjust the timeline? Our school has some excellent single female teachers. Upon hearing this, Song Jiming looked at Ji Yunjia in silence. It's been a matter since October. Ji Yunjia, keep an eye out for suitable candidates at your school, Ji Yanhuai suggested. October? Ji Yunjia subtly glanced at Song Jiming before replying. With your endorsement, I'll be sure to look out for suitable candidates. Ji Yanhuai's expression relaxed. Ji Yunjia, you're taking on a great responsibility. Aunt, you're being overly gracious. We're all family, Ji Yunjia chuckled. Isn't winter break approaching? Ji Yanhuai expressed her fondness for the teaching profession, as it allowed for holidays and family time, feeling it was superior to any other occupation. Indeed, there's just about a week left. Once the elders had departed, Ji Yunjia turned to Song Jiming and asked directly, did you know about this all along? His response was prompt. He understood her implication. I didn't. You two are in constant contact. How could you not know? Ji Yunjia remarked, her expression reflecting her discontent. Song Jiming, sensing her unease, clarified, our conversations mostly revolve around work. He indeed knew about Su Chengchuan's breakup, but since Su Chengchuan had chosen not to disclose it, he must have his reasons. Recently, his diligent work ethic didn't necessarily indicate disinterest. I genuinely didn't know, Song Jiming added tactfully. Judging by the timeline, it seems he might have ended things after returning from Lu Jing. It doesn't mean he has no feelings for Gu Qing. Ji Yunjia remained silent, acknowledging that Su Chengchuan's prolonged ambiguity regarding his single status indicated his own hesitations. Perhaps he simply wasn't that interested. Song Jiming glanced at Ji Yunjia again, noticing her evident distress, likely unsure whether to inform Gu Qing. Let it flow naturally, he suggested as he started the car. I'll take you home first. I need to return to work, he added. Ji Yunjia nodded, fastening her seatbelt. Let us go. The north wind howled, and the chill remained. The school soon commenced its final examinations, and the skiing trip to the suburbs was officially on the agenda. Lu Qingqing had booked group tickets, with the departure scheduled for the morning and a return in the afternoon the following day. Ji Yunjia, prepared to depart the night before, she informed the late-returning Song Jiming, I'll be going skiing with my colleagues in the suburbs tomorrow. I won't be back until the following afternoon. Song Jiming checked the time on the wall clock, questioning her intentions. Are you telling me this to keep me from going? He asked with a smile. Are the tickets booked? Yes, group tickets. Did that little teacher Lu arrange it? Yes. Song Jiming poured himself a cup of warm water, settling onto the sofa opposite Ji Yunjia. After sipping a couple of times, he inquired, can you ski? I can't, but there are plenty of activities to enjoy, Ji Yunjia admitted, secretly wishing not to go due to the biting wind, yet unable to decline Lu Qingqing's earnest invitation. Noticing her lack of enthusiasm, Song Jiming offered, I can ski. Tell that little teacher Lu that I'll join you. Yunjia only informed him now because she did not wish for him to attend. There were numerous reasons for her reluctance. She was not keen on socializing, did not desire to share a bed with him, and certainly did not want him to appear before her colleagues. Given their differing statuses, ultimately, it was most appropriate for him not to go. Ji Yunjia still tactfully declined, saying, the tickets have already been booked. It wouldn't be appropriate to add someone now. Song Jiming naturally understood her reasons for not wanting him to accompany her. But as her husband, someone she would spend her life with, he raised an eyebrow and playfully asked, what? No family members allowed? Ji Yunjia remained silent. Song Jiming pressed further, if I buy a ticket on site, will they not let me in? Seeing his persistence, Ji Yunjia reluctantly replied, I'll ask teacher Lu. Ji Yunjia returned to her room to call Lu Qingqing, explaining that Song Jiming had suddenly become available and wished to join them. She assumed Lu Qingqing might find it somewhat troublesome, given that adding Song Jiming last minute would require not only a ticket but also adjustments to their accommodation arrangements. To her surprise, Lu Qingqing responded cheerfully, saying she would handle it. The following morning, Ji Yunjia packed her skincare products and a change of clothes into a small bag and made her way to the door. Song Jiming, having just hung up the phone, rose from the sofa. "Are we ready to depart?" His phone had been ringing incessantly since morning, and she wondered why he still wanted to join the commotion. She lazily responded, "It's almost time. We need to gather at the school." "Where are my things?" Song Jiming inquired. "Huh? You're asking me about your things." With an air of expectation, he replied, "You are my wife." Ji Yunjia, already somewhat displeased with his decision to accompany her, couldn't help but shoot him a glance as she hurried into the secondary room to retrieve a set of dark gray fleece sweatpants and a hoodie for him. "Hurry and change." Song Jiming accepted the clothes with a smile. "You even brought me sleepwear." "Got it," she replied. Chapter 51. Teaching you how to stand up without kneeling. The group of 10 originally planned to take 2 cars. But Song Jiming suggested that 2 cars would be a bit cramped, and he volunteered to drive one himself. Lu Qingqing naturally climbed into Song Jiming's car, while the others, accompanied by their families, boarded the other vehicles. Ji Yunjia did not want to leave Lu Qingqing alone in the back seat, so she took a seat beside her. The journey sped along, but the northern winter, while romantically referred to as the beauty of the north, was in reality a barren expanse with little scenery to admire. Ji Yunjia, already averse to the cold, had little enthusiasm for the outing. However, Lu Qingqing was evidently in high spirits, chattering away incessantly, which compelled Ji Yunjia to respond, draining a thermos of hot water along the way. By the time they arrived at the ski resort, it was nearly noon. Lunch was a group meal, which was neither particularly good nor bad. Song Jiming made an effort to remain unobtrusive, though several people still approached him for conversation. Fortunately, everyone was somewhat preoccupied with the thought of skiing, and lunch concluded swiftly. After changing into their gear, the group, now divided by family, began to scatter. Lu Qingqing, lacking a companion, naturally followed along with Song Jiming and Ji Yunjia. "Song Gu, how is your skiing going?" Lu Qingqing asked, placing herself on Song Jiming's left. He replied, "It's going all right." Lu Qingqing pouted playfully, "I'm terrible at it. You must teach me later." Song Jiming instinctively furrowed his brow, then turned to Ji Yunjia, asking, "What about you? Teacher Ji, how is your skiing?" Knowing she wouldn't have any better answer, Ji Yunjia shot him a glare and replied succinctly, "I can't." Song Jiming took her hand and smiled, "I'll teach you." Aware of his inclination to socialize, Ji Yunjia allowed him to lead her forward. Upon reaching the location, due to the winter break and the pleasant afternoon weather, the beginner slope was teeming with people, both adults and children. Song Jiming chose a spot somewhat off to the side, positioning his snowboard. "Hold on to me. Put one foot up at a time." Yunjia genuinely did not know how to ski and could only obediently grasp Song Jiming's shoulder, cautiously placing her foot on the board. "Too fearful to move. Don't you need to wear this?" Ji Yunjia pointed at the goggles. Song Jiming chuckled at the sight of her, saying, "Your range of motion is limited, so it doesn't matter if you wear it. It won't affect your vision." He adjusted the black mask for her, leaving only her beautiful eyes visible. At this close distance, Song Jiming could see her distinct eyelashes, and her skin was remarkably smooth. At that moment, Lu Qingqing had finished preparing and cautiously glided forward. "Teacher Ji, I'm going to take a lap." Although she wished to linger with Song Jiming, her eagerness to ski prevailed, and with an entire afternoon ahead, she was confident she would find another opportunity. Ji Yunjia watched Lu Qingqing ski away, filled with envy, while Song Jiming remarked, "It's just like riding a bike. It's not that difficult." He then patiently explained the key points. "Got it?" he asked. The proximity made Ji Yunjia feel somewhat bashful, and fearing she might embarrass herself, she gave him a preemptive warning. "My ears understand, but I'm not sure if my body will." "I'll demonstrate first," Song Jiming said, gliding forward a few steps, executing a graceful turn, and then beckoned to Ji Yunjia, "Come here." Ji Yunjia glanced at the now distant Lu Qingqing, then at Song Jiming. Thinking, perhaps it wasn't so daunting after all. With that thought, she attempted to mimic Song Jiming's movement. Wait! Before Song Jiming could finish, Ji Yunjia wobbled, losing her balance and tumbling onto the snow. Sliding a bit forward, she winced as pain shot through her chest. Lifting her head, She saw a pair of feet planted on the snowboard before her, and when she looked up, she found Song Jimin smiling down at her. Ji Yoonja's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she tried to push herself up from the snow, but with both feet on the board, she couldn't manage to rise. At that moment, Song Jimin crouched down, asking with a grin, "Shall I carry you up?" "No need," Ji Yoonja replied, slightly annoyed. After saying that, she knelt on the ground, pushing herself up with effort, and though her posture was awkward, she managed to stand. Song Jimin chuckled, "You can be taught." "Thanks." Ji Yoonja shot him a glare. This time, Ji Yoonja was cautious, moving only incrementally. Song Jimin extended his hand. "I'll hold on to you, da." Ji Yoonja ignored him, but Song Jimin didn't take offense. Reaching out to support her arms, "Just follow my lead. There's no rush, keep the board vertical." Ji Yoonja's nervous hands instinctively grasped Song Jimin's arms, stabilizing her somewhat. "Don't look at me. Keep your eyes down. Yes, that's the feeling. Continue. Keep the board vertical, lean forward, look right, turn back, and shift to the rear edge." Just as Ji Yoonja was beginning to find her rhythm, a shout echoed from afar. "Make way! I can't stop!" Ji Yoonja instinctively turned to look, her body jolting with alarm. "Stay calm, hold steady." "Ah!" Ji Yoonji. The crowd on the rink was considerable, and once Song Jimin was ready, he instructed Ji Yoonja, "Wait for me for a moment." Without waiting for Lu Qingqing, he leaned forward and glided away. Observing this, Lu Qingqing hurriedly followed, exclaiming, "I'm setting off too." "Teacher Ji." Song Jimin exhibited remarkable skill, far surpassing what he had modestly claimed. Lu Qingqing dared not slacken her pace, determined to match his prowess. After all, wasn't this the true essence of being worthy of him? Why would Xue choose to play alongside him? It was merely a matter of her being privileged, having encountered him a few days earlier. "I shall demonstrate what it means to be both chic and beautiful," Lu Qingqing shouted. "Song Gu, wait for me." Unperturbed, Song Jimin accelerated, unwilling to glide alongside Lu Qingqing, despite her earnest attempts to catch up. The course was not particularly long, and with a sly smile, Lu Qingqing seized the opportunity as Song Jimin slowed to a halt, intentionally losing control and lunging forward. "Song Gu, I..." Without warning, Lu Qingqing collided into him, causing Song Jimin to tumble to the ground, a pained groan escaping his throat. That low, hoarse sound sent a shiver through Lu Qingqing, and leaning close to his ear, she softly uttered the latter part of her sentence. "I couldn't stop." With gritted teeth, Song Jimin shifted slightly, his voice cold as he commanded, "Get off." Lu Qingqing sprawled across his back. Couldn't see his expression, but the chill in his tone made her awkwardly roll off him. She thought to herself, what a lack of romance. Your wife may be beautiful, but she's nearly 30. I am merely a young woman in my 20s, and you still feel wronged. Once Lu Qingqing dismounted, Song Jimin swiftly turned and stood up. Noticing his quick reaction, Lu Qingqing promptly sat up, sweetly pleading, "Song Gu, lend me a hand." Although unable to see his expression, she guessed he would be dignified. Song Jimin first adjusted the pressure point of his snowboard, then grasped her wrist, pulling her up from the snow. Lu Qingqing mused, "He's worried I might cause trouble. He's quite serious indeed." As they headed towards the transport lift, Lu Qingqing continued to chatter aimlessly, akin to an innocent girl, treating the earlier incident as a mere accident. While Song Jimin responded sporadically. Upon their arrival, Ji Yunjiao awaited them, and Song Jimin approached her, asking, "Is it cold?" "Not too bad," Ji Yunjiao replied. "I'll take a lap over there. Then we can head back." "All right." Lu Qingqing also walked over, complaining to Ji Yunjiao, "It really hurt. Did you fall?" Ji Yunjiao inquired. Lu Qingqing grumbled, "Of course, I even knocked Song Gu down." Ji Yunjiao glanced at Song Jimin, noting he seemed unperturbed, and said, "He's off to the advanced slope. Are you still going?" "Let us go together," Lu Qingqing replied. Upon reaching the advanced slope, Song Jimin dashed off without a word, leaving Lu Qingqing no opportunity to catch up. In truth, he worried unnecessarily. Lu Qingqing lacked the skill and courage to descend. The advanced slope was full of tricks and appeared perilous. Song Jimin glided swiftly, while Ji Yunjiao kept her gaze fixed on him. She watched as he executed a 360-degree spin in midair, landing gracefully and sliding forward before coming to a stop, her heart finally settling. Lu Qingqing exclaimed, "Wow! How cool!" Ji Yunjia frowned, muttering, "How many times must he fall to master that?" Dinner was a group meal, significantly better than lunch, with a decent selection of drinks. Lu Qingqing flitted about like a little sparrow, but she dared not approach Song Jiming in this setting, she thought. Despite the age gap, he likely hadn't had many girlfriends, which explained his lack of romantic sensibility. Seizing the opportunity, she aimed to flirt a little more, hoping he would understand the different charms women possess. Realizing that every woman, aside from Ji Yunjia, has her unique allure. Though Song Jiming was reluctant to drink, he couldn't resist the persistent toast from everyone, having to comply with each one. Ji Yunjia recognized that such gatherings held no value for him, growing increasingly restless, wishing for a swift conclusion. Understanding her anxiety, Song Jiming squeezed her hand reassuringly, indicating he was fine. His thoughtfulness only deepened Ji Yunjia's guilt. The meal continued until 9 o'clock before dispersing. Their rooms were added last minute, so they were not in the same building as the others. Ji Yunjia assisted the swaying Song Jiming out of the main building, where a biting cold wind greeted them, penetrating to the bone. Stand still, Ji Yunjia instructed, helping to zip up the long down jacket he wore. As Song Jiming looked down at the woman bending to fasten his zipper, a smile crept onto his lips as he wrapped an arm around her waist. Whispering, "Let us hurry," Ji Yunjia was taken aback. Song Jiming's clear gaze and smiling lips bore no trace of inebriation. Before she could finish, he had already pulled her waist and swiftly made his way to the guest room. Upon reaching the lobby, Ji Yunjia managed to say, "Aren't you afraid of being seen?" Song Jiming chuckled. "Who cares if you're truly drunk? Cunning fox." Though he was only 3 years older, their time together had shown him to be far more adept in social nuances than she. Due to the holiday rush, the rooms were tight. If they were a genuine couple, this might serve as a catalyst to ignite a passionate romance. But they are not. Thud. Song Jiming furrowed his brow and struck the wall forcefully twice, silencing the commotion from the other side. The room returned to tranquility, and soon a faint call could be heard from next door, followed by complete silence once more. "Sleep well, rise a bit later tomorrow." Ji Yunjia turned over, facing away from Song Jiming, softly murmuring an acknowledgement. She was grateful for the shroud of darkness that night provided, concealing all discomfort. Otherwise, the awkwardness of their gazes would have been unbearable. The next day, Ji Yunjia awoke to find Song Jiming entering the room. "You didn't come back last night?" "I stayed at the office. It got too late," he replied. Ji Yunjia observed him closely, noting the bloodshot eyes that betrayed his exhaustion. In the realm of adulthood, ease is a rare commodity. "Have you eaten breakfast?" "I can make something for you. I've already eaten," Song Jiming responded. Ji Yunjia noticed that he stood at the entrance without changing his shoes, seemingly ready to leave at any moment, and inquired, "Is there something you need to discuss?" "Yes," he nodded, biting his lip before continuing, "I need to talk to you about something." Ji Yunjia looked at him with curiosity, wondering why it was so difficult for him to speak. "Go ahead, I'm listening," she encouraged. "I've been negotiating a project recently. The profits are promising, but the funds in the company account are insufficient. So," Song Jiming paused momentarily, "I want to use the house deed as collateral." The deed, along with the water, electricity, and gas cards, had been entrusted to Ji Yunjia after their marriage. She furrowed her brow and asked, "Is this a project that seems too good to be true?" Song Jiming chuckled softly, "It's not. I'll go get it." The house was purchased by Song Jiming, and while she had no understanding of financial matters, she also didn't wish to meddle. He followed her closely. "Don't you have any other questions?" "What should I ask?" Song Jiming was at a loss. She should at least inquire when the mortgage could be released. Ji Yunjia handed him the necessary documents. Along with a bank card, there are 500,000 in the account. The password is 112233. Song Jiming was aware of the origin of this money. Each set of parents had contributed 200,000 at their wedding, and the remaining 100,000 was likely Ji Yunjia's savings. "Just the house deed will suffice," he replied, returning the card to her. He couldn't bring himself to use her money. He would find another way to cover the remaining gap. "Take it. There's no need to leave it at home." Although the house was expensive, it was also purchased with a mortgage, and the second mortgage likely wouldn't yield much. Before their marriage, Song Jiming had informed her that they had only paid 30% of the down payment. It truly didn't require such a substantial amount of money. Song Jiming placed the bank card on the counter. "If it's not necessary, then don't use it as collateral." Ji Yunjia suspected he felt embarrassed to take the money, so she added, "Why would you want to owe someone else a favor when you have money at home?" Her words softened Song Jiming's heart. Though their marriage was one of convenience without genuine affection, she showed no hesitation when it came to matters of importance. After a moment of hesitation, he clenched his teeth and took the card. I'll pay you back as soon as possible. Ji Yunjia handed over the other documents. Be careful on your way. He didn't even change his shoes, indicating his urgency. Song Jiming nodded, hastily leaving with the documents. In the northern winter, even under a bright sun. The cold was astonishing. With the arrival of the 9th month, even the elderly women dancing in the square had long dispersed. Ji Yunjia spent most of her time at home, except for her shifts at school. Although it was chilly outside, the indoor heating maintained a comfortable temperature of over 20 degrees. After much deliberation, Ji Yunjia found herself uncertain about whether to inform Gu Qing that Su Chengchuan had resumed his single status. She called Gu Qing, unsure how to broach the topic, finally feigning interest in her romantic endeavors. Ji Yuqing mentioned that Gu Cheng had not yet returned, likely not until after the new year. In truth, she was indifferent to whether it was before or after the new year. As long as it wasn't him, anyone else would suffice. Have you seen Su Chengchuan recently? Ji Yunjia finally asked. No, Gu Qing replied curtly. I haven't even had time to see you. A few days prior, her mother-in-law's birthday had been celebrated, and her aunt's family had come over. Yu Qing, holding the phone, flipped through documents while inquiring. And then? Did he go? Not at all. Ji Yunjia bit her lip. Well, my aunt mentioned he broke up with that Miss Zhang back in October. Yu Qing's phone slipped from her hand, landing on the documents as she hurriedly picked it up. Rendered speechless for a moment. Given the timeline, he should have returned from Lu Jing's place. Just a few days ago, he had expressed a desire to dine with her. If only she had known, she would have gone. Ji Yuqing's mind raced, and Ji Yunjia called her name several times to bring her back to reality. What are you thinking about? Gu Qing concealed her smile. Nothing. Hearing the unmistakable uplift in her tone, Ji Yunjia, though reluctant to dampen her spirits, replied pragmatically, Don't get too excited. Even if they broke up, he hasn't pursued you. Yu Qing smirked, showing a hint of pride. I could pursue him. Have some dignity. Ji Yunjia retorted. Ji Yuqing dismissed the concern. Two unmarried individuals have the right to pursue each other, don't they? There's nothing wrong with that. Then why did he break up with her so early? He was annoyed, bored, disinterested. He could have a myriad of reasons for wanting to end things. Don't be so naive about love, she said, exasperated. If Su Chengchuan had truly ended things with Gu Qing, why hadn't he made any moves despite being so close? I understand now. After hanging up, it was evident Gu Qing hadn't absorbed her words. Ji Yunjia feared Gu Qing's romantic naivety, knowing all too well how recklessly she had once acted in love. Days passed, and Ji Yunjia called Gu Qing again to inquire about her progress. On the video call, Gu Qing appeared to be working late, her expression dejected, claiming she had no time to spare. On the evening of the 7th day of the 12th month, Song Jiming returned home a bit earlier than usual, and he seemed in remarkably good spirits. Shall we go for that French meal? Ji Yunjia closed her book and sat up from the sofa. Let's go now. Have you struck it rich? Ji Yunjia was surprised to see him so happy. It's just a meal. It's not that significant. He chuckled. Ji Yunjia hesitated to spend extravagantly on a Western meal, especially not on an ordinary day. I don't want to go. Really not going? It's cold outside. I don't feel like moving. The northern winters were particularly frigid at this time of year. What do you want to eat? I can go buy it. Let me think. After saying that, Ji Yunjia leaned back against the sofa. Song Jiming sat opposite her. There's a dinner tomorrow at the company. I'd like you to join. Tomorrow is the Laba festival. Aren't you going back to Yuyuan for dinner? I'll tell my mom. We'll go back the day after. Ji Yunjia nodded, noticing Song Jiming suppressing a smile. His brow relaxed, resembling a child eager for praise. Did your project get finalized? She asked uncertainly. Song Jiming's lips curled into a smile. Yes, we signed the contract today. Ji Yunjia immediately beamed with joy. Congratulations. Mr. Song. She was well aware of the hard work and effort he had put in. Congratulations, Mrs. Song. Ji Yunjia felt a flush spread across her cheeks. He usually addressed her as Yunjia, occasionally calling her teacher Ji, but never so directly as Mrs. Song. Flustered, Ji Yunjia quickly took a sip of water, attempting to shift the topic. Are you treating the clients to dinner tomorrow? Yes. Song Jiming noticed her fluster, taking in the sight of the woman before him. Caught in the delicate space between girlhood and womanhood, her cheeks tinted a soft pink reminiscent of peach blossoms blooming in early spring, enchanting yet unaware. His gaze inevitably drifted from her cheeks to her fair, delicate earlobes which seemed to glow with a hint of blush, exuding a certain translucence. Song Jiming's throat involuntarily moved as thoughts crossed his mind. He was a man. He understood the implications. Ji Yunjia, distracted by her drink, failed to notice Song Jiming's intense gaze and continued her inquiry. Is it the same client we had at that French restaurant? Given the number of calls he had exchanged with Su Chengchuan, she had her suspicions. Yes. Will that allow me to transform into a wealthy matron? Song Jiming chuckled softly. Not likely. Ji Yunjia nodded, indicating her understanding, and calmly stated, then let's just order 2 bowls of noodles. Song Jiming smirked. Even if I were down and out, you are still the daughter-in-law of the Song family, the only child of the Ji family. Yunjia understood what being the daughter-in-law of the Song family entailed. Even if she did not engage in politics, as Song Jiming rose to sit beside her, Ji Yunjia, perplexed, inquired, "What's the matter?" "Yunjia, I wish to embrace you," he replied, not waiting for her response before pulling her into his arms. However, she instinctively recoiled, only to relax and acquiesce to his embrace moments later, sensing the inappropriateness of her initial reaction. Chapter 55. The innocent of romance gone was the playful tone from Song Jiming. He spoke softly, "I am particularly joyful today, as this project holds immense significance for the company." This was a project of their own making, unrelated to familial ties. Since graduating and embarking on his entrepreneurial journey, the company had primarily engaged in minor government tenders. Were it not for his father, no one would have paid him any heed. The meager orders from small companies barely sustained them. Yet, securing this project marked a new beginning for the entire company. If executed well, it would usher in a transformative change. Though they were not close enough to share such sentiments, it was evident how crucial this project was to him. Ji Yunjia gently patted his back, understanding his vulnerability, much like her own life, where she was compelled to excel in every endeavor. Mastering the arts, attending a respectable university, maintaining her figure as a lady of noble birth. She recognized that every display of success was merely for the eyes of others. Harder work and greater discipline were the harsh realities she faced. Yet, even amidst such efforts, individuals of their background often spent their lives proving their worth, demonstrating that they were not merely dependents of their families. She, too, had not anticipated that he, despite his excellence, endured similar struggles. Ji Yunjia reassured him with a gentle pat on his back, softly stating, "You truly are outstanding. After all, scoring 148 is not merely a product of hard work." She understood the source of his elation, revealing herself to be a tender-hearted woman of kindness. Although he felt somewhat impulsive and overly excited, he knew that his desire to hold her was sincere. He longed to inhale the fragrance that emanated from her delicate earlobe. As Song Jiming gradually released her, his nose brushed against the back of her ear, and a few strands of her hair tickled his nose, igniting a delightful sensation that reached deep into his heart. She smelled divine. Unfamiliar with the nuances of romance, Ji Yunjia remained oblivious to the advantage she had unwittingly afforded him, simply believing she had acted in accordance with the role of a devoted wife. She distanced herself slightly, playfully asking, "Will it truly be all right if I outshine everyone tomorrow?" With a smile dancing at the corners of his eyes, Song Jiming replied, "Without the investment from the boss lady, how could we have signed the contract so swiftly?" Upon hearing the term boss lady, Ji Yunjia felt a sudden unease. Sitting so close, gazing into each other's eyes while he referred to her as the boss lady, created an atmosphere that felt overly intimate. "Don't tease me," she retorted. Ji Yunjia was well aware that Song Jiming was merely flattering her. Even without her 500,000, he would have found another way, and the contract would still have been signed smoothly. "I'll go fold the clothes. You order the food," she declared, seizing an excuse to escape to the housekeeping room. "All right," Song Jiming chuckled in response, picking up the phone on the table. Throughout the years of socializing outside, he had encountered many attractive and eager women, but with the Song family's influence looming behind him, he knew marriage was not something he could choose for himself. Although he was reluctant to accept this fate, not wishing to follow in his parents' footsteps and have his life dictated by family arrangements, he had silently resisted for years. Last year, when he was set up with Ji Yunjia, he initially found her gentle and demure demeanor unappealing. Yet, his mother insisted that she was naturally suited to be a government official's wife. Somehow, he had found himself nodding in agreement, thinking time would dull his edges and discontent. In retrospect, it was likely her beauty that entranced him. The next day, after much contemplation, Ji Yunjia decided that instead of allowing their ambiguous relationship to linger, it was better to clarify things once and for all. If it works, it works. If not, they could part amicably for their respective matches. After confirming that Su Chengchuan would attend, she arranged to meet Gu Qing. Tonight, Song Jiming will be hosting dinner for the clients, and Su Chengchuan will also be there. Would you like to chance upon him? Really? Gu Qing exclaimed, surprised. Aren't you afraid I'll get love-struck? Ji Yunjia refrained from divulging her true intentions, planning instead to seize an opportunity to clarify matters directly. If it worked out, splendid. If not, she wouldn't waste time. Ensuring Gu Qing could pursue her own dating prospects without hindrance, Ji Yunjia remarked, I need to keep an eye on you. Ji Qing chuckled lightly. Her mood evidently elevated upon learning of Su Chengchuan's single status. I would love to attend, but I have to work late tonight. There's a project that has encountered some issues and needs to be redone. Do capitalists never allow you to leave work? Ji Yunjia teased. You, as a successor of socialism, wouldn't he understand? Dinner is often just a hasty bite at the office. Well, gauge the situation and come if you can. Tonight presented the best opportunity. With the client entertaining Song Jiming, she could find a moment alone with Su Chengchuan to clarify things lightheartedly. If it didn't materialize, the presence of many would dilute any potential awkwardness. Yet, fate had other plans. That evening, Ji Yunjia adorned herself with an exquisite makeup look, donning a knee-length beige dress paired with a brown cashmere coat and elegant lambskin heels. Her long hair was elegantly pinned back. Despite lacking extravagant accessories, her aura surpassed all. As Song Jiming wrapped his arm around her waist, they entered the private room. The guests momentarily paused, and upon recalling that Song Jiming was married, they all rose to greet her. Exclaiming, "Hello, sister-in-law," Ji Yunjia, a teacher accustomed to such gatherings, greeted everyone graciously and took her seat. Recognizing that he had previously slighted the boss lady, Qin Ning hurried over to pour her tea, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, please enjoy some tea." Ji Yunjia couldn't help but chuckle at his eager demeanor. Your awareness today is commendable. Qin Ning smiled sheepishly. Sister-in-law, you flatter me. The others laughed at his antics, teasing, Qin Ning, you're such a sycophant. How come we never noticed before? Qin Ning, your future is bright. As the group continued to jest with Qin Ning, Su Chengchuan and Yushan entered, accompanied by several key project representatives, Su Laoda, Yuzong. Upon hearing the title Su Laoda, both Ji Yunjia and Yushan instinctively turned their gazes towards Su Chengchuan. He remained unfazed, casually pulling out a chair for Yushan at the main table. Yushan cast a glance at Su Chengchuan before taking her seat, a look that Ji Yunjia found laden with meaning, causing her to furrow her brow. As the evening unfolded, Ji Yunjia observed Song Jiming's adeptness in navigating the business dinner. Understanding why her parents had readily consented to their union after meeting him, handling her parents' expectations was likely a trivial matter for him. In the midst of clinking glasses and lively conversation, Ji Yunjia noticed Su Chengchuan excusing himself from the private room. While a trip to the restroom was inconsequential, Yushan followed suit, prompting Ji Yunjia to scrutinize the situation further. Intuition, while sometimes fleeting, was never unfounded. It seemed Su Chengchuan anticipated Yushan's exit as he waited by the elevator for her arrival. When she approached, he casually suggested, let us discuss this in the car. Chapter 56. A kiss interrupted by Yushan. They arrived at the underground parking lot, where Su Chengchuan opened the door to the passenger seat. After she settled in, he walked around to the driver's side, closing the door behind him. A silence enveloped them as neither spoke. Breaking the stillness, Su Chengchuan turned to ask, feeling dizzy, should I fetch you a bottle of water? He met her gaze with sincerity. Yushan did not respond, merely observing him with a faint smile that, upon closer inspection, seemed devoid of genuine mirth. Her eyes held a hint of mockery, mild anger, and disappointment, but no laughter. Su Chengchuan cleared his throat, attempting to explain. If I truly wished to conceal anything from you, I could have easily done so. Yushan scoffed internally. Now that the contract was signed and the matter settled, she had lost any leverage over him, making it convenient to reveal her status as a partner. Had he truly not intended to deceive her? She had known him to be shrewd, but after years of acquaintance, she had believed he would not treat her so. Clearly, she had misjudged him once again. Suddenly, Yushan chuckled lightly. I do trust you. With that, she leaned in, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him. Su Chengchuan instinctively recoiled, yet Yushan was undeterred. rising slightly to tighten her embrace. Her lips pressing firmly against his, he was well aware of her intentions. As long as they were together, notions of exploitation were irrelevant. They were one and the same. Yu Chengchuan allowed her to kiss him without pushing her away. Yet his lack of reciprocation spoke volumes. Yushan felt a mix of frustration and longing but remained undeterred, asking, "Chengchuan, let us be together." He handed her a tissue, murmuring, "You've had too much to drink." He then took another tissue to dab at the lipstick smudged on his lips. Yushan understood his subtle rejection and sought to dismiss it, recognizing that such a perfect scenario was too good to be true. With a slight smirk, she teased, "Am I no longer of any value to you?" Su Chengchuan knew well that maintaining their partnership was vital for long-term success. Resting his elbow on the center console, he replied calmly, "After all these years, isn't this relationship quite satisfactory?" Noticing his evasiveness, Yushan raised an eyebrow. "Do you believe I traveled all the way to the north for such a trivial project?" In the face of Yushan's pointed inquiry, Su Chengchuan remained unruffled, remarking, "Just as you once placed your trust in me, you will receive your fair share, nothing less." Upon hearing his promise, Yushan felt a slight sense of relief. It was her emotional turmoil that had clouded her judgment, leading her to believe that victory was assured, without ever having negotiated the terms of their relationship. "Do you truly think I am motivated by mere financial gain?" She challenged. Even if they were not to become lovers, she still desired him, in whatever form that might take. Seeing her insist on clarity, Su Chengchuan responded candidly, "You cannot come to the north to live. Just as I would never venture south. Rather than endure a relationship that could lead to mutual disdain, it is wiser to preserve some fondness for one another. For a long-lasting relationship, the most reliable foundation is built on mutual benefit. While emotions are the least dependable, she still had value. He needed to maintain a cordial relationship with her." Noting his unwavering stance, Yushan suddenly smiled. "Do you have someone you fancy?" At her words, Su Chengchuan immediately thought of Gu Qing, his demeanor softening with unbidden tenderness. "Yes, there is someone at that girl?" Yushan inquired. Su Chengchuan frowned and followed her gaze, only to discover that the vehicle parked diagonally across was indeed Gu Qing's. In the driver's seat sat Gu Qing, gazing in his direction. Though the parking lot was poorly lit, it was sufficiently bright to discern whether he had shared a kiss with Yushan. Su Chengchuan refrained from replying, his eyes fixed on the woman behind the wheel. Yu Qing started the car, accelerating out of the parking lot. Yushan looked at the man beside her with a certain delight. Su Chengchuan released his grip on the gearshift, handed her a handbag from the center console, and said in a calm voice, "Touch up your lipstick. We are heading up." Despite his nonchalant demeanor, Yushan sensed his own discomfort, which brought her a subtle sense of satisfaction. With a faint smile, she retrieved her lipstick, opened the makeup mirror in the passenger seat, and began to reapply. Once she finished, Su Chengchuan exited the car, walked around, and opened the passenger door, accompanying her toward the elevator. Ji Yunjia was unaware that Gu Qing had stopped by midway. After seeing Yushan off, she returned to the car with Song Jiming. "Are they quite familiar with each other?" "The two companies have collaborated in the past," Song Jiming replied rather blandly. Hearing this, Ji Yunjia felt a surge of frustration. "Is this how you handle clients?" Sensing her dissatisfaction, Song Jiming understood her unspoken questions and replied calmly, "They are on good terms." Su Chengchuan would not complicate matters unnecessarily. Ji Yunjia chose not to respond further, her gaze drifting anxiously out the window. After fastening her seatbelt, she started Song Jiming's car. The red vehicle sped away, cutting through the howling northern winds of the night, racing into the dark expanse of the highway. Tears streamed down Gu Qing's cheeks, dampening the front of her clothing. It dawned on her that his breakup had nothing to do with her. From the very beginning, it had all been her own delusions. When they first met, he had a girlfriend. Upon their next encounter, he still had one. And just when she believed she had finally weathered the storm, he was kissing another woman. The truth was, disinterest is disinterest, regardless of how long one waits. Her affection, to him, might have been an annoyance, a torment, or a mere obligation he felt compelled to fulfill. How truly burdensome it must have been for him, so be it. She resolved never again to lower herself to the dust, hoping, longing, and waiting for a day he might turn back. Yet what purpose did such humility serve? If he truly desired her, he would have returned long ago. She had always been adept at self-deception, foolishly remaining oblivious to her own plight for 8 years. When Gu Cheng drove over from 300 kilometers away, it was nearly midnight. Jiu Qing, however, lingered in the pool, surrounded by scattered bottles of alcohol. Observing her lifeless demeanor, Gu Cheng felt a pang of sorrow, struggling to find words. Jiu Qing had been reclining against the pool's edge, but upon hearing his voice, she turned her head languidly and called out. Brother. Jiu Cheng crouched down, his voice tinged with concern. It's cold. Come out. Jiu Qing suddenly broke into a faint smile. All right. She then pushed several bottles aside, murmuring, a toast to tomorrow, a toast to the past, a toast to freedom, a toast to death. As the beer flowed out, Gu Qing closed her eyes, realizing that her disinterest was worth little in the face of reality. Even if she froze or drank herself to death that night, he would not shed a tear. That was the truth. The only one truly suffering was Gu Cheng, weary from traveling 300 miles in the dead of night. Not wishing to burden him further, Gu Qing obediently rose and returned to her room. Chapter 57. From now on, strangers. This was a private hot spring outside the room. Jiu Cheng, fearing she might catch a chill, disregarded her dripping bathrobe and immediately wrapped his coat around her. Once in the bathroom, Gu Cheng cautioned, be careful not to slip. Change and come out. I'll tidy up. Jiu Qing nodded, dully shutting the bathroom door. After changing into a fresh bathrobe, she opened the door to find Gu Cheng waiting nearby. Didn't I tell you not to come? Sleep, Gu Cheng replied, pulling back the covers. After a bout of tears, Gu Qing felt drained and collapsed onto the bed, softly asking, what about you? Gu Cheng tucked her in, then pulled up a chair to sit by the bedside. I'll leave once you fall asleep. I'll be in the room across from you. Jiu Qing fell silent, and they remained together in quietude. This girl had grown up, shedding her innocence to weep for other men. No longer the naive child she once was. Such sadness was an ordeal she had to endure. Cry if you need to. I am here for you. Jiu Qing exhaled deeply and said softly, brother, do you remember that classmate who constantly bothered me in high school? The one you ended up hitting? Gu Cheng, having dealt with numerous incidents, naturally didn't he recall every detail but replied gently, yes, I ran into him at the mall a few days ago. I've forgotten his name, but his daughter is incredibly adorable, like a doll. Jiu Qing acknowledged. Brother, why didn't he ever like me? Gu Qing's tears began to flow again. When they met, he had forgotten her. That unfamiliar gaze still caused her pain. That it was her affection for 8 long years. Gu Cheng felt a pang in his heart and reached out to wipe her tears away. This was his fault. He had never intervened in her romantic matters, allowing her to be unable to let go for so many years. Sleep now. Tomorrow I'll take you to buy a handbag. Why? Why can anyone else be liked, but not me? Jiu Qing sobbed, eventually drifting off to sleep amid her tears, while Gu Cheng lingered outside, smoking half the night away. The next day, after checking out, Gu Cheng took Gu Qing shopping from dawn till dusk without pause. Even when Gu Qing went to work, he would whisk her away afterward. After several exhausting days, Gu Qing returned home and collapsed onto her bed, devoid of energy to mourn her unrequited love. Lu Yu, seeing her in such distress, decided it was time to find her daughter a partner as a solution. Ji Yunjia, unaware of Gu Qing's situation, attempted to reach her after several days without news, planning to have Song Jiming invite Su Chengchuan for a meal to ascertain her availability. Forget it, Gu Qing responded. He has a girlfriend. Yunjia frowned. I didn't hear Song Jiming mention that. How do you know? On the day Song Jiming treated us, I saw him in the car kissing her. I assume she's the client you mentioned. Ji Yunjia recalled that Su Chengchuan had spent quite a while with Yushan that day. Noticing Ji Yunjia's silence, Gu Qing remarked lightly, it's understandable you don't know. His tone made it evident to Su Chengchuan. Without a moment's thought, what he was inquiring about, he lifted the wine bottle, gently shook it to gauge the contents, and replied nonchalantly, did Gu Qing see it? The mention of Gu Qing caused Su Chengchuan to furrow his brow. She must have cried that day. The thought of her tears brought a pang of pain to his heart. How devastated must she have been to confront Ji Yunjia at Song Jiming's place? Why didn't you explain? Su Chengchuan chuckled lightly, self-deprecatingly remarking. Explain what? That my dear Yushan is merely playing a part? Would you believe it? I don't even believe it myself. Song Jiming fell silent, his tone calming. What will happen next? Su Chengchuan took a sip of wine and exhaled deeply. Forget it. Upon uttering those 3 words, his eyes stung with unshed tears. The possibility of heart fluttering was now out of reach. He could not afford her. For her, finding someone of equal standing would be a stroke of good fortune, and the man who frequently appeared beside her was surely more suited than he. Su Chengchuan ended the call, dejectedly sinking into the booth, his chest aching emptily. The phrase merely playing a part was something Song Jiming could not explain to Ji Yunjia, and thus he refrained from mentioning Su Chengchuan, leading Ji Yunjia to understand that Su Chengchuan and Gu Qing were now strangers, with no chance of reconciliation. Indeed, in this world, how could one truly experience myriad trials and still find their way back to the same person? For her, it had been 8 years of affection and waiting, while for him, it was but a mere statement. Lingering regret was the norm of life. Just like her and Gao Yuan, to be with the one she loved and complete this life together. How difficult a wish it was. Why was it impossible? Chapter 58. The new year approaches. As the year drew to a close, Ji Yunjia busied herself every day, either shopping for the festivities or visiting relatives with her mother-in-law. Being the first year of their marriage, the number of relatives to visit and the gifts to present were abundant. To alleviate the burden on her, Song Jiming took 2 days off, suggesting she return to her family home for a brief respite. When her mother inquired, he explained that Ji Yunjia had been fatigued and needed to rest at her mother's place. Though Ji Yanqing suspected this was likely an excuse, recognizing the link between fatigue and pregnancy, she let it be. On the 25th day of the 12th month, Song Jiming prepared a cart of New Year goods and delivered them early to his father-in-law's home, announcing that they would come for dinner on New Year's Eve. Yang Yueli, however, was adamant that the new bride must spend her first New Year at her husband's home. Ji Yunjia guessed her mother would refuse, feeling a twinge of disappointment yet mustering her spirits to return to Buiyue Mansion with Song Jiming. After delivering gifts to her family and then to her in-laws, Ji Yunjia accompanied Song Jiming on another shopping spree. For their own small household, she only purchased some quick snacks for the new year. As she was not adept at cooking lavish meals, during the festive season, one either dined at their parents' homes or attended gatherings. With no guests at home, she simply prepared some essentials for when they wished to stay in. Gu Cheng returned home on the 27th day of the 12th month, and upon entering, Liu Yu asked why he hadn't brought his girlfriend along. To ensure a pleasant new year, Gu Cheng could only say she would be spending it with her parents and would come to fetch her after the holidays. Seeing him agree, Liu Yu said no more and busied herself with social obligations. Noticing Gu Qing's lingering low spirits, Gu Cheng took it upon himself to drag her out daily for shopping and dining. Though busy, he could set aside everything when it came to Gu Qing. Watching her force a smile each day worried Liu Yu, but she refrained from voicing her concerns, allowing them to enjoy themselves while delegating all company matters to her husband. As New Year's Eve approached, in their era of abundance, the festive spirit felt less intense. Everyone merely looked forward to gathering with friends and family and enjoying a few days of rest. This was Ji Yunjia's first New Year away from home, and the thought of her parents being alone filled her with melancholy. Although Song Jiming repeatedly suggested they go for lunch, she could surmise her mother would not agree, especially given her in-laws' situation, making it even more painful to consider that returning next year might not be possible. Due to the ban on fireworks, the Spring Festival Gala could be heard clearly. After 10 o'clock, Ji Yanqing began preparing dumplings, and Ji Yunjia felt it inappropriate to remain on the sofa watching the program, so she got up to assist, leaving the father and son to converse in the living room. "Dad, did you get a new phone?" Song Jianjun quickly grabbed the phone beside him and tucked it into his pocket, saying, "Yes, the old one was too slow." Surprised by his father's actions, Song Jiming discreetly observed his father's expression and asked, "Do you want me to set it up for you?" "No need, it's already set up." As he spoke, Song Jianjun picked up the remote control and turned the TV volume slightly higher, then asked in a low voice, "When do you plan to have children?" Upon hearing this, Song Jiming immediately averted his gaze from his father, replying honestly, "We don't have any plans for that yet." Unchanging, Song Jianjun continued, at the year-end meeting, "I ran into your father-in-law. You two have been married for almost a year, and we all hope you will have a child." A wave of irritation surged within Song Jiming. Although having a child would stabilize both families, given his and Ji Yunjia's current situation, it truly was not the right time. "Dad, I think we should wait." Song Jianjun raised his hand, cutting off his son's impending words, denying him further explanation, and stated, "Your father-in-law is of suitable age. It won't be difficult for him to have another child. You're already 31. It's time to consider having children." Song Jiming fell silent, and so did Song Jianjun. Both seemingly focused on the Spring Festival Gala. After a long pause, Song Jiming finally managed to utter a simple good. Song Jianjun picked up the remote and lowered the volume slightly. The dumplings were filled with pork and 3 delicacies. Song Jiming's favorite filling. Why not stay here after dinner? Ji Yanqing said to the two of them. Ji Yunjia glanced at Song Jiming, who responded, You have your tasks, we won't be able to get up early. We'll head back to sleep tonight. That's fine. Will you come for dinner tomorrow, or go to your mother-in-law's? Her son had privately expressed a desire to spend the new year at his mother-in-law's, and she was happy to facilitate that. Hearing her mother-in-law say this, Ji Yunjia looked up, feeling grateful toward her. Song Jiming noted Ji Yunjia's reaction, understanding her longing to return to her family, and said, Don't worry about it. We'll return on the 5th day. Ji Yanqing turned her attention to her daughter-in-law, saying, Yunjia, we have a family feast every year on the 5th day of the new year. Make any necessary arrangements ahead of time. All right, Ji Yunjia obediently replied. Keep an eye on him these days. Don't let him go out drinking every day. Okay, Mom. The streets were adorned with vibrant decorations, rows of red lanterns illuminating the night. However, at this hour, people were at home celebrating the reunion, and the roads were relatively sparse, creating a scene that felt both lively and tranquil. Song Jiming held the steering wheel with one hand. Why don't you call Mom? We could go there to sleep. Won't it be too chaotic? Her home is just as busy as the Song family's around New Year. Song Jiming yawned and replied, As long as my parents don't mind the chaos. Considering Song Jiming's thoughtfulness, Ji Yunjia hesitated but eventually said, Let us go home. I'd rather stay there tomorrow or on the 2nd day. The holiday felt precious for someone like Song Jiming, who often worked non-stop. She didn't want him to deal with her parents in the middle of the night. Let us go home. I'm tired. Song Jiming pressed the gas pedal, accelerating toward Bua Mansion. On the 1st day of the new year, Song Jiming informed Ji Yunjia that she could stay at her family home for the next few days if she wished. Ji Yunjia, puzzled, asked, Aren't we going to Grandpa's home on the 2nd or 3rd day? No need. We have the family feast on the 5th day, so no need for separate trips. I'll go back with you tomorrow morning. Will you wait at home for me, or go by yourself? I'll go to my mom's place soon. Song Jiming nodded, Then I'll head out first. Don't wait for me for dinner tonight. Just then, Song Jiming's phone rang. It was Cheng Huining calling. Urging him to leave, Song Jiming explained, I have plans with Xiao Qian and Cheng Huining today. We'll visit each other first and then gather for a meal. Are the gifts ready? They're all in the car. Just don't drink too much, Ji Yunjia habitually reminded him. Song Jiming smiled. Got it. With that, he hurriedly left. Chapter 59. The first encounter with Su Nanzhou that evening, Ji Yunjia felt uneasy about Song Jiming and returned to Bua Mansion. She found it inappropriate to call and urge him, so she settled on the sofa, waiting at wasn't until nearly 12:30 that Song Jiming stumbled through the door, and Ji Yunjia quickly rushed to support him. How much did you drink? Song Jiming half closed his eyes as he removed his shoes, saying, I was just happy today. It's been a long time since everyone gathered. Two of them are abroad, and they are back today. It's such a late hour. Ji Yunjia didn't feel inclined to argue. She guided him inside. Can you still take a shower? No. I want tea. Skipping the bathroom, Song Jiming pushed open the door to the guest room and collapsed onto the bed. Seeing him like this, Ji Yunjia had no choice but to say, Just lie there. I'll fetch a basin of water to wipe you down. Suddenly reminded of his father's words from the night before, Song Jiming mustered the strength to sit up and reached for her waist. Ji Yunjia was startled and instinctively stepped back, her mouth opening in surprise. Yet no words came forth. Song Jiming Ji Yunjia spoke as she reached out to unfasten his collar. Song Jiming grasped her hand and inquired with a smile, Aren't you afraid I might misbehave after drinking? Ji Yunjia immediately swatted his hand away, retorting, Don't act foolishly due to alcohol. Song Jiming removed her hand from the collar, saying, I can manage myself. He then turned over, presenting his back to Ji Yunjia, You may leave. I will wash up first thing in the morning. Ji Yunjia dimmed the lights in the room and advised, If you feel unwell, don't hesitate to call for me. Song Jiming acknowledged. Just as Ji Yunjia was about to close the door, he added, I fear you may be tempted by my good looks. Ji Yunjia, exasperated, pushed the door open and landed a punch on him to vent her frustration. Song Jiming chuckled softly and replied, Close the door. Someone must take the initiative for the future to unfold. Early on the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, Song Jiming had already set off with Ji Yunjia, bearing gifts for his mother-in-law's home. After lunch, with Lu Jing's arrival, Yang Yueli kindly urged Song Jiming to attend to his friend, and despite his repeated refusals, he had to leave in haste. Although there was no inherent discord between him and Ji Yunjia, her mother's attitude towards him stirred discontent within her. The family banquet at the Ji residence was already arranged, and as a junior in his first year of marriage, his presence was expected. If he did not attend, how could she and her parents hold their heads high? Witnessing her mother so favorably inclined towards Song Jiming filled Ji Yunjia with a deep sense of sorrow, prompting her to recall her mother's frequent reminders to not only ensure Song Jiming's comfort, but also to manage the various interpersonal relationships and formalities between their families. While she had certainly married well, even with her stern father-in-law being the secretary Song Jiming was not deeply entrenched in political circles, nor did he boast a remarkable career. Why must everything revolve around him during the festive season? Ji Yunjia wished to avoid causing her parents distress, refraining from uttering any harsh words, and quietly began washing the dishes. If he truly respected her, he would have returned tonight to attend the family banquet at the Ji residence. Gu Qing and Su Nanzhou's meeting was scheduled at an entertainment venue in the city center. The gathering, organized by Gu Cheng, included several esteemed friends, among whom was Su Nanzhou. Ji Yuqing never anticipated Su Nanzhou would present himself in such a manner. She had encountered countless business people, varying in height and build, some greasy, some cunning, some excessively frugal, and others overly self-important. Among them, Song Jiming was a standout, handsome, fit, from a prestigious family, poised yet humble. She had assumed Su Nanzhou would merely be akin to her brother, perhaps slightly heavier or shorter. However, upon meeting Su Nanzhou, she was struck by his cool demeanor, tall and lean stature. His slightly lengthy bangs obscured his brows, and his frameless glasses accentuated his high nose and thin lips, giving him an air of aloof elegance. Even a beauty like Gu Qing couldn't help but steal glances at him. Su Nanzhou was not particularly talkative, mostly listening while others spoke, occasionally nodding, his gaze drifting occasionally towards Gu Qing. Sitting beside Gu Cheng, she would occasionally bump into him, offering a polite smile before returning to her meal. She was well aware of her own beauty. Setting down her chopsticks, Gu Qing informed Gu Cheng, "Brother, I'm going to the restroom." Gu Qing nodded. Noticing Su Nanzhou rising as well, he promptly stood, saying, "I'll accompany you." Su Nanzhou briefly lifted the corner of his lips, raised his glass, leaned back in his chair, and took a slow sip, observing their retreating figures with a thought. They truly seemed tightly bound together. Upon exiting, Gu Qing asked Gu Qing, "What do you think?" "Quite good, don't you find it stifling?" Gu Qing perked up, smiling. "You all can rest easy. Knowing each other well makes it quite pleasant, doesn't it?" "As long as it isn't him, anyone will do." Gu Cheng remained silent, his heart a tumult of emotions. Just as Su Chengchuan exited the private room, he unexpectedly encountered Gu Qing in the corridor. She casually linked arms with another man, her radiant smile revealing her ease in his company. A sight that tightened Su Chengchuan's heart, filling him with unexpressed discomfort. At that moment, he felt regret and frustration, wishing he hadn't been so cautious. Gu Qing stood tall and greeted him politely. "Hello, Director Su." Such a distant and courteous title caused Su Chengchuan to frown, a wave of profound disappointment washing over him. She would no longer smile and call him senior brother. Was this the beginning of their estrangement? Su Chengchuan forced a smile, saying, "What a coincidence. Lu Jing is inside. Would you like to go in and say hello?" Gu Qing offered no further comment, simply replying, "Maybe next time, I have friends waiting." "You're busy?" "We'll take our leave now." As Gu Qing spoke, she attempted to walk forward, but Gu Cheng remained still. Ji Cheng discreetly patted Gu Qing's hand, which had tightened suddenly, then extended a hand towards the man at the doorway. "Hello, I'm Gu Cheng, Gu Qing's brother." At his words, Su Chengchuan paused for a moment before shaking his hand in return. "Hello, Su Chengchuan." Ji Qing looked at her brother in confusion, frowning at Gu Cheng. Her deliberate omission of an introduction signified her desire to sever ties with this person. Su Chengchuan withdrew his hand, an involuntary smile appearing on his lips as he said to Gu Qing, "Why not go in and say hello? Xiao Chun and Jiming are also there." "Song Jiming is there?" Gu Qing frowned, asking, "Didn't he go to the Ji family banquet?" Su Chengchuan, thinking it was the Ji family banquet, replied, "That's for the fifth evening." Ji Qing, unaware that this Ji was not the same as the Ji in question, could only turn to Gu Cheng, saying, "Brother, you go back first. I'll just pop in to say hello." Chapter 60. "You two should be civilized." Gu Cheng acknowledged and nodded to Su Chengchuan before departing. He understood how difficult it was to be with someone one did not love and did not wish for Gu Qing to spend her life in such a manner. He sensed the surprise in that man's eyes upon realizing he was her brother. Thus, his heart ached but also held a glimmer of hope. Jiu Chung opened the door to the private room. And upon seeing only him return, someone asked, "Where's your sister?" Ran into an acquaintance, went to say hello, Gu Chung replied as he returned to his seat. Su Nanzhou also sat down, offering him an open bottle of beer. Clinking it with his, "You've kept her well hidden." Jiu Chung leaned back in his chair, taking a few sips of beer. "My sister is quite willful, indeed, Gu Chung, with such a beautiful sister. How come you've never brought her out in all these years? What made you finally relent today?" Someone interjected, breaking his train of thought. Jiu Qing glanced at Su Nanzhou, who was well aware that it was the parents' arrangement. Gu Chung couldn't independently orchestrate a matchmaking scenario without risking an uncomfortable outcome. Hence this gathering was merely a chance for them to see each other. Su Nanzhou shook the bottle, saying, "A daughter must marry." Another person chimed in, "Oh no, I'm going to miss my chance." "Gu Chung, you're really not being fair." Jiu Chung clinked his bottle with his, "My sister has won a runner-up in amateur kickboxing. How many punches do you think you can take?" After saying this, he glanced at Su Nanzhou. Su Nanzhou looked at him, seemingly absent-mindedly licking the beer residue from the corner of his lips, a smile creeping onto his face, until Gu Chung narrowed his eyes slowly. Gu Qing opened the door to find only 3 people inside, Lu Jing, Xiao Qian, and Song Jiming. Upon seeing Gu Qing, Lu Jing immediately rose to pull out a chair for her, eagerly retrieving cutlery from the cabinet. Gu Qing smiled, "No need to be so polite, Boss Lu. I have friends waiting for me." Saying this, she took the glass from Lu Jing's hand and poured herself a beer. "I wish everyone a happy new year. May all your wishes come true this year. I'll drink to that." Her gaze swept across the room, yet it did not rest on Su Chengchuan. Liu Jing and Xiao Chen exchanged puzzled glances, while Su Chengchuan looked at Gu Qing with an inscrutable expression. Jiu Qing smiled at him. "Director Su, thank you for your support at Noyuan. I wish you great success and a swift promotion." Setting down her glass, Gu Qing stated, "I won't interrupt any further." She then turned to Lu Jing, "Boss Lu, I hope to treat you to a meal sometime." Given Gu Qing's distant demeanor, Lu Jing could only respond, "Miss Gu is too kind. Please, all of you stay." Jiu Qing smiled as she exited the private room. After Gu Qing left, Lu Jing turned to Su Chengchuan, frowning as he asked, "What's going on between you two?" Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. "Director Su, didn't she usually call you senior brother?" The matter of Gu Qing's feelings for Su Chengchuan had become an unspoken understanding among them. Lu Jing turned to Song Jiming. "What's happening with those two?" Song Jiming replied, "Devoted to work, but Gu Qing caught him in an awkward position while courting the client. I can't believe you." Lu Jing exclaimed, his expression one of schadenfreude. "Had I known, I wouldn't have deferred to you back then." Su Chengchuan stood at the table, opening one bottle of beer after another, scoffing, "We're all single. What is there to boast about? Did that little girl manage to snag someone?" "TCH, it's not like it's difficult," Lu Jing retorted. Su Chengchuan raised an eyebrow at him. "So how much are you drinking tonight?" Lu Jing surveyed the row of open beers, licking his back teeth. "I'll drink as much as you do." He then turned to Xiao Chen, asking with a smile, "Xiao Chen, doesn't Gu Qing seem to have cut her hair?" Xiao Chen smiled back. "Indeed, she looks both beautiful and spirited." Jiu Qing had indeed cut her hair, which used to be long enough to tie up, now only reached her collarbone. Upon hearing this, Lu Jing grinned. Quick, Xiao Chen, play a song Short Hair to match the mood." "All right," Xiao Chen replied cheerfully. Su Chengchuan picked up a bottle of beer, not at all annoyed. "You two should be a little more civilized." "So she's his sister, how wonderful." The 4 of them laughed and clinked their bottles together. Afterward, Xiao Chen specifically bumped into Su Chengchuan and remarked, "Your ex-girlfriend is getting engaged. Should you consider giving a monetary gift?" Lu Jing became intrigued and inquired, "Which one?" "There's someone from our bureau," Xiao Chen replied. Su Chengchuan frowned at him, saying, "Xiao Chen, could you express yourself more clearly?" "At best, she was merely a blind date." Xiao Chen chuckled. "Do you really care about the title? Didn't you also kiss her and give her a gift downstairs in our office building? That was on Valentine's Day, when Xiao Chen happened to witness the two locked in a passionate kiss in the car. Next time you consider kissing someone, it's better to find a more secluded spot." Su Chengchuan was rendered speechless by the retort and downed an entire bottle of liquor. Such is the plight of the unfortunate. In the past 2 years, he had only kissed 2 people, both of which were caught in the act. Xiao Chun continued, if you don't marry her, she might end up with someone from your father's unit. She has come by the bureau a few times after work. While she may not compare to you in many aspects, at least she is within the system. Speaking of the system, Song Jiming felt a pang of nostalgia. The three of them were supposed to enter politics, but only Xiao Chun had passed the civil service exam. The insults and hardships they endured during those years were still vivid in their minds. Song Jiming picked up the bottle and clinked it with the others before downing half of it in one go. Su Chengchuan immediately intervened. Drink less. You might end up getting scolded when you return. Unfazed, Song Jiming replied, no worries. She'll most likely be staying at her parents' place tonight, Liu Jing. Aware that Song Jiming felt burdened by family expectations, swiftly shifted the topic, asking, how has business been for you two this year? Su Chengchuan responded, not bad. It has improved significantly compared to last year. We landed a major contract before the new year. Upon mentioning Yushan, Su Chengchuan immediately thought of Guqing, realizing he needed to deliberate further. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as Xiao Qian hurled the bottle and rushed outside. Liu Jing, quick on his feet, managed to steady the swaying beer bottle. What happened? Song Jiming followed him out to the corridor. Xiao Qian adjusted his glasses and gave a self-deprecating smile. Perhaps I've had too much to drink. I thought I heard someone call Luoyan. Liang Luoyan had been married for 3 years. While Xiao Chun remained single, a momentary silence enveloped the room. Song Jiming picked up a cigarette from the table and passed it around, declaring, that's enough. Being married isn't so bad. Xiao Chun took a puff and gently exhaled. It's not that I'm infatuated with Guqing. She hasn't shown any interest in me either. Liu Jing chuckled. She is not interested in me either. After saying this, the two clinked their bottles together. Noticing Su Chengchuan's demeanor, it was evident he was still preoccupied with thoughts of Guqing. Liu Jing added, if you continue to be so ineffectual, I want to go easy on you. Su Chengchuan took a deep drag of his cigarette, remaining silent. Liu Jing stood up and urged, come on, I came all the way here on the second day of the new year to see you. Let us not dwell on these matters. Let us head to the neighboring spa for some relaxation. Xiao Qian, cigarette in mouth, quipped, it seems my status may not be appropriate for such activities. Liu Jing threw an arm around Xiao Qian's shoulder. Oh, come on, with all those old-timers above you, just take your time to endure. Chapter 61. His dignity, he wishes to bestow the following day dawned bright and clear. Though the wind was a bit brisk, it did not diminish the sun's ardent warmth, which streamed through the window, illuminating the bedroom. Ji Yuqing awoke late, emerging from her room to find her parents and brother already dressed and ready to leave. Are you heading out? Lu Yu, noticing her daughter, hurried over and asked, how did it go with that Xiao Su yesterday? Guqing paused, recalling that her mission the previous day was to go on a blind date. Not daring to say it went well, for fear her mother would start pressuring her to marry, she replied, how should I put it? He seemed rather aloof. Whether we are compatible will require further interaction. So it's hard to say at this point. You? Am I your client? Please refrain from giving me such ambiguous answers in the future. Liu chided, if you are not fond of that boy from the Xiao family, you must pay more attention to this Xiao Xu. Ji Yuqing mischievously smiled, understood. She then glanced at Gu Cheng, who promptly stated, Mom, it's time. Let us get going with that. He nudged her toward the door to change into her high heels. Stop, don't wrinkle my coat. Gu Cheng laughed and released his mother, turning to Guqing. I've left some porridge and buns for you. Heat them up before eating. There are peeled shrimp in the fridge. I know, brother. Guqing interrupted. Let us hurry. Otherwise, Ms. Lu will complain about foot pain. Ji Pingxing took the coat from his daughter, reminding her, make sure to eat breakfast. Your brother steamed the buns early this morning. Got it? Guqing smiled as she sent the three of them off. The warmth of the Gu family stood in stark contrast to the coldness at Jianjia's home. Song Jiming had left G's residence the previous afternoon and had not returned until the next evening. This absence made Ji Yunjia realize that his grace and attentiveness were only bestowed when it suited him. She resented her mother's indulgence toward him, but dared not complain to her mother-in-law. Even if she brought the matter to her mother-in-law, what good would it do to scold Song Jiming for not attending the Ji family dinner? Such trivialities were not worth mentioning to her mother-in-law. Nor could she bring her parents' humble circumstances to the forefront. Ultimately, the imbalance in their relationship stemmed from the very beginning. Her family had climbed the social ladder by marrying into the Song family, which rendered her unable to assert herself boldly in demanding or reproaching him. If the truth were to come out, How could this already tenuous marriage continue to coexist? Ji Yunjia consoled herself, suppressing her sorrow as she gazed quietly out the floor-to-ceiling windows, observing that every household had adorned their windows with vibrant red decorations, creating a scene of joy and festivity. As evening approached, Ji Yunjia received a call from her mother-in-law, who requested her company for an evening with friends, insisting she dress appropriately and not too casually. This was a demand for her to present herself with dignity, so as not to tarnish the Song family's reputation. Ji Yunjia agreed to all her mother-in-law's instructions and began to apply her makeup, donning an infrequently worn overcoat paired with a plain dress. Just as she was about to leave, she collided with Song Jiming as he entered. Noticing the new bag she was holding, he asked, "Are you going out?" "Yes, my mother is inviting some friends over, and I'm accompanying her." Recognizing the significance of her attire, Song Jiming immediately offered, "I'll drive you." Ji Yunjia smiled. "No need. Mom didn't say you had to go. Just relax at home." She grabbed the car keys from the entryway and reminded, "Remember to order food for dinner." Once outside the community, Ji Yunjia's expression finally fell. Alone in the car, she felt no obligation to smile or maintain a composed demeanor. The dinner was scheduled at a somewhat upscale club, devoid of a common dining hall, consisting solely of private rooms, ensuring a high degree of privacy. The attendees were all women, many of whom she recognized from her wedding, though she struggled to remember who was who. Except for Xiao Chen's mother. The main guest was a plump woman in her 50s whose identity escaped her memory, but she distinctly recognized the girl beside her as the one from the ski resort. Still sporting a ponytail, she now appeared obedient and compliant. Ji Yanqing introduced Ji Yunjia, who stood and greeted each person in turn, only to discover that the main guest was the wife of a high-ranking official. While the girl was her youngest daughter, Ji Yunjia had been taught by her mother from a young age how to interact with others and what to say in various situations. So she did not falter in such an environment and conducted herself with grace, earning her mother-in-law's approval after the meal. After escorting her mother-in-law home, Ji Yunjia glanced at the time. It was just past 9. She found a quiet, sparsely populated office building to recline her seat and rest her eyes, reflecting on what she could have done better today. Song Jiming's call came at 10. "Why are you so late?" "No, we wrapped up around 9. I've already taken Mom back to the UN. Why haven't you arrived yet?" "There's a bit of traffic on my end." Song Jiming glanced at the living room clock. "Still traffic at this hour? Where exactly?" Ji Yunjia had already prepared her excuse. "There was a minor fender bender ahead. The police have arrived, and it should clear up shortly. Be careful on the road," he cautioned. "I will," she replied. After hanging up the phone, Ji Yunjia lay back for a moment longer, then sat up to restart the car, directing it toward Bue Mansion. Upon her return, Song Jiming noticed her weary expression and understood that his mother's dinner parties were not easy to navigate. "Did you eat well?" he asked. "Yes, the food was quite delicious." "Did you really eat enough?" "I usually don't eat much in the evening." Song Jiming could surmise that in such gatherings, as a junior, she would hardly have the chance to eat, and seeing her fatigued demeanor stirred a sense of guilt within him. He realized he could have made time to show his face at the gathering but had only sought his own comfort. Disregarding her needs, while she had to accompany her mother to endure such trivialities, returning home exhausted past midnight, the wave of remorse washed over him. It seemed he had been somewhat oppressive. "I should have considered your feelings better yesterday." "I am sorry. So you're aware." "Huh?" Ji Yunjia smiled. "It's fine. It's only right to properly entertain Lu Jing since he rarely visits." Hearing her say this only deepened Song Jiming's guilt. "I want to do it again." Ji Yunjia offered a slight smile. "I'm going to freshen up." Once the door closed behind her, Ji Yunjia sat on the bed, expressionless. She had worked hard in her studies and strived to gain admission to a prestigious university. Was it merely to marry into a wealthy family and compromise her own happiness? These grievances were burdens she could not share with anyone, only to bottle them up inside. Thoughts of Gao Yuan surfaced. Recalling the time she had playfully acted spoiled beside him, and tears welled in her eyes, realizing it had been a long time since she had allowed herself such vulnerability. Chapter 62. Persistent and affectionate. Restrained and rational on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, the weather was delightful and sunny. The family banquet of the Ji family was arranged in a private room of a mid to high-end restaurant, accommodating more than 40 guests at 2 large tables. Though Grandpa Ji had only 2 daughters, the sons-in-law were commendable and seated at the head of the table. The remaining guests were arranged according to age and seniority at the main table. Ji Yunjia had been married to Song Jiming for nearly a year, having navigated through various occasions, from weddings to childbirth, and she could distinguish the familial ties of most of the Ji family. Now, standing beside her mother-in-law, she adeptly handled the intricacies of the Ji family dynamics. Observing his mother's figure, Song Jiming felt a mix of exhaustion and frustration for Ji Yunjia, yet he was powerless to assist her. He and Su Chengchuan retreated to a corner early on, sipping tea and seeking respite. Since childhood, both had dreaded such family gatherings, where a multitude of aunts and uncles would interrogate them as if on a secret mission, asking about every aspect of their lives. In their youth, it was about academic achievements. As they matured, it shifted to university admissions, then jobs, and now it was all about marriage and children. Once, they were the envy of their elders, but now they had become mere subjects of sighs during family conversations, a pattern that had persisted for years. In the eyes of their elders, even those working mundane jobs were deemed superior, as they held secure positions. Now, Song Jiming had finally made a point by marrying the beautiful daughter of the Ji family, while Su Chengchuan, despite managing a department in a publicly traded company with a respectable salary, found himself in the crosshairs of scrutiny for not being married or having children, and for not being part of the establishment. At long last, the dishes began to arrive in succession, yet the food could not silence the probing inquiries of the relatives. The two men, in unison, lifted their teacups and exchanged a glance, each recognizing the shared burden of restraint. As the wine flowed and the dishes varied, the younger generation had largely vacated the main table. Attending to the elders with toasts and greetings, Ji Yunjia observed the two individuals at her feet, motionless as if nailed to the ground. Indeed, having a good father made a difference, as many peers still sought to engage with them. Jiming, Chengchuan, a toast to you both, said a cousin-in-law. Thank you, but we must drive later, so we'll toast with tea instead, Song Jiming replied, sharing a sip with Su Chengchuan. The woman set down her wine glass. Beaming as she inquired, I heard that my sister-in-law teaches music at school. Which instrument did she major in at university? In truth, Song Jiming was unsure, but upon noticing the presence of a piano in her home, he replied, Cousin-in-law, are you interested in learning the piano? With playful reproach, the woman responded, How old am I now, to be teased as cousin-in-law? It's my little Ji who is at the age to learn, and I merely wish to learn more about your sister-in-law's expertise. Oh, I see. Song Jiming called out to Ji Yunjia, who was seated beside her mother, thereby rescuing her from the conversation. Disinterested in their topic, Su Chengchuan pulled out his phone, leaning back against the chair as he scrolled through it. Eventually locating a phone number to copy and paste into WeChat, a name appeared, Hua Yuan Guqing. Among the posts in her moments, aside from Hua Yuan's official announcements, there were only two related to her. One was from New Year's Eve, Happy New Year, accompanied by a hand-drawn avatar of a short-haired girl, likely crafted by Guqing herself. The other post, from before the new year, read, A toast to tomorrow. A toast to the past, a toast to freedom, a toast to death, featuring a picture of a wine bottle toppled beside a hot spring pool under the bright morning issue. And Su Chengchuan's lips tightened slightly, and he furrowed his brow as he studied the image repeatedly, noticing the leaves fluttering beside the bottle, suggesting that it was indeed a cold day and that the wine was probably consumed by her. How desperately she must have felt to have penned those words. She loved with a steadfast and enduring heart, yet remained restrained and rational, choosing to admire from her own space, loving purely. Upon realizing his indifference, she would quietly retreat, neither demanding nor intruding, maintaining her dignity with grace. The sorrow embedded within was a burden she bore alone. At this moment, Su Chengchuan felt an intense desire to call her, to hear her voice, even if just to wish her a happy new year. Especially after learning that the man she was involved with was her brother, his longing for her only intensified, a yearning that grew with each passing day of separation. While Su Chengchuan contemplated Guqing, he remained unaware that the door was ajar, and every move he made was keenly observed by those across the room. Noticing Ren Lingxian leaning curiously towards the opposite side, a girl beside her inquired, What are you looking at? Upon spotting the focus of her attention, a man engrossed in his phone, she asked, Is he handsome? Without turning her head, Ren Lingxian replied, His profile is quite striking. The man had a prominent nose, well-defined jawline, and a noticeable Adam's apple, dressed in a black shirt. Even in profile, he was undeniably attractive. Very handsome, the girl exclaimed. Ren Lingxian continued softly, Look at the one beside him in the white shirt. Even more handsome. He's married, though I attended his wedding last year. He's the son of Secretary Song. That Secretary Song? Yes, the one in black sitting next to him must not be an ordinary person. Have you ever seen him before? How could you possibly know him? They're in their final year. They haven't completed their studies yet. What is next? I'm planning to get acquainted with him. I'll go with you. The girl immediately rose. Wait, don't. Your gloomy demeanor will ruin my charm. Go on. You're just afraid he'll take a liking to me. Ren Lingxian stood up and called over a waiter stationed at the entrance of the private room, pointing to Song Jiming, saying, "Tell him someone is looking for him outside." Certainly, please hold on. The waiter prepared to enter. Wait a moment, Ren Lingxian called out, adding, "Be quiet and try not to disturb others." The waiter nodded and went inside to summon him. Song Jiming excused himself from his conversation and exited the room, only to find Ren Lingxian waiting in the corridor, her brow slightly furrowed as she asked nonchalantly, "Did you need something?" In truth, Ren Lingxian and Song Jiming were not well acquainted, having only met a handful of times. But due to their family's connections, they maintained a semblance of decorum. "I'm looking for him." Ren Lingxian pointed at Su Qingchuan, who happened to glance over. She quickly flashed a sweet smile, revealing two adorable dimples on her cheeks. "I want to pursue him. Could you introduce us? And please, don't say anything inappropriate." They both understood what inappropriate referred to. Song Jiming remained noncommittal, turning back towards the room, and leaned in to whisper a few words to Su Qingchuan, who promptly stood up to follow him out. "This is Miss Run," Song Jiming introduced without further elaboration, the surname alone speaking volumes. "Hello, Run Lingxian," she said, extending her delicate hand. Su Qingchuan lightly grasped her fingertips. Responding softly, Su Qingchuan. Upon hearing his surname, she likely deduced his background. Run Lingxian quickly extended her phone, saying, "Let us add each other on WeChat." Su Qingchuan pulled out his phone and scanned her code. "All right, it's quite crowded here. Don't ignore me when chatting with your brother later." A faint smile appeared at the corner of Su Qingchuan's lips as he nodded slightly. Chapter 63. Have I caused your waters to rise? Returning to the private room, Ren Lingxian triumphantly waved her phone, exclaiming, "It's done. Impressive, of course. I always achieve success," she said, hurriedly opening Su Qingchuan's moments. Although it displayed posts from the past 6 months, aside from sharing some news, all she found were official announcements from Noyuan, with no personal posts whatsoever. "Why is this person so dull?" the girl remarked, scrolling through Su Qingchuan's moments. "I actually find him quite mysterious," Ren Lingxian replied. The two individuals in the corridor did not return to the room. Song Jiming said, "I'll go grab our coats. You wait at the door." He turned back to the room to retrieve their outerwear. Seeing him return for their coats, Ji Yunjia quickly approached him, whispering, "The elders are preparing to leave." "Hurry back, I understand," Song Jiming replied, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Noticing that he was reluctant to extinguish the remaining smoke, Ji Yunjia urged, "Hurry up, you've already smoked several." Realizing she stood at the door in her thin attire, he finally extinguished the half-burned cigarette and followed her inside. Upon entering the hall, Ji Yunjia did not wish to scold him in front of Su Qingchuan, simply stating, "All the younger generation is here. You two are the only ones missing. I find Jin and quite bothersome, always jumping around without decorum. Where did he learn such bad habits?" Listening to Song Jiming criticize Ji Nan, Ji Yunjia thought to herself, "You have no idea how to behave either, not even bothering to toast to the elders," Yanqing observed as Ji Yunjia discreetly brought Song Jiming back, and could not help but smile knowingly. The two, Song Jiming and Su Qingchuan, had nearly fallen out with the Ji family due to their decision not to enter politics, which had sparked considerable discontent among many. Were it not for Song Jianjun and her brother-in-law holding positions of power, there would be little chance for the two to speak with the Ji family. After bidding farewell to her in-laws, Song Jiming and Ji Yunjia drove home together. Remembering her cousin-in-law from earlier in the day, Ji Yunjia inquired, "Which family does that cousin-in-law belong to?" They weren't particularly close, and she hardly ever saw her. Thus she was uncertain. "She is the daughter-in-law of my mother's cousin my cousin and this cousin-in-law all work in the subordinate department of my mother's." Ji Yunjia further asked, "And which cousin is it?" "The chubbiest one, who works in your father's department. You must know why they were looking for you." Ji Yunjia nodded. "Your relatives are quite impressive. The ones who aren't impressive didn't come. This so-called family banquet only includes a select few." In this regard, Song Jiming was superior to his mother-in-law, as he spoke openly about both good and bad matters, unlike her, who tended to conceal everything and only mention honorable topics. Ji Yunja turned to the man behind the wheel and playfully asked, "Have I raised your status?" Song Jimin glanced at her, noncommittal, and merely replied, "What do you think?" The sly man, Ji Yunja directly stated, "Let's say it's true." Song Jimin chuckled. "You're right. As the daughter-in-law of the Song family, she was indeed quite competent. Her family background was good, she was beautiful, intelligent, and knew how to navigate social situations with grace." Ji Yunja chose to leave the matter there, knowing life often presented various grievances. She could feel wronged and shed tears, but life must go on. Divorce was not an option, yet thankfully, he was of good character. Since she couldn't change reality, she chose acceptance, learning to resign and compromise. Rather than waiting for his benevolence, she would strive to enhance her own worth. Xu Chengchuan, driving ahead, was in a foul mood. With Ji Yanhui behind him nagging incessantly, he couldn't retort to his mother. And as soon as he reached home, he quickly retreated to his room. This year, he had to get married and move out. Frustrated, Xu Chengchuan picked up his phone intending to call Gu Qing. If he had to get married, it might as well be to Gu Qing. He would bear whatever difficulties and burdens lay ahead. Just then, a notification chimed in on his phone. "Brother, are you home?" The sender was labeled as Spoiled Queen. Xu Chengchuan ignored her and searched for Gu Qing's number in his contacts. "Brother, are you pretending not to see me?" Xu Chengchuan replied, "I'm asleep," then dialed Gu Qing's number. "Hello?" Gu Qing's polite voice came through the line. Xu Chengchuan's mind instantly cleared. His impulsive call to her was likely an intrusion, a burden, perhaps even a fleeting hope. Before he could speak, a crisp voice interrupted from the other end. "It's windy. Pull your coat tighter." This voice was unmistakable, not Gu Qing's. Xu Chengchuan glanced at his watch. It was 10 o'clock. He heard Gu Qing respond, "Wait in the car for me. I need to take a call." "You haven't returned yet?" Xu Chengchuan asked. "I'm about to die so late." "Is your brother home?" "He went back to Beijing to pick up his girlfriend." There's something up?" Xu Chengchuan's mood plummeted. Her brother wasn't home. And at this hour, who was that man? The answer seemed self-evident. "Who are you with?" Xu Chengchuan blurted out. "It's someone introduced by my family. A classmate of my brother's." Gu Qing hadn't expected to discuss this topic with him one day. Feeling a mixture of emotions, tinged with a sense of comfort. "See, you don't want me, yet I still have someone who desires me. Director Gu, do you need anything?" Hearing Gu Qing's calm demeanor, Xu Chengchuan found himself at a loss for words. A gust of cold wind swept by, the sound on the phone crackling. "It's late. You should head back. Goodbye." After Gu Qing efficiently hung up, she exhaled deeply, adjusted her smile, and walked towards Su Nanzhou's car. Su Nanzhou was waiting by the car door, leaning against it. He was dressed lightly, the cold wind tousling his hair and obscuring his brow. Gu Qing couldn't discern his expression, which likely retained its customary aloofness. He didn't enjoy smiling. Even when he did, it was merely a faint hint of mirth. Ji Qing felt he resembled not a businessman but rather a delicate, ethereal young master, wondering if someone like him could still harbor worldly desires at this age. Gu Qing softly remarked, "The north is different from the south. It's better to wait inside the car." Su Nanzhou opened the passenger door. "Get in." The car had already started, with the heater on, though it wasn't warm. It was better than nothing. Su Nanzhou's vehicle was a black Yan. Over the past decade, China's real estate industry had flourished, and the Su family's business in building materials had naturally thrived. "What major did you study in college?" Gu Qing initiated the conversation, honestly finding it difficult to envision him on a construction site. "I studied painting, but had to change my major to take over the family business." Ji Qing nodded in acknowledgement. "I can see that. Your business seems to be doing well." Su Nanzhou smiled faintly. "It's just tax evasion. I won't pry into your family business. I'm not well versed in that." Ji Qing was certainly aware of what tax evasion entailed. The cars in her family were all under the company name except for hers, implying that she was merely a decorative figure, with no say in family matters, and that they would rely on her in the future. A smile flickered at the corner of Su Nanzhou's lips. The Gu family's future would belong to Gu Cheng, and Gu Qing's value lay in her brother's attitude towards her, which was evidently protective. So, she wasn't interested in him. Given his usual success, this was somewhat intriguing. "These are trivial matters," Su Nanzhou remarked. The next day, the weather turned, and it began to snow early in the morning. Initially, it was sleet, followed by a steady snowfall. By the time Gu Qing awoke, a thick layer of snow had blanketed the ground outside. "Mom, tell my brother not to come back today. The roads are too dangerous." Lu Yu, arranging flowers, replied, I already called. He said he's on his way. You should hurry and get yourself ready, Dato. Tidy up your room, and also help me prepare the guest room across from yours. The weather's bad. So we might have guests. Yu Qing wanted to say that they should consider her brother's opinion before making such grand arrangements. Seeing her daughter hesitate, Lu Yu urged, hurry up, make yourself presentable, I'll go now. Gu Qing replied, not wanting to dampen the mood so early in the day. Due to the snow, the highway was closed, so Gu Qing returned via the national road. The roads were slick and treacherous, and he arrived just before noon, heading straight to a restaurant. The restaurant was a local cuisine establishment, designed in a traditional Chinese style with private rooms, offering a quiet escape from the bustle outside. As the door swung open, Gu Qing, holding a gift box, entered alongside his girlfriend. Mom, Dad, this is Jiang Yihuan. Gu Qing introduced formally. Ji Yuqing felt a sudden flash of realization but was interrupted by the woman's voice. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Jiang Yihuan smiled as she presented the gift. This is a small token. Please don't stand on ceremony. Afterward, she handed Gu Qing a small bag. Gu Qing, this is for you. Your brother said you like this brand of perfume. Ji Yuqing smiled and accepted the perfume. Thank you, sister-in-law. She then glanced at Gu Qing, who was indeed frowning and shooting her a glare. Ji Yuqing hung up his coat and helped Jiang Yihuan with her chair before sitting down next to Gu Qing. Lu Yu shot her son a glance before cheerfully rising. After your journey, Miss Jiang, please take a seat. Ji Yuqing stood to take Jiang Yihuan's coat and hang it up. Once Jiang Yihuan was seated, Lu Yu smiled and pushed the menu towards her. I'm not sure of your tastes, so please choose a few dishes you like. Jiang Yihuan politely declined, saying, Auntie, I'm from the north, so I have no particular dislikes. I can eat anything. Lu Yu nodded and quietly instructed the server, let us go with the original menu. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner, and the atmosphere remained pleasant. Ji Yuqing, why don't you come back and spend a few days? I tidied your room yesterday. Hearing Jiang Yihuan's somewhat loaded invitation, Gu Qing replied with a smile, maybe next time. I have to get back to work. Don't you need to work too? I run a coffee shop. So I'm always working at a coffee shop, a staple for a wealthy young lady. Gu Qing glanced at her bag, which cost about the same as a domestic car. I'll definitely have to drop by for a free meal sometime. It would be my honor. Yu Qing was uninterested in their conversation and habitually placed some shrimp onto Gu Qing's plate, but she quickly kicked him under the table. Yu Qing halted momentarily before placing the shrimp onto Jiang Yihuan's plate instead. Jiang Yihuan smiled sweetly at Gu Qing. Thank you. Ji Yuqing observed Jiang Yihuan. She was fair and slender but didn't seem like the gentle type. Yet, when facing Gu Qing, her eyes sparkled with light. Looking back at her brother, Gu Qing sighed. After the meal, they all drove home. The Gu family's neighborhood, though not new, had 6 floors with 2 units per floor, and the Gu family resided on the 3rd floor. They had moved from the south to buy a floor with 2 units to accommodate Gu Qing's high school education and Gu Cheng's university studies, merging the two into a spacious flat. Due to its location and school district affiliation, despite being an older building, the prices remained exorbitantly high. A few individuals lingered at home until 4 in the afternoon. Despite Lu Yu's earnest attempts to persuade them to stay, Gu Qing insisted on returning to work, citing it as his reason. Lu Yu, left with no choice, reluctantly handed them a red envelope and bid them farewell at the door. Once they departed, the smile on Lu Yu's face vanished, and she sat silently on the sofa, lost in thought. Mom, what's wrong? Gu Qing asked. Lu Yu sighed. Miss Jiang is indeed a fine young woman, yet it is apparent that your brother is not truly invested. He merely brought her along to placate me. Yu Qing wrapped her arms around her mother's waist, offering comfort. Do not worry. Mom, I have already reminded my brother to keep his wits about him. Otherwise, he may find himself compelled to comply. Such impudence. Lu Yu lightly smacked her daughter's hand. A young lady should not speak in such a manner. Ji Yuqing dismissed her mother's concern, continuing, my brother claimed nothing happened last night and urged me not to overthink it. If there were something, perhaps it would be a good sign. Oh, old Gu, I feel terribly unwell. Please help me back to the bedroom to lie down. Ji Pingxing rose to assist his wife, saying, do not fret too much about him. Gu Qing will manage just fine on his own. If he can maintain the company's operations so meticulously, he is undoubtedly aware of his feelings regarding such trivial matters. My primary concern is whether Miss Jiang genuinely cares for our son, rather than being enamored with his family's status. With you and our family, do we need to be concerned about that? Gu Pingxing remarked, clearly pleased by her words indeed. It seems you lead with great wisdom. My dear. Chapter 65. The car accident on the balcony of Buiwe Mansion. Ji Yunjia was wrapped in a blanket, nestled on the sofa. She was abruptly roused from her drowsiness by the sudden sound of a door slamming shut. And upon lifting her head, she saw Song Jiming returning. Tired? He inquired. Ji Yunjia sat up. Yes, today I accompanied my mother to visit 2 relatives. I arranged to meet a few friends for a hot spring outing in the suburbs. Would you care to join? In this weather? Ji Yunjia glanced out the window, where snowflakes were cascading down. Song Jiming nodded. Ji Yunjia looked at him incredulously. Wouldn't that enhance the experience? Song Jiming smirked. You might as well think so. In such weather, the highways are impassable, the roads are slippery. Is it worth the trouble to go just for a few friends? Ji Yunjia was skeptical, gazing into Song Jiming's eyes. What kind of friends are we talking about? The amusement in Song Jiming's eyes intensified, prompting him to confess, they are a few of my clients, not much older than us, and we usually hang out together in the adult world. It was unlikely that clients would socialize casually, which led her to believe he was deceiving her. Concerned about Song Jiming driving such a long distance in these conditions, she said, well, I'll go gather my things. Why don't you ask Gu Qing? She seemed a bit down after seeing Su Chengchuan today, likely due to her own issues. Ji Yunjia firmly declined. She is too busy lately. Since the business was a joint venture, Ji Yunjia was naturally reluctant to give Song Jiming the opportunity to involve Su Chengchuan. Song Jiming understood and said nothing further. As the evening wore on, the snow continued to dance outside, and Gu Qing stood by the window, slowly sipping her cup of black tea. Her brother's refusal to stay was a clear indication that this Miss Jiang had merely been brought in to appease matters. Observing her attire and handbag, it was evident that her family background surpassed theirs by a considerable margin. Her humble demeanor in coming here only confirmed the adage that those who are favored have nothing to fear. While the unpreferred tread on thin ice, Yu Qing sighed inwardly, recognizing this as the plight of the unvalued. Just like her, she had initially preferred coffee, but after leaving Nua Yuan, she switched to black tea, hoping to understand the allure of his favored taste. Gradually, she too came to cherish this flavor, perhaps a reflection of love influencing her preferences. Each sip brought her a semblance of solace. On the provincial road, the snow fell heavier, and the windshield wipers needed to be of the highest quality to see the road clearly. Zhang Yihuan glanced at the man behind the wheel and casually inquired, Gu Cheng, would you like to come over for dinner tonight? Inappropriate, Gu Cheng replied succinctly. Zhang Yihuan pursed her lips and continued, I told my family I won't be returning tonight. It would be difficult to explain if I did. Why not stay at your place? As you wish, Gu Cheng responded, his residence equipped with 3 bedrooms, one of which was vacant. What would you like for dinner? I can prepare something when I get back. I'll eat at the hotel. You can do as you please. Zhang Yihuan stifled her disappointment and managed to smile, replying with a casual all right. Introducing her to his parents was a last-minute decision on his part, and the gifts were also prepared by him. Zhang Yihuan understood that this did not signify a step forward in their relationship, but rather that he required a mere utility. He had previously declared, I have no feelings for anyone, you included. Yet she refused to accept this reality, determined to win him over, to pry open the heart encased in stone, to see how such a composed and self-restrained man could submit to her charm. Yet the truth was she had lost utterly, yearning for what she could not have, trapped in a love that felt inescapable. As her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, the white car ahead of them started to blur. Suddenly, the white car slammed to a halt, causing their vehicle to lose balance and veer towards the barrier. Ji Yucheng swiftly turned the steering wheel to the left, the car spinning uncontrollably. Ji Yucheng. Zhang Yihuan screamed. Ji Yucheng quickly shifted into neutral, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Zhang Yihuan felt a rush, and then, bang! The car collided with something, the inertia forcing the seatbelt to press painfully against her chest, sending a sharp pain radiating through her sternum. Before her scream could escape, the car began to slide backward. Gu Cheng half-pressed the brake, the car spinning erratically in a 360-degree motion, the ABS activating, ultimately stopping in the middle of the road. Shaken, Zhang Yihuan hurriedly checked on Gu Cheng beside her. Gu Cheng, are you all right? Her trembling voice unleashed a torrent of tears. I'm fine. I'm fine, Gu Cheng reassured her, repeating it thrice, maintaining a semblance of calm despite the whiteness of his knuckles gripping the wheel. Zhang Yihuan unfastened her seatbelt and threw herself into his arms, weeping, as long as you're okay. Gu Cheng gently patted the head of the woman in his embrace. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Let me check the car. He turned off the engine and restarted it, relieved to see no warning lights on the dashboard. Stay put. This area is too dangerous. I'll move the car to the side of the road. Ji Yucheng parked the vehicle safely and instructed her, get out and stand behind the guardrail. ILL check on the car ahead. Zhang Yihuan, uneasy, insisted, I'll go with you. Stay outside. Gu Cheng's tone was firm. Complying with his wishes, Zhang Yihuan cautioned, please be careful. Ji Yucheng nodded and first assessed the damage to the car. Fortunately, the front had only lightly brushed against the barrier, not rendering it undrivable. He ran a short distance, set up the warning triangle, and hurried towards the overturned white car. After colliding with the center barrier, the white car had flipped onto its side, its windshield nearly shattered, half of its body resting on the barrier, and fortunately, the driver's side door was facing upward, as the airbag deployed. The man inside struggled to unbuckle his seatbelt. Wary of the car tipping further, moving with extreme caution, Ji Yucheng knocked on the sunroof and called, see if you can open it. The man understood and managed to press the button on the roof. Thankfully, it worked, and as the sunroof opened, Gu Cheng clambered over the barrier, placing a foot on the vehicle and using his weight to brace it. Crawl out from here. Thank you. The man who emerged appeared to be nearly 40, but thankfully was not overweight. Please check yourself outside the barrier. After crossing over, the man examined himself. Aside from some discomfort from the airbag and a few scratches on his cheek, and his down jacket being ruffled, he was otherwise unharmed. Looking up at his white car, he saw a black vehicle nearly brush past it and lamented, I'll go check on it. Before Gu Cheng could respond, Zhang Yihuan appeared, running toward them through the snow. Suddenly, a loud screeching of brakes echoed behind her, and both men turned to see a large truck carrying 2 containers barreling towards them. Ji Yucheng shouted, run downhill. Moments later, there was a tremendous crash. The truck collided with the white car, sending it spinning several meters and crashing into the guardrail, while one of the containers toppled onto the road, blocking the highway. Ji Yucheng sprinted back, while the other man ran forward. But Zhang Yihuan stood frozen, watching the chaos unfold. In this perilous moment, the man rushed towards her, at that instant. His concern for her seemed to outweigh his own safety. Chapter 66. Why not just be with her? Gu Cheng turned to survey the devastation in the distance, furrowing his brow as he pulled out his phone to call the police. Night quickly descended, but he turned up the car's heater, ensuring it wasn't too cold inside. Behind them, a line of cars illuminated by headlights and the cacophony of honking horns reflected the anxiety of those trapped on the road. For others, it was a distressing situation, but for Zhang Yihuan, it was an unexpected opportunity to spend time alone with Gu Cheng. She silently thanked fate for granting her this moment. The wind and snow intensified, and traffic officers moved about outside, while tow trucks rumbled nearby. I'm going to step out for a smoke, Gu Cheng announced. You should smoke in the car. It's cold outside. Ji Yucheng did not respond. Taking his phone and cigarettes before exiting the vehicle, he crossed the barrier and called Gu Cheng. Brother, have you reached home yet? Not yet. Gu Cheng ignited his cigarette. Stuck in traffic? Yes. Gu Cheng pulled back the curtain, noting the heavy snowfall outside. It's so cold out. Get back in the yard. Ji Yucheng flicked the ash from his cigarette. Just having a smoke, brother. What's wrong? You seem a bit off. Ji Yucheng remained silent and advised. Drive carefully tomorrow. The roads are slippery. Has your brother arrived home? Lu Yu approached to listen to the phone call. My brother is hungry. Stuck in traffic on the way. I should bring him something to eat. The conversation between the mother and daughter echoed on the line, and Gu Cheng's lips curled into a smile. You should go to bed early. You need to get up early tomorrow. You should get in the car and stay warm. The snow is pouring down your neck. Okay, I'll hang up. Text me when you get home. Sure. After taking one last drag from his cigarette, Gu Cheng extinguished the butt and walked towards the car. Though the light was dim, Zhang Yihuan could still see Gu Cheng on the phone, engaged in a call that seemed private and significant, especially in this moment of survival. If you want to smoke, do it in the car, she thought. Ji Yucheng placed the cigarette case and lighter into the central storage compartment, saying, no more smoking. The hot spring gathering was organized by Song Jimming's group, so they had to arrive early. After Ji Yunjia finished packing, the two set off ahead of schedule. Although they took a provincial road, the drive was challenging, with muddy snow along the way. The journey, which should have taken just over an hour, stretched to nearly 2. The guests were a mix of men and women, all young but in their 30s. After the usual pleasantries and a hearty meal, Ji Yunjia finally understood why Song Jiming had brought her along. They settled into a corner of the hot spring, with snowflakes continuing to fall from the sky, particularly visible under the illumination of the lights. Song Jiming picked up a towel from the stone platform and draped it over Ji Yunjia's pale shoulders. She adjusted the towel, glancing at the barefooted woman swaying towards them, and whispered, "You could have just taken her. It wouldn't cost you anything." She had noticed it during dinner. Song Jiming lightly pinched her waist in playful reprimand. Her words carried a double meaning, implying he was a gigolo. What a waste for you to be teaching music with that sharp tongue. He was indeed worried that Chu Bing might knock on his door in the middle of the night, and didn't he want to offend her? Which was why he brought Ji Yunjia along. "Let go of my hand," Ji Yunjia scolded softly. Though her swimsuit was modest, it was a two-piece that exposed her waist. Song Jiming glanced at Chu Bing, who was about to enter the water, and leaned down to Ji Yunjia's ear, whispering, "Aren't you the least bit moved?" As he spoke, his thumb brushed against her waist. Ji Yunjia felt the heat of his hand intensify. Instinctively stepping forward, when she turned back, she caught a glimmer of mischief in Song Jiming's eyes. Just as she was about to retort, they heard the sound of someone entering the water. "The water here is quite hot." Chu Bing called out to Song Jiming. Ji Yunjia, who had her back to her, shot Song Jiming a look, and he understood immediately, saying, "Sister Chu Bing, I'm going to check on General Liu. I'll be right back." Then he turned to Ji Yunjia, "Please look after her for me." Ji Yunjia shot him a glare but smiled as she turned to Chu Bing. "Sister Chu Bing, come soak over here. There are steps." Chu Bing, initially unwilling to engage with Song Jiming's wife, felt uncomfortable leaving immediately, so she complied and sat down. Ji Yunjia eagerly struck up a conversation. "I heard Jiming call you sister. Are you really older than him? Or is it just a term of respect?" Regardless of the truth, this question upon hearing this, Song Jiming gradually reduced the speed of the car and inquired, "Gu Qing was your high school classmate, correct?" Ji Yunjia, taken aback by his sudden shift in mood, reluctantly replied with a non-committal "Is she coming?" He pressed. "She transferred in her sophomore year and has never participated in any gatherings," she explained. Gu Qing, beautiful yet domineering, maintained strained relationships with the other girls in class, particularly with class monitor Qiu Yan. Their animosity stemmed from the fact that Qiu Yan's suitor had shifted his affections to Gu Qing, leading to a long-standing feud between them. After graduation, Qiu Yan secured a position at the Human Resources Bureau and became the organizer of gatherings, which resulted in many choosing to avoid the topic altogether. Tacitly agreeing not to invite Gu Qing, who lived out of town, as Ji Yunjia finished changing and stepped outside, Song Jiming still wore a sullen expression. She decided to disregard him and walked away in her high heels. The dinner was to be split evenly among the attendees and was set in a spacious private room in the city center, allowing for dining, karaoke, and mahjong. One classmate leaned back in their chair, lamenting, "Out of over 40 classmates, only 18 showed up this year. The numbers dwindle year by year." Another chimed in, "Indeed, last year there were still 23. A classmate diagonally opposite added, "Regardless of the numbers, at least they have come in the past." "Since graduating, has anyone seen Gao Yuan? I remember he enlisted midway through his sophomore year, right? I don't recall. It has been several years. Besides, he's not from here, and I've lost contact over the years." The classmate's gaze shifted to Ji Yunjia, asking, "Yunjia, you two were quite close back then. Have you not kept in touch?" Several classmates turned their attention to her. Ji Yunjia and Gao Yuan had always existed in an unspoken understanding, leading many to speculate that they were a couple. In truth, it was only after high school graduation that Gao Yuan confessed his feelings. They began to engage in adult-like activities, holding hands, embracing, kissing, and sneaking away for trips together. During that time, they were virtually inseparable, seeing each other daily. Looking back now, their connection had been severed for many years. Ji Yunjia felt a tumult of emotions within her, but maintained an air of nonchalance, replying, "We haven't been in contact." Another classmate probed, "Did you two secretly date back then? It's been years. Why bring it up now?" One classmate, sensing her discomfort, retorted sharply. Ji Yunjia glanced at her and replied, "We were indeed quite close. He even showed me his love letters." The classmate's face flushed with embarrassment, and she awkwardly remarked, "That was all ancient history. Who remembers such things?" With that, she moved to another spot. Just then, the tardy Qiu Yan entered, her high heels clicking on the floor as she cheerfully announced, "Sorry, everyone, I'm late." Before she could finish, others chimed in, Not at all. The timing is perfect. Indeed, we were just waiting for you, class monitor, to order. As they spoke, a classmate pulled out her chair. Xiao Yin wasted no time. Sitting down and surveying the room before addressing Ji Yunjia, Yunjia, come sit beside me. Let us have a chat. Yunjia, disinterested in feigning pleasantries, replied, I have something to attend to and must leave early. This side is more convenient for coming and going. What could be so urgent? We hardly get to gather like this. Exactly. No one should leave early today. Xiao Yin smiled at Ji Yunjia, saying, look, your classmates don't want you to leave early. It would be best if you stayed. Fine. I'll message my family not to come pick me up, Ji Yunjia acquiesced, though her body remained unmoving. Xiao Yin, aware of her friendship with Gu Qing, chose not to press further and began ordering from the menu. Once Xiao Yin finished ordering, an enthusiastic classmate immediately took over the menu, while those less inclined to socialize resumed reminiscing with those beside them. Ji Yunjia, uninterested in deflecting, ordered a light dish as a mere formality. As the dishes were served, the conversation shifted from reminiscing about high school to polite exchanges and boasting. Genuine friendships had already been established privately among those who remained close. Those who gathered here were either leveraging connections or seeking to impress, while those less adept at networking could only engage in casual chatter. After a few rounds of drinks, some began to disperse to sing or play mahjong, each indulging in their own pursuits. Class monitor, who brought you here today? I saw you get out of a white car, a classmate inquired. Xiao Yin blushed at the question and replied, no one special. Oh, there's definitely something going on. Spill the beans. It's obvious you're trying to hide something. Xiao Yin smiled brightly. Really, it's just a clerk from the tax bureau. Anyone who catches your eye must be extraordinary. Do tell us more. The table buzzed with curiosity about the identity of this clerk, prompting a flurry of questions. Ji Yunjia, uninterested in the discussion, set down her chopsticks and prepared to leave when she heard Xiao Yin say, his name is Xiao Qian. He.S. really just a clerk. The room fell silent for a moment before someone remarked, every clerk is a potential asset. Others agreed that SA Fairpoint.it seemed clear that Xiao Qian must be quite impressive. Ji Yunjia thought to herself that it was no surprise her classmates were unaware of Xiao Qian. Their social circles had yet to intersect. Noticing their ignorance, Xiao Yin felt a twinge of disappointment and turned to Ji Yunjia, playfully asking, Yunjia, do you know Xiao Qian? Ji Yunjia had dined with him just days prior but refrained from disclosing this, instead asking, is he your boyfriend? If one wishes to avoid discussing someone, they should inquire about them instead. Xiao Yin evaded a direct answer, stating, I'll keep you posted on any good news. Today, she was merely meeting Xiao Qian for a blind date, so she dared not label him as her boyfriend. Well, we'll all be waiting for your invitation to the wedding, someone teased. Xiao Yin originally intended to showcase her newfound romance, but Ji Yunjia's careful wording left her feeling a bit miffed. Upon hearing the inquiry about Ji Yunjia's acquaintance with Xiao Qian, the table erupted with interest, pressing, which Xiao Qian are we talking about? Xiao Yin smiled. He is from the Xiao family. Upon hearing this, several classmates offered their congratulations. Ji Yunjia, disinterested in their chatter, departed from the dining table and found a cozy corner sofa to sit. As soon as she settled, someone brought over a tablet for song requests. Ji Yunjia sang a couple of songs casually before claiming a sore throat as an excuse to retreat to a corner and await someone to leave so she could follow suit. Those who enjoyed singing grew tired, and the crowd began to cluster around drinks and conversation. Ji Yunjia, wishing to remain quiet, pretended to drink heavily and leaned back against the sofa to sober up. The screen played original tracks at a low volume, with familiar songs interspersed with unfamiliar ones, as she passed the time. She recalled her mother saying that accompanying a boy through life required wagering her youth, while she listened to relatives' idle chatter, waiting for him to present her with a bouquet of flowers in time. Their exchanges dwindled to bland pleasantries. She had pushed everyone away for him, all for the uncertainty of the future. A single declaration of affection from him had her surrendering in mere words. Eventually, she found herself with him by her side and a family behind her, yet all she wished to ask was whether he had ever loved her. She had once lied to her mother, traversing mountains and valleys just to embrace him, dreaming of donning red bridal attire. In the end, he married his ideals, while she wed someone of equal standing. What did it matter whether there was love or not? Once, she had claimed to fear neither mountains nor seas, exchanging 999 tickets for a future with him, as long as he was present. Eventually, he returned her to the vast sea of people, tearfully declaring he owed her a future, promising to love her in the next life. Even if they never ended up together, even if she never voiced her willingness. It mattered not. She held no grudges against him. Since Gao Yuan enlisted in the army during his sophomore year, their encounters had become increasingly rare. By the time of graduation, his phone often remained unreachable. In due course, he began to vanish, and months would pass without a single call from him. Ultimately, he initiated a breakup, urging her to forget him and to not cross paths again in the next life. She pleaded with tears, but he remained unmoved. His eyes reddened. He claimed his first allegiance was to the nation, and only thereafter to her. He stated that he could not bear a name in life, nor in death. She implored him not to go, but he insisted that someone had to undertake these responsibilities. That was her final encounter with him. She had waited for days in that city. He arrived hurriedly, dressed in fatigues, and she could not discern his branch of service. I will not wait for you again. I will marry and have children. Life is long, and one must move on. Let us forget one another henceforth, she declared. She did not wish for him to feel guilty. This was the last kindness she could offer him. She transitioned from enduring pain to achieving emotional tranquility. He chose his ideals, and she married someone of similar standing, rendering any future possibilities non-existent. Years have passed since their last parting. Although there has been no news from him, she wishes him well. She harbors no regrets about their meeting, and, should they reunite one day, she would express, though I could not adorn myself in red for you, nor could I utter the words I do, I have never regretted our connection. At 10:30, upon hearing the sound of a door closing, Song Jiming paused his typing momentarily before resuming. After a brief wait without any further noise, he could not help but rise and push open the master bedroom door. Discovering Ji Yunjia sprawled face down on the bed, he approached her and gently patted her back, asking, "Have you had too much to drink?" Ji Yunjia turned her face away, softly replying, no sensing something amiss in her tone. Song Jiming quietly inquired, "Have you been crying?" Ji Yunjia fought back her sobs, murmuring, "I'm fine. You should go to bed." Song Jiming reached out and turned Ji Yunjia to sit upright on the bed. Noticing her red-rimmed eyes and smeared makeup, clearly indicative of tears shed throughout the journey. Chapter 69. I'm not bad either. Just make do with it. Song Jiming turned around and pulled 2 tissues from the bedside table. Reaching out to wipe the tears from her face, Ji Yunjia turned her head away. She was not in the mood to deal with him tonight. You should go to bed, I want to be alone for a while. Song Jiming stood before her, uncertain whether to feel anger. After attending a class reunion, she returned in such a tearful state. Who was she crying for, and who had made her cry? Reflecting on her contributions to their home over the past year, he softened his tone to coax her. What's wrong? Were you bullied? Ji Yunjia did not wish to speak, simply stating, nothing, I want to sleep. Please go out, Song Jiming observed her, indifferent to whom her affections lay with. Allowing him to remain detached and comforting her, a hint of teasing crept into his smile. Did you run into your first love, or an unrequited crush? Is he more handsome than me? Hearing his tone, Ji Yunjia could not help but retort, are you still angry with me? Enough. Song Jiming sat beside her, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. Ji Yunjia resisted for a moment, but ultimately surrendered to his embrace. With a smile playing on his lips, he remarked, I'm not bad either. Just make do with it. They both understood that their marriage was not something they could easily escape from. They were likely to spend the latter half of their lives together. Ji Yunjia could not help but stifle a sob, looking at him with a mix of grievance and affection. What makes you think you're not bad? You've humiliated me during the new year. Noticing the tears welling in her eyes, her beauty strikingly poignant, Song Jiming's heart softened instantly, his voice unconsciously gentle. I was wrong. I will make it up to you in the future. He held her shoulder, whispering tender reassurances before finally retreating to the master bedroom. He had work to attend to the next day and numerous tasks left unfinished. To win a woman's heart, the quickest way was often to first attain her body. Women were emotional, and she would likely convince herself to develop feelings for him, thus comforting herself that she had married for love. Yet, Song Jiming, being a man, rationally understood that he did not seek her heart. He merely desired a child to fulfill the duty of continuing the family line. He feared the entanglements of love and hate, the obsessions and grievances, wishing to maintain the status quo. However, it was evident that she was not that type of person. At her age, crying like this, she was both sentimental and passionate. The following day, The 8th day of the new year, the festive season had passed, and work began anew. Ji Yuqing arrived punctually at the company in her new attire and unexpectedly encountered Song Jiming in the elevator. "Good morning," Gu Qing greeted him with a smile. "Good morning," Song Jiming replied. Ding! The elevator stopped on the 7th floor, the doors opening with a chime. Ji Yuqing nodded at Song Jiming as she exited. An employee from the HR department hurried after her, smiling. "Good morning, Supervisor Gu." "Good morning," Gu Qing responded. "Do you know Mr. Song?" Gu Qing turned to glance at her, thinking, gossip knows no bounds. Doesn't everyone know him? She replied with a smile. Upon entering her workspace, two newly hired employees stood up in unison. "Good morning, Supervisor Gu." Seeing them, Gu Qing felt a twinge of headache. Both were fresh graduates. One seemed diligent, but could not focus on the task at hand, while the other possessed a bit of cunning, yet squandered it on social maneuvering. As for Cho Tongyu, she had potential but always sought shortcuts. In contrast, Wu Jiang and Wang Qi were more practical, diligently doing their work and waiting for opportunities. With such inadequate newcomers, Gu Qing surmised that the fault lay with Lu Mingjing. She had long intended to invite HR Supervisor Jiang Jie to lunch to maintain their relationship but had never found the time, resulting in the current situation of having no capable staff. For half a year, Lu Mingjing had persistently requested her return, while Cho Tongyu likely realized she had become a discarded pawn, rejected by Lu Mingjing. Subsequently, she quickly shifted her allegiance, preparing to ingratiate herself with Gu Qing, though pledging loyalty typically required a form of tribute. She discreetly shared the secret liaison between Lu Mingjing and Wang Yuanyuan with Gu Qing. Gu Qing was not surprised. It was hardly shocking that someone like Tu Feiyuan would engage in such behavior, and it was unlikely that the receptionist had achieved the position of assistant manager without reason. But how could Lu Mingjing tolerate this? Gu Qing smiled at her, nonchalantly commenting, "Is that so? How come I haven't heard anyone in the company mention it?" Cho Tongyu understood the implication, and the next day, rumors of Wang Yuanyuan and Lu Mingjing's relationship began to circulate within the company. The management's romantic entanglements were viewed with great caution. Dai Bin, noticing the rumors escalating, had no choice but to intervene under the pretext of rectifying the company's atmosphere, declaring the executive romance to be mere speculation and forbidding further discussion. He needed Lu Mingjing, so he had to protect her. Dai Bin's actions led to discontent among ordinary employees, who felt he was being unfair in his dealings. If one of the two had to go, Wang Yuanyuan could not be dismissed, but Lu Mingjing could, as Gu Qing could fill her position. Wang Yuanyuan's reputation was not particularly stellar, and the situation was likely not baseless. He could protect Lu Mingjing, but Gu Qing had endured significant grievances. After working hard for half a year, her project had been handed to someone else. Why had he not spoken up for her? In truth, Gu Qing had no intention of punishing Lu Mingjing. After all, Wang Yuanyuan was someone Dai Bin had personally promoted, and with Lu Mingjing involved with him, he would undoubtedly protect her. Gu Qing merely sought to find a way to make things uncomfortable for him. As the matter unfolded, it became clear to discerning observers that it was merely a battle of wits. While ordinary people watched the drama unfold, the one truly affected was Jiang Yihuan. Wang Yuanyuan had not made any demands of her for quite some time, as he had become involved with Lu Mingjing. Lu Mingjing was not someone to be trifled with. The details of her relationship with Wang Yuanyuan must not be discovered by her. Huayuan returned to its usual calm and busyness until Gu Qing's previous major project exploded. Ji Yunjia waited for a long time at a restaurant near Jinmao Tower until Gu Qing hurriedly arrived, immediately apologizing. Calm down, something has happened at our company. Dai Bin is furious upstairs, and I can't leave while he is in a rage. I can only eat a bite and rush back." Seeing Gu Qing's relaxed expression and the absence of anxiety on her face, Ji Yunjia inquired, "Is it Tu Feiyuan or Lu Mingjing? Did you guess?" "It's Tu Feiyuan." He was called away by Dai Bin, and you could hear him raging even through the door. Tu Feiyuan was being scolded mercilessly. Ji Yunjia immediately asked, "What happened?" Gu Qing was well aware of how Tu Feiyuan had almost assaulted her last year, as well as the subsequent grievances and obstacles she faced, so she eagerly wished for immediate retribution to befall him. Gu Qing quietly replied, "The project I was working on before the new year was hijacked and has now blown up." Yunjia understood that she would have to return soon and quickly served her a bowl of mushroom soup. "So this means you avoided the storm at Huayuan?" Chapter 70. Huayuan's explosion. Ji Yuqing took a sip of soup, lowering her voice. "This involves various outsourcing, kickbacks, and shell companies. He wanted to exploit me." And it seems I have indeed blocked his financial path. Tu Feiyuan is so audacious? Well, Lu Mingjing's relationship with Tu Feiyuan is ambiguous. She surely won't escape unscathed either. Ji Yunjia had encountered Lu Mingjing before. She wasn't exceptionally beautiful but possessed a certain poise, an undeniable strong woman. Thinking of Tu Feiyuan's short stature, she frowned. How could someone like him? Ji Yuqing swallowed her food before quietly saying, there are only two possibilities. Lu Mingjing is not young anymore. Tu Feiyuan is the best match she can find. The other possibility is that she was also drugged, but I suspect it's more likely that Tu Feiyuan wanted to draw her into his schemes. And they half-heartedly agreed. With Tu Feiyuan's poor reputation, he did not appear to be the type to tolerate competition. You don't understand. Despite being in his 30s, with his position and salary, he can still attract women in their late 20s. But Lu Mingjing can't. She comes from an ordinary background and has only reached her current position in her 30s through hard work. Men at her level typically prefer younger partners, so she either has to settle or marry down, or risk being single. Yu Qing finished her soup and continued, of course, this is just one of the contradictions in the marriage market. It's not entirely the case. Yunjia found herself at a loss for words. She was already married and likely could not divorce. Ji Yuqing's background meant she had no worries about marrying well. However, I believe that while external conditions are important, life must be shared with someone. Character comes first. Indeed. Ji Yuqing agreed with her sentiment. A marriage often begins with love, but when that affection fades, what remains is the test of human nature. Ji Yunjia smiled at her, fully aware of the implications. She remained clear-headed yet willingly confused for his sake. Doesn't that bring a sense of relief? Not really. This is just the beginning. He is no fool. He will surely find a way to save himself. I suspect Lu Mingjing will soon become the scapegoat. Though she and Lu Mingjing were rivals, their conflicts were limited to work and promotions. However, Tu Feiyuan was a different matter. He must pay a price. Gu Qing thought to herself, a knowing smile forming, for she already had a preliminary plan in mind. Revenge was her style. Ji Yunjia, being quite familiar with her, naturally understood what that smile represented and quickly advised. Don't get yourself all fishy. Yu Qing smiled gently and replied, even if I do get fishy, it would merely be the collateral damage of the innocent. She had absorbed a few insights from Su Chengchuan and was no longer as naive as before. As Gu Qing spoke, she glanced at her phone and sighed. The mess still falls to our department to clean up. I need to eat quickly. I have to notify everyone to return for a meeting. Even in haste, one must finish their meal. Doesn't President Dai eat? Gu Qing continued, if I were him, I wouldn't be able to eat. I wouldn't know how to write this report. You just don't understand the true face of capitalism. Ji Yunjia, momentarily diverted by Gu Qing's remarks, almost forgot the most important question. How did your blind date go? This sudden change of topic left Gu Qing momentarily stunned. She sighed and remarked, He is a bit taller than me, fair and plump, with a waist of 3 feet, driving a Qian. Rich beyond measure. Ji Yunjia seriously imagined this person and retorted, You're not speaking a single truth. That description, Gu Chang would never agree to introduce you to him. Ji Yuqing chuckled. The Qian part is true, and he is probably wealthy as well, so what was he like? Gu Qing contained her laughter and remarked. He was rather aloof, giving off an air of being unapproachable. He looked somewhat like my brother, so I presume he must be decent enough, and it seems our families would approve. We'll let things unfold naturally. Since Gu Qing was in a hurry to leave, Ji Yunjia didn't press further. That morning, as Ji Yunjia parked her car, Lu Qingqing emerged and linked her arm with Ji Yunjia's, saying, You are truly difficult to schedule with. It has been a challenge to invite you two for a meal during the new year. These days, Song Jiming had been inundated with both major and minor engagements, hardly finding time to spare. Moreover, Ji Yunjia did not wish to grow overly close to Lu Qingqing. Colleagues should remain, just that he has too much on his plate. Everything has been arranged, Ji Yunjia explained. Then let us do it tonight. I'll treat you to hot pot. Upon leaving, he mentioned he would be working overtime. He was scheduled to stay late at the company with Su Chengchuan, meaning dinner would likely be at the office. All right, Lu Qingqing pouted in resignation. Seeing her like this, Ji Yunjia chose not to elaborate. She had no desire to go anyway. We can discuss it later. He has been busy with a new project. Fine, Lu Qingqing replied, feeling somewhat helpless, realizing they were not in the same social circle, making it impossible for her to connect with Song Jiming. If only he had understood her feelings when she had fallen on him at the ski resort. Perhaps then he would have grasped her intentions. However, Song Jiming appeared too serious and indifferent to her. Now it seemed that only by dating someone from his company could she legitimately visit him at work. Don't forget to have Song Gu think of introducing me to someone. Upon hearing her say this again, Ji Yunjia felt a twinge of annoyance. Why must it always be Song Jiming who introduces someone? Suddenly, it dawned on her. Song Jiming's circle likely consisted of individuals like Xiao Qian, Lu Jing, and Su Chengchuan. Xiao Qian's father was involved in taxation. His aunt's husband managed finances. And while Ji Yunjia was unsure about Lu Jing, he certainly appeared financially liberated. Lu Qingqing was not merely looking for an employee from Song Jiming's company. She sought someone from his social circle. In truth, Ji Yunjia had been too kind-hearted. Lu Qingqing was clearly after Song Jiming himself. Initially, Lu Qingqing had harbored feelings for Xiao Qian, but she quickly realized they operated on different levels, and after a few days, she abandoned that notion. Additionally, during their last meal together, Song Jiming had avoided the topic of introducing her to someone, hinting at his unwillingness to connect her with individuals from his circle. Thus, she felt compelled to pursue Song Jiming. Chapter 71. Encountering Su Chengchuan again. Due to Yushan's new project, Su Chengchuan became increasingly busy. After the new year, his after-work hours were primarily spent running to Song Jiming's office. With increasing frequency, he inevitably crossed paths with Gu Qing on the 7th floor in the underground parking lot. As Gu Qing finished her workday, Su Chengchuan began his day. Gu Qing paused and greeted him. Director Su. That title struck a chord within him, but as Yu Chengchuan replied softly, I'm here to lend a hand. Yu Qing offered a polite smile, then you carry on. I'll take my leave. She was aware of Su Chengchuan's departure time and would need to avoid this time frame in the future. Gu Qing, Su Chengchuan called after her. Is it convenient to chat for a moment? Gu Qing glanced at the elevator entrance, which was bustling with people, and said, let us save it for next time. With that, she turned and walked away. Yu Chengchuan immediately followed. Just a few words about company matters. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing felt a pang of disappointment. It appeared she had been overly sentimental. After a brief hesitation, she opened the car door. What's going on with your company? Su Chengchuan asked, closing the door behind him. Ji Yuqing, looking ahead, adjusted her emotions before responding. How did you find out? Su Chengchuan's tone remained consistently gentle. Just a few whispers. Care to share? Gu Qing felt a surge of irritation. Why should her company's affairs concern him? Yet, she found herself unable to voice her frustration. With him, she couldn't bring herself to say anything harsh. And so she recounted the recent happenings at her company. Noticing her low spirits, he inquired, what are your thoughts? Lu Mingjing has been scapegoated. I intend to take her position. You wish to take over the director's role? The project manager cannot remain. Otherwise, you won't be able to hold that position. Given the circumstances, Gu Qing felt no need to feign innocence, stating outright, I plan to displace him. He's no good anyway. So it's merely ridding the world of a menace. Yu Chengchuan smiled knowingly. You are undeniably beautiful, yet your temperament is so domineering. To conquer through strategy is the highest form of warfare. Direct confrontation is often less effective. Utilizing others to achieve one's goals is the best course. Ji Yuqing regarded him thoughtfully. She understood his implications. He was advising against her taking center stage. Gu Qing acknowledged. Is there anyone suitable in the company to fill the void? After some contemplation, Gu Qing replied, no, I suspect headquarters will send someone from above. Yu Chengchuan nodded. Given the significant errors made, President Dai won't stay long. A new general manager will be appointed soon. New leadership brings about new dynamics. It's best to wait it out. Stability is more crucial than speed. Yu Chengchuan provided this straightforward advice to Gu Qing. She had long awaited this position and was undoubtedly the most qualified for it. Yet she placed her complete trust in Su Chengchuan. All right, Gu Qing responded. Seeing her compliance, Su Chengchuan smiled. As for the mess, whether it's done well or poorly, it bears no significance. Just push someone out to take the heat. The outcome of this endeavor would neither earn praise nor be tied to promotional achievements or performance bonuses. Thus, it was inconsequential, and Gu Qing understood his meaning. While she might not achieve immediate promotion, holding on to most of the business equated to maintaining control over the department's lifeblood. When the new manager arrived, they would have to acknowledge her standing. Su Chengchuan's concise guidance marked the first time he had offered such direct advice. Previously, he had always hinted at her direction. Gu Qing marveled at his depth of thought. He continued, adults must take responsibility for their mistakes. If they can exit unscathed, it is already a stroke of luck. Was he concerned about her feelings of guilt? If he knew that the overweight woman had once attempted to drug her, would he still harbor such worries? Moreover, Lu Mingjing was not entirely innocent. As a beneficiary, she would ultimately have to bear the consequences of her choices. Thank you, Gu Qing said. Just then, Su Chengchuan's phone rang. He glanced at it and promptly hung up. Yu Qing withdrew her gaze, smiled politely, and said, "You should get back to work." Yu Qingchuan opened his mouth but refrained from speaking, pushing open the car door and advising, "Feel free to call me if you need anything, and drive safely." Through the tinted window, Gu Qing watched Su Chengchuan's upright figure until he vanished at the elevator entrance before turning away. She exhaled deeply. Why couldn't he develop feelings for her? To him, she likely appeared as just another aging single woman. Once Su Chengchuan reached the office, he immediately immersed himself in work. Just as he and Song Jiming were discussing an issue on the computer, his phone began ringing every few minutes. Song Jiming had no choice but to interrupt their discussion, saying, "You should go handle that." Su Chengchuan walked over, retrieved his phone from his bag, silenced it, and tossed it onto the corner of his desk, continuing to discuss for another half hour before finalizing their direction. "Let us proceed with this approach. The layout also needs adjustments for aesthetics," Su Chengchuan instructed. Song Jiming retorted, "Stop holding us to a designer's standards. We're merely a team of graphic designers earning 4,000 a month. I'll talk to him later." Just as Su Chengchuan finished speaking, his phone vibrated again. Song Jiming picked up his own phone, asking, "What do you want to eat?" "I'll order takeout." Su Chengchuan answered the call, occasionally muttering an before hanging up and telling Song Jiming, "Let us go out to eat." "Who was it?" "Guess," Su Chengchuan replied, visibly irritated. "She's waiting downstairs. Let us make this quick." Upon hearing that it was Run Lingxian, Song Jiming showed no interest and replied, "You go ahead. I'll carry on." Su Chengchuan shot him a glare. "If you don't intervene, how long will this drag on?" Reluctantly, Song Jiming resigned himself and stood to fetch his coat. Ren Lingxian had been waiting downstairs for over half an hour, already irritated. Upon seeing Song Jiming, her expression soured, and she snapped, "You didn't eat either." Song Jiming glanced at her and replied, "We're heading for fast food. Do you want to join?" Ren Lingxian immediately retorted, "I won't go. I want to dine on Commerce Avenue." Song Jiming remained unmoved, stating, "The reservation has already been made." Ren Lingxian linked her arm with Su Chengchuan's, pouting playfully, "Brother, please take me. I want to have Western cuisine." Su Chengchuan withdrew his hand, asking, "Where's your car?" "By the roadside." Ren Lingxian pointed in a direction. "Wait in the car. I will drive from the underground parking, and you can follow me." Upon hearing this, Ren Lingxian raised an eyebrow at Song Jiming with a sense of triumph. However, upon arrival, she could not have imagined that the first meal she had insisted on sharing with Su Chengchuan would occur in such a place. A fast food-style Western restaurant, bustling with patrons, filled with the noise of children running about and screaming. Despite her dissatisfaction, as soon as they sat down, they began ordering, leaving her with no choice but to comply and take a seat. Chapter 72. Do you prefer older ages? As the salad pasta was served, Ren Lingxian felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. "You two can't be serious. Is this what you call Western cuisine?" Song Jiming picked up his fork, twirled a generous portion of pasta, blew on it, and took a hearty bite, declaring, "Not be it." Su Chengchuan placed his knife and fork on Ren Lingxian's plate, urging, "Eat." Ren Lingxian refused to even touch the utensils before her, sulking, "I won't eat this." "How is this considered Western cuisine?" Su Chengchuan cut the steak on his plate and placed it onto Ren Lingxian's dish, saying, "I still have to work after this. Would you like some cola?" Ren Lingxian was nearly at her wit's end. Who drinks cola with Western food? She was not a child. "I don't want any." Su Chengchuan stood up and fetched a glass of water, placing it in front of her, insisting, "Eat." Observing his resolute demeanor, Ren Lingxian had no room for negotiation and reluctantly picked up her knife and fork to begin eating the steak. Noticing that Ren Lingxian had started her meal, Song Jiming turned to discuss company matters with Su Chengchuan. As she knew nothing about business, Ren Lingxian could not interject and instead poked at her food in annoyance. When Su Chengchuan finally rose to take a phone call, Ren Lingxian immediately glared at Song Jiming, accusing, "This is all your brilliant idea, isn't it?" After swallowing a mouthful of beef, Song Jiming asked nonchalantly, "Don't you have school?" "None of your business." "Do you prefer older men?" Ren Lingxian's round face flushed crimson. "Why do you care?" Song Jiming set down his fork and wiped his mouth with a napkin. "Does your father know about this?" Ren Lingxian scoffed dismissively, are you planning to report me? If you could, you would have done so already instead of playing these games with me. The memory of her little boyfriend from the ski resort made her cheeks flush with anger as she exclaimed, Song Jimming, are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Song Jimming looked into her eyes, a smile playing on his lips. If you like him, then just go for it. Perhaps he enjoys himself even more than you do. Unbeknownst to him, his nonchalant grin caught the eye of Lu Qingqing, who happened to pass by, igniting a spark in her heart with his charming demeanor. How could he be so handsome, coming from a prestigious family? His presence exuded the elegance of a well-bred gentleman. At that moment, Lu Qingqing recalled a saying, love knows no timing. It is the unrequited who becomes the third party. Ren Lingxian, still a student, found herself overwhelmed by Song Jimming's worldly demeanor, and with just a few words, she was left at a loss, turning her head away in frustration. Seeing her turn away, Lu Qingqing hurriedly made her exit. When Su Chengchuan returned from his call and noticed Ren Lingxian gazing out the window, he inquired, have you finished? Shall we settle the bill and head back? The three of them spent a total of 182 yuan on the meal. And while Ren Lingxian seemed poised to make a sarcastic remark, she remained silent. Upon reaching the parking lot, Su Chengchuan told her, it's time to go down, Mim. Ren Lingxian replied but did not move her feet. Su Chengchuan, not wanting to press further, simply went to retrieve the card. Aren't you leaving? Song Jimming casually asked. Not that it's any of your concern. Ren Lingxian shot him an indignant glare. I simply don't believe you. She huffed, striding toward her own car. The next day, Ji Yunjia overslept and nearly ran into the office building. With 4 classes scheduled for the morning, Lu Qingqing could hardly seize an opportunity to speak with her. Holding her tongue until noon when she finally caught Ji Yunjia on the way to the cafeteria. Did your brother-in-law work late last night? Lu Qingqing asked mysteriously. Yes, Ji Yunjia replied. I saw him dining with a woman on Commerce Avenue last night. Lu Qingqing added, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Ji Yunjia remained unfazed, countering, so? You trust him that much? Lu Qingqing pressed. What else is there to do? He has a lot of business. It's normal for him to dine with female clients. Even if he is trustworthy, he is still a man. That girl had a ponytail and looked quite young. She doesn't seem like a typical client. You should ask him when you get home. At that Western restaurant near the corner of the shopping street. Seeing the concerned expression on Lu Qingqing's face, Ji Yunjia chuckled. If he were to entertain clients, it certainly wouldn't be in a fast food joint. I doubt she is of any significance. She casually replied, all right, I'll ask him tonight. Noting Ji Yunjia's dismissive attitude, Lu Qingqing felt a surge of irritation. What a foolish woman. Why did Song Jimming marry such a pretty face? After a long day, Ji Yunjia returned home after dinner at her parents' house and began tidying up. Work has its closing time, but household chores are endless. Song Jimming was the type to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Although she felt fatigued, the housework awaited her, and she had to muster her energy to continue cleaning. Sometimes, she questioned the purpose of marriage. Not only did she strive to integrate into a foreign family and gain the approval of his parents, but she also had to unconditionally cater to this man's daily needs. And then what? She felt like a maid every day, yet there were times when she simply did not want to do it. She could not comprehend why marriage had to be this way. What was its true significance? Ultimately, she could only attribute her discontent to the lack of affection between them. Exhausted, Ji Yunjia hung up the freshly ironed clothes in Song Jimming's closet when she heard the door open. She forced herself to perk up. You're back? Song Jimming replied as he changed his shoes and walked to the guest bedroom. Mu Lin just had a baby. If you have time, prepare something to bring over later. So soon? Ji Yunjia asked in surprise. Is it a boy or a girl? A boy, weighing 7 pounds. They say he is quite chubby. All right, I'll go shopping after work tomorrow. Ji Yunjia closed the closet door and asked, have you eaten dinner yet? I've already eaten. Recalling Lu Qingqing's words from earlier, Ji Yunjia casually asked, who did you have dinner with last night? Su Chengchuan, Song Jimming answered calmly. And who was the girl with the ponytail? Upon hearing this, Song Jimming leaned against the doorframe, intrigued by her sudden interest. How do you know about the ponytail? Ji Yunjia raised her head, a smile playing on her lips. Naturally, someone saw it and told me. Now, explain where you were last night. Song Jimming crossed his arms. Let me guess, it's not Gu Qing. With her intelligence, she likely wouldn't mention it to you. Was it Lu Qingqing from your school? Ji Yunjia chuckled but did not respond. I'm going to wash up. They had no inclination to delve into this topic, and seeing that she was no longer pressing for details, Song Jimming continued. The girl from last night was Su Chengchuan's admirer. I was just helping to fend her off. Ji Yunjia chose to ignore him and walk toward the master bedroom. If Su Chengchuan truly had any feelings for Gu Qing, it would have nothing to do with Su Nanzhou. Now that they were moving forward, a step back might not lead to an expansive future. Chapter 73. She should be allowed to kiss whomever she wishes. Renling Xian, the daughter of a high-ranking official, has been quite persistent lately, Song Jiming remarked. The daughter of a high-ranking official? The one from the ski resort? Ji Yunjia furrowed her brows. She believed that Song Jiming would surely discuss the girl's private life with Su Chengchuan. In this world, there are those who marry up and those who marry down. Did he no longer wish to strive? Suddenly, Ji Yunjia turned around, feigning a smile. Are you trying to use me to inform Gu Qing? Not a chance. When it comes to matters involving Gu Qing, she has always been resolute. If Su Chengchuan were to regret and seek Gu Qing, there were countless ways to approach it. There was no need for her to meddle. Song Jiming leaned against the doorframe. I'm quite curious. Just how wealthy is Gu Qing's family that it makes Su Chengchuan so cautious? After all, the Su family is not some unknown entity. His brother drives a luxury vehicle, and Gu's family has only one daughter after 3 generations. What do you think? Even though Gu Qing is a girl, she is cherished by her family, and her brother is an overprotective brother. Whoever marries her will undoubtedly reap the benefits. Song Jiming nodded. Indeed, they are quite wealthy. He then redirected the conversation. However, I believe your concern stems from confusion. Su Chengchuan is precisely cautious because of his feelings for her. The disparity in their wealth is evident. After a year or two of dating, they will undoubtedly end up together, and if it doesn't work out, Gu Qing will be 30 by then. How will she marry? Song Jiming opined that rather than having Su Chengchuan choose a suitable but unloving partner, it would be better for him to marry Gu Qing, as at least it would be a union of hearts. Upon hearing this, Ji Yunjia hesitated in her actions, realizing that at that point, Su Chengchuan would still remain untroubled, likely seeking out a 28-year-old woman, leaving Gu Qing's youth to languish. Moreover, Gu Qing possesses an exquisite beauty and has patiently awaited for so many years. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since taken her to bed without hesitation, rather than lingering in such indecisiveness. Furthermore, Su Chengchuan hails from an esteemed family, with parents engaged in politics and bolstered by the support of the Ji family. His lineage is indeed respectable, and should he desire, young women would flock to him. Even though Gu Qing is strikingly beautiful, she is nearing 30. Yunjia suddenly lifted her gaze, incredulous at his audacious words. Spoken with such callousness as it truly unpalatable to hear. This is but the stark reality. He remains unmarried, and they share mutual affection, which ought to be a fortuitous circumstance. Were it not for Su Chengchuan's recent unsettling demeanor, which clearly indicates his genuine fondness for Gu Qing, he would hardly concern himself with this matter. You play a pivotal role in this. Endeavor to have her address you as brother-in-law soon. After listening to him, Ji Yunjia fell silent. His words may have been harsh, yet they were undeniably factual. The maternal uncle oversees a significant financial sector, wielding considerable power, while Su Chengchuan excels in every aspect, leaving no shortage of suitors vying for his attention. Observing her silence, Song Jiming added, with your beauty, had it been anyone else, you would have been swept off your feet long ago. We grew up together. My character is beyond reproach. How could his be any worse? Would you truly trust a stranger like Su Nanzhou over him? They were partners in a business venture, with Song Jiming serving as his endorsement. Why marry an unfamiliar Su Nanzhou when it would be far more sensible to wed the one she has cherished for years, Su Chengchuan? Yet thoughts of Yushan ignited Ji Yunjia's ire, and with a huff, she retorted, I doubt your esteemed client would share that sentiment. You know she is the client. Sometimes, one must comply with her whims. What can he do? Slap her in the face or kick her out of the car? This justification did not sit well with Ji Yunjia, her anger simmering. Was it Yushan who sought intimacy? Or was it a mutual advance? By this logic, if she desired Su Chengchuan today and Song Jiming tomorrow, must she be indulged solely because she is the client? Noting the faint anger on her delicate features, Song Jiming found it somewhat amusing. She was typically so reasonable, yet here she was, grasping at straws. What do you think we are? A business or a brothel? In defense of Su Chengchuan's character, Song Jiming elaborated that they had known each other for many years, and it was entirely normal for Yushan to develop feelings. If he truly wished to be with her, they would have been together long ago. Realizing she could not counter his arguments, Jianjia shot him a glare. "Do not attempt to use your client handling tactics on me." With that, she closed the door, choosing to ignore him. A few days later, on a morning when Gu Qing arrived at the parking lot, she encountered Lu Mingjing. The once formidable woman appeared visibly worn, having suffered through recent tribulations, her countenance marred by a hint of despondency. It was clear that the blame would fall squarely on her shoulders, leading to the demise of her career. At her age, witnessing such a downfall, it could only be said that proceeding with caution was far more crucial than rushing ahead. "Good morning, Director Lu," Gu Qing greeted cheerfully. Lu Mingjing glanced at her, her tone icy. "The director's position is yours now. Congratulations." Gu Qing smiled wryly. "Your words make it difficult for me to gloat." She locked her car and walked towards the elevator alongside Lu Mingjing. "Do as you wish. I will shoulder all the blame, and your share is inconsequential." This project had been entirely under Lu Mingjing's purview, and responsibility could not be shifted away. "Do you not have a contingency plan?" Gu Qing inquired, eyeing her. Lu Mingjing remained silent. Gu Qing suspected that Lu Mingjing was not one to lack intellect. Perhaps the corpulent Su had promised her something to keep her quiet. During the morning meeting, Lu Mingjing bore the brunt of all the issues. The company decided on termination procedures while reserving the right to pursue further action, commencing the handover immediately. The project manager, Wang Yuanyuan, bore some oversight responsibility and took certain measures, remaining in her original position. Everyone noted that President Dai seemed intent on retaining her, thus refraining from further commentary. After the meeting, Gu Qing returned to her desk, contemplating the events. Dai Bin's protection of Su was likely an attempt to manage the situation gracefully, ensuring a smoother narrative for the headquarters. Once the storm passed, he would undoubtedly deal with Xud. Ji Yuqing, however, was determined not to allow Su to escape unscathed. Zhang Yihuan approached the project department in her high heels. Her smile appeared considerably more at ease, shedding the cautious demeanor she had exhibited previously. "Qiu Tengyu," Zhang Yihuan called out to her colleague in the hallway, "Please help me deliver this document to Supervisor Gu." "Of course," Qiu Tengyu replied quickly, smiling. "Just call me on the internal line if you need anything. I will fetch it." "All right," Zhang Yihuan nodded and turned ahead to another department. Qiu Tengyu then made her way to the tea room to brew some black tea, bringing it to Gu Qing along with the documents. "Supervisor Gu, regarding the task you entrusted me with yesterday, I should be able to complete it tonight with a bit of overtime." Gu Qing nodded. "Very well, proceed." At noon, as Gu Qing descended for lunch, she fortuitously encountered the HR manager, Zhang Jia. Before Gu Qing could speak, Zhang Jia approached her with a smile. "Supervisor Gu, care to join me for lunch?" Gu Qing readily agreed. "Sure. What would you like to eat?" "It's on me." Zhang Jia, feeling familiar, linked her arm with Gu Qing's. "Oh, how can I let you treat me? We'll split the bill. Next time then." "This time?" "I insist." Perhaps everyone assumed that with Lu Mingjing's departure, she would naturally ascend to that position. Power indeed is a remarkable thing. Chapter 74. A stab in the back in the office of Director Na Yuan. Su Chengchuan set down his pen and answered the incoming call. "What is it?" Song Jiming inquired. "Are you coming over this afternoon?" "Later," Su Chengchuan replied. "I have some work to finish." "Is that all?" Su Chengchuan asked. "Gu Qing is interacting with your brother's classmate. I hear he is quite impressive. You should be aware of this." Immediately, Su Chengchuan recalled the cool voice, responding with a subdued "understood" before hanging up. After ending the call, 3 new messages flooded in, prompting Su Chengchuan to rub his aching temples in irritation. Moments later, an impatient call from Ren Lingxian came through. "Brother, why haven't you returned my call?" "Busy. I'm coming to find you now." "Not convenient." "Ugh," Ren Lingxian pouted on the other end of the line. "Do you think I have so much free time? I have a full schedule this week." "Fine, goodbye," Su Chengchuan replied coolly. Wait. Ren Lingxian quickly backtracked. Knowing Su Chengchuan would indeed hang up. "Can I come to see you next week?" "Perhaps." With that, she hung up, leaving Ren Lingxian fuming as she tossed her phone onto her dorm bed, vowing to resolve this issue. Gu Qing timed her descent to coincide with Lu Mingjing's, arriving at the parking lot just as Lu Mingjing approached her car. Ji Yuqing walked directly to the front of Lu Mingjing's vehicle. "Director Lu, truly commendable. You bear the weight of everything alone. Is there a difference in bearing it or not?" Lu Mingjing replied with a stoic expression, attempting to pass her by. "Is there no difference? Change companies, and Wang will still be Wang. Will you still be Director Lu?" Gu Qing continued. Lu Mingjing scoffed. "That's none of your concern." Suddenly, Gu Qing smiled brightly. lowering her voice to ask, "What did he promise you?" Lu Mingjing refused to respond, turning to enter her car. Ji Yuqing swiftly pressed her hand against the car door, a cold smile playing on her lips. "Did he ever mention how I lost the director position? Or how you acquired it? Did he perhaps drug you?" Lu Mingjing's hand paused on the door handle, her fist clenching tightly. The unsettling memories of that night resurfaced vividly. The paperwork was halfway through. Had I not forced him to kneel and beg for mercy that night, what would you have gained? Did you notice the bruises on his chest? Gu Qing fixed her gaze on Lu Mingjing's face. Emotions of anger, humiliation, regret, and unwillingness flickering across her features. She was certain that the corpulent Su had coerced her in that moment. She was grateful for her childhood training in martial arts, as it equipped her to confront danger with strength. Gu Qing pressed on. "How did Zhang Yihuan become his assistant?" "I'm not clear, but you surely must be. If one seeks shortcuts, they should be prepared for the younger women to line up behind him." "Are you certain this is the last? Have you said enough?" Lu Mingjing shouted, her voice restrained with fury. Zhang Yihuan had become the final straw for Lu Mingjing, who had endured his infidelity during their relationship, only to see Zhang Yihuan brought into the fold. She had raised a ruckus but ultimately had to let it go. Yu Qing smirked derisively. "You truly deserve this fate. What did he promise you? Marriage or money?" Gu Qing speculated that the corpulent Su had likely promised her marriage, as it would cost him little more than a few sweet words. Whether his intentions were sincere or merely opportunistic could easily be tested by visiting the Civil Affairs Bureau. After all, you sacrificed your career for him. Obtaining a marriage certificate would hardly be excessive, would it? Lu Mingjing's eyes widened in fury, her teeth clenched as she spat. "Gu Qing, your methods are insidious. You are indeed cunning." "I merely repay grudges in kind," Gu Qing replied, her smile fading as she looked at Lu Mingjing with pity. "All evidence points to you. Are you certain he didn't have this planned all along? He escapes unscathed and refuses to marry you. What do you stand to gain?" Once equal adversaries now exchanged glances filled with pity, a gaze more painful than any wound. With a slam, Lu Mingjing closed her car door and sped off from the parking lot. "Fool," Gu Qing muttered, getting into her own car. She was certain that the corpulent Su would never agree to marry her. The following Thursday, neither Lu Mingjing nor Su appeared at the office. Ji Yuqing lightly tapped her desk, pondering whether they had gone to acquire their marriage certificate. Had her tactics the previous day been too subtle to yield results? As she mused, Chiu Tongyu approached with the requested documents. "Supervisor Gu, here are the files you wanted." Ji Yuqing emitted a soft acknowledgement before retrieving a document from the file basket and handing it to her. "Please deliver this to General Manager Wang for his signature." Chiu Tongyu accepted the document and replied, "It seems that General Manager Wang is not in today. Please give it to her assistant and inquire when she will return. Let me know." "All right, I shall do so at once." Shortly thereafter, Chiu Tongyu returned, stating, "General Manager Wang took leave this morning and will come in the afternoon. I will retrieve it once she is signed." "Very well, you may proceed." After Chiu Tongyu left, Gu Qing sighed internally, attributing her predicament to her own overconfidence. She should have prepared a contingency plan and devised alternative strategies. She could not allow Tu Fei Yuan to escape unscathed, for otherwise, her own situation would remain untenable. While Gu Qing was lost in thought, the internal line rang. "Hello. Hello, Supervisor Gu, this is Assistant Feng Wei calling for General Manager Dai. Could you please come over?" Gu Qing surmised the nature of the matter and courteously replied, "Certainly, I will be there shortly." Upon seeing Gu Qing approach, Feng Wei stood and lightly tapped on the glass door of the General Manager's office before pushing it open. "General Manager Dai, Supervisor Gu has arrived." Gu Qing smiled and nodded at Feng Wei before stepping inside and standing before the large desk. "General Manager Dai, you summoned me. Please, have a seat." Dai Bin did not lift his gaze but continued writing. In his early 40s, Dai Bin's temples had begun to show strands of gray, further accentuated by the fatigue of recent days. He set aside his pen, closed the document, and then picked up another one. "What are your thoughts on the matters concerning your department these days?" Gu Qing understood that Dai Bin did not genuinely seek her opinion on the issue, so she replied, "The most pressing priority is ensuring that the other projects in the project department progress steadily and are completed on time, thereby securing this quarter's performance." Dai Bin perused the materials in the folder. "Do you have any suggestions?" Group 1 currently has several significant projects, accounting for 40% of the entire quarter's performance. I can oversee them. Group 1 is directly managed by Lu Mingjing, and naturally, the projects therein are the most promising, with the highest bonuses. Dai Bin remained non-committal, continuing to review the documents in his hands. Gu Qing stole a glance at Dai Bin's expression, noting nothing, and thus pressed on. The workload is indeed considerable, but I am well acquainted with the personnel. If I oversee both groups, I can ensure that the progress remains on track. She had accepted the director position, necessitating a successor for either Group 1 or Group 2's performance, which would complicate the timeline. Hence, it was unlikely that Dai Bin would elevate her position. By proactively proposing this, she was making a sacrifice, appeasing her superior while deftly sidestepping the turmoil, achieving a dual benefit. Chapter 75. A long-awaited revenge. Dai Bin lifted his gaze and regarded Gu Qing, his tone gentle. Understood. You may go. Gu Qing rose, bowed slightly, and exited the office. Once she had left, Dai Bin pressed the internal line. Bring me the information regarding the 2 department heads from the project department. During lunch, Gu Qing stepped out to dine, only to return and find the atmosphere in the company decidedly off. She quickly pulled out her phone and discovered several unread messages. It had been set to silent. Opening the messages, she found them all to be screenshots from the company's internal network. Sitting down, she accessed the internal network, revealing a document package that had circulated from headquarters down to the front desk, with Lu Mingjing having copied everyone. All evidence within the package pointed towards Wang Yuan. As it appeared, the staff suspected her involvement, yet Lu Mingjing had remained silent, leaving only private conjectures. Among the evidence, the most talked about topic was the alleged unspoken rules. The previous incident involving Wang Yuan and Lu Mingjing had caused quite a stir within the company, only for Dai Bin to personally suppress it. Yet, so soon after, the situation had turned, leaving Dai Bin in office all afternoon without making an appearance. Now, with Lu Mingjing confirming that Wang Yuan had indeed engaged in such practices, the situation became even more intriguing when reflecting on Jiang Yihuan, who had been directly transferred from the front desk to the role of assistant manager. For an entire afternoon, the company buzzed with a tense yet lively atmosphere. After all, as long as it did not concern them, the suffering of others merely added a modicum of amusement to the monotonous cubicles. The following day at the regular meeting, Dai Bin announced that Gu Qing would oversee Group 1 before hastily departing for headquarters. This confirmed that Gu Qing's takeover of Lu Mingjing's position was nearly a done deal. Upon seeing Gu Qing, the supervisors of Groups 3 and 4 greeted her politely with Supervisor Gu. Those who had aligned with Lu Mingjing, after days of trepidation, had ultimately returned to Gu Qing's management. Just as everyone presumed that the usually domineering Gu Qing would become even more tyrannical, she instead adopted a markedly gentle demeanor, convening an impromptu meeting for Group 1. She listened to the progress reports without making any adjustments, merely urging for continued momentum. The more she behaved in this manner, the more uneasy those with guilty consciences became, fearing that she was biding her time for Dai Bin's return, anticipating an appointment that would surely spell doom for them. Gu Qing observed everything with a cold gaze. Even if retribution was necessary, she would not allow her hands to become sullied. While many believed her ascension to Lu Mingjing's role was a divine favor, Gu Qing alone understood that she had delivered the final blow to Tu Feiyuan's downfall. She recognized that as long as one seeks to conquer through strategy, there remains a considerable distance to her aspirations. She envied and resented Yushan, for she could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Growth is only achieved through a continuous cycle of self-doubt, self-examination, and self-affirmation, leading to personal enhancement. On Saturday, Gu Qing mandated that all members of Group 1 work overtime. Despite some discontent, no one dared to request leave during this period. She aimed to familiarize herself swiftly with Group 1's operations, for Lu Mingjing's capabilities were formidable. And now that Gu Qing had taken charge, she was determined to present Dai Bin with an impressive performance report. Although she now held sway over a significant portion of the project department, it also came with a commensurate burden of responsibilities. On Tuesday, Dai Bin returned from headquarters, accompanied by the newly appointed project department manager, Zhou Lang, a 27-year-old who had held a position at headquarters. Zhou Lang appeared youthful, with a refined and delicate countenance. Dai Bin did not disclose his previous role at headquarters, which inevitably sparked speculation among the staff. Zhou Lang smiled, his charming demeanor instantly disarming the women present. Perhaps the most delighted was Jiang Yihuan, who had felt rather redundant during Tu Feiyuan's absence, her discomfort palpable. Soon after, Dai Bin announced that Chen Yan, the supervisor of Group 3, would be taking over as the project department director, promoting a member from Group 3 to serve as its new supervisor. This restructuring effectively divided the project department in half. Although Chen Yan's elevation to director was unexpected, the majority of the department's performance metrics remained in Gu Qing's hands, ensuring her not to be left at a disadvantage. Dai Bin's arrangement, while surprising, was nonetheless reasonable. Given Chen Yan's limitations in shouldering the responsibilities of the project department, it was imperative to have a hands-on leader like Gu Qing at the helm of key projects to maintain normal operations despite the recent leadership changes. After the meeting, Zhou Lang entered the manager's office and surveyed the surroundings, noting the numerous management books and art pieces adorning the shelves, alongside a large selfie of Wang Yuanyuan on the desk, which elicited a chuckle from him. Zhang Yihuan hurried in to tidy up the desk, but Zhou Lang, smiling, stopped her. Please gather a few supervisors and have them meet in the conference room in 5 minutes. Certainly, I will do so immediately. Also, compile the progress of each project and present it to me after the meeting. Zhang Yihuan hesitated before responding. All right, Manager Zhou. Zhou Lang raised an eyebrow and gently corrected her. Call me Manager Zhou. Zhang Yihuan paused, then replied, Manager Zhou. Is there a small conference room available? Zhou Lang inquired. Yes, there is. Have them meet in the small conference room. As Zhou Lang stepped outside, he realized he was unfamiliar with the layout and turned to ask Zhang Yihuan with a smile. Which way is it? The warmth of his smile caused Zhang Yihuan's heart to race. I will lead you there. No need. Just turn left at the end. Understood, Manager Zhou. Zhang Yihuan took a couple of steps forward. What would you like to drink? Zhou Lang continued walking. Just water. Ji Yuqing knew the new manager would review project progress, so she prepared the necessary documents early on the weekend, arriving first at the conference room. Upon entering, she discovered Zhou Lang already seated. Good day, Manager Bo. Ji Yuqing was uncertain of Zhou Lang's background, but being from headquarters, he surely was not a mere transfer, so addressing him as Manager Zhou seemed prudent. Zhou Lang maintained his ever-present smile. Please, have a seat. Ji Yuqing placed the documents on the table and sat to his left. What should I call you? Gu Qing, Supervisor of Groups 1 and 2. How many groups are in the project department? Currently, there are 4. Which group is responsible for the majority of the performance metrics? I oversee 2 groups, which have slightly higher performance. Zhou Lang nodded. Thank you for your hard work. The meeting was brief. Unlike Wang Yuanyuan, Zhou Lang preferred to avoid unnecessary chatter, focusing instead on the project content and progress from each group. Since Chen Yan had only recently transitioned from being the supervisor of Group 3, he had little to report. Zhou Lang glanced at him. Director Chen, please summarize the issues left by the previous director and submit it to me by noon, or before the end of the workday. Certainly, Manager Zhou. Zhou Lang smiled. Just call me Manager Zhou. Chen Yan quickly corrected himself. Of course, Manager Zhou. Then we shall adjourn. Everyone, please return to your tasks. Chapter 76. Let's see if you have an 8-pack ever since the incident involving Lu Mingjing. Qiu Tongyu has taken it upon herself to assume the role of Gu Qing's assistant. Ji Yuqing handed over a document from her desk, instructing, please make a copy of this progress report for her, and send the data to him, allowing her to handle it herself. Such reports must be submitted weekly to Wang Yuanyuan and periodically compiled for submission to the headquarters. However, Wang Yuanyuan often neglects to review them, preferring to have each group verbally report their progress during meetings. Following the departure of the former assistant, the inept Wang Yuanyuan appointed Zhang Yihuan, a mere figurehead, as the new assistant, leading to a gradual shift where various departments began to liaise directly with headquarters for reporting. Though there are established responsibilities, regulations are one thing, and practical execution is another. As all are junior staff members, despite several reminders, timely submissions remain elusive. The point of contact at headquarters can only reach out to the respective heads below. Over time, each group began to send copies of reports to Zhang Yihuan, but eventually, even that practice was abandoned. The reason Zhang Yihuan has been so cautious since Wang Yuanyuan's departure is partly due to this situation. She fears letting Zhou Lang discover that she lacks the progress report and must resort to asking him to send it to her. Whether it arrives early or late depends solely on his character. As noon approached, Zhang Yihuan finally gathered the materials and submitted them to Zhou Lang. Zhou Lang glanced at the wall clock and requested, please compile a list of the entire department's personnel along with each individual's details. Oh, certainly. Is it possible for me to have it before the end of the workday? Zhou Lang's tone was gentle. Of course. Once outside, Zhang Yihuan exhaled deeply, suddenly nostalgic for her days at the front desk. After a hectic afternoon, Gu Qing stretched her sore shoulders and sent a message to Ji Yunjia. Ji, shall we have dinner together tonight? Ji Yunjia, who had just retrieved her phone after class, replied with a voice message. What do you want to eat? Gu Qing quickly responded with 2 words. You decide. Let us go to that hot pot restaurant at the corner of the shopping street. After work, the two arrived at the hot pot establishment. Ji Yunjia inquired, What's wrong? You seem a bit down. Ji Yuqing donned an apron and replied, Nothing, just tired. The headquarters has sent over a new manager to replace the former one. The former one has stepped down? Yes, he is out. Ji Yunjia looked astonished. So soon? Gu Qing clinked her glass with Ji Yunjia's, saying, He could have exited unscathed, but I gave him a little nudge from behind. Feeling guilty? Think about it. When he drugged you. Not sending him to jail would have been a favor. Not really, Ji Yuqing smiled. The victory came too swiftly. I'm just a bit unaccustomed to it. Revenge served promptly aligns perfectly with your persona. Gu Qing chuckled. That's true. Ji Yunjia raised her glass. Now that's the spirit. Let us celebrate your promotion, Director Gu. Hold on. I'm still Supervisor Gu. Ji Yunjia queried. Has the appointment not been formalized yet? I ran into Su Chengchuan downstairs once, and he advised me against taking on this mess, Gu Qing clarified. Do you trust him that much? Are you really going to forego this long-awaited promotion? Gu Qing replied with a smile. Of course I trust him. Despite both being titled director, his is an annual salary, whereas our department manager is on a salary basis. Ji Yunjia, noticing the broth boiling, added vegetables to the pot and asked, How's the new department manager? He's even a year younger than me, so young. Can he handle it? Not sure about his background. He might be the son of some high-ranking official here for gilding his resume. The more prestigious the background, the less likely anyone dares to challenge him. Will he last long? Surely at least a year, given he is on an annual salary. Ji Yunjia was about to ask something else when she spotted Lu Qingqing in the hallway. Lu Qingqing had heard from Ji Yunjia that she was dining here and had hurried over, hoping to run into Song Jiming. Upon entering and seeing a woman, she was about to stealthily leave when she caught Ji Yunjia's gaze and had no choice but to approach. What a coincidence, Teacher Ji Yunjia greeted with a smile. What a coincidence. You're dining here too. Lu Qingqing glanced at the woman seated across and replied, Yes, it's cold, so I wanted something warm. This place has great flavors and fresh ingredients. Noticing Ji Yunjia had no intention of inviting her to join, Lu Qingqing quickly added, I've also made plans with friends, so I won't intrude. Ji Yunjia responded with a polite acknowledgement. Once Lu Qingqing had walked away, Gu Qing asked, A colleague from your school? Yes, from the same office. The one from the old family bureau? Yes. Gu Qing turned to glance at the small table in the corner, where Lu Qingqing sat alone perusing the menu. She doesn't seem very old. She graduated last year and was assigned here, Ji Yunjia replied. No matter, let us eat. After their meal, Gu Qing went to settle the bill, casting another glance at Lu Qingqing's table. It seemed Lu Qingqing noticed Gu Qing's gaze, looked up and smiled at her. Ji Yuqing nodded in acknowledgement, linking arms with Ji Yunjia as they exited. The girl seated across from Lu Qingqing remarked, You hurriedly called me out for hot pot, and now you don't seem to want to eat? Lu Qingqing chuckled awkwardly. How could that be? I love this place. Upon returning to Bua Mansion, Ji Yunjia opened the door to find Song Jiming at home. She was somewhat surprised. You're back so early today? Song Jiming decreased the speed of the treadmill and, while walking, panted slightly. I'll be going out of town next week. Should I stay with my mom, or would you like Gu Qing to come keep you company for a few days? For how long? Tentatively set for 3 days, but we'll see how it goes. What day are you leaving? Next Monday. Got it? Song Jiming lifted the hem of his white t-shirt to wipe his face and then increased the treadmill's speed, continuing his run. Ji Yunjia poured herself a glass of water in the kitchen. Occasionally glancing at Song Jiming as he exercised, despite appearing lean, his chest was quite firm. Remembering that night at the hot spring hotel, Ji Yunjia couldn't help but steal a few more glances at him, wondering how he appeared so slender in his clothing. What are you looking at? Song Jiming turned to face her. After all, they had shared a bed several times. Ji Yunjia raised an eyebrow and said, Just checking if your hard work has resulted in an 8-pack. Without hesitation, Song Jiming lifted his t-shirt, revealing a well-defined abdomen with clear contours. The effects of running allowed glimpses of his pronounced V-line. Ji Yunjia's face flushed, and she hurriedly said, I need to freshen up. Setting down her glass, she dashed back to her room. Song Jiming smirked, putting down his shirt and adjusting his shorts before resuming his run. Chapter 77. The whole building might be called out by her. It was evident that the world continues to turn without anyone, as Huayuan returned to its usual hustle and bustle. Although Zhou Lang was relatively young, He worked with remarkable composure, showing no signs of youthful recklessness. Assistant Jiang, please bring me the meeting materials once they're organized, he called. Assistant Jiang, has the recruitment proposal from Group 2 arrived? Bring it over. Assistant Jiang, is the new plan draft from Director Chen ready? If not, go and urge them. Assistant Jiang, please summon the supervisor of Group 3 to my office. Jiang Yihuan was essentially tethered to her desk, able to leave only for meals or restroom breaks. She could only head home after all the overtime staff had departed. Weekends? Non-existent. Even if no one came in for extra work, she still had to be there. Even so, she struggled to keep pace with Zhou Lang's rhythm. Assistant Jiang. Even Zhou Lang's melodious voice, when it reached Jiang Yihuan's ears, felt like an ominous bell tolling at midnight, causing her heart to race. You called? Please pour me a glass of water. Certainly, just a moment. Thank you for your efforts. Jiang Yihuan took a deep breath, promptly getting up and hurrying towards the pantry. That evening, after finishing his shower, Su Chengchuan entered just as his mother pushed the door open, frowning. Your phone has been ringing for a while, I know, Mom, Su Chengchuan replied. Walking to his desk to pick up his phone, it was Ren Lingxian. He answered, Hello, do you have any idea how cold it is outside? Ren Lingxian shouted from the other end. Su Chengchuan held the phone away from his ear. Hurry and come down. I'm freezing. Peering out the window from the 4th floor, Su Chengchuan spotted Ren Lingxian hopping in place below. He remained silent, continuing to dry his hair with a towel. I see you. Hurry up, Ren Lingxian called. Looking up at him, there was a knock at the door. Su Chengchuan ended the call, and Ji Yanhui pushed the door open, urging, You need to go down and check. She is about to call everyone in the building out. All right, I'll just put on some clothes. Upon seeing Su Chengchuan emerge, Ren Lingxian rushed over, fuming, Why didn't you answer the phone? Then she noticed Su Chengchuan's damp hair and reached out to touch it. Did you take a shower? Su Chengchuan blocked her hand with a frown, asking, What are you doing here? Given that Su Chengchuan's parents were both employed, tracking down an address was hardly a challenge for her. Ren Lingxian remarked nonchalantly, I missed you, so I came to see you. Su Chengchuan replied coolly, You've seen me, now go back. Ren Lingxian quickly lost her temper, exclaiming, What with you? Where's your car? Ren Lingxian huffed, It's at the entrance, but the security 1T let me in. I'll take you out, Su Chengchuan stated firmly, leaving Ren Lingxian with no choice but to follow him. Su Chengchuan walked briskly, and Ren Lingxian had to jog to keep up. Though she felt irritated, it had been several days since she'd seen him, so she suppressed her anger and said sweetly, I have an event tomorrow. Will you accompany me? Tomorrow, I shall embark on a business trip for a week. Where are you headed? I will accompany you. Su Chengchuan located her vehicle. Get in. Where are you going? My academic workload is light. I would like to join you. There are others at the company, which makes it inconvenient. Observing his resolute demeanor, Ren Lingxian could only relent. Let me see if your heart is made of stone. As she reached out to touch Su Chengchuan's chest, he took a step back and turned to leave. Ren Lingxian pouted, stamping her foot. Why are you avoiding me? Just go. Su Chengchuan did not look back as he entered the residential complex. Upon seeing her son return, Ji Yanhui immediately remarked, Isn't that girl a bit too young? Su Chengchuan replied, She's just a young lady, please don't overthink it. Since she's young, do refrain from any inappropriate behavior. Mom, where are you going with this? I have a business trip early tomorrow and will be back in 3 days, I understand. Hurry and dry your hair. Don't catch a cold again. The following day, as dawn broke, Su Chengchuan's figure appeared in the airport terminal's waiting hall, accompanied by Song Jiming. Thus, Su Chengchuan was not on official business but rather visiting Yu Shan's company to discuss certain matters with Song Jiming. The plane took off punctually, and once it ascended above the clouds, the sky was a vast expanse of blue. Su Chengchuan opened his laptop and perused some documents, stating, We still need to hire a designer. Song Jiming replied, You decide. He continued to enjoy his breakfast. Yes, please send me the application materials later. Eat up, then take a short nap. Su Chengchuan closed his laptop and opened his breakfast box. Jian's birthday is approaching. What should we buy for her? Song Jiming inquired. What did we give her last year? Last year, we weren't even married, Song Jiming replied. I can't recall the exact date. I'll check the household register when I return, but it's definitely this month. After swallowing a mouthful, Su Chengchuan suggested, How about a bag? I noticed Gu Qing frequently changes hers. Song Jiming shot him a glance. You observe her quite closely? Have you contacted her? No. Song Jiming could somewhat guess his concern and said, Once this project is wrapped up, I'll go help you with the release. Okay, Su Chengchuan acknowledged. With their home mortgage to the bank, he felt too embarrassed to seek out Gu Qing. The flight attendants collected the meal boxes, and the two fell into silence, each resting their eyes. After more than an hour, the plane descended through the clouds, and the sky turned overcast, with light rain greeting them upon landing. Yushan sent someone to pick them up, and they headed straight to the company. The task of revising the proposal was tedious and lengthy, and the two worked together for an entire day in the evening at Bui Mansion. This was not Gu Qing's first visit to Ji Yunjia's home, but it was her first since the wedding. Gu Qing surveyed the surroundings. It hasn't changed much. Ji Yunjia retrieved a new pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet for Gu Qing. What changes could there be? Just a few new fitness equipment pieces, all of which are on the balcony. The apartment featured a layout with a 7-meter-wide living room, and the spacious balcony accommodated the equipment without feeling cramped. Ji Yuqing donned the slippers and walked around. Does Song Jiming exercise often? Ji Yunjia arranged the shoes. He primarily goes to the gym, occasionally works out at home. Yu Qing remarked. There's no such thing as a great physique without effort. We are also avoiding sugar. Aren't we? Ji Yunjia sat on the sofa and turned on the television. Avoiding it is key. When we go out, there are so many handsome guys around. How about that handsome fellow at your company? Gu Qing knew she was referring to Zhou Lang. He is here for work. He's entirely focused on his career, she said, reclining on the sofa. Though, for some, he might seem like a devil. What do you mean? The receptionist who was coerced into becoming an assistant by that rotund individual, remember? That would be Song Jiming's hidden agenda? What's going on? Chapter 78. He meddling too much. Ji Yuqing elaborated. Those who work overtime at the company, regardless of how late it is, if there's even one person still there, she wouldn't dare leave. Working all 6 days without rest, is this the new official's fiery enthusiasm? Ji Yunjia handed her a glass of water. Not quite. She was a receptionist, and following that rotund individual, she didn't aspire for more. Now, encountering a serious boss, she is clearly struggling to keep up. Ji Yunjia switched the TV channel. But can that last? Who knows? Very few can turn the tide. Most just revert to their former selves. Just as Ji Yunjia adjusted the TV settings, a jarring background music startled Gu Qing. What kind of eerie music is this? It's a low-budget web series. I just watched the beginning yesterday, Ji Yunjia explained. Aren't you afraid? Ji Yunjia dismissed her concerns. Not at all. Song Jiming comes home almost every day that I watch to pass the time while I wait for him. Besides, you're here today, right? She handed Gu Qing a pillow. Ji Yuqing felt uneasy watching, knowing she often had to work overtime at night and could only defer. I'll shower first, apply a face mask, and then watch. That works. Ji Yunjia stood up. You can wash in the master bedroom. All my things are in there. Upon entering the master bedroom, Gu Qing immediately spotted a lone pillow on the bed and frowned slightly before turning to open the wardrobe. Ji Yunjia called from the bathroom. Feel free to choose any sleepwear you liked. Ji Yuqing did not respond, her gaze fixed on the wardrobe. Not a single piece of clothing belonged to Song Jiming, and the solitary pillow indicated they had not shared a bed. When Ji Yunjia emerged with her belongings, she found Gu Qing leaning against the wardrobe, staring at her. What is going on with you two? Gu Qing would eventually learn the truth, and Ji Yunjia no longer concealed it. We have always slept separately. Yu Qing furrowed her brow and asked, was it his decision? It must be that Song Jiming is unwilling. Ji Yunjia had always been accommodating, and if he desired it, she would fulfill her duties as a wife. No. It's my choice, Ji Yunjia replied candidly. Speak the truth. Ji Yuqing was skeptical. 2 to 3 months was one thing, but they had been married for nearly a year. It was implausible that Song Jiming would ignore such a beautiful wife like Ji Yunjia. He noticed my reluctance and moved to the guest room. And that's how it has been. Ji Yunjia recounted the reality. Yu Qing regarded her with suspicion. Is he physically all right? Ji Yunjia recalled the well-defined abs she glimpsed during his recent run and replied, he is perfectly healthy. Are you trying to guard a treasure? That seems improbable. Ji Yunjia struggled to explain. Last year, she had mentioned his ex-girlfriend, which nearly caused a rift between them, making it a taboo topic. Perhaps he doesn't favor my type. Doesn't favor? Gu Qing rolled her eyes. That shouldn't prevent him from being with you. Women and men differ. Women are only willing to give themselves to those they genuinely adore, yet Song Jiming's patience is rare. I think Song Jiming is quite decent, considerate and attentive. You should give him a chance. After all, you will be together for a lifetime. Ji Yunjia smiled faintly. All right. As for the bittersweet helplessness, It was simply unspeakable. After they finished washing up and applying their masks, they settled on the sofa to continue watching the movie. The television depicted a serene yet chilling scene, and Gu Qing squinted at the screen, prepared to close her eyes at any moment, and made conversation. You watch this often. Doesn't T-Song Jimming ever scold you? Does he control what I watch on TV? That would be excessively meddlesome. Su Qingchuan, holding his phone, tapped on the bathroom door and urged, hurry up. Song Jimming swiftly dried his hair, opened the door, took the phone, activated the speaker, and inquired, what is the matter? Hearing Song Jimming's voice, Ji Yunjia hastily replied, the power is out at home. Song Jimming paused for a moment while drying his hair and said, could you check by the window to see if there is power outside? I'll accompany you. Gu Qing interjected, do we really need two people just to check a window? Su Qingchuan glanced at his phone, suppressing a smile. Ji Yunjia drew back the curtains and reported, the streetlights are on. And the other buildings have power. Song Jimming instructed, check if the transformer box has tripped. Ji Yunjia turned to Gu Qing and asked, do you recognize it? Another clever response was given. You should know it. Video call me, and I'll guide you. Song Jimming said patiently. My phone is in the master bedroom. Upon hearing Ji Yunjia's response, Song Jimming realized they were reluctant to go to the master bedroom and said, you two wait in the living room. I'll send Xiao Qin over. No, don't bother. Both exclaimed in unison, at this hour. Sending Xiao Qin over would only invite ridicule and become the subject of jokes among their friends. Chapter 79. She is not afraid of thugs, but she fears ghosts. Ji Yunjia linked her arm with Gu Qing and slowly walked to the foyer. Song Jimming directed, the left cabinet door on top of the shoe rack is where it is. Ji Yunjia asked, which side are you counting from? Song Jimming found himself at a loss for words regarding the logic of women at such a moment. The left side, as you face it. Gu Qing reached out and opened the cabinet door to reveal a small iron door. Lifting it revealed a row of switches. Which one is it? Song Jimming found it difficult to specify. So he said, just push up all the ones that are down. Ji Yuqing discovered there was only one switch facing down. She pushed it up, and with a series of beeping sounds, the house was instantly illuminated. And various appliances sprang back to life. Both breathed a sigh of relief, as if the light had dispelled much of their fear. Just when they had completely relaxed, a piercing scream suddenly emanated from the television, startling Ji Yunjia and nearly causing her phone to slip from her grasp. Ji Yuqing rushed over and yanked the power from the television, restoring tranquility to the room. Watch less TV and go to bed earlier. Song Jimming remarked, bemused by her preference. He often returned home late from work to find her engrossed in horror films, particularly fond of the Lin Zhengying series. With a small nightlight illuminating the master bedroom, the two lay in silence for a moment, reminiscing about earlier events, and then they burst into laughter. Ji Yunjia said, I truly admire those women who live alone. Ji Yuqing replied, if you hadn't dragged me into watching that horror movie today, I wouldn't be feeling this way. My persona as an independent woman has completely collapsed. Especially since Su Chengchuan had heard her live, she felt an overwhelming urge to bury herself. I usually watch Lin Zhengying. It's not that frightening. You better not watch it when Song Jimming is away, or I might not dare to work late anymore. Ji Yuqing often worked late alone. She wasn't afraid of thugs. But she feared ghosts. All right, got it. After a few more casual exchanges, Ji Yunjia casually inquired, how is it going with that Mr. Su? It's just the same. He has gone to the construction site in Yinjiao and won't be back for a while. Construction site? His family deals in building materials. Have you forgotten? Oh, it's hard to imagine him looking all cold and solitary in a hard HAT. Yu Qing. Hadn't he given Su Nanzhou much thought and merely replied with a nonchalant Noticing her tone was lethargic, Ji Yunjia closed her eyes and, once her spirit relaxed, began to feel drowsy. After a while, she heard Gu Qing mutter, how did they end up together? Ji Yunjia thought for a moment and replied, they are partners in the company. It must be business-related. Oh, you think they share a big bed like we do? They could have a standard room. Ji Yuqing fell silent, and the room descended into quietude. Ji Yunjia sighed internally. In this tranquil moment of the night, Gu Qing's thoughts were entirely occupied with Su Chengchuan in a hotel in another city. Song Jimming and Su Chengchuan sat at a wooden desk, each on a chair, continuously typing on their laptops. Song Jimming shifted his stiff shoulders and stretched his body. I think I'll order a cup of coffee. What about you? Su Chengchuan yawned. I'll pass. I want to be able to sleep later. Song Jimming, catching the yawn, followed suit. rubbed his face, and shook off the fatigue to continue typing. A loan was about to mature. How much? Su Chengchuan asked without looking up. Less than 30, due at the end of April. Song Jiming kept typing. Su Chengchuan stopped momentarily, turned to look at him. Are you calculating my year-end bonus? Su Chengchuan's year-end bonus was typically issued in April of the following year. Song Jiming appeared expressionless. Just endure. My patience has long since worn thin. I've already used up the dowry for Jiyunjia. Su Chengchuan nodded. Just endure. Song Jiming paused his typing. When do you plan to see Gu Qing? Let us deal with Ling Xian first. Song Jiming turned to him. You're not usually this indecisive. Su Chengchuan rubbed his pained temples. You should understand what I'm hesitating about. Song Jiming naturally knew what weighed on his mind. Just as he had once felt, love was simple, but cohabitation was fraught with challenges. Ji Yuqing was not from an ordinary family. Having been raised in comfort, marrying her would require greater sacrifices than usual. He had once seen the man who came to pick her up after work driving a Kian, and the way that man looked at her was filled with interest. Thus, he often pondered that marrying someone of equal standing would be the best choice for her. Song Jiming disagreed with this notion. It's been 8 years. She is no longer a little girl. After years in the workforce, she knows well how to navigate life's challenges and is far clearer about her future than you think. Moreover, she can't be considered a true young lady. You just need to try harder. Efforts and efforts are not the same. Back in my day, I did manual labor. No matter how hard I tried, it was merely enough to get by. Observing his silence, Song Jiming added, at our age, it's rare to find someone who stirs your heart. It's even rarer that she still holds on to that innocence. She deserves a happy ending. She indeed deserves a good conclusion to validate that those years of struggle were not in vain. With this thought, Su Chengchuan steeled himself to work. You'd better redeem my house and car soon. Otherwise, how can I marry her? Song Jiming chuckled. We won't be poor forever. Song Jiming rarely traveled for work. When he did, it was usually a one-day trip. Ji Yunjia had grown accustomed to him returning home every day. However, tonight, with Gu Qing not coming home late, she felt an unusual emptiness in the house. When the clock struck 11, Ji Yunjia finally heard the sound of the door opening and hurriedly dashed out of the master bedroom. Seeing her waiting for him, Song Jiming felt warmth in his heart. Didn't I tell you not to wait? Ji Yunjia took his suitcase, suppressing any signs of longing, and spoke in her usual tone. Why are you so late? It rained over there, so the flight was delayed. Song Jiming explained as he removed his coat and hung it up. It's late. Let us unpack tomorrow. Have you had dinner? Ji Yunjia asked. I've eaten, Song Jiming replied. Then you should wash up and rest, Ji Yunjia, Song Jiming said gently, looking at her. Ji Yunjia was puzzled. I bought some local specialties. They're in the suitcase. Open them when you wake up. Noticing the redness in his eyes, Ji Yunjia felt a pang of sympathy. Okay, you should rest early. There's a lot of work at the company. I'll leave early tomorrow. I bought 2 gifts. Please take one to Gu Qing and thank her for me. Sure. Chapter 80. I no longer wish to wait for him. Ji Yunjia returned to the bedroom, glancing back at the foyer before closing the door. Song Jiming removed his tie and hung it up. His white shirt tucked into dark trousers was ordinary, his most common attire throughout the year. The fatigue from days of business travel had caused his back to slump more than usual. Yet in that moment, Ji Yunjia found him incredibly admirable. He was diligent, ambitious, and resolute. He should shine brilliantly, and indeed he deserved to shine. The gift from Song Jiming was exquisitely wrapped, as she untied the silk ribbon and lifted the lid. She discovered a silk scarf embroidered with Su embroidery, light and airy, in a pale green hue adorned with delicate daisies, beautifully crafted. Ji Yunjia adored it, carefully storing the gift box away. For several days, Gu Qing had been too busy to spare time, and with Song Jiming back for a few days, Ji Yunjia could no longer postpone. She decided to deliver the items to Gu Qing after work. At this hour, in the underground parking garage of Jianmao Building, numerous cars were leaving, and Ji Yunjia easily found a convenient spot near the elevator. After parking, she messaged Gu Qing. Gu Darren, I've arrived. Should I bring it up to you, or will you come down to get it? Gu Qing replied instantly. I'll come down. Ji Yunjia turned off the engine and was about to consider whether to let Song Jiming come down to fetch the dumplings when she spotted Su Chengchuan walking toward the elevator. Xixiang. Su Chengchuan paused at the sound, turned, and approached Ji Yunjia, saying, Here to find Jiming? Ji Yunjia retrieved the food container. My mom made dumplings. You can take some up with you. The dumplings unmistakably appear to be enough for 2. Thank you, Su Chengchuan remarked as he was about to take the food box. But the sudden screech of brakes interrupted their conversation. The two turned to see a red minicar, from which a girl emerged, slamming the door with force. Given her furious demeanor, Ji Yunjia anticipated a torrent of shouts directed at her, yet to her surprise, the girl leapt into Su Qingchuan's arms in a jubilant embrace, causing him to stagger back a couple of steps before regaining his balance. "Why didn't you inform me of your return?" Ren Lingxian pouted, wrapping her arms around his neck in a feigned sulk. Su Qingchuan furrowed his brow and coldly commanded, "Get down, I1T," he insisted, using force to pull her down. Ren Lingxian rubbed her arm in pain and pouted, "Why be so fierce?" The girl maintained her high ponytail, and Ji Yunjia quickly recognized her as the daughter of a prominent leader. Fearing an encounter with Gu Qing, who might come downstairs, Ji Yunjia hastily said, "Senior brother, you should go about your business. I'll wait for Gu Qing here. She'll be down soon." Upon hearing this, Su Qingchuan's eyes narrowed, and he turned to Ren Lingxian, who swiftly clung to his arm, declaring, "I'm not leaving Su Qingchuan." With a stern expression, withdrew his arm, but Ren Lingxian clung on tightly, their back and forth tugging causing her thinly clad arms to press against her chest with each movement. If Ren Lingxian were merely an innocent girl, it would be one thing. However, such behavior was clearly feigned ignorance. Unable to bear the sight, Ji Yunjia handed the food box to Su Qingchuan, stating, "I'll wait for her at the elevator." She thought it prudent to intercept Gu Qing. Just as she turned, she spotted Gu Qing a mere 3 meters away. Observing them, Gu Qing approached with measured steps, casting a glance at the girl's chest, before linking her arm with Ji Yunjia's and saying, "Let us go, I'm hungry." She had not spared Su Qingchuan a single glance as she departed with Ji Yunjia. Inside the car, an oppressive silence ensued. "Why has it been so busy lately?" Ji Yunjia attempted to break the quiet. "Just a series of unfortunate events. Daibin hasn't even taken his leave. How could I dare to?" "Here's a gift for you." Ji Yunjia offered the 2 middle bags to Gu Qing. Gu Qing opened the box, exclaiming, "Song Jiming has good taste. Please thank him for me. So, where shall we dine?" "Anywhere, just something nearby. We must return afterwards." The car fell silent once more. "That girl," Ji Yunjia struggled to articulate. "Perhaps she is rather open. I once caught a glimpse of her with Song Jiming. Given their relationship, Su Qingchuan must know." She delicately hinted at the girl's private life, trusting Gu Qing would comprehend. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing glanced down at her own chest, remarking, "Indeed, hers is larger than mine. Her surname is Ron. She is the daughter of our esteemed leader. Su Qingchuan wouldn't dare to jeopardize that relationship. Besides, my mother would surely give her some leeway. It's perfectly fine. A young girl is always charming, as fresh as a tender spring onion. If he likes her, that's all that matters, from what I see. He hardly seems enamored. Isn't a promising son-in-law desirable? A leap to success that many would covet. If I were him, for his father's sake, I would marry her. After all, who lacks a past? Not everyone aspires to be a promising son-in-law. If he truly wished for that, he would have acted upon it long ago. Given your status at home, what could he possibly desire that your family couldn't provide? I cannot compare to her. She hails from a powerful family, a high-ranking official S-daughter. What am I? Merely a merchant S-daughter. Su Qingchuan is not that type of an. Yu Qing managed a strained smile. That S is a fair. I am not without suitors. While I'm still youthful, I must hasten to marry. That Mr. Su? Gu Qing feigned nonchalance. Yes, he plans to return home for Qingming Festival and invited me along. I haven't been back in 2 years. I've been longing to go. Hearing her light-hearted tone, Ji Yunjia couldn't help but glance at her expression, searching for signs of insincerity. Why are you looking at me? Gu Qing smiled. Are you serious? Returning home implies meeting the parents. Gu Qing slightly furrowed her brow. What do you mean by that? I've wasted so many years on him. Now that I've finally seen the light. Why do you say such things? Ji Yunjia remained silent. The atmosphere thickened with silence. Finally, Gu Qing's smile faltered, and she took a deep breath, speaking slowly. My parents will return home for Qingming Festival too. Neither he nor I have objections. We'll proceed with the necessary steps accordingly. This arrangement is quite satisfactory. In the future, whom he likes or dislikes will be his concern. Ji Yuqing raised her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, striving to suppress her emotions. I no longer wish to wait for him. She yearned to marry and definitively conclude her years of unrequited love. She intended to marry before him, proving that she was not solely devoted to him, that others desired her too. Ji Yunjia understood the desolation in Gu Qingye's heart at that moment. She wished to defend Su Chengchuan. Yet what purpose would it serve? It would only prolong Gu Qingye's suffering, and who could guarantee that Mr. Su was a suitable match? All right, Ji Yunjia replied softly, Judge, I no longer wish to see him. I want to change jobs. Upon hearing Gu Qingye's intent to resign, Ji Yunjia exclaimed, it's not worth it for him. You've worked so hard to reach this point. Su Nanzhou is relocating to B-City. Gu Qing stated flatly. Ji Yunjia was left speechless. Chapter 81. What exactly do you want to ask? Gu Cheng is also in Beijing, and Gu Qing will undoubtedly move there. She and Gu Qing had known each other since their youthful days at 18, and now, at 28, they had shared their best decade together. Ji Yunjia married and settled in this city, and aside from her moving to a new home, everything remained unchanged. For so many years, she had never imagined a day when they would part ways. They had made numerous promises, including marriage, children, and growing old together. Now, standing at the crossroads of life, they were to go their separate ways. Ultimately, would they succumb to reality? With this thought, Ji Yunjia felt her eyes welling up as well. In the parking lot, after much commotion, Su Chengchuan's voice turned icy. Let go. Ren Lingxian pouted but released him. Typically, she wouldn't dare to act so brazenly, but having been unable to see him for such an extended period, she felt a surge of frustration. Su Chengchuan regarded Ren Lingxian with a serious expression. Do you wish to be with me? Ren Lingxian was taken aback, but nodded. Yes. Let us go. Su Chengchuan tugged at her arm. Get in the car. He began walking ahead, the vehicle parked nearby. Noticing the lack of any smile on his face, Ren Lingxian felt a flutter of unease in her heart. After a moment's hesitation, she followed, softly asking, Where to? Su Chengchuan did not glance back, striding forward, to a hotel. Didn't you want to sleep with me? Let us go. Ren Lingxian swallowed hard. Are you angry? Su Chengchuan took a moment to calm his emotions before replying. No, just get in the car. Once inside, Su Chengchuan did not start the engine. You know my father manages finances, right? He began. Yes, Ren Lingxian replied, uncertain of where this was heading. Your father holds a high position. After being with you, I would naturally need to pay your family a visit. Ren Lingxian froze at his words, confused about their meaning, turning to gaze at Su Chengchuan, whose eyes were as inscrutable as a deep pool. His tone was devoid of any emotion, as if discussing business. If I sleep with you, I must marry you. After all, my father is in that position, and it would be mutually beneficial if your father disapproves. Then I shall simply make you pregnant. Your father, being protective of his daughter, will see that I am an admirable match, and I will ascend without hindrance. Ren Lingxian stared at him in disbelief. Unable to fathom such words coming from this seemingly gentle man, he remained impassive, reaching for the center console, retrieving a cigarette and lighter, revealing an opened box of contraceptives. Unfazed, he rolled down the window, lit the cigarette, and took a drag, extending his hand with the cigarette out the window. You only wish to date me. You haven't thought beyond that, have you? Su Chengchuan stated, his gaze fixed on her. His eyes were heavy, and Ren Lingxian felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, a weight born from age and experience, capable of discerning hearts and truths. She turned her face away, unable to meet his gaze. Su Chengchuan took another drag from the cigarette, slowly articulating, We older men understand how to navigate benefits and risks, calculating gains and losses with clarity. Who would indulge you aimlessly? Ren Lingxian, having been pampered her entire life, had never encountered such harsh words. Who wouldn't give her some leeway? Her eyes began to redden, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her hands fidgeting in uncertainty, gripping and releasing as she trembled, unable to voice her thoughts. Su Chengchuan softened his tone. Do not presume yourself clever. Human nature is far more malevolent than you think. Unable to contain herself any longer, Ren Lingxian kicked the bottom of the car in frustration, glaring at him with wide eyes. How can you be so cruel? As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Su Chengchuan flicked the ash from his cigarette, revealing a childlike disposition. When you grow up, you will understand. This is human nature. He refrained from saying anything more, allowing her to cry. After a while, Ren Lingxian slumped against the seat, realizing that for all this time, Su Chengchuan had merely regarded her as a naive child of a leader. The age gap between them was an insurmountable chasm. She had relied on her looks and status, effortlessly winning over those she fancied, never facing defeat. Yet with him, from the very beginning, he had shown no interest. No matter how much she acted out, he had never reciprocated even a hint of affection. It turned out that there were men she could not win over, even with her father as high standing. Her infatuation, which she believed to be love at first sight, was ultimately one-sided. Su Chengchuan extinguished the second cigarette and pulled out 2 tissues, reaching out to wipe her tears. Run Lingxian snatched the tissues away, exclaiming in anger, "Why do you care about me?" Su Chengchuan produced another 2 tissues, unceremoniously wiping her tears. "What are you crying about? You're not a child anymore." Upon hearing his words, Run Lingxian became even more incensed. "Isn't it all your fault? Just go home," he said. Su Chengchuan opened his car door and stepped out, with Run Lingxian following suit. "Drive safely on your way back and send me a message when you get home." "Why do you care?" she retorted. Su Chengchuan remained noncommittal, advising her once more before getting into the car, girls should maintain their dignity. Times are different now. Don't cause trouble for your father or give bad people an opportunity. Ren Lingxian, fuming, shot back, "I know." With a press of the accelerator, she sped away. After leaving the parking lot, her tears began to flow uncontrollably, cascading down in increasing torrents until she reached the school. Although she had not contemplated the future, her heart had indeed been stirred. Why couldn't he just be a villain? Su Chengchuan took the elevator to the 17th floor, placing the food container on Song Jiming's desk. "From your wife." "Where is she?" "She went back." "When will she return?" "Soon." Song Jiming glanced at the time while opening the food container. "What were you doing downstairs?" Su Chengchuan retrieved chopsticks, looking weary. "Dealing with a young lady to..." "Oh." Song Jiming popped a dumpling into his mouth, savoring the 3-flavor filling he particularly enjoyed. Just as he was indulging, he collided with Gu Qing. Upon hearing that, Song Jiming looked up at him, and then, "She ignored me and left with your wife." "You didn't try to bring her back?" "The young lady is still there. I've resolved matters with her for now. She can't come back." Song Jiming took another dumpling, sighing, "What a fate. You've kissed Yushan." "What's one more time?" Song Jiming mused that he truly had been rather unfortunate, always running into Gu Qing. Yu Chengchuan leaned against the window, lighting a cigarette. He parked his car in front of Gu Qing's residential complex and waited until 9:30 that evening. But she still hadn't returned to retrieve her car. Upon returning home, Ji Yunjia had already finished her evening routine and was sitting at the vanity in the master bedroom, applying skincare products. Song Jiming tapped the doorframe lightly as a formality. "Did you bring back the food container?" "Yes, I put it in the kitchen." Noticing him leaning against the wardrobe, Ji Yunjia inquired, "What is wrong? What time did you come back?" "I returned a little while ago." "What did you have for dinner with Gu Qing?" "Japanese cuisine. I saw her car still in the parking lot when I got off work." "Why hasn't she come back for it?" Ji Yunjia glanced at him sharply. "What exactly are you trying to ask?" Seeing her feigned ignorance, Song Jiming chuckled lightly. "You know." Chapter 82. "Is there anything else you wish to inquire about, Sir Song?" Ji Yunjia set down the essence she was holding and turned to say, "After dinner, Gu Qing was picked up by a Mr. Su. He and Gu Cheng are classmates. During Qingming, he's going back home to meet the parents. Gu Qing is considering quitting her job to settle in Beijing with him. Is there anything else you want to know, Sir Song?" Hearing her elaborate, Song Jiming's smile widened. "Aren't you also reluctant to see her go to Beijing?" Realizing he had seen through her thoughts, Ji Yunjia turned away, ignoring him as she continued applying essence to her face. "Don't worry. She won't be marrying anyone in Beijing. Just wait to call her sister-in-law." Whether Gu Qing would marry was ultimately up to Su Chengchuan. They were outsiders, but Ji Yunjia found a moment's solace in his certainty amidst her lingering displeasure. When Su Chengchuan received the message, he had already been waiting at the entrance of Gu Qing's community for a while. Song Jiming. Gu Qing was picked up by a Mr. Su, returning home for Qingming to meet his parents. After reading it, Su Chengchuan tossed his phone onto the passenger seat, remaining motionless for a long time. The northern weather at the end of March was still somewhat chilly, yet he felt exceptionally restless. Rolling down the car window to let the cold wind in. Shortly after, Gu Qing emerged from a black Yan, bidding farewell to the man inside before entering the community. Su Chengchuan never exited the car. After she walked away, he lit a cigarette and slowly finished it, only then raising the window and driving off. As soon as Gu Qing opened the door, she saw her mother approaching with a beaming smile. "Were you out with Mr. Su?" "Yes." Noticing her daughter's discontented expression, Liu felt a surge of concern. Weren't you saying things were going well before? Gu Qing forced a smile. It's fine. I'm just busy at work and tired. You need to make arrangements for Qingming. Aunt Sue and I have already planned it. Don't worry, Mom, but I'm going to freshen up. Ji Yu Pingxing approached quietly, whispering, it seems like our daughter doesn't like that guy. Lu Yu, aware her daughter had someone she favored, knew that with Gu Qing's bold personality, if she wanted to be with someone, it would have happened long ago. She replied, not liking him now doesn't mean she won't in the future. You too, make sure to plan for Qingming. If she doesn't like him, we can't force it. This Mr. Su has been friends with our son for many years. His character should be fine. Even if they marry, it won't be a big deal. Not every marriage begins with love. Upon hearing the word love, Gu Pingxing felt a pang of nostalgia. Their love had blossomed in their youth. Weathering over 30 years together, the woman before him had aged, the corners of her eyes etched with time. Yet the beauty of her youth still shone through, perhaps even more captivating now. Her beauty had always resonated with his aesthetic. Gu Pingxing wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulder as they walked toward their room. Let us go to bed. Our son, too. With such a good friend, he should introduce her to his sister. Listening to his wife's chatter, Gu Pingxing merely echoed her sentiments. Lu Yu turned and closed the bedroom door, casually asking, I heard from the people at the shop that old Zhang's wife hasn't been for beauty treatments for some time. Is something going on with old Zhang? Haven't been in touch lately. I'm not too sure. How can it be that you haven't heard anything about old Zhang being involved with a young girl? Not even a whisper. Just a bit of hearsay, Gu Pingxing replied vaguely. Lu Yu scoffed lightly. What kind of eye would fall for old Zhang in his state? His belly looks like he's 8 months pregnant. Who could possibly want that? Gu Pingxing remained silent, unbuttoning his shirt. Lu Yu continued, old Zhang's wife is a good wife. They built their life together from scratch. If this blows up, their business will surely be affected. You should find a time to clear things up. All right, I understand, Gu Pingxing replied casually. Lu Yu took the clothes he offered. If you're too embarrassed, just let our son handle it. Do you? Pingxing turned with a smile, asking, is there anything else you wish to instruct me on? Lu Yu wrapped her arms around her husband's neck playfully. I don't have any instructions. My dear Gu has a precious character, untouched by the mud. Lu Yu smiled, resolutely avoiding mention of their son's recent dismissal of a female employee. Ji Yu Pingxing recognized her subtle rebuke, but felt no anger. He had not suddenly become wealthy. Young women had pursued him before, but he had never crossed the line. He felt affection, love, tenderness, and gratitude for her. Yet after more than 30 years, all those feelings had long since transformed into familial love. Still, he could not bear to be apart from her. As long as he was with her, his emotions remained in their most comfortable state. There was no need for pretense. He could be his truest self, and she understood him best. Compared to her, momentary pleasures paled in significance. The next day, Gu Qing rose early. Her car had not been returned, necessitating a taxi ride to the office. Just as she reached the door, someone called out to her. Turning around, she was surprised to see Su Chengchuan. They did not reside in the same district, nor was it on his way, so he could not have been passing by. Is there something you need, senior brother? Get in. I'll drive you to the office. It's no trouble. I've called for a ride. Seeing her reluctance, Su Chengchuan unbuckled his seatbelt, exited the car, and walked around to open the passenger door. I have something to discuss with you. Given his insistence, Gu Qing had no choice but to enter the vehicle, canceling her ride request. Have you eaten breakfast? Su Chengchuan inquired. What is it you want to discuss, senior brother? Gu Qing did not answer. Having lost the desire for further interaction with him, I'm taking you to work. Isn't your car parked downstairs? Su Chengchuan locked the car door, driving toward the office. Ji Yuqing contemplated saying it wasn't necessary but feared that such an inexplicable display of temper might lead Su Chengchuan to misconstrue her feelings about the previous afternoon. So she said, thank you. I occasionally don't drive, and calling a car is quite convenient. A smile lingered on Su Chengchuan's lips as he glanced at her, saying, we need not be so formal with each other. Gu Qing kept her gaze fixed ahead, avoiding his eyes, and replied coolly, it's you who is being overly polite, senior brother. Su Chengchuan understood her implication. She found him meddlesome. How are things at your company? About the same, Gu Qing replied, turning her head toward the window on her right. Noticing her unwillingness to engage, Su Chengchuan fell silent, driving quietly without further conversation. He did not explain yesterday's events, and in truth, she did not wish to hear his explanations. Goodbye, Gu Qing said, not waiting for him to respond as she walked straight into the elevator. Su Chengchuan watched her retreating figure, silently sighing as he glanced at his wristwatch before swiftly driving toward Noyuan. He needed to plan carefully, for that was what she deserved. Ji Yunjia's birthday arrived, and at noon, her mother came home to prepare longevity noodles for her. During the meal, her mother seized the opportunity of the birthday to mention that Ji Yunjia was getting older and should hurry to have a child. Ji Yunjia understood that this was not merely her mother expressing concern about her age. The child was also a bargaining chip for her father and the family. Ji Yunjia sat silently, despondently eating her noodles. Yang Yueli offered a few more words of persuasion, her tone now becoming undeniably assertive. Ji Yunjia tightly gripped her chopsticks, wishing to shout a resounding no, to express that she did not want to bear a child under such circumstances. She could not relinquish herself to someone she did not love. Yet, in the end, she weakly nodded her head. Chapter 83. You look like you've suffered a heartbreak that evening. Song Jiming had made an early reservation at a restaurant, subtly suggesting that Gu Qing join them. Ji Yunjia understood this was to create an opportunity for Su Chengchuan. To facilitate Su Chengchuan in escorting Gu Qing home, Song Jiming waited for her in the company's parking lot for nearly half an hour until Gu Qing hurriedly arrived. Sorry, our General Dai called an impromptu meeting. No worries. Song Jiming started the engine. Ji Yuqing suddenly remembered that her gift was still in the car and quickly said, "Wait for me." She hurriedly exited the vehicle and walked briskly to her own car, retrieving a handbag from the passenger seat. Just as she was about to get back into Song Jiming's car, she spotted Zhou Lang approaching. Ji Yuqing turned around and greeted him politely. "Manager Zhou?" Zhou Lang glanced at Song Jiming in the car and smiled. "Got plans?" "Yes, a friend's birthday. Get in, have fun." "Thank you." Once Zhou Lang had moved away from the car's front, Gu Qing entered and buckled her seatbelt. Song Jiming waited for her to secure it before driving out of the parking lot towards the restaurant. They had chosen a private dining establishment. The room was modest, a table for 6, adorned with fresh and elegant decor. As they entered, Ji Yunjia, who had been picked up from school by Su Chengchuan, was already waiting at the table. Ji Yuqing had anticipated Su Chengchuan's presence and showed no surprise. Walking straight to Ji Yunjia and embracing her, "Happy birthday," she then took a seat beside Ji Yunjia. Song Jiming sat opposite Ji Yunjia and called for the waiter to serve the dishes. Gu Qing placed the handbag in front of Ji Yunjia, smiling. "Please accept this." Gu Qing had gifted a set of HR skincare products, and upon opening it, Ji Yunjia discovered it was the series she had longed for but hesitated to purchase. "I am truly grateful, thank you." Su Chengchuan placed 2 gift boxes in front of them, saying, "Jiming and I bought these while we were away on a business trip, thinking they were of good quality. Consider it a token of appreciation." Ji Yunjia glanced at Gu Qing and remarked, "Senior brother, you shouldn't have gone to such lengths." As she untied the silk ribbon and lifted the lid, she revealed a silk qipao adorned with Su embroidery, instantly recognizing its significant value from the intricately embroidered collar buttons. Noticing Gu Qing's stillness, Ji Yunjia reached out to unwrap it, but Gu Qing quickly stopped her. "Wait." Understanding that Gu Qing did not wish to accept it, Ji Yunjia closed her own box and handed it to a nearby waiter to place on the shelf. To avoid ruining the atmosphere, Gu Qing picked up a bottle of wine from the table. Feigning casualness, "Let me see what kind of wine this is. It seems I'm not allowed to drive." Yunjia opened the lid. "It's nothing remarkable, just the sweet rice wine we had when we visited Guangxi." She poured a glass for Gu Qing. Gu Qing lifted it to her nose, smiling. "Yes, that's the flavor." Ji Yunjia gently clinked glasses with her. "Try it quickly." Ji Yuqing took a sip, unable to refrain from licking her lips. A smile gradually spreading across her face, sweet and mellow. "Just like this, isn't it? I've bought several brands, but this one resembles it the most." They reminisced about their trip to Guangxi 2 years prior, where they had savored this rice wine at a roadside market, a memory that lingered in Ji Yunjia's mind. "I bought 2 boxes. I'll save you one." The 2 women remained engrossed in their discussions about the rice wine and amusing anecdotes from their trip to Guangxi, sipping, laughing, and recalling memories. Throughout the evening, Song Jiming and Su Chengchuan remained oblivious to the divine taste of the rice wine. Eventually, they discerned that the women before them were likely intoxicated. Song Jiming exchanged a glance with Su Chengchuan. "Let us leave." Su Chengchuan nodded. "Are we departing?" Ji Yunjia gazed at Song Jiming, her eyes slightly dazed. "Yes. We have work tomorrow." Ji Yunjia nodded, turning to embrace Gu Qing. "During Qingming Festival, we'll be visiting our ancestral home in Zhong. Would you like to join us? It's been ages since we've gone out together." Ji Yuqing chuckled lightly. "Did you forget? I'm going back home with Su Nanzhou." Ji Yunjia had indeed forgotten. But she smiled and replied, "Then let us plan for May Day." Song Jimming observed Ji Yunjia's distracted demeanor and stood up to retrieve her coat. After they all took the elevator down to the underground parking lot and exchanged farewells, Ji Yunjia's smile faded once Su Chengchuan and Gu Qing departed. Song Jimming supported her as they walked toward his car, and Ji Yunjia remained silent, allowing him to help her into the vehicle and fasten her seatbelt. Song Jimming took the driver's seat but did not start the engine. Instead, he turned to look at her, saying, "You look as though you've suffered a heartbreak." Ji Yunjia leaned her head against the car window and replied softly, "I've had too much to drink." "Are you worried about Gu Qing moving to B City?" "Yes," Ji Yunjia affirmed. Ji Yunjia envied Gu Qing. She had lived the life she desired, cherished by her parents and brother, free to remain unmarried at 28 while living life to the fullest. Meanwhile, she was destined to marry into the Song family due to her father's career, living cautiously and fearing any misstep. All while her parents insisted it was for her own good. In truth, she had known that the delivery of medicine was merely a pretext, a means to present her before Secretary Song. Having discovered 2 bottles of the same blood pressure medication in her father's briefcase that very night. Now, they wanted her to have children. She would need to endure a year of pregnancy, a year of breastfeeding, and care for a child until kindergarten, then guide them through elementary school homework. She could no longer be just herself. The one who had walked with her through the best 10 years of her life would also head in a different direction. All these sorrows became painfully clear after drinking, no longer able to be concealed. But how could she express these feelings of helplessness and resentment to Song Jimming? He would naturally not believe her. Gu Qing and that Su gentleman's relationship had been ongoing for some time. She had left home that morning in good spirits, yet upon returning from her family home, she felt so despondent. Song Jimming could likely guess the cause, most likely revolving around the topic of having children, yet without saying it outright, he comforted her. "Don't worry, Su Chengchuan is not that incompetent." As he spoke, he reached into the back seat and retrieved a paper bag, gently saying, "Happy birthday." It was a light-colored handbag from Xiangnai, perfect for the upcoming summer season. Ji Yunjia understood that Song Jimming would prepare a gift for her, but she had not anticipated such an extravagant one. "What are you doing? Carrying such a bag to school? It would either suggest your father is embezzling or mine is." She was aware of his financial situation. Ji Yunjia, already tipsy, felt her eyes welling up as she gazed at him, her large eyes shimmering with moisture, a strand of hair cascading over her cheek, her fair complexion flushed with an unnatural pink hue, igniting in Song Jimming an impulse to seize her chin and kiss her fiercely. He cleared his throat and turned his face away. That's not the case. Ji Yunjia was oblivious to Song Jimming's thoughts and carefully examined the handbag in her hands, gently wrapping it up and placing it into her tote, saying with concern, "Don't buy such extravagant things in the future." Chapter 84. What's wrong? Is my kiss unsatisfactory? Ji Yunjia feigned reproach, yet her heart brimmed with joy as she handed the bag back to Song Jimming. "Put it in the back seat." Seeing her pleased, Song Jimming smiled and accepted the bag, placing it in the back. Turning back, he noticed Ji Yunjia picking up the remaining half bottle of wine by her feet. "Are you still drinking?" Ji Yunjia twisted the cap open and took a sip, smiling at him. "Would you like to try?" Song Jimming furrowed his brow slightly at her sudden smile. "Don't get too drunk." Ji Yunjia's gaze was somewhat unfocused. "Don't you want to try?" "I'm driving," Song Jimming replied, fastening his seatbelt. Ji Yunjia chuckled lightly, tilted her head back, and took another sip, suddenly lunging toward Song Jimming, intending to kiss him. Before he could react, she found herself halted by the seatbelt, mere inches from his lips, the rice wine spilling from her mouth and dripping onto the center console. Ji Yunjia's face burned with embarrassment as she hurriedly wiped the wine from her lips. Clearly inexperienced in the art of seduction, however, Song Jimming would not allow her to retreat. He swiftly grasped Ji Yunjia's head, leaning down to kiss her. His other hand gently cradled her neck, preventing her escape. Her lips were softer than he had imagined, the sweetness lingering in her mouth. Song Jimming tentatively extended his tongue, seeking that hint of sweetness. Ji Yunjia was startled, pushing him away. She had merely wanted to brush her lips against his. Yet Song Jimming was unwilling to relent. His arm slid around her slender waist, tightening his embrace, rendering her immobile. At that moment, Ji Yunjia realized the meaning behind Gu Qing's remark that not liking someone does not prevent them from being intimate with you. It was not that he lacked interest. He had merely been waiting for her to be ready. As long as he desired, he could have her at any moment. She had to take this step eventually. So she surrendered, loosening her jaw and allowing him to take the lead. Watching Ji Yunjia, who was breathing lightly with her luscious lips glistening, Song Jiming's gaze darkened momentarily. He quickly straightened in his seat, discreetly licking his lips, then ignited the car, stating, "Let us head back." Yunjia's cheeks were flushed as she mustered the courage to ask, "Was it good?" Hearing this, Song Jiming's throat tightened. He cleared it and replied hoarsely, "It was good." Ji Yunjia fell silent, her lips curling into a smirk as she turned her head, a hint of sarcasm creeping in. She despised this side of herself. There was no genuine affection, merely calculation. Song Jiming recognized that her sudden display of affection had ulterior motives. Observing her discomfort, he asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Is my kiss unsatisfactory? Unhappy?" Ji Yunjia initially felt quite despondent, but upon being questioned by him, she immediately became flustered again. How could she admit to feeling anything less than satisfactory? It's fine," she stammered. Song Jiming raised an eyebrow. "Just fine? What is there to inquire about? Why must it be pried into?" Ji Yunjia turned to face him, only to find him suppressing a smile at the corners of his mouth. She promptly gave him a playful shove. "Are you trying to be amusing?" He was doing it on purpose. Song Jiming chuckled lightly. "It concerns a man's dignity. Your standards for dignity are rather low, aren't they? Do you need me to enlighten you?" He wasn't genuinely looking to inform her. He was merely concerned she might continue to dwell on trivial matters. "No need," she retorted, "that it's harmless enough." Gu Qing donned a new pair of high heels today and had indulged in quite a bit of alcohol, leaving her somewhat unsteady. Thus, she chose not to be pretentious and directly entered Su Qingchuan's car. Once inside, Gu Qing struggled to maintain her composure, handing over a gift box, saying, "Senior, no reward without merit." Su Qingchuan frowned slightly, his tone still gentle. "It's not worth much. Just accept it." This was something Su Qingchuan had specifically purchased to give to Gu Qing. Initially intending to present it on Ji Yunjia's birthday. "Senior, I appreciate your kindness. This brand is often worn by my mother, so I am well aware of its value. I cannot accept this. Just take it. I cannot easily pass it on to someone else, and if you don't want it, it will only gather dust," Su Qingchuan stated nonchalantly. "Indeed, a qipao is not something easily regifted," Ji Yuqing, fearing such a fine item might go to waste, conceded, "Then I shall graciously accept. Speaking of which, you have been of great assistance to me. I should be thanking you." Hearing her overly polite words, Su Qingchuan felt a headache coming on. "Just don't call me Director Su, and that will be thanks enough." Ji Yuqing smirked slightly. "Calling you Su Director is also acceptable. We belong to different departments and have little interaction." "You are not truly my senior," Su Qingchuan, wishing to avoid this topic, fearing she might genuinely refuse to call him senior in the future, changed the subject. "How is the new manager you mentioned?" Gu Qing stared vacantly at the back of the seat. "Whether good or bad matters little. I plan to resign." Upon hearing this, Su Qingchuan tightened his grip on the steering wheel, falling silent. Ji Yuqing, emboldened by the alcohol, poured out her feelings, no longer wishing to deceive herself about having a chance. Even after witnessing him with others on more than one occasion, "Su Nanzhou is settling in Beijing, so I will definitely be going there. I will work at the family company, where no one will dare to undermine me. He is a good friend of my brother's. I don't trust him, but I trust my brother." As she spoke, Gu Qing turned to him and forced a smile. "I apologize for the disturbances I've caused in the past. Please forgive me." Su Qingchuan, seeing the disheartened look in her eyes, felt as though his heart was being ripped out. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, struggling to suppress the words he wanted to say. "Let us go, senior." With that, Gu Qing turned away, tears silently streaming down her face where he could not see. "Goodbye, goodbye." The next morning, Gu Qing had just finished a meeting when the receptionist approached her. Beaming and holding a large bouquet of roses, "Supervisor Gu, your flowers." Ji Yuqing accepted them with a faint smile. 99 roses, and signed. Were they from Su Nanzhou? For 3 consecutive days, she received a bouquet each day, causing everyone at Huayuan to know that Gu Qing was being pursued. Ji Yuqing believed she and Su Nanzhou were not at that stage yet. Furthermore, such public displays were excessive, so during lunch, she sought a secluded spot to call him. Rarely did Gu Qing take the initiative to call, which put Su Nanzhou in a good mood. "Are you busy today?" Gu Qing replied, "Not particularly. But please refrain from sending me flowers. It's too ostentatious." Su Nanzhou paused, replying softly, "I see my oversight." "Not you." Gu Qing almost immediately thought of Su Chengchuan but quickly dismissed the notion, realizing how irrational her thoughts were. No, I'm allergic to pollen. I don't need them. Yu Qing hastily concocted an excuse. She couldn't hang up immediately, so they exchanged a few more indifferent pleasantries. If not him, then who? For the next 2 weeks. 99 red roses appeared at the reception every morning at 9:30 without fail. Yu Qing remained silent. These flowers were certainly not inexpensive, and she was curious who could afford such extravagance. Chapter 85. Change a husband? That wouldn't do. Until one day, Song Jiming stood at the reception of the 7th floor of Huayuan holding flowers. Upon seeing him, Gu Qing's heart raced. It was obvious whom he represented, the very person who would never send her flowers. Song Jiming handed her the bouquet, saying he had to go on a last-minute business trip to Shen City and couldn't place an order in time, so he asked me to buy these for you. Gu Qing stood in shock, seemingly unable to believe it. With others around, Song Jiming cleared his throat, feeling it inappropriate to elaborate further. I'll head upstairs. Soon, it was noted that although the flowers were the same, today's Gu's supervisor was markedly different from her usual self, appearing particularly fond of the flowers, a smile frequently gracing her lips. This led to speculation within the company that these flowers were possibly from Mr. Song on the 17th floor, but some quickly rebutted, claiming they had seen Mr. Song wearing a wedding ring. Ultimately, the receptionist confirmed that Mr. Song had mentioned he was delivering them for someone else, and that he was quite familiar with that individual. Leading to a near certainty about the identity of her admirer Su Chengchuan, the design director from Noyuan, became the prime suspect. Yu Qing shut the door to her office, overwhelmed with excitement. Did he mean what she thought? If he was the one sending them, why had he remained silent? Did that mean he hadn't sent the previous bouquets, but only today's? Yet Song Jiming had said he couldn't place an order in time, which seemed to imply that perhaps he had sent the earlier ones. Throughout the afternoon, Gu Qing oscillated between exhilaration and self-doubt, unable to focus on her work. By the end of the day, she resolved to adopt a wait-and-see approach. If it turned out her assumptions were misguided, she would be left in a state of despair. She suppressed her excitement but began to feel anxious. Fearing it would all amount to nothing, on Ji Yunjia's birthday, Gu Qing noticed something was amiss with her friend and finally found an opportunity to invite her out. Ji Yunjia expressed her desire to visit a bathhouse. Curious about what could possibly entice men to frequent such places during the new year instead of returning home, the two drove to a newly opened bath center in the city, and upon seeing the lobby's decor, Ji Yunjia confirmed it was indeed the same place where Song Jiming and the others had spent the new year. After getting out of the car, Gu Qing noticed Ji Yunjia carrying 2 bottles of alcohol, puzzled. What is the meaning of this? I finished my small bottle, so I bought a larger one, Ji Yunjia replied. They don't allow outside drinks here. Oh, what now? Ji Yunjia, unfamiliar with the rules, looked uncertain. Ji Yuqing chuckled, opening her classic handbag. With this bag, who would dare to search? The two exchanged their wristbands and slippers, first heading to the buffet for a light dinner, then soaking in a private wooden tub, followed by a full-body massage, before lazily finding a lounge chair in the functional area. Ji Yuqing shifted positions several times, feeling uncomfortable, and suggested, there are rooms upstairs. Let us rent one and lie down for a bit. Yunjia agreed. Ji Yuqing booked a large bed for the hour. The bed was relatively soft, and wrapped in white bathrobes, they both sighed in comfort. Ji Yunjia offered Gu Qing a bottle of alcohol, and they opened it, clinking their bottles together. It's nothing special. Is the massage for men also done by women? Gu Qing found her earnest inquiry amusing and replied, of course not. The police would be here 8 times a day. Ji Yunjia took a sip of the rice wine, which had a moderate alcohol content, sweet and glutinous, making it hard to stop drinking. Are the girls here not particularly attractive? Why do they flock here? Gu Qing observed her and quietly responded, there are indeed some stunning ones, but they don't hang around in public, they have designated rooms. The operations here aren't the same as a bathhouse. There are specific wellness project lists, and certain floors are not open to the public, reserved exclusively for them. Ji Yunjia looked astonished. Is it that strict now? Do they have it here too? Gu Qing shook her head. This is newly opened, and I haven't inquired much. However, with the current crackdown on illicit activities, it's all shrouded in secrecy. In the past, it was all laid bare in the wellness project listings. Anything above a certain price was essentially a given, with the pricier options being younger and more attractive. How good-looking can the most expensive ones be? A beauty who could topple a city? Not quite, Gu Qing explained. The most expensive ones are generally for multiple guests. Naturally, the more girls you call, the higher the cost. Oda. Ji Yunjia seemed to understand. That sounds worth it. Gu Qing playfully tapped her. Do you know what this is called now? It's called fallen women. The situation today is different from the past. Previously, many were forced into it, but now most do it willingly. It is a lucrative endeavor. Ji Yunjia chuckled at her own predicament, thinking that compared to them, she was utterly pretentious, being married yet still holding on to some semblance of dignity. Ji Yunjia took several more sips and then smiled at Gu Qing. Qing, I've decided to have a baby. The abrupt shift left Gu Qing momentarily stunned. Is this the reason for your unhappiness? Ji Yunjia curved her lips. I'm quite happy about it. How can you say that? Gu Qing sat up. Is it because your in-laws are urging you? It's been a year since we got married, and both sets of parents are eagerly awaiting it. A pang of sorrow flickered through her. It was too personal to share with others. Ji Yuqing regarded her calmly. So, are you planning for a drunken escapade tonight? Upon seeing her serious expression, Ji Yunjia quickly backtracked. This wine won't get anyone drunk. I was just joking. Ji Yunjia, having indulged in alcohol, wore a smile as radiant as a blooming flower. Yet, to Gu Qing's discerning eyes, it was merely a facade of forced cheerfulness. Having been together for a decade, how could she fail to perceive the reluctance that lingered in her heart? Gu Qing cautiously inquired, Jia, wouldn't you consider finding a different husband? That was out of the question. Ji Yunjia chuckled and took another sip of her drink. Then I would become an eternal sinner, betraying both heaven and earth, as well as my ancestors. I meant in terms of work, Gu Qing retorted impatiently. Perhaps you should take some time to study in another city, to reflect and think clearly. Once the child arrives, it cannot be returned. Without the consent of both sets of parents, how could she leave the city? But it mattered little. She had made her decision, which was why she dared to drink so much. Yunjia sensed that she had indeed overindulged, her mind feeling light and inexplicably inclined to laughter. My husband is so handsome, and he holds a respectable position. My parents and in-laws are all influential, and no one at work dares to trip me up. How wonderful is this life! I am content. Gu Qing was at a loss for how to persuade her. She herself acknowledged the merits of Song Jiming as a person. He need not sleep in a separate room. Merely exercising his rights would suffice for his own happiness. Yet he refrained from doing so, considering Ji Yunjia's feelings, which to her signified respect. Even if they remained devoid of love in the future, he would still fulfill the responsibilities of a man and a husband. Furthermore, their families were well matched, making him an ideal partner in her eyes. Yunjia placed the bottle on the bedside table and murmured, "Call Song Jiming and tell him I've had too much to drink. Ask him to come pick me up. I'll take a short nap first." Chapter 86. After such a long time, don't you miss it? When Song Jiming received the call, he was on his way home. Upon hearing that Ji Yunjia had overindulged, he couldn't help but frown. She had been drinking at home frequently lately, having consumed an entire case in just over half a month. Checking the time, he informed Gu Qing, "I'll be there in half an hour." Gu Qing hung up. He'll be here in half an hour. Perhaps due to the massage she had received, Ji Yunjia was genuinely fatigued and responded vaguely. Gu Qing waited on the bed, pondering whether to accompany Su Nanzhou back to their hometown. What would happen if she went back? What if she didn't tea? How would she explain it to her parents? Just then, Su Nanzhou sent a message, startling Gu Qing. "I'm busy this weekend. Can't make it." Ji Yuqing sighed in relief. "Perfect. I have to work overtime too." Su Nanzhou. "Are you home yet?" Gu Qing. "On the way." Su Nanzhou. "Be careful." Ji Yuqing did not reply further, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. Roses must symbolize love, right? Such a grand gesture, yet he was not typically one for grand displays. It had been a couple of weeks since she last saw him. What could have kept him away for so long? Gu Qing's thoughts wandered until she called out to awaken Ji Yunjia. "Get dressed. Song Jiming is almost here." Ji Yunjia rubbed her eyes and sat up. Seizing an opportunity while Gu Qing was distracted, she downed the remaining half bottle of wine in one go. Ji Yuqing turned around in shock, reaching for the bottle. "Have you lost your mind?" The bottle was already empty. Ji Yunjia belched, feeling dizzy from her hasty drinking. Struggling to maintain composure, she looked at Gu Qing and slurred, "It takes two to tango. I'm just not trying to muster some courage." Gu Qing helped Ji Yunjia into the elevator to the lobby, where Song Jiming was already waiting. Upon seeing her, he quickly moved to wrap his arm around her waist. "You all go ahead. I'll call a designated driver and leave. Ji Yuqing stated. I'll take you home. Song Jiming replied. No need, it's not far. Just take care of Ji Yunjia. With that, he headed toward the front desk. Ive already settled the bill. Song Jiming called out to her. Oh, okay. Gu Qing paused and walked outside with him. Ji Yunjia was not completely incapacitated but swayed slightly as she walked. Song Jiming held her waist as they exited the lobby. A cluster of designated drivers awaited at the entrance. After parting ways with Gu Qing, Song Jiming first helped Ji Yunjia into the passenger seat, handed the keys to the driver, and drove her car back. As Song Jiming's vehicle made its way home, he asked, "Would you like to open the window?" Ji Yunjia shook her head, closing her eyes in silence. Noticing her demeanor, Song Jiming fell silent as well. Focusing on driving. Feeling the wind, Ji Yunjia's dizziness intensified, yet her mind remained clear. She contemplated whether to leap into his arms or feign an inability to walk, so he would carry her upstairs. However, he would have to press the elevator button, and the door required a fingerprint to unlock. He would have to set her down eventually. By the time they arrived home, she still had not devised a good plan. She realized she was indeed weak and ineffectual. After days of heavy drinking, she still lacked the courage to make a move. Song Jiming brought her inside, placing her on the shoe bench, then knelt to remove her shoes and arrange them neatly. Ji Yunjia gazed down at the man changing her shoes, wondering what she was truly upset about. Was it her parents' obsession with power or an inescapable fate? Ji Yunjia withdrew her foot, refusing to wear the slippers he offered. "I'm going to my room." After saying this, she steadied herself against the cabinet and, barefoot, unsteadily made her way toward the bedroom. Song Jiming removed his shoes and quickly followed to support her. What's with the tantrum? For several consecutive nights, all she had done was drink. When asked, she merely claimed it was enjoyable. The melancholy etched on her face, masked by a forced smile, pained him to witness. Ji Yunjia pushed him away, smiling sweetly. "Is that so?" With that, she took a few quick steps. Fearing she might stumble and hit the cabinet, Song Jiming reached out to catch her, only to see her collapse onto the bed. Rolling over to face him with a grin, "See? I'm quite accurate." Song Jiming approached, gazing at her fair, unadorned face and inquired, "Do you want to wash up?" Ji Yunjia shook her head. "I already did," as he bent down to pull the blanket from beneath her. Intending to cover her, he said, "Turn over." Ji Yunjia remained unmoved, lying there as she was. Unbeknownst to Song Jiming, Ji Yunjia was grappling with a difficult choice in her heart. His face was mere inches away. With a simple reach, she could encircle his neck and roll around on the bed. Suddenly, Song Jiming's tie slipped loose, falling onto Ji Yunjia's face. Instinctively, she grasped it, and as their eyes met, she uttered a phrase she had rehearsed countless times in her mind. "After all this time. Don't you miss it?" Song Jiming's gaze darkened momentarily as he softly replied, "You've been drinking a lot lately." Ji Yunjia was reluctant to answer. "Haven't you been drinking as well? Why go there to drink? I know you stayed there on the night of the second day of the Lunar New Year." Ji Yunjia murmured, having seen Lu Jingfa's posts. Song Jiming nodded, candidly admitting, "And then, to see if there are any pretty young ladies to alleviate your troubles." "Did you see any?" Ji Yunjia smiled. "I'm prettier and can help you with your troubles too." As she spoke, she placed her hand on Song Jiming's lower back. "Or do you only fancy the scent of wildflowers?" With no makeup on, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes slightly glazed from intoxication, she looked at him as if inviting him to pick her. Song Jiming's throat involuntarily bobbed twice, his lips brushing against the edge of hers. Before he leaned closer to whisper in her ear, "Are you trying to lay a trap?" The sudden warmth caused Ji Yunjia to shudder, and feeling her response, Song Jiming took her earlobe into his mouth. Gently sucking on it, the fragrance lingered especially strong at the back of her ear. "What perfume are you wearing?" he murmured, his voice husky, his lips lingering on her neck. Ji Yunjia could no longer suppress her soft gasps. "It's custom-made. There are no contraceptives at home, so let us just proceed like this." Ji Yunjia closed her eyes. Yet, unbeknownst to her, her hands instinctively pressed against Song Jiming's chest. She wished to take a leap of faith. But he was unwilling to take advantage of her intoxication. They still had time and need not rush into things. Lifting his head from her neck, Song Jiming found Ji Yunjia looking at him in confusion. He noticed her expression of bewilderment, and with a gentle smile, he said, "You're drunk. Sleep now." With that, he turned and left the bed. "Are you not sleeping here?" With her sudden boldness, he dared not stay, merely stating, I have things to do in the morning. Chapter 87. You might want to curb it a bit. Ji Yunjia, still inebriated, stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend Song Jiming's meaning. What did waking up early tomorrow have to do with sleeping here tonight? Her dazed expression genuinely charmed Song Jiming, eliciting a smile as he remarked, "No need to rush. We have plenty of time." Yunjia finally understood that Song Jiming did not wish to sleep with her and was merely finding an excuse. Embarrassed, she hastily threw the covers over her head and exclaimed, "Get out." "There are no contraceptives at home," Song Jiming explained with a chuckle. "Get out." He had watched her loneliness unfold over the past few days. Although they were both unfortunate souls dragged along by fate, he did not want to force her into motherhood just like that. They were meant to share a lifetime together. Only when she willingly accepted would there be no feelings of grievance. Fine then. Song Jiming exited the room. As soon as the door closed, Ji Yunjia began to cry silently, the emotion she had suppressed for so long finally released. While she was angry with him, she was also grateful it was him. Had it been someone else, they would not have cared for her feelings. The next morning, Ji Yunjia woke to find Song Jiming had already left. Glancing in the mirror, she quickly understood why he had departed early. There were 2 distinct red marks on her fair neck, remnants of Song Jiming's touch from the previous night. Although they hadn't shared a kiss, it would appear to outsiders as though they had spent a night of passion. How could she possibly go to work like this? Ji Yunjia internally berated him from head to toe. Tying a silk scarf around her neck in a futile attempt to conceal her feelings before stepping out, Lu Qingqing, upon noticing the scarf adorning Ji Yunjia's neck, immediately contemplated the possible implications. How could someone as tall and handsome as Song Jiming be within her reach? If she were to become involved with him, walking down the street would undoubtedly be a sight to behold. The more Lu Qingqing entertained such thoughts, the more her heart twisted with envy. However, she reminded herself that the time was not yet ripe. Patience was essential, and she must proceed with caution. With this in mind, Lu Qingqing adjusted her demeanor and caught up with Ji Yunjia, teasingly remarking, "Song Gu is quite dashing." Ji Yunjia paused momentarily, realizing what Lu Qingqing was alluding to, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lu Qingqing mused internally about Ji Yunjia's pretense. Married for a year, yet she seemed to be leading a double life with Song Jiming, putting on an innocent facade. Had she ever witnessed Song Gu displaying such overt confidence before? Lu Qingqing chuckled to herself, feeling a sense of superiority, as if the insecurities of those beneath her could provide her with solace. Although Lu Qingqing's comment was merely casual, people can be unexpectedly sensitive. Ji Yunjia shot her a glance and replied, "We're like an old married couple. We don't share the same wild ideas as you young girls." Lu Qingqing felt a jolt of surprise. Had her expression given something away? She quickly shifted the topic, asking, "What do you think of my new bag? Is it pretty?" "It's lovely," Ji Yunjia replied. "Quite affordable from a niche brand. Only a few hundred IT can't compare to yours, as long as it suits you. That's all that matters." "Hermes is splendid, but it's not always appropriate for a teacher," Ji Yunjia remarked, observing Lu Qingqing's reaction. If she harbored such notions, it served as a gentle admonition. If not, it was merely a casual exchange. Lu Qingqing, smiling as she linked her arm with Ji Yunjia's, responded, "Absolutely, you're right." Though her smile was bright, her heart scoffed. Who wouldn't appreciate Hermes? Surely, she had the right to pursue what she liked at noon. Song Jiming sent a message saying he would pick her up after work, bringing ingredients to make dumplings for her mother-in-law. How could her mother allow Song Jiming to cook? Ji Yunjia acknowledged him without further comment. Just as Ji Yunjia was finishing work, Song Jiming awaited her at the entrance. Noticing Ji Yunjia hadn't driven, Lu Qingqing quickly followed, deducing that Song Jiming was there to collect her. It had been days since she had any interaction with him, and all the schemes she had concocted to entice him had led nowhere. Why hadn't Ji Yunjia driven today? Ji Yunjia, without answering the question, inquired, "And you?" Lu Qingqing hesitated for a moment before replying, "I'm just fetching something from the guard. It would be more convenient to drive out," Ji Yunjia suggested. Lu Qingqing slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget? I need to go back for my car." Ji Yunjia chuckled but offered no reply. They soon arrived at the entrance, where Song Jiming stood beside his car. Upon seeing Lu Qingqing with Ji Yunjia, he turned and entered the vehicle, closing the door behind him and honking, signaling Ji Yunjia to approach. "See you tomorrow, Xiao Lu." With Song Jiming already inside, she felt it inappropriate to rush over for a greeting, so she smiled at Ji Yunjia, bidding her farewell for the next day. Yet she couldn't resist adding, "Don't forget to ask Song-gu to introduce me to someone. Engineers have the brightest prospects." Lu Qingqing concluded that Song Jiming was deliberately avoiding her. While this may have been a misfortune, she found herself oddly exhilarated, as if their relationship now held a secret only they understood. Once Ji Yunjia entered the car, she casually remarked, "So, you won't acknowledge me unless I'm your superior?" After saying this, she observed Song Jiming's expression, which remained indifferent. "Isn't it just that I'm in a hurry to get home and prepare dumplings?" he replied. The old fox. It was clear he wished to avoid any interaction with Lu Qingqing. Was he afraid that a fresh graduate like Lu Qingqing might develop feelings, prompting him to keep his distance? However, given his striking appearance, it was only natural for young women to be smitten. "You should be cautious. Nowadays, a mere glance can be misinterpreted as flirtation," Ji Yunjia advised. Song Jiming shot her an amused glance, asking, "And how should I exercise caution? Please enlighten me." "Just feel it out," Ji Yunjia replied. Song Jiming remained noncommittal, starting the car. "Where to buy the ingredients?" "My mother is likely finishing up the dumplings. We can eat as soon as we get home," she said, explaining that her mother had taken a leave of absence that afternoon to prepare. "Let's stop by the fruit shop downstairs to pick up some fruit. I have tea in the trunk, so we can take it all at once." His trunk was always stocked with gifts. Upon arriving at Nanyuan, the dumplings were indeed nearly ready to be served. Song Jiming changed his shoes and headed to the kitchen to wash his hands and help out. Yang Yueli quickly handed him a paper towel, urging him to wait outside that moment. Ji Yunjia had also changed her shoes. Seeing her mother shooing Song Jiming out, she said, "Don't cause any more trouble." "You child," Yang Yueli scolded lightly. As Ji Yunjia turned away, Song Jiming gently tugged at the corner of Ji Yunjia's scarf, saying, "Yunjia, your scarf has fallen." Ji Yunjia hurriedly covered her neck and bent down to retrieve it, only to find it grasped in Song Jiming's hand. She snatched it back, shooting him a glare before rushing to the bathroom to tie it properly. Having overheard the couple's discussion about the scarf, Yang Yueli attentively observed her daughter's neck during dinner. Despite the scarf, she still caught glimpses of red marks, which satisfied her, prompting her to serve more food to the couple. As a mother, she understood her daughter's nature well. Having not dated anyone in recent years, she could surmise a few things. Song Jiming was certainly a worthy partner for her daughter. If they could have a child, she would feel reassured about their marriage, allowing them to cultivate a fulfilling life together. It seemed that everything was progressing positively. The following day, Song Jiming was invited to Yayan for dinner, as his mother had prepared fish head soup. Ji Yunjia had no choice but to accompany him. Song Jiming settled beside her on the sofa and asked, "Has the mark on your neck faded?" Ji Yunjia shot him an exasperated look. "How would you know if it has or hasn't?" Song Jiming reached out, insisting, "Let me see it." Ji Yunjia swatted his hand away, whispering, "It's because of you." Unyielding, Song Jiming continued to press for a glimpse. "Stop fooling around. Your mother is in the kitchen," Ji Yunjia warned, not daring to raise her voice. Men can be quite stubborn. Ji Yunjia continuously pushed him away, retreating, unaware of Song Jiming's unusual determination that day. But with the physical discrepancy between them, it wasn't long before they ended up in an embrace. Hearing the door open, Ji Yunjia gasped, pressing her voice low, "Let go of me." Only after the door shut did Song Jiming seem to register her words, quickly releasing her. Ji Yunjia awkwardly stood up. "Dad, you're back?" she called out. Song Jiming also stood, greeting him. Song Jianjun smiled slightly. You're here, where's your mother?" "She's in the kitchen making fish head soup, calling us in to eat," Song Jiming replied, explaining that he had casually mentioned the delicious fish head the night before, which led to this dinner invitation. "You two stay here. I'm going to change." Once Song Jianjun entered his room, Ji Yunjia felt uncomfortable remaining in the living room with Song Jiming and promptly went to the kitchen to assist. Although her mother had clearly stated that only one dish was being prepared tonight, she still opened the kitchen door, where the range hood was noisily whirring. "Mom, I'm here to learn." After they left, Song Jiming approached the window, gently closing it. The weather in northern March still held a chill. Living on the third floor, he could hear his father's driver saying goodbye at the dining table. Song Jiming and Ji Yunjia praised the fish head's deliciousness repeatedly. Ji Yanqing observed them, her gaze landing on Ji Yunjia's scarf. Coupled with the playful noises she had overheard in the kitchen, it wasn't hard to guess that something was concealed beneath that scarf. Rather than concerning herself with political matters, she was more focused on whether the two could build a life together. Binding them through children was the best strategy, so she remarked, I've heard that folic acid should be taken in advance. Jiming, check with your mother-in-law when you have the chance. Song Jiming nodded while eating. Seeing her son so agreeable, she continued, since you both have undergone premarital checkups, conceiving shouldn't be too much of a challenge. Just put in a little effort this time. Ji Yanqing's words carried a double meaning. Having been married for a while without children suggested they might have been using contraception. Song Jiming seamlessly took over the conversation, saying, understood, I'll ask when I have the time. Perceiving her son to be serious this time, Ji Yanqing advised, you should avoid smoking and drinking. It's essential nowadays, even if you're young, to prioritize quality in childbearing. Did my father avoid it? Song Jiming retorted, always keen on exploiting his mother's vulnerabilities. Ji Yanqing felt slightly embarrassed by his response, exclaiming, how rude. Their marriage entangled with numerous factors, politics, interests, love, and necessity. Though she had married for love, her experience was akin to one drinking water. Only she knew whether it was warm or cold. After a brief pause, she turned her attention to her daughter-in-law, Yunjia. Would you consider moving in with us? We can keep an eye on him. Song Jiming interjected, please don't, Mom. If you genuinely want us to have children, just leave us be. We need to prepare first. Discussing such matters left Ji Yunjia feeling embarrassed, prompting her to put down her chopsticks and declare, Dad, Mom, I'm full. You two take your time. Song Jiming also set down his chopsticks, looking at her and asking, why are you eating so little? My appetite hasn't been great lately. She replied. Song Jiming thought to himself, finally, she's on the right track. Ji Yanqing cast a glance at Song Jianjun, who remarked, it's not advisable to drive in the dark. Let's return and rest early. Well, since the sun hasn't set yet, we should head back, she replied. Once the two were in the car and had left Yuyuan, Ji Yunjia let out a long sigh and said, Song Jiming, you did that on purpose. Song Jiming chuckled. Isn't that what they want to see? Ji Yunjia lowered her head and slowly confessed, that night, I was willing, and I still am now. Here we go again. Song Jiming parked the car by the roadside and said, it's not that I don't want to. I just don't wish to become a father so soon, he added. If your parents ask, just tell them I smoke and drink heavily and can't conceive. Ji Yunjia pondered for a moment and replied, but my mother would definitely insist on having you undergo a medical checkup. Many can't conceive despite having no health issues. Who can say for certain? Just place the blame on me, he suggested. Ji Yunjia considered it and thought it might work. Song Jiming continued, if you have something to say, tell me. Don't keep it to yourself. I am your husband. Who else should care? Upon hearing this, Ji Yunjia's eyes welled with tears. She had always dealt with her troubles alone, either accepting them or bearing them in silence. Now that he was aware, he effortlessly resolved the matter, offering a sense of security she had never known before. His image transformed from that of a lofty, polite, and distant scion of a prestigious family to that of her husband, someone who could shield her from life's storms. Ji Yunjia nodded firmly, I understand. Hearing a hint of nasality in her voice, as if she had been crying, he realized how deeply insecure this girl must be to be so moved by his words. Song Jiming looked at her and decided to offer some comfort. Our families indeed expect us to have children. Both my family and yours are the same. We enjoy the protection of our families. But we must also adhere to their constraints. Is there any situation where one can enjoy rights without fulfilling obligations? It's not that I do not wish to fulfill my duties. I am simply saddened by how my parents prioritize their interests and frustrated with my own helplessness. Ji Yunjia finally spoke, revealing the truth. After all, they were her parents. How could they treat her this way? Seeing her head bowed like a pitiful child, Song Jiming reached out to gently stroke her hair, smiling as he said, silly girl, your parents act this way because they believe I am worthy of their trust. Upon hearing this, Ji Yunjia looked up at him with wide, watery eyes, asking earnestly, really? Even the most brilliant individuals possess their vulnerabilities. She was astute but was also troubled by what she lacked. That's only natural. Song Jiming assured her with conviction, we've been married for less than a year. You know me best. Trust your parents. They are never wrong. Ji Yunjia reflected seriously and realized he was right. He was dignified, ambitious, resolute, and dependable. Song Jiming gently brushed away the stray hair from her forehead and spoke softly, though I am burdened by fame and fortune, I still wish to live a good life with you, so I will wait for you to willingly embrace this, not because of anyone else, but simply because of me. As he finished speaking, Ji Yunjia's tears fell instantly. Song Jiming pulled her into his embrace, softly comforting her. The intricacies of the human heart are indeed unfathomable. He and her parents were alike in that regard. She genuinely disliked insincerity and could not trust falsehoods. But in the realm of half-truths and half-lies, as long as she felt happy, it sufficed. Chapter 89. Did the doctor not enlighten you about sudden cardiac arrest? As a new week commenced, Gu Qing felt restless on Monday. Having received no flowers, had he forgotten? Or was he regretting it? Was that not his intention? Why send flowers without a single message? Had she been too presumptuous? Manager Gu? Zhou Lang called her name twice. Snapping her back to reality, it's your turn. Seeing the eyes of her colleagues in the conference room on her, Gu Qing coughed awkwardly. All right. She opened the documents and began her report. Ji Yuqing endured the day and a daze until the end of work. Su Nanzhou called her in the afternoon, inviting her to dinner. She was reluctant to go but found it hard to refuse. After all, it was not easy for him to come. Uncertain how to decline, she hesitated, especially since her mother was eagerly preparing for their trip back home in a few days, and she did not want to upset things now. Lost in these thoughts, she arrived at the underground parking lot. Looking up, she saw a man leaning against her car door, holding a large bouquet of fiery red roses. The man was tall and striking. He was the very one she had been longing for. Gu Qing suppressed the urge to rush over. Upon noticing her approach, Su Chengchuan straightened up. Off work? Feigning calm, Gu Qing nodded, but her gaze was drawn to the flowers in his arms. The packaging and quantity were exactly like the ones she usually received. She was now certain they were indeed from him. Su Chengchuan extended the flowers toward her, his expression warm. For you? Ji Yuqing's hands trembled with excitement as she accepted the flowers, waiting for his next words. If he spoke, she was ready to leap into his arms and then return to confront her mother. He had been on a business trip, visiting several places, and had just returned today. Was this his way of explaining his absence over the past 2 weeks? Was he reporting his itinerary to her? Mem, she replied but could not bring herself to meet his eyes, focusing instead on the bouquet. Noticing her expectant demeanor, Su Chengchuan's eyes sparkled with amusement. I have to travel again tomorrow. But I'll be back the day after. Gu Qing murmured, still looking down. Then I'll head back. Is that all? Gu Qing lifted her gaze to him, realizing he must be aware of the significance of the roses. Drive safely, Su Chengchuan advised. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing felt her temper flare. Was he teasing her? With a forced smile, she retorted, Director Su, have you received a promotion or struck gold? Or have you invested in a flower shop to advertise to me? Addressing him this way, Su Chengchuan smiled slightly. Our company has no such plans for now. Ji Yuqing tossed the flowers back at him. I'm leaving. I have dinner plans with Su Nanzhou, and it's inconvenient to carry these. With a great deal of force, she opened her car door and glared at him. If you send me flowers again tomorrow, I'll throw them straight into the trash bin on the 17th floor. With that, she stepped on the gas and drove away. Watching Gu Qing leave, Su Chengchuan smirked and muttered, silly girl, he was pursuing her, compensating for the experiences a girl should have during the course of a romance. He feared that if she agreed too quickly, she might later regret the moment she had missed. The next day, Su Chengchuan indeed did not send flowers but ordered a lavish lunch for her instead. The portions were small yet numerous, clearly not inexpensive. Although Gu Qing felt annoyed, she could not dismiss it, knowing he had made the effort. On the third day, the lunch was different again, but the same extravagant display persisted. Gu Qing felt troubled by his extravagant spending and resolved to clarify things the next time she saw him. However, just as she arrived at the parking lot in the afternoon, she ran into him. Gu Qing slammed her palm against Su Chengchuan's car hood and declared with feigned fury, you are not to order me lunch again. Though Gu Qing was incredibly beautiful, with a captivating charm, her fierce demeanor while banging on the car hood felt quite incongruous. Su Chengchuan lowered his window and asked teasingly, what did you say? I said no more lunches, she reiterated, banging the hood again. Amused, Su Chengchuan replied, why are you shouting? Gu Qing snapped back, can't you hear me? Su Chengchuan chuckled, is your hand not burning? He had just driven over 600 kilometers, and the hood must be quite hot. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing quickly withdrew her hand, retorting angrily, why do you care? Su Chengchuan's eyes sparkled with suppressed laughter. Get in the car. What for? Gu Qing replied irritably. To eat. Weren't you supposed to be working late? Su Chengchuan was amused. If he couldn't handle Gu Qing, then Song Jiming was even more anxious than he was. We'll eat first and then get back to work. I'm not going. Are you coming in by yourself? Or should I pull you in? Gu Qing glanced at her colleagues trickling out of the elevator and reluctantly got into the sea air. Su Chengchuan leaned over to buckle her seatbelt, but Gu Qing anticipated his move and pushed him away. Saying, "I can do it myself," before she could finish, she heard him let out a muffled groan. Jiu Qing looked at her palm, puzzled. She had not struck him hard, had she? Su Chengchuan leaned back in his seat. Lightly pressing on his sternum, he managed to say, "Are you trying to take my life?" Gu Qing leaned over, scrutinizing him. "What's wrong with you?" "I bruised my sternum. I dozed off while driving this afternoon." He was exhausted. Just moments ago, he had nearly driven into a river but managed to brake in time, only to hit his chest against the steering wheel. Though the airbag hadn't deployed, the pain was excruciating. Jiu Qing gasped, "Did you go to the hospital?" "I did. Just returned." Jiu Qing furrowed her brow, staring intently at his chest. "What did the doctor say? Did he advise you to keep running around?" Seeing her concern, Su Chengchuan laughed lightly. "Just take it easy. I can't exactly get a steel plate." Looking into his eyes, which were bloodshot from fatigue, she felt a pang of sympathy. "Did the doctor not educate you about sudden cardiac arrest?" "Not particularly," he replied nonchalantly. Seeing him so carefree, she snapped, "Get out." Gu Qing huffed as she exited the car. Leaving him behind, Su Chengchuan thought she was coming to drive, but she unexpectedly walked away and then drove her own car over. Su Chengchuan, ever accommodating, promptly exited his vehicle and climbed into hers. Jiu Qing leaned over to fasten his seatbelt, but unlike Su Chengchuan, she was careful not to touch him. "Where to?" Su Chengchuan gazed at her. His tone remaining gentle as ever. "I'll take you home. I haven't eaten yet." Jiu Qing remained unmoved, avoiding eye contact. "Doesn't your mother cook for you?" Su Chengchuan nodded. "She does." Thereafter, Gu Qing chose to ignore him, focusing on driving. To avoid jostling him, she opted for a longer, less trafficked route. Chapter 90. For he had a woman he cherished, and feared he could not afford the bag she fancied. The vehicle glided slowly along the highway. The weather was splendid, and the evening breeze wafted through the car window. Neither cold nor hot, perfectly temperate, at the winding end of the road. The setting sun bathed the horizon in crimson hues. As birds flew homeward across the sky, though the scene was ordinary, it exuded a serene beauty. "Where did you get hurt?" Gu Qing finally suppressed her urge to cry and calmly posed the question. "By the Haihe River," Su Chengchuan replied nonchalantly, as if he had merely strolled by the riverbank. Gu Qing's heart jolted, her grip on the steering wheel trembling slightly. "You weren't this busy before." For he too had a woman he adored, and feared he could not afford the bag she liked. Su Chengchuan, with a gentle smile, remarked, "Because I am just an ordinary man, and I too have an affinity for money. In the future, don't send me flowers. I can't take them home, and I wouldn't know how to explain them to my mother. And don't order me meals, lest it interfere with my dining opportunities with my superiors. Those flowers aren't cheap, nor are the meals." Su Chengchuan chuckled, neither confirming nor denying her words. The car came to a stop at the entrance of Su Chengchuan's residential complex. Coincidentally, it was the Qingming festival. "You should rest at home. Don't wander about aimlessly," Gu Qing softly advised. "And you?" Su Chengchuan inquired, looking at her. "Are you heading back to your hometown in the south?" Though he did not utter Su Nanzhou's name. He was well aware. "I suppose so," he nodded. "I'll be going up now." As he said this, he unbuckled his seatbelt and prepared to exit the vehicle. "Don't move around." Gu Qing hastily opened the door, circumnavigating the front of the car to open the passenger door. "Take your time, I'm not that fragile," Su Chengchuan replied as he stepped out. "Be careful on your way back." After walking a few paces, he suddenly turned and called out to her, "Gu Qing." Gu Qing turned around. Do you know where I live?" At this, Gu Qing exhibited a marked fluster, hurriedly entering the car, shutting the door, and speeding away. Watching the receding tail lights, a smile tugged at the corners of Su Chengchuan's lips. Among the myriad woes of the world, only longing remains unhealed. Countless sleepless nights had passed when she would drive to this very community, parking far from the entrance, merely sitting in her car, gazing vacantly at the scattered lights within, seeking solace from her yearning heart. She often recalled the poem "The Farthest Distance in the World." The greatest distance in this world is standing before you, yet unable to say I love you. Through the rearview mirror, Gu Qing noticed Su Chengchuan still standing behind, hesitating whether to return and inquire. She could also take the initiative. After all, he had given her roses. Regardless of his acknowledgement, she perceived it as a token of affection. Ultimately, as Su Chengchuan turned away, Gu Qing lost her courage. Upon arriving home, she discovered her usually busy father at home, packing luggage with her mother. Seeing the preparations for a trip, Gu Qing felt a headache coming on. Qing is back. Mom will go cook right away. Eat quickly so we can pack up. My brother back? Gu Qing asked. He probably hasn't set off yet. He said he would be a bit late. Lu Yu glanced at the dress in her hands, contemplating whether to take it to Su Nanzhou coming as well. Gu Qing cautiously inquired of her mother. Of course, he is here to pick you up. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing's heart sank. Oh, is he staying at our home? I would like that, but I fear he might hesitate due to propriety. Oh, Gu Qing had just checked downstairs about the signs and treatments for bone fractures. There were various recommendations. To wear supports, apply ice for local bruising, take anti-inflammatory medication, avoid lying flat, and rest. She was uncertain about Su Chengchuan's condition, her thoughts a tangled mess. Now, hearing that Su Nanzhou was coming, her confusion only deepened, rendering her utterly flustered. Noticing her daughter's forlorn demeanor, Lu Yu set down the clothing, took Gu Qing's hand, and seated them on the sofa, speaking softly. Qing, you needn't feel pressured. We're merely returning to our hometown to pay respects to our ancestors. The South is different from the North. We can always share a cup of tea and discuss business. Besides, your brother and young Su have been friends for years. It's quite common for our families to dine together. After hearing her mother's words, Gu Qing felt a measure of relief. She linked her arm with her mother's, resting her head on her shoulder in a playful manner. I just don't want to trouble anyone. What trouble? Let your brother handle it. He can deal with any inconveniences. Ji Pingxing approached, sitting beside them on the sofa. Daughter, don't feel pressured. If you don't like him, take your time to find someone. My daughter cannot marry just anyone. Ji Qing teased. Exactly. If I can't find someone like Dad, I won't marry at all. That's not an option. Lu Yu immediately interjected, disapproving. Your brother is always teasing me. Don't you dare follow his example. Is Miss Jiang coming too? Hearing about her son's girlfriend, Lu Yu's expression darkened, and she huffed. I can't even ask. It would only frustrate me. Naturally, Gu Chang would not bring her, and sensing her mother's irritation, Gu Qing feigned hunger to coax her into the kitchen. Once back in her room, Gu Qing resumed her research on treating Su Chengchuan's injury, consulting several online doctors before deciding on topical treatments. She hesitated to purchase oral medication, assuming the doctor would provide it. Meanwhile, Su Chengchuan was boiling instant noodles. The noise from the exhaust fan was loud. And only after turning off the gas stove did he hear the phone ring. Upon seeing it was Gu Qing, he quickly answered, Hello. Ji Qing steadied her voice. Are you in pain anywhere? After 2 calls went unanswered, she involuntarily conjured numerous scenarios in her mind. No, I just didn't hear it earlier. Hearing his voice was normal, Gu Qing felt a tad reassured. I bought topical treatments and called a courier. I left your phone number for them to contact you at the community entrance. A gentle smile graced Su Chengchuan's face. Good. Actually, the doctor prescribed both internal and external medications. I noted that they should deliver it upstairs. You need to provide them with your apartment number. All right. Su Chengchuan leaned against the kitchen counter, acquiescing. When you sleep tonight, don't lie flat. You should sleep on your side. All right. Apply cold compresses for the first 48 hours. Then switch to heat. Understood. Have the aunt prepare it for you. Don't let her skimp on it. Yu Qing continued to advise. Okay, as Yu Chengchuan responded affirmatively. Don't just agree. You need to apply it. If it swells badly tomorrow, it will hurt inside and out. Got it. Have you packed your luggage? I'll pack after dinner. Are you flying or driving? Driving. Driving is fine. It rains often over there, so pack extra clothes. Oh. The temperature hasn't been high these days, around 11 or 12 degrees. Make sure to bring warmer clothes. 2 knocks sounded at the door. Daughter, come eat. Got it. Dad. Su Chengchuan on the other end of the line also overheard the father-daughter exchange. Go eat? Be careful. You too. Yu Chengchuan hung up, immediately clutching his chest, suppressing a cough. The house was empty, and the instant noodles on the table had begun to congeal. Chapter 91 Qingming Journey by Yue Mansion. The clock had struck 10, and Song Jiming had yet to return home. Unable to contain herself, Ji Yunjia dialed his number. Song Jiming's fingers flew across the keyboard, and upon seeing Ji Yunjia's name on the caller ID, he realized it was already 10 o'clock at night. Hello. Song Jiming answered. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. I'll be working late tonight. You should sleep. Are you not coming back today? I'll be working until quite late, so I'm staying at the office for the night. Don't forget to pack your luggage. Upon hearing he wouldn't be returning, Ji Yoonja felt inexplicably disheartened. I've already packed. Is there anything specific you want me to bring? Bring a bedsheet. All right, come back early tomorrow. Don't miss your flight. I'm worried about the crowds. Sleep early. The next day, Ji Yoonja rose early, placing her packed luggage by the door and leaning against the sofa, waiting for Song Jiming. Song Jiming returned just in time, noticing the luggage by the door. Is everything packed? Ji Yoonja stood up and walked over. Yes, go change your clothes. I've laid them out on the bed for you. You won't need to wear a suit back home, right? No need. Song Jiming glanced at her attire. Did you just buy those clothes? Ji Yoonja rarely wore casual wear. Today she donned a light blue denim jacket over a loose-fitting t-shirt and beige tapered pants. Feeling flustered by Song Jiming's inquiry, she stammered. Is there someone important to meet? I brought other clothes as well. Song Jiming chuckled, casting another glance at her outfit, which looked quite appealing. There's no one important. Hurry and change. Don't miss the flight. Ji Yoonja urged him. Upon entering the room, Song Jiming found a stack of clothes on the bed. Opening it revealed a set of color-blocked, casual attire, freshly purchased, with a pleasant fragrance and already washed. Song Jiming smiled, changing into the clothes and stepping out to show Ji Yoonja. Do they fit? Ji Yoonja's eyes lit up with his physique. Song Jiming could be described as a living mannequin. You should consider modeling on Taobao. It would be a shame not to. Ji Yoonja praised. Song Jiming lightly scoffed. Not interested. The shoes are by the door. He mentioned as he headed to the room to toss the clothes he had changed out of into the laundry basket. Upon arriving at the airport, a long queue had already formed at the security checkpoint. However, with her boarding pass in hand, Ji Yoonja felt no urgency as she passed through security alongside Song Jiming, who remained calm and composed. The flight was on schedule, and just before takeoff, Song Jiming made a phone call to Su Chungchuan to discuss some company matters and unresolved issues from the previous night. It was then that Ji Yoonja remembered Su Chungchuan's absence and blurted out, Why didn't Su Chungchuan come today? Song Jiming, with a bemused expression, replied, If he were to return, it would be to the Su family in Jizhou. Ji Yoonja then realized her oversight. I was only concerned about Gu Qing's absence, and he lost interest in coming, even invited Gu Qing. What was I thinking? This is just a case of misplaced concern. Embarrassed, Ji Yoonja quickly shifted the topic, asking, Isn't he returning to the Su family? His aunt and uncle returned last night. The company has some urgent matters that require his attention for a few days. So, he wants to take a break. It's quite common for me not to take a break. Song Jiming replied nonchalantly. I don't understand your company's affairs. With your hectic schedule, can't you hire a couple more people? Ever since discovering that even the front desk was manned by engineers, Ji Yoonja had become cautious about spending, preferring to save in case Song Jiming ever faced difficulties in issuing salaries. At least she could offer some assistance in an emergency. The current employees were all young, requiring time to grow, and those capable of handling responsibilities often looked down upon smaller companies like theirs. Thus, many tasks had to be done personally. Song Jiming's face bore the fatigue of a sleepless night, causing Ji Yoonja to feel a pang of sympathy. It doesn't matter how much you earn, as long as it's sufficient. He acknowledged her sentiment, yet for entrepreneurs, embarking on this path meant an unending journey. As the holidays commenced, the plane took off on time, swiftly ascending above the clouds towards Guangzhou. Ji Yoonja gazed out the window, realizing that although they were not on a honeymoon trip, this marked their first outing together, and she felt a sense of anticipation. Meanwhile, after concluding his call, Su Chungchuan slowly rose from his bed, took his medication, and called for a car to head to the company. At the same time, Su Nanzhou arrived at Gu Qing's residence at the agreed time, picking her up to journey to her hometown, located 1,000 miles away. Once the plane landed in Guangzhou, the pair disembarked, transferred to a bus, and then took a taxi, finally embarking on their journey home. Song Jiming's hometown was a village nestled among mountains, serving both as a village and a town. Having grown up in the northern plains, Ji Yoonja found the mountain roads refreshing, her eyes constantly drawn to the scenery outside. After exiting the highway, the vehicle wound its way along a serpentine mountain road, bringing the mountains closer and evoking a sense of traversing through a realm of hills. In the distance, fluffy white clouds clung to the mountainsides, appearing as if one could pluck them from the sky. Yoonja found it beautiful and turned to call Song Jiming's attention, only to see him leaning his head back, sound asleep, with faint shadows under his eyes. Leaning forward gently, Ji Yunjia whispered to the driver, "Could you please drive a bit slower? My husband worked all night and has fallen asleep." The driver, a middle-aged man, cheerfully responded in the local dialect, "Sure, I'll slow down." Ji Yunjia was at a loss for words. The driver seemed unaware that his voice boomed like thunder. Frowning, she turned to check on Song Jiming, only to find him smiling at her, his eyes still drowsy. He reached out, pulling her into his embrace, then closed his eyes once more. Yunjia obediently allowed him to hold her. Sometimes, when one's state of mind shifts, everything seems different from before. She wished to live a good life with him, not for fame or others' opinions, but simply because she wanted to be with him. On the highway, Su Nanzhou noticed Gu Qing's distracted demeanor throughout the journey and finally asked, "Did you forget something?" Gu Qing paused, realizing the implication of his question. "No, it's just about work." Her concern for Su Chengchuan's injuries rendered her somewhat preoccupied. Su Nanzhou sensed that she was merely making excuses. Wondering if her thoughts were occupied by that man who had sent her flowers, he chose not to press further, steering the conversation elsewhere. Uncle Gu and Auntie have maintained their relationship well over the years. During high school, he had the fortune of visiting the Gu family before they relocated north, and the warmth of their household lingered in his memory. Thus, when his mother mentioned Gu Qing was the daughter of that family, he readily agreed. He yearned for a similar harmonious family. Young couples, both first loves, naturally have a bond that surpasses the ordinary, Gu Qing remarked. Your mother possesses exceptional emotional intelligence. Otherwise, how could she manage your father so well? That's true, she replied. His own parents had undergone a business marriage and had long since led separate lives. He wasn't fond of that topic and changed the subject, saying, I visited your home during high school. You must have been. Su Nanzhou contemplated. You were probably in 5th or 6th grade at the time. Chapter 92. Checking into an 80s and Gu Qing had long forgotten about Su Nanzhou. I don't remember. I do, Su Nanzhou chuckled. You were the neighborhood bully back then, just returning from a fight that day. Your brother abandoned me and promptly dealt with those 2 kids. She had engaged in such behavior so frequently that she had no recollection of it. Now reminded by him, she could only respond with a forced smile. Really? I don't recall. Su Nanzhou continued. I never expected that after all these years, you have become so stunning that it's hard to recognize you. You must be imagining things, Gu Qing thought to herself. As the saying goes, one cannot judge a book by its cover. I even won awards in amateur fighting during university. She wanted to express that her appearance differed entirely from that of a delicate girl. Upon hearing this, Su Nanzhou glanced at her, smiling but saying nothing. She was likely brought along by Aunt Lu. The taxi entered the village, weaving through pedestrians, and stopped near a modest and .2 SUVs were unloading luggage in front of the inn. One was a black Land Rover driven by a trendy young couple, while the other was a white Toyota driven by a middle-aged man dressed in a white shirt and dark trousers, his slightly protruding belly and polished shoes suggesting a successful career. Ji Yunjia stared in disbelief at the dilapidated sign of the inn, then glanced at the 2 vehicles, and finally surveyed the surroundings, struggling to comprehend how, in an era where budget hotels were ubiquitous, this place could lack one. Upon entering the inn, which she could only loosely refer to as a lobby, she finally understood why Song Jiming had asked her to bring bed linens. The interior was as antiquated as the exterior. The proprietress appeared to be around 50, her face adorned with makeup, her thin lips a vivid red, and her hair styled in a high bun that accentuated her prominent cheekbones, instantly reminding Ji Yunjia of the character Young Urseo from Lu Xun's works. She was currently registering the trendy young couple driving the Land Rover, her chicken-like fingers painted with bright red nail polish, as she fished a set of keys from an iron box and placed them on the weathered counter. Lifting her eyelids to glance at the girl with an impassive expression, saying, Hairdryers are available downstairs. If the linens are dirty, you'll be charged 100. The girl immediately protested. What kind of shabby place is this? Are you robbing us? Is your linen worth 100? The boy understood the proprietress's words and pulled the girl upstairs, saying, It's just 100 yuan. Don't stoop to her level. Soon, loud complaints from the girl echoed from the 2nd floor. What kind of place is this? The toilets are all communal? Is this a film set from the 90s? It seemed the proprietress did not hear. She didn't even lift her eyelids. Next, Song Jiming stepped forward. Hello, I have a reservation for room 208. The proprietress's voice remained flat. Identification, for 2 people. Ji Yunjia hurriedly retrieved both their IDs from her bag and placed them on the counter. The proprietress scanned them with a machine, the old wooden counter and the modern card reader creating a stark contrast. Song Jiming took the key, grabbed the luggage, and ascended the stairs with Ji Yunjia. As they reached the floor, Ji Yunjia felt as though she had stepped into a scene from a film. The walls were painted a hospital-like blue, and the wooden doors were locked with padlocks. The public restroom was situated in the center, flanked by a communal shower. Fortunately, the smell of disinfectant masked any other odors. Passing by the room of the earlier couple, they noted the door slightly ajar, now devoid of sound. Song Jiming's room was the innermost one on the sunny side. Upon opening the door, it lacked a musty odor and appeared relatively clean. Once inside, Ji Yunjia could not help but ask, "Is this really worth reserving in advance?" "Yes, there are many returning visitors these days. If we can't find a room here, we'll have to go to a place 80 miles away, which is inconvenient. Just endure it for 2 nights, I'm not that picky," she replied, pulling a suitcase towards her. Song Jiming took it from her. "For what?" "The linens, to avoid 100 yuan charged, I assure you. It won't come to that." Ji Yunjia had intended it as a joke, but upon hearing Song Jiming's response, she felt a bit embarrassed and emphasized, "I just think the bed is dirty." Upon receiving the linens, she noticed a mischievous glint in Song Jiming's eyes, realizing he was teasing her. Ji Yunjia playfully smacked him with the linens, but Song Jiming caught her hand, pulling her close and effortlessly toppling her onto the bed, eliciting a startled cry from Ji Yunjia. "Keep your voice down. The walls aren't soundproof," he whispered, brushing against her ear. Ji Yunjia instinctively recalled that night at the ski resort, her face flushing as she pushed him away. "I'll just rest for a bit." But Song Jiming held onto her stubbornly. Ji Yunjia pushed him again, lowering her voice, "Get up. I need to lay out the linens, and you should undress before lying down." With his eyes closed, Song Jiming remained unyielding. Seeing that he wouldn't let go, Ji Yunjia ceased her struggle and allowed him to embrace her. The scent of a man enveloped her, a fragrance she couldn't quite identify but found pleasant. Throughout the afternoon, Song Jiming didn't truly fall asleep. The walls were thin, and the door offered no sound insulation, with many people coming and going in the hallway. Along with the earlier girl's shrill complaints echoing through the inn, the evening glow cascades over the uneven rooftops, casting a gentle radiance upon the cobblestone path, igniting a soft afterglow. Groups of wanderers stroll along this thoroughfare, comprising both returning outsiders and local villagers. Some converse in Mandarin, while others speak with the local dialect. The scenery, initially unremarkable, transforms with the company of different companions, altering the very essence of the experience. Ji Yunjia ambles leisurely down the street, her gaze flitting from east to west, captivated by the charm around her. Are there truly so many returning to pay homage to their ancestors? It's usually quite desolate. Only at this time does it bustle with life. Song Jiming responds, noting that aside from last year, he has visited almost every year. This inn appears to be older than it, must have been around for at least 30 years. Anyone returning to honor their ancestors has no choice but to stay here. Ji Yunjia lowers her voice and inquires, "Is Dad considered the highest official here?" "Not quite. There is a deputy provincial-level official in the capital. The boy at the front desk is from his family. Such a high-ranking official? Aren't you acquainted?" She notices that Song Jiming does not greet him. "We are not of the same circle," Song Jiming replies coolly. With such stature, one would think he could contribute to the village's development. Song Jiming chuckles, "What are you thinking? There are many complexities involved here. We can only claim ancestral ties to this place. My grandfather was an only child and left when he was young, leaving us with few tangible relatives. While my grandfather was alive, my father often accompanied him back. After my grandfather's passing, the connection faded. After high school, it has primarily been me alone." Ji Yunjia finds it hard to believe. During her junior high years, her parents still ferried her around. "Yes. Father's heart is truly vast. At that time, I was considered an adult. My father's original plan for me was to serve in the military and enter politics, viewing it as a form of training." Upon hearing about military service, Ji Yunjia immediately thinks of the plateau.